Live from the Eiffel Mountains.
The countdown to green on radiolemans.com.
Hello everybody and welcome along to our Powered by Aston Martin coverage live from trackside here at the mighty Nurburgring. The Green Hell, 25.3 kilometres, the configuration that we are using this weekend, and we're half an hour away from Johnny Palmer and the rest of the team taking you from the green flag all the way through to tomorrow afternoon. But on our countdown to green, it's Jim Roller, me, John Hydorf, and Paul Truswell having a look at the main storylines. And the first thing we've got to talk about, Jim, is the storylines from yesterday and from the top 30 runoff, which was slightly more exciting than we really wanted it to be, and certainly more exciting than Porsche and the 911 Porsche with Kevin Este on board wanted it to be. Complete disaster for them on the warm-up lap.
On the warm-up lap, it was unbelievable, John. And, in fact, the entire session was unbelievable. Very mixed condition on the racetrack. People were pushing very hard on their warm-up laps, probably harder than they needed to be. And fully 5 cars of the top 30 qualifiers had incidents on the racetrack. Everything from a flat tire for the number 1 car, the Audi, the WRT entry, all the way to, as you said, the crash for Kevin Este. We had the 16 car, the Audi, the Busch Brothers Audi taking a big hit. So it was a wild session, and it, in a way, gave us a clue of what we might expect in today's race. We railbirds like to often cogitate about who's going to win, make our picks, that sort of stuff. I think this could be a year for a dark horse. We're not expecting perfect weather throughout the race, and I think this race could go to not necessarily the fastest car, but the car and the team that makes the right decisions, pushes hard when they have to, but not hard when they don't, and make a mistake in these very mixed conditions that we're liable to see over the next 24 hours. Right now, the conditions are absolutely spectacular, but that could change at any moment. Paul Truswell will be the man who will be watching all the statistics and will keep us focused and pointed towards the right direction for these 24 hours. He's kind of our conscience. When we start to pontificate a little too much, he keeps us on track. Paul, would you agree or disagree with that assessment?
Sometimes think that I'm the one holding the kite string, and by holding on to it, I
puppet master.
Well, no, not at all. Just holding you from floating away too far. But no, you're right. I mean, the atmosphere here is phenomenal. I sent to a couple of guys yesterday, if you've never been to the Nurburgring, how do you start to describe to people what it's like? Because it honestly is like nothing else. And I struggle to find the words to say, well, it's like Le Mans, or it's like Spa, or it's like... It's not. It's completely different. The scale of the thing, the side shows, the intensity of it is just so powerful. I mean, I think we're in for a great race. You were talking about an outsider winning it. Well, I don't know who the favourites are. That's the thing, because there's so many of them. You can just go through that entry list and you can go down. We went through the top 30 qualifying, but certainly there's the top 15 of that top 30 qualifying are all potential winners. And I just get so thrilled at the prospect of these guys hammering it out for 24 hours. The weather forecast is as you were saying, very uncertain indeed. I think the only thing that's going to be certain is that we'll get some kind of change. But it's going to be a thrilling race.
Not entirely certain why they are watering the front straight at the moment. That's something I've never seen. Presumably just to add a little extra spice. You're listening to radiolemans.com. We're live from trackside at pit exit. We're in the Aston Martin lounge, and our coverage is driven by Aston Martin for 2016. Our 10th live coverage. We didn't get to do the whole of the first year because it was called off during the middle of the night, or we hadn't planned to do it, in fairness, as well. We went through unplanned the second year, slightly helped by adult beverages. That made the evening hours very interesting, but since then we have been doing the whole of the 24 hours uninterrupted, and we shall be planning to do the same if the weather, as Paul mentioned, doesn't intervene. We were expecting a little bit of rain before the start. It may yet happen. Let's have a look at the front 10 rows of the grid at least for this 44th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours for 2016. So on the front row, we've got BMW number 18 and Mercedes-Benz AMG number 9. 88 and 8, the two Haribo-sponsored cars on row 2. BMW 999, the Volkenhurst car, on the inside of row 3 with the first of the Audis, the Phoenix number 5 car. Frank Stippler put that car into 6th position. 5th position, started on the wrong side of the grid. On the 4th row, it's the 22 BMW and the 7 Aston Martin, best of the non-German manufacturers. 5th row, on the inside, the 29 Mercedes-Benz, the Audi number 2 is in 10th position. 6th row, 11th, it is the number 30 BMW, Stefan Mucker among the drivers there. The 912, the best of the Porsches, in 12th position. Row 7. 13th is the number 100 BMW, the Schubert car, and alongside that the BMW's rival on row 7 is the 75, that's the Mann-Filters Mercedes-Benz. The 8th row has the number 23 BMW M6 GT3 alongside the number 6 Audi R8 LMS. 9th row of the grid, number 4 Bernd Schneider among the driving talent, along with Adam Christodoulou and Maro Engel for the Mercedes-Benz. Number 4, 27 is the second of the Aston Martins. That's the Johnny Adam, Fernando Reis, Matthias Lauda and Richie Stanaway car. 10th row of the grid is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 and the Porsche 991 GT3R. 11th row of the grid is the Bentley Continental GT3, the 37 car, alongside the defending champions of this race, winners last year, and a debut victory for the Audi R8 LMS, the number 1 car, after all kinds of problems, including a puncture for Pierre Caffer in the warm-up. Row 12 is the SCG, the Glickenhaus 702 car, and alongside them the first of the Nissans, the RGN Nismo car, the Nissan GT3 with the 35. 13th row of the grid, Audi number 28, that's the Basseng de Philippi car, and alongside them is the Mercedes-Benz number 14, that's the Donchi Huff and Al Faisal car. 14th row of the grid, Porsche number 21 and Bentley Continental number 38. These from here on, from the 38 Bentley, all had problems in the top 30 rundown, the top 30 shootout yesterday afternoon. 911 Porsche repaired this morning only at 7 o'clock was that work completed. The mechanics completely, I can only assume how tired they were at that point, went back to the hotel. They have arrived back about 15 or 20 minutes ago. The 912 squad got that car ready for the warm-up this morning, and it did take part in that, as did the Bentley and the 16, the number 16, the Busch and Busch car. That's the Christian Mamaro car, which had a bit of an issue as well, the 15. The other car that had major damage yesterday was the 22, and we've already mentioned that within that top 30 countdown. Now, that isn't all, Paul, of the first starting group, is it? We have 40 odd of them. To 57, Paul says to me. So that is quite a big starting grid. From effectively have split the field up into 3 with 157, I think, starting. It's not simply on time, though, is it?
No, it's done purely on the basis of class, in the nicest possible way. Your SP9s, which are the GT3s, the SPXs, the E1XP, except I don't think we've got an E1XP now. But those are the quickest ones there in Group 1. Then you've got the SP10s, the SP7s, and the SP8Ts. They are all into starting Group 1. They will go out first of all. They'll line them up in such a way that we'll get a gap of 3 minutes before we get the second starting group coming through, and there's 54 cars on the second starting group, consisting of the SP4Ts, the SP3Ts, SP10, that's the GT4 class effectively, SP6, and from the production end of matters, we've got the V6 cars, so the more powerful production-based cars, or close to production-based cars, are starting group 2, and at the front of the grid there are a couple of the Audi TTs, RSs, so they're on the front row of the grid. On the second row there, we've got the Subaru, a personal favourite, and also the fastest of the Aston Martin Vantage GT8 cars. And it'll be interesting to see how that car goes. That's a car that Darren Turner and Peter Kate are in, amongst others. So two Audi TTs, a Subaru and an Aston Martin at the front of starting group 2.
The strategy here takes a while to play out. Only 150 odd laps that we're expecting, roughly 10 laps for the cars at the front of the field, and we'll catch up with all the updates on the other categories as we go through. We'll do the category updates on the even hours. We'll do the even categories, the odd hours we'll do the odd categories, but roughly speaking 10 laps per stint here. And for the guys at the front of the field, double stinting doesn't really help, or because they can't, the 3-hour limit for drivers is going to come into play.
There's a 3-hour limit for drivers, but there's also it's a timed pit stop, so the pit stop itself is defined for you, and it's a sliding scale. Everything's complicated about this race. It's a sliding scale of pit stop depending on how long your stint was. The longer your stint, the longer your pit stop has to be. So changing tyres within the minimum pit stop time is not a problem, so most often they will be changing tyres. Obviously, if they want to leave the tyres on, they can, and of course that has the advantage that you've got a warm tyres when you go back out onto the track, so we may see that kind of thing playing out. About 10 laps, John, yes, but I would be surprised if anybody does go 10 laps unless it starts to rain and they reduce the pace accordingly. I'm looking more at 9 laps for a stint, and possibly 8, depending on quite how fast they're going, and that means of course that the first pit stops will be round about lap 7 or 8, because they get a whole lap of a warm-up lap, or not a warm-up lap, a formation lap, a whole lap behind the safety car to start them off with, and that uses up not a lot of fuel because they're going at reduced pace, but it does use a little bit of fuel. So 7 or 8 laps and we'll see them coming in for the first pit stop, and thereafter I would expect about 9 laps per stint. But you use the word strategy, John, and there isn't a lot of strategy in this race, in the sense that you just get the drivers to go out, drive as fast as they can, stay out of trouble, and just come in when the car runs out of fuel and they send it out with another driver. It's not rocket science. It is rocket science, but it's not always as simple as just sticking to that strategy. But there's not a lot you can do which is really clever, like kind of fuel saving, because you just won't be able to make up a full lap by saving fuel.
Okay. The favourites, Jim, are obviously all in that SP9 category. We'll get some of the other cars, I'm sure, up into the top 20, but it would take something extraordinary for a car other than a GT3, which is the SP9 category, to win this. Cars, by the way, are out on their formation lap onto the Nordschleife, and now the amazing amount of people that have been on the grid have been cleared off. If I was going to put my foot on your neck now and have you and waterboard you until you came up with a manufacturer or a car, who are you looking at here? Because it has been probably one of the more open races that we've covered here.
I'm leaning towards Mercedes only because they seemed calmer in qualifying. What do you mean by that? Someone would ask. What I mean by that is they didn't push too hard. It's what I was talking about earlier. I think the person that's going to win this race, the team that's going to win this race, as always with endurance racing, is the team that reacts best to the adversity. But in this case, the team that doesn't shoot itself in the foot, the team that doesn't let the corporate pressure get to them. This used to be a national event. They've been running it for 44 years. This has now become a international manufacturer showcase event. It's still a German national event, but it is so much more now. It is the German high holy days of road racing, and to win here is huge for any manufacturer. There's only been Chrysler that has been a manufacturer other than a German manufacturer to win this race. So for the folks that are driving the Audi, the factory-backed Audi cars and the privateer Audi cars, the new BMW, there's a lot of pressure to perform. I think the Mercedes situation is just a little bit calmer, and so therefore I would think that they would be my favorite. But I really think this is going to go to a dark horse car, something like the number 12 Porsche, something like that. Maybe one of the maybe the Phoenix Audi, or maybe even a Bentley.
Okay, well that's half the field right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are the key points, Paul? If one of these we probably won't see it in the first stint of going 10 laps, even if they could do, because of this warm-up lap. Where are the key points? What have we got to look for in terms of the GT3 battle to say, aha, so-and-so's got an advantage?
Reacting to events. They've all got a plan. You start off a race with a plan, and then events get in the way. The battle commences and the plan goes out of the window. Events, yes, like we had with a Porsche yesterday, having an accident. There's debris on the circuit. You have to kind of avoid the accident. There's the weather, which we'll talk about without end, because the weather is going to affect this race. I'm quite sure of that. And it's going to be...
should have had some showers now, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah, Graham Goodwin was telling me we've got half an hour to wait before the rain starts. But what I think, I mean, the key point, as I say, is how you react to the changes in conditions. Somebody will get onto the right tyre at the right time, and if you do that, you can make up 2 minutes very easily, because if you're on the wrong tyre, then you're talking about 10 minutes before you can get back to the pits and get onto the right tyre after it. That's
a very, very good point. Michelin runners have the slick to mediate here. The crowd reaction is to the Manta with the Foxtail, the Kistling Motorsport 122, that is going out leading off, well, at least on the front row of the third group, on the front row, sharing with a 981 Cayman of the German rap artist Schmudo. That is the Beckmann, Streitek, Heisek and Schulte Opel Manta, along with the 1112 Porsche Cayman, leading off the second group of 46 cars. Thank you, Paul. And those cars are on the Grand Prix track now. The darkness hours is the other thing, of course, and the early morning hours. They've not been kind over the years to BMW, have they, Jim?
No, they have not been kind at all, not in the last 4 or 5 years especially. And the darkness here is very special. It's really dark out on the Nordschleife when it's dark. But this year, the Grand Prix circuit, the portion of the racetrack that is used for the Grand Prix circuit, is actually going to be very well lit. So there's going to be a huge contrast for the drivers when they're on the Grand Prix circuit, when they come by the pits, when they do the approximately 3-mile loop around the Grand Prix circuit, they'll be very well lit, and then it's utter darkness, full black when they go out onto the Nordschleife and go through the undulation changes, the racetrack with the forest so close to the side of the racetrack. It's just, your headlights are all you have.
Yeah.
You're alone in your world.
Dealing with traffic is the other key to the race that we will be talking about. We've seen it with the touring cars that have been part of the support package here. We've seen it in practice and qualifying. And those drivers who make those best decisions, Paul's talking about reactions of the team, which are almost always, Jim, coming from information gathered from the drivers, because ultimately it's the drivers that have the feedback about conditions out there. But the drivers themselves and the decisions that they make, I know that these guys are driving almost flat out all the time, but there's still just that part of me that thinks the guys who'll do best here will be the guys who have a scintilla more patience and look at the risk versus reward, because risk here can be very high for a small amount of reward.
You have to leave yourself, you can't drive 10/10ths because of the traffic. And Johnny O'Connell, who came here for the first time a few years ago, told me he has never raced in any race he's ever been in, and he's a very experienced race car driver. He has never raced in this much traffic in his entire racing career. There is never a moment over the next 24 hours, other than maybe the first lap, when you aren't mixing it up with other classes. We've got 25 classes represented in this race, and you're always in traffic. You have to push as hard as you can. You have to push as hard as you can for the conditions. but you need to leave 2/10. You need to leave a little bit for when you come over that brow and there's somebody else's mistake you're about to be part of.
That's absolutely right, Jim, and it's a question really of being experienced enough with the Nurburgring and with this event, because as you say, it is a bit of a special event, and even when if you're doing the VLN races, it's never quite the same. But it's not a question of driving at 100%, you're absolutely right. But what it is how close you go to 100%. Whether you drive at 80%, 85%, 90%, knowing that there's always a cushion there, because you're always going to possibly have to use that cushion. And that's the trick, is knowing just how close to push to the boundaries.
Well, we've enjoyed our countdown to green. It's a shorter countdown to green for one of our longer races. This is the fourth of our 24-hour races in 2016. Coming up next, it will be the full race, flag to flag, no interruptions unless it's from the weather, and it's all here, live on radiolemans.com.
They call it the Green Hell. 26 kilometers long, with 170 corners. It's the world's toughest circuit. And this weekend, we're racing it for 24 hours. The Nurburgring 24 hours on radiolemans.com.
Well, welcome everybody to the Nurburgring and our race coverage of the 44th edition of this fantastic race, the ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of Nurburgring. My name's Johnny Palmer, and joined for this opening stint by Jim Roller and, of course, Paul Trustwell. It's radiolemans.com for 2016, the 10th time we've been at this race. And, well, much was made of the atrocious weather conditions we were going to start this race in. At the moment, it's glorious, towards the back of the circuit anyway. The weather's not going to stay consistent. I think that's fair to say across the 24 hours, but we would really like it to be a little easier for everyone to tackle the opening 16 and a bit miles. The poor weather is certainly coming, and you can see in the distance, some spray, certainly some darker clouds which hold bad weather. We're live, by the way, from the Aston Martin Lounge, and we will be bringing you coverage of the opening hour very, very shortly on radiolemans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on radiolemans.com.
So the opening group of 57 cars are currently on their formation lap. This is a chance, obviously, to get tyre pressures up, to get some heat in the tyres, to get some heat in the brakes as well. And also, I suppose, a sighting lap, although that less important than it was yesterday during top 30 qualifying, because with good conditions, not rained all morning, Jim Roller, it should be relatively easy to judge where the car has grip, where it doesn't have grip. The difficulty is, of course, everybody around you is trying to do exactly the same thing. We have a batch of 57 cars, and then a batch of 54 cars, and then a batch of 46 cars. Unless you're on the front row, that first lap's going to be very, very busy indeed.
That's 157 cars that are all going to be fighting for the same part of the racetrack as you are at some point during the next 24 hours. We've been talking, if you were with us for our countdown to green, about the unique nature of this event. This pace lap, even the pace lap, is almost 20 minutes long to get set up for the race, and the fans come right out to the guardrail and are able to root their drivers on and cheer their drivers on as they go around the racetrack under the guidance of the pace car. Yes, I said they're allowed to come right out to the guardrail, and in typical fashion, they just, when the cars come by, very orderly, go back to the safe areas of the spectator areas. They never have any trouble with track invasions or stuff like that, because these fans here are unique. They respect this event. This is unlike any other motor race in the world. And Paul Trustwell, the start is just as wild as ever. It's almost like a police chase.
That's right, and I think the interesting thing is that I think this is actually an opportunity. You talk about this 20-minute formation lap, and it is. I mean, it's actually in the schedule as a 20-minute formation lap. and it is just enough to give the drivers the opportunity. You know how drivers at the start of the race normally have to kind of walk up and down the grid. They get nabbed by journalists, they get nabbed by media, they get nabbed by TV people. This is an unusual opportunity for the driver just to sit in the car, find his way around, make sure the belts are tight, make sure that he's comfortable with the way his equipment is, that everything is, his hands device is nice and tight, and everything is where it needs to be. And then he can just get himself down in the zone. He's got 15 minutes to just get himself settled behind the wheel. I say he or she, because we have a variety of male and female drivers out there. But it's an opportunity, as I say, that the drivers will be taking in order to get themselves comfortable in the car, ready to go. Because as we've been saying, a lot of this, you used the phrase earlier on, Jim, it's all about calmness, really. It's about not getting drawn in, not getting suckered into having a motor race when you've got an endurance race on your hands.
The Nurburgring looking particularly green this year, thanks in part, I think, to all the rain we've had in the lead up to the event and during it as well. Everyone's been out, by the looks of things, refreshing the paintwork on the asphalt overnight as well to make sure that their messages can be read. Some of them not entirely unbroadcastable, so we may not dwell on that, but you can just tell how much fun's being had, particularly up at the campsite at Brunchen, which is where the cars are heading through now. That campsite is vast, and they run through Flansgarten as well. I'm used to a formation lap really starting to get my adrenaline pumping, but of course the cars aren't going to be around once they flash past you on this formation lap for another 8 or 9 minutes. So definitely the momentum is gaining as they head through Schwalbenschwanz now, the Kleiner carousel. So the lead pack are actually nearing the start of the Duttinger now, and therefore towards the end of this first lap around the circuit.
Another thing that makes this event unique, at the Daytona 24 hours, we have thousands of laps that are completed in 24 hours. Here it's 159 laps.
159 is the outright
that's
record.
Completed. So your whole way of reading and watching a race really slows down because there's this 8-minute gap where you have to wait for strategy or what's going on the racetrack to play out in the timing and scoring. You've got 3 groups that start 3 minutes apart. So if someone who starts in the second group catches someone who starts in the first group, by aggregate they are ahead of them in scoring, but they might not be ahead of them yet on the racetrack. So this is mind-bending on so many levels.
It also means, Jim, and this, in my view, is actually bad news, but it means we only really get about 2 clear laps before the leading runners catch up with the tail enders, because that third group starts so far back that they really only get a couple of clear laps, and then it's lappery because the leading group catches up with the tail enders from Group 3. The other thing that then tends to happen is that the leading group from the Group 2 catch up with the tail enders from Group 1, because the fast Audi TTs are actually quicker than some of the guys at the tail end of the starting Group 1.
That's Paul Truswell, Jim Roller to my right. I'm Johnny Palmer, and it is the Nurburgring 24 hours for the 44th time, the 10th time that RadioLeMans.com has covered it, and RadioLeMans.com driven by Aston Martin for 2016. We're overlooking the start and finish line on the Grand Prix Strecke, which will be the first bit of the circuit that these cars will attack. A grandstand view, quite literally, we have, and also the grandstand is utterly packed over on the far side. A huge crowd. Tried to make my way through the paddock a little bit earlier on and had to abort.
How'd that work?
I had to abort it, frankly. Was heading out for a bit of lunch ahead of the start. Decided just to stay contained in this very nice air-conditioned box. So the cars heading down the Dottinger, an awful lot of weaving taking place, I noticed, with the cars erratically steering from left to right, almost from white line to white line. This trying to get some heat clearly into those tyres ahead of the first time they'll be heading into the S at the start of the lap, the first time in anger. So let's remind you how the front few rows line up. It's the blue number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, Hubert Haupt, Jelmer Berman, Maura Engel and Nico Muller the driver combination. Mauro Engel did the time, and he starts alongside the 18 car. By the way, if you were watching the World Touring Car Championship races, perhaps via other means earlier on, you will have known that pole position in those races was actually to drivers left, but this being a rolling start, the blue Mercedes starts to drivers right alongside the BMW M6, the Schubert BMW car number 18. Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Muller and Wittmann, the driving lineup there. We have two Mercedes, both coloured almost identically in the Haribo sponsorship, 88 versus 8. Will they be team players, I wonder, on this opening lap and start to gang up on the BMW? Then it's an Audi in BMW's third row with the 5 Audi on its Dunlop tyres versus the 999 BMW, and the 22 BMW M6 alongside another Dunlop shod car, the Aston Martin Vantage car number 7. Coming then through this double chicane to end the lap at Tiergarten, and then the cars will head onto the main start finish line, and the red lights will be displayed at the moment. Now they are about to go out. It's quite an untidy start actually, with getting away well the blue Mercedes. It's got the jump on the BMW, and if one of the Haribo Mercedes, in fact 2 of them, play this cannily, they will take second and third, and the BMW stuck on the outside line. Now, can it cut in? Because of course it's a short burst through this Yokohama S, and the BMW's done well there from second position to hold on to second. Do the rest of the SP9 cars get through? It's virtually all SP9 cars at the head of this order, and then we get back to the lower order classes further back. A great start though from the Haupt, Berman, Engel, Muller Mercedes. The Haribo Mercedes 88 and 8 tried to sneak into second and third. It didn't quite work for them, so they're in third and fourth behind the BMW. Then we have the number 999 BMW. So what's happened to the 5 Audi? That slipped back quite considerably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th position from 5th on the grid, so 3 places lost. 3 abreast into the Dunlop hairpin. They're all just about managing to get through there and onto the Michael Schumacher S though. We knew it was going to be busy, Jim, and thankfully so far everyone's got through.
It was a ragged start, but then once they got down to the right-hander to go through what we affectionately call the Haug hook, everybody really settled down and was very cooperative getting through there. There wasn't as much bashing. We didn't have anybody spinning like we've had in years past when somebody puts a fender on them. Now everybody is using, there certainly won't be any penalties for track limits here, because everybody's kind of using as much of the racetrack as they possibly can to get through this first loop of the Grand Prix circuit before they take the hard right-hand turn and head out onto Hassenbach. And the first time, there they go, the first time they are heading out onto the Nordschleife in this 24-hour race. 159 more times they will make that left-hand turn that takes them out into one of the most spectacular parts of road racing terrain that you will ever see anywhere in the world.
The 44th running of the Nurburgring 24 Hours, live on RadioLeMans.com with Jim Roller, Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell. I'm still waiting for the second batch of cars, Paul.
You've got another minute to wait.
Okay, fine. So I'll look over my left shoulder when they appear. We're waiting for another 54 cars to start the race in the second batch, so we can concentrate entirely, though, on the lead scrap. Now, initially, the blue Bilstein Mercedes was able to open up a bit of a gap on the Grand Prix Strecke, but at Flugplatz, that BMW that started in second position, car number 18, is reeling in the race leader. The 2 Haribo Mercedes are third and fourth, and a little bit on their own at the moment. Then this steady stream of cars hopping over Flugplatz, and it will head down towards the sharp right-hander at Arenberg very, very shortly. But big air being got by a few of those cars, and yes, information coming through about who is on board each of these cars. So Hubert Haupt leading the race from Augusto Farfus in the BMW. The 2 Mercedes, the Haribo Mercedes, now peer over to the screen, can't tell you about the 88, but I can tell you about the 8, which is driven by Uwe Autsen in this opening stint. Car 5, the Dunlop Phoenix Audi, has Frank Stippler at the wheel, perhaps no surprise, and car 22 is at the moment driven by Klaus Graf. That's the car he shares with Richard Westbrook, Nicky Katzberg, and Autsen is in the 8 car, so he can't be in the 88 at the same time. That's the 2 cars with the same driver lineup, I believe, Uwe Alton, Lance David Arnold, Maxi Goertz and Jan Seyfarth. Exactly the same 4 drivers in each of those cars. Are we getting Alton being shown for the 8 and Alton being shown for the 88, Paul?
Yes.
Useful. Okay.
Useful.
So now I'm slightly doubting all the other names I've given you, frankly. But we'll say Maro Engel is in the number 9 car. Hubert Haupt is in the number 9 car. Maro Engel qualified it. 4 minutes gone in the race. So where's the next batch of cars? Still not appeared. Let's concentrate on the leaders, therefore. I just don't want to miss the start of batch 2 down to the Haug-Hook, which is the right-left Yokohama S, which bypasses the Mercedes Arena this weekend and has done for many, many years, in fact, for the Nurburgring 24 hours. It's still so close between the top 2. I know this is the opening lap. Maxi Goertz we put in the number 88 car. Thank you, Paul Truswell. They're making the climb now from the lowest point of the circuit through the Lauda S, the left-hander, the Lauda corner as we called it. So 10 kilometres into the opening lap.
They've just gone over the Adenauer Bridge.
Okay, so working their way towards Bergwerk, all right?
Yes, they are, yep.
And, the sharp right-hander is Bergwerk towards
just gone through
Kesselchen.
there.
Kesselchen and Klostertal, very, very fast left-hand kinks there, which begins the ascent towards the Caricciola Carousel.
And I believe our second group is now making an appearance on the front straightaway.
Okay. Meanwhile, there is, a quarter of a second.
And the second group is underway. The second group has taken the green flag and is headed toward
now,
the
Paul,
third group.
Paul, I have number 8 with Maxi Goertz in it now, and number 9 with Maro Engel in it. So, still clearly decisions being made as to who is piloting these cars right now. The screens refresh, and the driver column's disappeared.
Yes, I think they've recognised that the driver column wasn't terribly accurate. What we do have is a press release from the Haribo Mercedes team, who told us that it was going to be from AMG, not Haribo Mercedes, who was telling us that Engel will be at the wheel of the number 9 car, that Goertz will be at the wheel of the 88, that Alton will be driving the 8, Baumann driving the number 30, and Luca Ludwig driving the 75. The other one I didn't tell you there was Indy Dontje, who will be at the 14, and Johnny Adam at the wheel of Adam Christodoulou, Adam Christodoulou driving the number 4 car. So Adam Christodoulou is at the wheel of the number 4. That's for the press release from the team. The other drivers' names we were giving you were coming from the timing screen, and those are, how can I put it, self-regulating driver information, which the teams themselves have to put into a system. So I suspect there was probably some default in there, which is what we were giving you earlier on. But we've had all 3 grids underway, and so the race is now fully underway, although it's 6 minutes, nearly 7 minutes into the race, Jim, and so they're going to be coming back to complete their first flying lap now.
And we may start to see weather even sooner than what we thought. We saw clouds off in the distance. The wind direction has changed. It was coming left to right across the front straightaway at the beginning of the race, or right before the race, as the leaders now head through Schwabenschwanz and will make the right-hander through Brunchen and Pflanzgarten, and work their way onto the long Donegal straightaway. But we could see some weather come in because the wind has changed. And if we look out of the Aston Martin suite, we can see weather off in the distance on its way. So if the rain does arrive, it'll certainly throw the cat amongst the pigeons in this group. As Paul said, all 3 grids have taken the green flag. We are fully underway in the 44th running of the Nurburgring 24 hours as the cars stream down the Donegal. Our first 2 cars, the Mercedes number 8 and the BMW, almost virtually nose to tail, less than a tenth of a second between them at this point. But they have pulled out a small gap from the 2 Haribo Mercedes, who have fallen back to about a second behind.
Yeah, and I thought the 88 and the 8 Mercedes would have been working a bit more together down the Dottinger to try and haul in these leaders. There's absolutely nothing between the blue AMG Black Falcon Mercedes and the second place BMW, though, as they head across the line. Hubert Haupt in the number 9 car, leading the way from the first of the BMWs, Augusto Farfus, and then it's the 88 from the 8. Now, have they switched positions? No, that's the same order they started in. Car 29, which is one of the Mercedes, a fantastic lap for that, into 4th position. It started 9th, so a number of cars overtaken there by the Vitoris, Marco Seefried, Christian Hohenadel and Renger van der Zande car. That's running 5th position behind the 2 Mercedes, and 6th position for the 22 BMW M6. Give you an update on the rest of the groups, by the way. Group 2 currently exiting the carousel and climbing up the hill towards Hohe Acht now. Meanwhile, the 3rd group is just heading through Adenauer Forest now, and not very far from Metzgersfeld. So, 3rd group, having gone through Hatzenbach and Orenburg, now working its way towards the steady descent and then steep climb up towards the carousel. Slow car on the circuit is a Porsche with a rear left puncture already. Now, is that a result of contact? I can't tell you at this time. Aston Martin 007 heading down towards the hook, or the Yokohama S, having been overtaken by the number 2 Audi. Right behind is the white Black Falcon Mercedes, and it looked like it had a couple of places taken from it there, down towards the right-left flick at Yokohama S.
And trouble for the 999 BMW. First car to make a call to the pits out of 25th position after the first lap. The 999 car, the black with yellow trim, walking horse entry. Front of the car is black, the back is yellow. All these cars turned out so beautifully. Absolutely immaculate. This is probably one of the best, I know it sounds like hyperbole, but this is probably one of the best GT3 fields we've ever seen here. It is so deep. New machinery for all the major manufacturers, the new BMW M6, the new version of the Mercedes, the new Audi, and of course a brand new GT3 entry from Porsche.
That BMW already on its way again then, so very quick pit stop. In fact, it was right on its minimum pit stop time anyway, so whatever it was, possibly just a bit of bodywork perhaps, or just a systems check. He's now on his way again, and I don't think that's going to make a huge heap of difference to that race for that car, but the number 999 on his way once again then.
Great battle for the lead, great battle for 3rd position between the 2 Arabo Racing Team AMG Mercedes, and a great battle for 5th as well with the HTP Motorsport Mercedes of Christian Vitoris, Marco Seefried, Christian Hohenadel and Renger van der Zande. As I say, made so much ground on its grid position, and having a fantastic scrap now with Klaus Graf, Richard Westbrook, Nicky Katzberg and Marcus Palteler's Row Racing BMW M6. Initially we had Klaus Graf in that car, and we are still trying to confirm who is in the BMWs. But the 22 Beamer, now was that the one? That wasn't the one that had the troubles, was it? In yesterday's,
yes, that was the one.
It was the one.
Yeah,
because it had already set a good time, hadn't it, by Katzberg? That's why it crashed on the 2nd lap.
That's right, and it then went out, having been repaired in this morning's warm-up. All systems seem to be okay, and would seem to be okay now, judging from how it's going so far.
Yep.
That Porsche that we saw with the left rear puncture, that's the number 12 Manti Racing SP9 Porsche 911 GT3R. Otto Klus, Dieter Schmidtmann, Jens Richter and Robert Reuner behind the wheel of that car. He is probably still another minute or so. Now we have got another puncture for the 145. That is a Porsche Cayman. That's a front left puncture. So already the attrition is starting. That's
it's a V6 car.
Yeah, that's one of the V6 entries. Argentinian entry.
Yeah, all Argentinian lineup, as you say. Jose Facia, Jorge Gerasimo, Alessandro Chawan and Marcus Vazquez. Not the opening lap they will have wanted, but they will have started in a V6 car. I'm going to guess in the 2nd group, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, the 2 Audi RS S's did start at the front of the 2nd batch. So they had a good getaway. They're battling away with their number 42 Aston Martin Vantage GT8, and it looked like the Aston got the jump on the third place starting Subaru WRX of Van Dam, Larsa, Schrick and Yamauchi, car 106, but the Audi's making the break as we expected them to do so. They're not in the same class, by the way. One is an SP4T car, that's number 96. One is an SP3T car, so both turbo-powered, but slightly different CCs, and 96 versus 104. We expect the 96 car, therefore, to edge away a little bit, but we will get the scenario eventually that the Audis at the front of Group 2 will catch the cars at the back of Group 1, and there'll be some overlap there.
The 12 car has made it to the pits. Left rear tire change. They are checking the suspension. They've checked the bodywork, make sure things are okay with that car. They are looking very carefully at the suspension in the left rear. They have not put the new tire on as yet. They may, looks like they've put the jack stand, the jack wheelie under it. It may be going back into the garage area. He may have done some suspension damage to that car, bringing it all the way back.
Done a good job to do that, certainly, and well,
because he did very little body damage, which is really, you really have to be careful not to do that when the carcass starts to tear apart. And in fact, the car is on the garage dolly and will be pushed back into its garage stall. Another unique part of this racetrack, this race rather, I should say, they have to share their garage stall with as many as 4 other cars.
You have to hope, don't you, that on a 25.3 kilometre track, that if you are going to be hit by a puncture, it's going to be on the Dottergehör and no earlier, because it's such a job to get that car back to the pit lane. The start for Group 3 happened a few moments ago. The Opel Manta, which is always a crowd favourite, up against the 112 alternatively fuelled Porsche Cayman GT4, and it was the Cayman that led into the hook at the opening time of asking, into the Yokohama S, and actually the Manta slipping down to third position behind a BMW that I didn't expect to be there, unless that's the car that started from the 4th row, and that was an incredible start from the SP5 car. If so, it got ahead of a couple of Astras.
Yeah, it's the 111, it's the AT111, the Saxon Motorsports BMW diesel.
Started 7th.
Yeah, and dove down the inside and had the inside position, had a great start.
So jumped ahead of 2 of the Cup 1 cars. That's a Cup exclusively for Opel Astra OPC machines. There was the Hyundai SP2T pole sitter in there as well, of Schrick, Schumann, Naumann and Hamill. And the leaders, by the way, are no further apart, absolutely together. The blue number 9 Mercedes of Hubert Hout, ahead of Augusto Farfus, Brazilian driver, in the number 18 BMW, and he's done really well to stick with that Bilstein machine. I would love to see a rear-facing shot of the back of that BMW, just to see how far away the 2 Mercedes sponsored by Haribo are. They're quite a bit further back.
They're 3 or 4 seconds back now, and it's very interesting because it almost looks as if there's a tow cord between the Mercedes and the BMW, because they are almost exactly as far apart as they were before. When they came through at the completion of lap 1, it was 0.546 of a second, and I don't think that's changed hardly at all. The 2 Haribo cars are nose to tail. They are only less than that apart. They're probably a tenth of a second apart, but not doing the classic nose-to-tail draft down the Donegal straightaway as the leaders go through, and in fact, 0.559, so it has changed hardly at all.
Half a second between the leaders, 6.7 seconds further back though for number 88 in third position. The 8 car is 4th, and I tell you what, 29 and 22 are reeling in those 2 Mercedes up ahead. So the HTP Motorsport hasn't made more progress in recent times after gliding through quite a bit of early race traffic and getting that HTP Motorsport car up to 5th position. Well, very shortly it will join Maxi Goertz and Uwe Altzen, who are taking the opening stints in the 88 and the 8 car. 22, another BMW, which was damaged in top 30 qualifying last night, but has been fixed, was out in warm-up this morning. Ooh, that was a bit of a quick decision that needed to be made there by the race leader up the inside of the 168 car, and actually bought the Mercedes a bit of time getting by the Subaru BRZ there.
As Paul Truswell correctly predicted, we're seeing lapping before, right at the end of lap 2 on the Grand Prix circuit. They have caught the back end of the Group 3 field, so lapping has already begun on lap 3 of this event.
That's thanks, of course, because Group 3 starts a full 6 minutes behind the leader, so they only have to make up another 2 minutes on some, relatively speaking, very slow cars compared to your modern GT3 SP9 car, slicing through the eye of the needle there onto the hats and back for the third time. Race leaders wasting no time with production spec cars to the left, to the right, but it's not intimidating them as they head past routine traffic the other side of the hats and back Armco barrier. And this is where these fantastic professional GT3 drivers really earn their corn. This track is difficult at the best of times without the moving chicanes, Jim.
Indeed, and the lights are ablazing, the flashing lights strobing to try and warn the drivers in front that, hey, I'm coming through and I'm in a hurry. And there is, you could put a cigarette paper between them sometimes when they make these very daring moves in traffic, as our 2 leaders were literally nose to tail when they went through and past the slower cars. So the traffic will concertina the lead. You'll have a lead, and then you might pick up a second or 2, and then you'll get slowed by traffic, and before you know it, the person in second place is right on your bumper again as the 2 Haribo cars come. 54 has gone off the racetrack on the Grand Prix circuit,
and 54 is not a GT3 car. I think it's one of the SP7 machines.
Yes.
It's one of the GT3 Cup cars. But what we really want to be seeing right now, from our perspective, bringing you all the coverage of the 44th edition of the Nurburgring 24 Hours, is the battle for third position, because the Arabo Mercedes had started to open up a bit of a gap. I think that was traffic induced, and then the next minute I checked that gap, it had really come down with the leading Arabo Mercedes, the number 8, balked behind a Clio, and that meant that its teammate was right behind with nowhere to go. The spin, by the way, for the 54 Porsche coming
all by himself.
Yeah, all by himself at the first corner, the Yokohama S, and turned in at just about the right point, but the rear end of the car snapped away. Thankfully, there is quite a bit of runoff there, and no one else involved, as Jim says, was able to get back up and running pretty quickly.
I'm dying to see if the 2 Haribo cars made it through unscathed, because that was a very close moment for those 2 cars as they were coming up on slower traffic at Flugplatz, which is one of the fastest, most exciting parts of this racetrack.
Battle for 34th, very intense as well, as the 37 Bentley works its way. Did it get by the Nissan, in fact?
Yeah, it looks like it may have.
Towards Arenberg now and underneath the bridge, and it was right underneath the 24 Zack-Speed Nissan, pulling a move, in fact, on that car. I wouldn't be massively surprised to say that it's Stephen Kane in the 37 Bentley right now.
12 car back out on the racetrack after completing its pit stop.
And that was another moment for the 54 car. So it's had a spin at the hook at the start of the lap, and then through the left-hander on the approach to Vorsteiner curve. So when you flat spot those tyres, it can lead to another incident. We're nearly half an hour into this race, Jim. Where on earth has all that time gone? There's so much to concentrate on here as the cars the lead are at Bergwerk, I would say.
That's when it's fun, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's when it's fun. The 2 leaders slicing through traffic. Just absolutely fantastic the way these drivers are going left and right around the slower cars, who are all in their own race. They don't mean to be in the way. They're going as fast as they can. They've got their own race to worry about. They're trying to get by the car in front. They've just got to do it by looking in their mirrors. You probably spend as much time when you're in the smaller classes looking in your mirror as you do out the front when you're racing around the Nordschleife. And now the BMW is closing in on the Mercedes. And then the Mercedes under power as big dark clouds now start to hang over this racetrack. We said just a little while ago that the wind direction had changed, and we may see some of the weather moving in earlier than we had hoped. The leaders going through the carousel for the third time, less than a second now separating them, as they have the entire race, probably now just a tenth of a second, as they are almost literally nose to tail as they pop out of the carousel. Hi to the whole group of British marshals who marshal the entire carousel section of this racetrack. So if you're here and you're tromping about, there's some friendly faces up in that part of the circuit. Hi to those folks. Took good care of us yesterday when Paul and Joe Bradley and Johnny and I made our tromp out to watch the historics run around this great facility. The leaders working their way past the carousel.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to forget that day yesterday. Stood on the inside of the carousel, and you actually see the roofs of the cars more so than the sides of them, such as the banking. Reminded me a little bit of a mini Daytona. Stood on the inside of that bend, and the amount of acceleration those cars can produce out of a corner that sucks you in and then spits you out the other side.
Through Brunchen and now towards Flansgarten, and then they'll be working their way towards Schwalbenschwanz, which is the mini carousel.
I know one thing, it's not Augusto Farfus at the wheel of that BMW, by the way, number 18, because Augusto is pensively watching in the garage, so it could be Marco Wittmann at the wheel of the number 18 Beamer. He's sharing, by the way, Farfus is sharing with Wittmann, Jörg Müller and Jesse Krohn, the Finnish driver this year.
Well, it could be, from the way it's being driven, it could be any one of those four.
It could. And that's
what
the thing.
What a lineup.
That's the thing I love about this race. There doesn't seem to be many weak chains in a four-driver combination for virtually all the SP9 cars. You could put anybody in for the opening stint, it would go just as quickly. But no doubt about it, the Bilstein car not having an opportunity to stretch its legs here, being put under pressure for a lot of this opening stint. We've had nearly 25 minutes of it. Third position still being held by the first of the Arabo cars, with its teammate very close behind, so 88 and 8, third and fourth the last time we checked, and slowly catching those two cars was the number 29 AMG Team HTP Motorsport Mercedes of Christian Vittoris, Marco Seifried, Christian Hohenadel and Renger van der Zande. The Rowe Racing BMW tucked in right behind that.
Guys, the 911 has gone missing.
911 is one of the Works Manthey Porsches.
So we're 2 minutes late at start-finish, thanks to Jack Schalowski. Sorry if I butchered your last name there, Jack, but thanks for the heads up.
I can tell you it's in Sector 4, which is the sector, the biggest sector on the track. That's the sector that includes the carousel. It actually starts at Bergwerk and goes right the way through to the beginning of the Dottinger Höhe. So it's a big sector, but that's where it's being shown as being missing, as you say.
So the next thing we need to look at for is a yellow flag area or a speed restricted area if it has gone off into the barrier or perhaps slowed down. Bear in mind they have not had the ideal night, up to something like 7 a.m. this morning, repairing that 911 car after it was crashed heavily by Kevin Estre in the top 30 qualifying poll.
Apparently it has been towed off the circuit. Somebody was watching, there are some onboard pictures facing a truck. So whether it was mechanical or accident, that obviously doesn't tell us. What it does tell us is that it's not going anywhere just yet. The regulations allow it to be brought back to the pit garage though, and it could be worked on. Doesn't necessarily mean it's out of the race.
Another change as well, because the HTP Motorsport car continues its charge up the order. It's now separating the two Arabo Mercedes. So 88 is third, 29 your new fourth place car, and the 8 car has slipped to fifth.
I suspect that is a direct result of that near miss in traffic that we saw where the two Haribo cars got blocked, because the 29, as you had rightly said, was closing on those two. That was probably the only chance he needed, and he was able to make it work.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair assumption, Jim, and the 88 car is now being given some breathing space to an extent in terms of near rivals around it. It's maybe can now start to concentrate on getting closer to the BMW, but it's got quite a bit of ground to make up, considering we've only had 3 and a bit laps. The leaders are still incredibly close though, and the number 9 Mercedes having to go around the outside of one of the 1 Series BMWs there, doing that successfully and keeping the gap back to the number 18 BMW relatively comfortable. Then it's the third place Mercedes, also still being caught by that 29 HTP Motorsport Mercedes, and there's a massive gap between.
He's on fire, isn't he, the 29? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
It's fine. No. It's exciting stuff, Jim. Exciting stuff. There is the Falcon Tyres Porsche comes down pit road. The Dumbrek, Hensler, Raginger and Imperatori Porsche
This obviously too early to be a scheduled stop, but it may well be because when you all get to the scheduled stops, they're all going to be wanting to stop at the same time, that they've decided to get the car out of the schedule and almost deliberately fuel it early, and then he'll be able to run a little bit later. When we get to the end of the first hour, when everybody will be expecting to come in, they won't all be coming in together. So it may be tactical, and we were talking about how you can play the tactical card earlier. That may be a tactical move from the Falcon Tyres Porsche number 44.
Have to wait until we get official word from the team, but there seems to be some word that 911 may have been involved in a crash at Hoa Acht. So that we'll have to wait, obviously, until we get official word, but that is what is being circulated at this point.
Hoa Acht being the right-hander at the top of the hill out of the carousel. There's a fast right-left kink as you climb out of the Caracciola carousel, and then at the top there, so pretty high up on the circuit, Hoa Acht is the right-hander about 15 k's into the lap distance. I noticed one of the Haribo Mercedes there being pretty cruel on the Manta, giving it a good old shove as they headed towards the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix Strecker. Clearly the Mercedes wanted to get through there a little quicker than what is, let's face it, a high-performance Opel Manta these days, but the Manta left with a dented bumper on the rear left corner and red paint going up into the air as well. The front of the Mercedes still looked relatively pristine, though. That was either the 88 or the 8. I couldn't tell from the brief glimpse I got of it. Anyway, still 9 from 18 at the head of the order. Very close fight, though, for 5th position now, as the number 22 Graf Westbrook Katzberg Paltela BMW from Rowe Racing is now trying to unsettle the number 8 Mercedes with the green door mirrors, trying to unsettle that into some kind of a mistake. Not forthcoming right yet, but there may be an opportunity to overtake, perhaps into Tiergarten at the end of the Dottinger Her. Half an hour done then, and we only have 23 and a half hours to go, therefore.
Been a rough lap and a half for the number 8 car. First he lost the position to the number 29. Now he's fallen into the clutches of the 22. Did you say Klaus Graf was behind the wheel, or we aren't sure?
We had Graf for a little while, showing up on the screen, and then I'm not sure because all the names disappeared. But Klaus Graf certainly one of the drivers in that car. It could also be Richard Westbrook, Nicky Katzberg, or Marcus Paltela. But whoever's pedalling it is pedalling it very quickly indeed and catching the number 8 at a fair rate of knots. This is through the very quick portion of track now, working their way towards Schwalbenschwanz.
And this is going to be a 4-car battle here very shortly, because Frank Stippler, who is in the number 5 car, I saw him on the grid in the car, so we can be sure that it's Frank in the car at this point. And the number 30, the Baumann, Muck and Jaeger car, are closing in on these two as they head through the carousel. So this should be the 8, 22, 5, and 30 very shortly.
Hearing more about the 911 crash, by the way. Nick Tandy was at the wheel, being reported as okay, but it sounds like quite a big shunt for the 911 car on the opening lap, we presume, or maybe the second lap, and the car has now been pulled to the right side of the barrier. Therefore, there's no need for yellow flags to be displayed. But it's been a sorry weekend for the 911 car, crashing in the top 30 qualifying, and now very, very early on in the race, although as Paul quite rightly says, the car could be returned to the pits via the roads, the interior roads at this Nurburgring place, which is like a maze when you head out there. I know the circuit pretty well. What I don't know is all the arterial routes to try and get you to different parts of the circuit. We went exploring yesterday, and I'm glad I was with you 3, because I wouldn't have been able to get home, frankly. Right, Klaus Graf in the 22, so we knew that. In the 18, it is Jörg Müller, which makes sense to start the German in the second place car. Car 23 is the other Rowe Racing BMW, isn't it? And we're putting Dirk Werner at the wheel of the 23 BMW. And in the 100 car, which is the Schubert Motorsport BMW, it's Martin Tomczyk starting that.
Jörg Müller, one of the drivers who gave BMW its last victory here at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in 2010, teamed with Uwe Altzen, Pedro Lamy, and Augusto Farfus.
So now the car's hit Schwalbe and Schwanz. Oh, a big wiggle there actually from Klaus Graf as he applied the power in the row racing BMW. Are all the tyres inflated on that 22 car? Looks okay as it heads through the right-hand kink onto the Dottinger Höhe, but there was a big old wiggle through Schwalbe and Schwanz, and that is also a moment, isn't it? So whether all the tyres aren't inflated on the...
Yeah, in fact...
That's tyre rub, I think,
Yeah,
Jim.
a lot of black-blue smoke coming off the left rear tyre of the 22 car, and he has dropped back now probably a full second behind the number 8 car, and he was right on his tailpipe before he started to have that problem. So he may have a tire rub, a suspension, a spring rate issue, something.
Leaders
haven't changed.
No, they haven't changed, but they're still very close to one another, 0.9 of a second. So Jürg Müller, unsurprisingly, sticking with the race leader very tidily indeed, 0.9 of a second. Then it's nearly another 9 seconds back to the 88 Mercedes in third position. Fourth place is the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, and the gap between third and fourth is 3.4 seconds. Then it's the 8 car in fifth. The 22 Klaus Graf BMW is in sixth position, and that 22 Beamer did not pit. So clearly Klaus is happy to push on, even though we did see some tyre smoke from the rear left corner. Frank Stippler on board the number 5 Phoenix Audi is 7th. Car 30 is in 8th place, car 30 being the other HTP Motorsport Mercedes. And then Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of the number 2 Audi is 9th. 10th position for car 4, which is one of many Black Falcon Mercedes here this weekend. That's the white one with the SAF sponsorship, SAP sponsorship rather. So into the Dunlop, just before the Dunlop hairpin is the BMW. They're much further around the lap than that, in fact, and heading towards the chicane. So through the right-hand kink at Advanbogen, and then into the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix Strecke. They'll head round what is a very tight left-hander. It's virtually a hairpin, which then leads them onto the Hatzenbach, and the 100 Schubert BMW having a ding-dong fight with, I think, one of the WRT Audis. No, it's the Phoenix car and the WRT machine behind. Go ahead, it's the 6 Audi tucked in behind the 912, are they not? So 4 cars absolutely together.
4 cars nose to tail, and then we've got yet another battle further back, or ahead of this group, which is one of the Audis and another Mercedes nose to tail. Couldn't catch numbers there as they just showed a quick shot, but it's the 912 chased by the 6, chased by the 1, chased by the number 100. So it's Porsche, 2 Audis, and a BMW.
And the massive loser in all that was the 100 car, driven by Martin Tomczyk, crossed the line right by us in 13th position, now finds himself 16th. Because getting by the 912 Porsche, as you say, the number 6 Audi run by Phoenix, and the number 1 Lawrence Vanthoor, Chris Mies, Nico Müller, Pierre Caffer car. And I did write down who was in the number 1 car, which has made a lot of ground. It's Chris Mies. Bear in mind that car started 22nd, and it's now in 16th position.
Can I say it? Can I please say it?
You can say it, Jim.
Tomczyk!
Ah, yes. Let's get very excited about Martin Tomczyk, who has gone, well, significantly back on the Grand Prix Strecke there. To say, losing 3 places in quick succession, and that's just by the process of getting slightly offline, and the other Audis played a canny game there of sticking with the Porsche and just didn't allow the Beamer to get back into line, a typical NASCAR move.
Word from BMW Motorsports, the rain that we have been expecting has arrived. We're starting to see rain at Ehrenberg all the way down through Adenauer Forest. So it's going to start to get damp out there on the Nordschleife. The number 3 Porsche has also come into the pits out of 46th position. That's the Ablin, Schmitz, Heusmann, and Seidler car. The Friccadelli entry, one of the Friccadelli cars.
And this is where, particularly for this car and also for the number 44 Falcon tyres Porsche, which has already made an early stop, where changing weather conditions is not really what they want, because it's got a full tank of fuel and they don't want to start coming into the pits at this point. And so if it is starting to rain, you've got to make a call. Is it going to start? Is it going to stop? Is it only going to be in that part of the circuit? If not, if it is going to continue and if it is going to be around the rest of the circuit, you need to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Everybody coming into the pits at the end of this lap is going to mean absolute chaos down here beneath us, and I'm afraid absolute chaos for my lap chart. So if I go quiet for a little bit, it'll be because I'm chewing the end off my pencil.
Well, there's no doubt that it is raining. The racetrack is fully wet. Onboard pictures showing that wipers are on the 88 car, as the leaders here are the first to reach the wet track conditions. That battle of four that we saw earlier, the 912 has lost a position to the 6 car. So it's now 6, 912, 1. And in that group.
Yeah, so are we putting the 6 ahead of the 912? Yes, we are.
Yep.
That's great work from the helicopter pilot and cameraman on board to focus in on the numbers. And so it's the number 1 from the 912, 6 car tucked in behind, and the 100 car kind of watching it all unfold. That might be the best place to be, actually, at the back of behind 3 other cars, and you can adjust your line according to what they do.
They are definitely tiptoeing as they head through, go over the Adenauer Forest Bridge and make their way toward the Lauda Bend and then Bergwerk, as now the 912 a little slow coming off the corner, and the number 1 car had a look-see, but thought better of it as the 912 under power was able to pull away. 35 car in traffic. Also, it'll be interesting to see as we pick up some of the other cars as they get later in the lap just how far this rain has spread around the Nordschleife.
Mid-engined Audis look to be able to lay their power down a bit better than the Porsche with its rear engine out of that tight right-hander at the Adenauer Bridge, though, and begin the ascent towards Bergwerk and onto the carousel. So those 4 cars entirely together for 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th positions. This is lap 5, by the way. We started this lap with the leaders separated by just under a second, Paul.
Fastest lap of the race so far, and I don't think that's going to be beaten for a wee while, particularly if there's rain coming down, by Hubert Hout. 8 minutes 19.563. That, needless to say, was the second lap of the race before the traffic kind of started. And as I say, if rain coming down, that will probably remain at least for a good time.
It's dry at the carousel now.
Is it?
It
right,
is dry at the carousel. So the rain has not reached the carousel. It's basically from Arenberg through to Bergwerk, and then it is dry through the carousel.
And this is where the drivers themselves are going to have to be the ones making the call, because the guys in the pit lane just don't have enough information as to how wet it is out there. As somebody said, you've got to look down at the ground rather than up at the sky sometimes to make decisions about which tyres to have on, and that's what's going to be going on. I don't see them yet suggesting that they will be going on to wet or even intermediate tyres. We'll see what happens at the end of the lap, but I don't think it's right yet to change.
Interesting driver reaction from Team Radio, tweeted out by by Audi Sport. Rain, 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 full wets. Well, not all the way around the racetrack.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? When this circuit covers such a massive footprint, that you're going to have it throwing it down on certain bits and then bone dry the rest. My thanks to Martin Haven, who's just been at the back of the Aston Martin lounge to provide a sort of landscape view of what weather is coming, and it's very black immediately above us. The distance looks brighter, I have to say, but that's the weather that tends to come our way from the back of our lounge. Paul?
Down in the pit lane beneath me, I can see the Black Falcon team looked like they were getting ready. Ben Schneider, I can see walking across the pit lane, going towards the back of the garage. He didn't quite look as if he was about to get in the car. So I just wonder whether there's a little bit of call my bluff going on there on the Twitter feed from Audi and from Black Falcon by saying, okay, well, let's stand in the pit lane and get people to think that's what we're going to do. But I mean, this is maybe I called it wrong earlier in the pre-show race in the countdown to green when I said there's no strategy. This is where strategy and tactics comes in as you start to play the mind games with the competition.
The leading Mercedes has now pulled out a much bigger lead in traffic and much bigger lead as they were the first ones to reach the wet part. Again, Johnny said that Martin provided us with a great panoramic view from out the back of our Aston Martin suite here on the front straightaway, and this looks like a small isolated shower. Yes, it's very dark above us, but this looks like a very isolated shower. There are clear skies behind these clouds, so being a little bit of an amateur meteorologist here, very amateur I might add, this might only be a short isolated shower in that part of the racetrack, and that just means, this is like you said, this is when the drivers really earn their keep, and now we see cars peeling off and heading into the pits, so some drivers have elected to make the change.
Well, not the first 8. The first 8 have all gone through without coming into the pits. The only one that's come in thus far, number 30, the only one of the top 10 who's made the call to come in and change. That's the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, number 30, which I think we had Baumann at the wheel of, has come into the pits.
Yep. Just got to look at the 911 onboard. And what happened was Nick Tandy took too much curb on the right, went off on driver's left, and smacked the guardrail. So no telling how much damage there was to that car. Word from the team was he was out under his own power and okay, but we'll have to wait and see just what's going on. And now it really begins, fellas, as it is just teeming down, and 3 cars have gone off into the gravel trap. A 4th car has come in and bounced off the guardrail. A 5th car has come in now into...
It's the Calibra.
Yeah, the Calibra.
Calibra did a good job of getting out of the gravel, actually, and didn't collect the guardrail. So where is this, then? Is this Arenberg? Down at the right hand, just before the bridge?
Yeah, it's the gravel trap at Arenberg.
And
that's
the 201 car with suspension failure front left. That's one of the TCR cars, I think, and it was joined by the Golf. So it's that car that goes on first, and at unabated speed rips off the front left wheel, and it's followed there by the Subaru, which is one of the V cars. BMW off in the background, the 115. BMW also claimed as a victim, and actually it got away pretty well. There's the other TCR car, which is a Golf, car 204, and clanged the side of the Seat as it hauled itself out of the gravel. Calibra driver, though, full marks, managed to get the right-hand lock on, but there are more coming in, I'm afraid, and that's quite a big hit there for one of the Caymans. 2 more to join it as well. So the Armco at Arenberg getting a right old pummeling. Double waved yellows being frantically waved by the marshals, but it's actually really difficult to see those yellow flags because they're behind some Armco overlap. So they're about 10 feet behind the main piece of Armco. You're just not looking there. You're seeing cars off in the gravel and thinking, am I heading that way? Yes, it looks so.
And more cars going off. It was our TCR leader and our TCR second place that went off together. It is so wet that the cars are just hydroplaning off on driver's right. There's a big mud patch. If they get into that, it's an all skate. There is absolutely no traction on the racetrack. It is raining as hard as I've seen in a long, long time right there. Just absolutely teeming down.
And all of a sudden, that decision by the HTP Mercedes looks pretty wise, doesn't it? It's on its way again, by the way, that Mercedes, the number 30 car. Dirk Baumann, remember, the one who came into the pits at the end of the lap that they're currently on. And as I was saying, that was the... perhaps may have been the clever call, because certainly at Arenberg we don't know quite how far it extends, but
oh my heavens,
the rain originally was reported.
That's the 18 car. The 18 car has gone off in the same spot on driver's right.
Where's the leader? The Haribo Mercedes number 88 in 3rd position has got through,
tiptoeing through,
as has the HTP Motorsport Mercedes in 4th position. Where did the leader go, though? Leader, I think, is through, but the BMW all over the grass. The problem is that people are starting to lose it before Arenberg and actually at Schwedenkreuz, which is after Flugplatz. They're on the grass, and it's through the left-hand kink before you get to Arenberg.
And it's a downhill run, and so when you start to aquaplane, there's no stopping the car. The brakes are on full lock, and you just keep going down the hill and into the Armco.
And that is the first really tight corner that you get, having come down through the fast sweeping corners of Flugplatz, and then coming down, as you say, down the hill. That's a very tight corner. What I'm being told, Johnny, is that it is a code 60 there. They have got a code 60 in place, double wave yellows and code 60, but they just can't see the flags because of all the spray and mud that's being kicked up by them. So very difficult for everybody down there, and as we're now just waiting to see how far this rain is going to extend around the circuit.
And another good example of a car getting way off the track on the grass, and good luck stopping it there, because it's going to go through a water splash now and find the asphalt and the grippy stuff finally. But
they can code 60 all they want, but if they're aquaplaning when they get to the code 60, there's not going to be any slowing down.
Well, you should just draw the code 60 back to the next post or the next one before that.
Yes.
But it's tricky. It's double wave yellows certainly on the post at Arenberg, and I would imagine 3 or 4 posts before that as well. But it's all depends on whether you've seen the flags and can react in time.
16 car did come to the pits. I wanted to get that in.
Concern from Bernd Schneider, by the way, and that's another HTP Motorsport car. So that's the one that pitted, I think, the 30 car, which is off onto the grass and returns, thankfully, before the turning point at Arenberg. That's a nice little bit of car control from the 30 car, which turns right now at Arenberg. Is the rain starting to ease there, I wonder? Not sure. As the spray is lessening, but that's because there's no cars going through there right now.
They have moved the double yellows up, but there is so much trash on the racetrack from cars that have gone off, and it's just absolute. You can see the water running down inside the curbing. It's a downhill section of the racetrack, as Martin points out, which is pretty much flat out before you get to this area. So if it is dry, and you're in that area, then yeah, you start to slow down for the double yellow, but you might not get it slowed down quick enough.
Main issue is actually aquaplaning through that left-hand kink where the front tyres just don't grip at all. You put the usual amount of steering lock into that left-hander, but the car skates off to the right into the barrier. That then puts you on even more sodden grass, and it's very tricky to head then down towards Arenberg, which is the right-hander.
Red flag. The race has been red flagged. At 4:19:54, red flag is now the 6 car has also gone off. Just saw an onboard shot of that. The number 6 Audi, Haas, Rene Rast, Winkelhaken, Stippler. Frank Stippler starting the race. He just went off the racetrack into the gravel trap. So this has really turned into quite a mess. Just a little under an hour into the running of this race, as we see now the 310, or is that the 319? That's the 319 BMW and the 82 Porsche.
And I'm hearing from Graham Goodwin that the number 6 Audi has stopped or is off the circuit. And
the number 1 car has stopped.
There are other cars involved. So they were the ones running around together for 13th position, if you remember. The 912, the 100, the number 1 and the number 6. If one of those has gone off, I guarantee all 4 of them will have gone off because they were totally together.
Now, Paul, this may be a stupid question, but have these cars, because of the red flag, stopped where they are out on the circuit? They're not going to come back to the pit lane?
No, I mean, the regulations bring them back onto, not into the pit lane, but onto the start-finish line, so they don't have to stop where they are. However, if marshals are telling them the road is blocked, there's no room for you to come through, then the best thing to do is just stop where you are and await the marshal's instruction.
Okay, because the 1 car was obviously on the racetrack still, but it was stopped.
Yeah, but that may well be as a result either of the track being blocked or of the drivers being told to stop.
So the thing that kicked all this off was clearly the rain. One of the first cars into the barrier, and heavily so, was the TCR leader at the time, joined very quickly by the second-placed TCR car. So Seat, first of all, clanging the barrier and sadly ripping off the front left wheel, so significantly damaged for that. And that was the only car that then remained in the gravel, as far as I could tell, down at Arenberg. Although plenty of others joined it briefly, they were able to haul themselves out. a Porsche just
That's the
slipping
82.
by.
That's the 82 car coming through very hot and backed in, and then luckily went behind the 201, or that would have been a huge accident, as 82 was up on two wheels, and there was just enough space for him to sneak through behind the stricken 201 car. I'm counting, and we're already up to 15 cars as we're seeing some replays of what happened. There have to be at least 25 cars that have gone off here in this incident, as I've lost count at this point. And I was up to 25 when I lost count.
Easily done. I mean, there are many, many cars that will carry scars from this incident, probably to the flag tomorrow at Uppers 3 if they can get up and running. The other TCR car, there's only 3 TCR cars in this, by the way, and it was very nearly claimed by the Arenberg gravel as well, but that pilot kept it to the inside, went all over the grass on the inside of the right-hander, but managed to get it back onto the black stuff and carry on in the race. Of course, all we're doing is focusing in on this one corner. There's no telling what might have happened on other corners nearby, just where there is a camera to be able to pick up all this footage.
Shaggy Jim story for you. 1982 SCCA runoffs at Road Atlanta. Top of the, if you've been to Road Atlanta, you go up the top of the hill in the double right-hand turn. The GT1 field, which at the time was the equivalent of the American Trans Am Series, the entire field saved 2 cars, literally into the woods. The entire field saved 2 cars.
Wow.
A situation just like this.
Yeah.
Once they got on the grass, there was no stopping them.
And it becomes a domino effect in that everyone behind can't react in time. They may be blinded by traffic. They may be far more concentrated on getting the car out of the barrier than looking out for flags. And once you're on slippery mud or ice like asphalt, there is no coming back from that.
Great job by the 88 car to tiptoe his way through that carnage.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
And that is the best bet, really, to just get on the brakes as early as you can, but then you have to keep your eye trained on the rearview mirror to make sure no one else is coming hammering through and is about to slam into the back of you on the approach. But that Seat was turning right. I assure you the driver was turning right, but the car said, no way, I'm going straight on, there is no grip here. And the gravel, because it is so wet, didn't do a great job in slowing that car before it hit the barrier at Arenberg. And there is now, 15, maybe 20 odd cars all parked up on the approach to a track blockage, I would suggest.
17 I was able to count.
Yeah. And they've all been stopped by the marshals, haven't they, in order not to carry on?
Yeah, I think, Johnny, that's going down towards the Adenauer Bridge. And actually, Martin is just showing us actually before where I thought it was. It's actually in the Adenauer Forest up at the top before they start going back downhill again.
There's a huge group. Sorry to interrupt, Paul. There's a huge group at Adenauer Forest, which is the group that if you're able to see the live stream, we're looking at from the helicopter. They just released a huge group from Hoacht. They had another group over by Wimperman and Hoacht. And they've just released that group, so they should be making their way to the pits. So this is obviously, and it looks like, I'm trying to see if there's any damage. So there's 2 cars that are parked 45 degrees on the racetrack, but it doesn't look like there's any damage to those cars. So I suspect that the marshals just stopped them there so that they don't get down into that carnage that we're seeing down at the right-hander at Arenberg.
So elsewhere around the circuit, where it's dry, we have red flags, obviously, with the race being stopped, but it's far, far safer for those cars to head around the latter portion of the circuit. So much.
That's the right-hander that takes you down into Adenauer Forest, I believe, and look at all of the
it's silt,
wash that's silt.
Dirt,
Thank you. That's come across the racetrack,
being washed away from the spectator banks, being washed away from the grass sides of the track and across like a river, which almost gives you the impression that the track is frosting up. It's covered in snow. You don't often see a racetrack like that, but that is rivers of dirt and silt being across.
And that's actually a river going across the racetrack.
I mean, this will be...
And then down the inside of the of the hill.
When we all went to the carousel yesterday and got caught in a massive downpour and a thunderstorm, thankfully we were welcomed into a nearby tent and given absolutely no beer at all. But it did result in a lot of that mud and river-like gunk being brought down towards the carousel, and my trainers were ruined, frankly.
Yeah.
So that's what we've got at the moment, and it's going to be tricky to race on that in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a feature of the hilly circuit. You know, you've got clay under the soil, and then you get, because of the hills, you get rivers forming. I just wanted to correct myself. I said that the cars have to come onto the start-finish line under red flag conditions. I hope people have read them regulations better than I have, because in fact when the red signal is given, the requirement is that the cars proceed back to the pits. No overtaking, but there is no part ferme rules under these conditions. So you head back to the pits, work may be carried out on the cars, and the clerk of the course and the steward of the meeting will then agree on a procedure for restarting the event. So what we saw 3 or 4 years ago when we had to stop the race because of rain was a situation where we restarted behind the safety car, and away we went. But this situation is, as I say, for those who are in the race, they can get back to the pit lane and work on the car. Jim?
That, gentlemen, is not silt. That's hail. That is hail. That is unbelievable. It looks, it might as well be snow. And that is why they've stopped the cars where they are, because it is so slippery out there because of the hail. That is unbelievable. That hail is so thick you could shovel it.
And let's remind ourselves that ground temperature is not freezing. Track temperature far from freezing, but the skies are that cold that these hard pieces of ice effectively have fallen onto the track and have plunged the track temperature down to close to zero, and it's actually surviving on the track. So there are plenty of guys in cars there, bizarrely just rocking the driver door back and forth because they're warm in the cars. They're fanning themselves with the driver door, but underfoot the track is freezing.
Yeah. Martin Haven will be right at home at this, being the voice of most of the ice sports.
Yeah.
Luge, bobsled.
Yeah, the problem is
right up your Strasse there.
The problem is we're trying to do bobsleighing in cars uphill. Doesn't really work quite as well. And
I've never. I saw the pictures from Silverstone of the snow. I have never in my life, in 40 years of covering car racing, seen a race stop because of hail that thick. That's unbelievable.
Some of the drivers out and on the asphalt now, gingerly walking uphill, but bear in mind that some of those race boots have very slippery soles indeed, and they'll have to gingerly walk up that hail-covered tarmac to other people that are caught up in that incident, and just sort of having a conversation going, can you believe this? Can you understand how this is this happening? The race leader, by the way, has made it back to the pits, Jim, so we were wondering where the number 9 car had gone. It is going to be in the restart, and it doesn't seem to have collided with a barrier just yet, Paul.
No, it's in the pit lane receiving fuel. They've put it up onto the jacks and are going to be putting a new set of tyres on it. It looks for all the world like they're in a rush, and of course with red flag conditions there's no need to rush, but I suppose it's really just a matter of being prepared. So Bernd Schneider is standing down there. He's scheduled to drive the other Mercedes, not the number 9 car. He's one of the scheduled drivers of the number 4, which hasn't made it back to the pits yet. But the number 9 then is there in position, although interestingly the position markers on it are 05, so it kind of suggests that car was in 5th place when it made it back into the pit lane.
So 5 laps completed, certainly 5 by the race leader, and that was the point that the heavens opened. The red flag was displayed because of an awful lot of race cars wrecked or badly damaged down at Arenberg, and now we have this bizarre situation where there is ice on a portion of the Nordschleife joined by muddy rivers as some of this rain works its way now through the water table, effectively washing clay onto the track. But the pit lane is a hive of activity. It is bone dry, well, dry-ish, compared to what we have elsewhere on the circuit. And this is a time for the drivers and teams to reflect and set their cars up for us getting going, hopefully in the near future, Jim.
We have word from race control at least 90 minutes to get back underway. So
Maybe
given
not
that,
in the near
it's
future,
time
then.
for me to take my leave and let Joe Bradley do some of the filling.
That is cruel. That is cruel. But, well, welcome on board, Joe. You can run me through various anecdotes about possibly running a Formula Ford in the past and winning a race in... Yeah, I've got some great stories, I know. You once won a Monoposto race in a Class C Formula Ford. Bring it on, because we've not got a lot else to talk about right now. He's one in the snow as well. I can't wait to get Joe on mic here, and we can talk about him running a touring car team.
I won a trophy at Felton in a 100 national kart in the snow.
Did you?
Yes.
Where's Felton?
Very similar at Northumberland.
Oh, yeah.
In England.
Your
our
part of the world.
Listeners. Well,
I can see, just to commentate on what's going on before you start chattering, which I'm encouraging you to do, by the way, Joe. But you've got an hour and a half in which to do so. Just looking down though on the Black Falcon garages, which we do get a very good view of from up here. Adam Christodoulou has brought the number 4 car back home, the Black Falcon Mercedes, and is standing there, hands on hips, and he's now kind of talking with his hands, and you know how you kind of sliding around, he says, over the hill, turned right, and then the heavens opened, he says. At least that's me reading his hand signals, and so we'll possibly be able to get Adam up here at some point. Bert Schneider is being interviewed by the local TV crew down again beneath me, but if there is going to be a delay, then what you were saying a moment ago, Johnny, an opportunity for them to set the cars up, perhaps appropriate for the conditions, not just in terms of putting wet tyres on them, but softening off roll bars and all that kind of thing. Effectively, a new race start to be taken.
Do Michelin or Dunlop bring tyres with tungsten tips in them?
I was really watching that with fear. I know you guys were talking about having the tyres on at the right time, and tyres for the majority. We had 2/3 of the circuit that was dry and 1/3 of the circuit that was very, very wet. And I was thinking, you know what? No, you can't do that, because you can't drive a race car on slicks with that amount of water. And what we've seen, we've got TV shots now of Hill bouncing off the track, huge amounts of size of
golf balls, you were going to say. A bit smaller than golf balls.
Just slightly smaller than golf balls.
About the size of Maltesers, I'd say.
I'm the same as Jim. I've never been part of a race that's been stopped by snow. We had a little snow shower, like I say, during a kart race.
You went into Silverstone in 1975.
You know what, Paul? The pictures that we were seeing of those cars just being spat off at Arenberg reminded me so much of Club Corner in 1975 at the British Grand Prix. I wasn't there, but I was certainly watching on TV. Hale's still coming down, and I think we're up at Exmule and Versil and towards Bergwerk. That's now the weather has moved towards
that's Brunchen, isn't it? Yeah.
So it's moving east. It's hit across the northern areas of the circuit. Now we've gone from across to the east, from Bergwerk, across the carousel, over Horacht, and the easternmost part of the circuit is Brunchen. And you can see we're getting pictures of people sheltering from the hail. Who would have thought it? But I was very, very worried, and I've got to say I wasn't surprised to see those cars just spearing off. Very fast section of track from the Flugplatz down through Schwedenkreuz, and then you've got the left-hand, sweeping left-hander into the braking area for Arenberg. The cars are already leaning to the right. The car's still unbalanced as you're trying to get onto the brakes, and you try and stay off the brakes until the car comes back to you, kind of thing, before the right-hander. So it's a kind of a last-minute thing, but when you're met by torrential rain and rivers of water, the front splitters of the car, you could see were forming a wake. They were almost like boats. The amount of water they were pushing in front of them. And that it was an inevitability that we had this red flag being brought out for such atrocious conditions. And this is not the first time the 24 hours has been red flagged for weather.
No, far from it. Far from it. There's been fog, there's been heavy rain. I'm not sure whether we've had hail before, but of course, Saturday morning at the Silverstone World Endurance Championship meeting was affected by snow, and Free Practice 3 more or less a non-event because of that, but that wasn't freezing snow. And Graham Goodwin has just passed by to say that he was at a GT meeting at Silverstone somewhere between 94 and 96 when the race meeting was effectively halted because of hail as well. So it can happen, and shelter being gathered now by, well, any instrument you can lay your hands on, including the odd camping chair. I saw a very sorry state with a guy who'd clearly just lit his indoor barbecue, a kind of portable barbecue, put some sausages on it, and then the whole thing had been covered in rainwater, so he was binning it. Giving up on that fact, sadly.
You mentioned our little day out, our outing,
yesterday,
our team building afternoon
to the inside of the carousel.
To the inside of the carousel, it was kind of like sort of a mountaineering course as well as in parts of it. But George, our host up there, who we got to know very well, was saying at the Nurburgring you do see 4 seasons in one day.
Yep.
And that's the drive in here this morning. We were saying, what a beautiful morning, clear blue skies, absolutely not one single cloud in the sky. We had heat, sunshine and heat, like poolside somewhere on the Med would have suited the weather this morning. And then slowly the clouds have come in. We did not expect to see this amount of rain, though, surely. That wasn't forecast.
I mean, storms were forecast.
Right.
Whether they were quite forecast as hail or not, I don't know. But certainly storms were forecast. And, I mean, just going back to what the weather was earlier, we got up to 20 degrees, and they were suggesting that because of the temperature increase, that was then leading to the risk of thunderstorms and thunder and lightning, but as you say, with the being up fairly high in the Eifel Mountains here, to get hail as well is really makes it completely undrivable, and all credit to the organisers to get the race stopped as quickly as they have done. And as I say, we just need now to sit it out, I suspect, and then we'll get underway. Hopefully, he said optimistic, if that is the end of it, then we'll be able to get underway again, and the race will be able to flow, because of course the worst thing, not only from us talking about it, but also from the teams, they've been preparing for this, they've been gearing themselves up to it, they've got the race underway, and then you're getting up to the point where you start to think about your first set of pit stops, and this happens, so everything kind of the whole flow is interrupted. So I think what would be very nice is if we can get it underway again. I just read a message through from Martin Pass, the Audi press officer, that the number 1 Audi, one of the reasons it hasn't got back yet is that it's stuck on the hill, that the road surface is so slippery, the car is just spinning its wheels. They can't get it up the hill.
Well, that was my concern, you see, because they're caught on such an incline that these are cars very, very powerful, they're on slick tyres, and they're just going to spin and spin and spin. The guys were then getting out on foot, but because their racing boots will offer very little grip as well, I was bothered that they were going to slide around just as much as they were in the cars. They were just getting out for a bit of a chat, I think, and say, hey mate, have you ever been in a race with a load of hail and ice on the ground?
I think people who have raced at the Nurburgring on the Nordschleife, that'll be familiar ground.
Where are you in class, by the way? Not a clue.
Unbelievable to see people out in the forests and the spectators, some of them bare-chested.
Yeah, particularly so in these weather conditions.
Yes, because it was sunshine just a moment ago. I'm not sure, Paul, you mentioned there that the teams will probably resort to some setup changes to suit the weather. Unless, of course, the weather forecast is to have consistent rain, then those, the softer roll bars, the different damper settings, it's gonna wreck your tyres really on a dry track, really. So that's why I love being a commentator on a race like this when the weather's like that. There's nothing better.
You don't have to make the decisions now. Given that we've got, I think somebody said it was a 90-minute, next information will be coming through at 6 p.m, and it is currently 20 to 5, so an hour and 20 minutes before we get our next information. You're more of a team manager than I am, Joe, but my reaction would be, say, let's just leave it for 3/4 of an hour, and we'll see what the weather forecast says in 3/4 of an hour, because there's no point in doing anything now, because it's going to change over the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So don't do anything for 3/4 of an hour, then take a view.
Absolutely, Paul. That's exactly what you would do, and then it's going to change some more. Even when you have to go out, you've got to be prepared for everything, I suppose. And yeah, I've been part of racing when it's been a wet dry sort of day, and I think you've got to gear up for that coming to the Nurburgring.
I tell you what, it could be good news for Johnny. The 911 Porsche had its crash.
Yes.
They put it on a flatbed. If they can get it back to the pit lane now, we are not under part ferme conditions. The teams can work on the cars. So you are allowed to work on the car, and they could get the car back out on the track for the restart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that is
Great
good
point.
news. Yeah.
Because the problem is they're quite short on hours of sleep as it is, because that crew stayed up, I believe, till 7 o'clock this morning, and then the 912 crews ran the 911 car along with their own car in warm-up this morning. But yes, having had a crash with Nick Tandy on board early doors in this race, the car will be back with Manthey now, and hopefully they can continue that work and actually not be losing any time at all in the race. The Nordschleife crews, by the way, the track crews, are working hard now trying to shore up and repair the barrier down at Arenberg and any other bit of Armco which has been heavily panel beaten by several cars clanging into it. There are one or two smiles still to be found, by the way, down in the pit lane. Some Bentley drivers sauntering around. I noticed that the Lant Motorsport crew as well, there was a little bit of comical conversation being had between Mike Rockenfeller and Timo Scheider. One thing I have noticed, actually, just peering out of the window and looking at flags, is that the wind has really picked up. I don't remember being quite as blustery this morning as it was, and therefore the weather system hopefully will blow through quicker than a more still day. We still have, by the way, cars stranded out on circuit which may need to be towed back. One of them, I believe, is the green Black Falcon Mercedes. That looks suspiciously like it anyway, just up ahead.
And that's
one of the Glickenhaus
that's
cars.
definitely a Glickenhaus.
You don't get any points for spotting that.
Paul, where is Mullenbach?
I don't know.
Don't say the Nurburgring. Because I'll tell you why you're trying to find it, because I've been trying to find it on my app. Got friends out in Mullenbach, and it's still dry there.
Okay, Mullenbach I thought was south of the circuit. It's on the south. It's not on the racetrack. It's the old southern part of the circuit. So I think Mullenbach is a campsite to the south of where the old Südschleife used to be.
Right, so pretty much the Grand Prix track then.
Even south of that.
More, yeah.
The Grand Prix track's tiddly compared to the old Südschleife.
This weather has gone across the northern part of this circuit, hasn't it? From Arenberg straight across towards and across the Carousel, Horacht, Flansgarten, and everything south of the entrance onto the Dottinger Hall has seemingly remained relatively dry and in reasonable weather. For instance, the pit straight just in front of our vantage point here in the Aston Martin lounge has remained dry, and we've seen no rain up here on the start finish at all during this period. And what I was going to say just before I stop, the 90 minutes, remember, it's not just about the weather. We were having to do quite a considerable amount of barrier repairs and barrier checks, because those barriers have done a sterling work down at Arenberg. The cars were just firing into them in quite a rate, quite an impact there, and causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah, the Armco badly dented, but more concerned about the struts behind it, which keep the Armco at a vertical position. So they were driving wooden stakes in behind the Armco to strengthen it up, and some of those struts may need to be replaced as well. So you might see a digger or similar bit of kit heading down there to help pile drive some of those new pieces in. It is certainly raining on the pit lane or the start-finish line at the moment, and Joe, you were suggesting the weather's come in then from the west and is working its way east. That would tie in with the direction that we peer out of the Aston Martin suite here on the main straight, looking in a westerly direction, and the dark clouds were followed by some lighter cloud, and the race is delayed till 6 p.m, or at least the decision on what happens next is delayed till 6 p.m, isn't it?
Exactly so. The other thing to say, though, is that the clock itself continues to count. 24-hour races generally careful what I say, don't last longer than 24 hours. In other words, time lost is genuinely lost. You don't get it added on. So that's an unfortunate thing, but people have things to do after the race. So at the moment, the information is that further information will follow, and as soon as obviously that reaches us, we'll let you know what it is. But for the moment, the countdown of the 24 hours continues to tick down. We've had therefore an hour and 17 minutes of the race, 5 laps completed.
Yeah, yes, unfortunately, but that's just the way that the weather has played out so far. And if you're checking timing screens, by the way, don't assume that just because a car hasn't returned to the pits yet, it's out of the race, because as we've said, several are stranded out on the circuit and are awaiting assistance because of the track conditions, the ice, the hailstones. Just means that certain cars aren't able to get the required locomotion to power them up the hill and then through the remaining portion of the lap. A number of hardy souls remain in the grandstands, most of that grandstand covered though by the large roof up above, but the wind is that strong that some of that rain will be blowing right in the faces of those spectators. Quite a bit of the Mercedes-Benz stand though is open, and sensibly people staying away from the open seating at the Mercedes-Benz arena, but it'll be a little while before we get news on the plan for the next portion of the race. Now I've just been handed some notes as far as how we stand right now. 9 of the top 30 have been accounted for. 9 of the top 30. That's slightly worrying.
Only 9.
A third of them. That's okay. So we're missing 21 cars somewhere.
Yeah,
but we know that there are cars that are stuck. So I don't think that's...
Well, I can probably tell you who those cars are. We've still got a gaggle of cars stuck out at Adenau and being held just before Mexfeld. Whether that is due to them just being unable to move because of snow.
There's quite a lot of that. 60 plus cars still out on the racetrack somewhere.
Well, there you have it. I can't even make that out. There's so many cars in one small area of the track
and
on this
app.
Which bit of
that is which bit of circuit?
That's from Adenau up to Mexfeld.
Okay, Metzgersfeld and then
Metzgersfeld
on
to Callenhard.
Callenhard.
So they're right in the middle between Callenhard and the Adenau Forest. And looking round the circuit, that is the only area where we are seeing cars being held, other than in fact I haven't got any cars showing in the pits, so surely we haven't got the whole field around there.
No, there are a lot.
We've got 10. Well, looking at the timing screens, Johnny, we've got cars accounted for, like we said, 9 out of the top 10.
Race leader made it back, certainly. Yeah. The 18 BMW went off at Arenberg and actually went to driver's right all over the grass, and Jörg Müller did a good job of getting that Schubert BMW back onto the asphalt and then return it to the pits. The 88 Mercedes, which is the Aribo-backed car, driven by Maxi Goertz, I believe we put in the 88 car, has made it back, as has the number 29 HTP Motorsport Mercedes. There is a question mark regarding the 22 BMW of Klaus Graf, Richard Westbrook, Nicky Katzberg and Marcus Palteler. Klaus Graf was driving that on the opening stint. Frank Stippler got the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi back to the pits on its Dunlop tyres. The 8 Aribo Mercedes has also returned to the pit lane, as has the number 4 Mercedes run by Black Falcon. The number 2 Audi has got back, that's the WRT Audi. And the 30 Mercedes, well, that had a tyre change, one of very, very few in the top 30 that made a stop, changed tyres, and then on its outlap had a very scary moment on the run down towards Arenberg and through Schwedenkreuz. The car returned to the track, but hasn't yet returned to the pits. Then there is a bit of mystery surrounding, well, 11th position all the way down to pretty much 30th place. Paul.
Yeah, and of course, whilst I was saying how clever HTP had been by getting that car into the pits and onto its wet tyres, Dominic Baumann actually now doesn't kind of get the benefit of being clever, because as and when he does get the car back to the pit lane, it's not part ferme conditions. They are allowed to work on the cars, so they will be able to put wet tyres on everybody's car. So, all he has in effect done has just been to fall back, because he went into the pits while everybody else has stayed out, and then the red flag came out. So that's one of the things that you try and make a smart decision, and sometimes it backfires on you. And I think probably, although in the grand scheme of things it won't make a huge heap of difference, it has left the number 30 car at a disadvantage which it wouldn't have had he stayed out.
Yes, although he did hit the barrier even on wet tyres.
Yeah, well, quite. I mean, it just shows just how bad the conditions were. So, regardless of whether you're on wets or dries, you were still sliding all over the place. And I think that's further evidence, if it were needed, that the decision to stop the race was the right one. If it was drivable on wets but not on slicks, then at least the race director could say, well, look, it was your decision to stay out. But given that it made no difference, then, if this is true that, for example, the cars just can't even get up the hill because it's wheel spin because of the conditions, then absolutely, what else could they do but stop the race?
The rain has arrived on the start-finish straight, just over Paul's shoulder. It's now pouring down on the Grand Prix Strecker,
but not
part
hailing.
of this circuit.
Not hailing, is it?
Hang on. Not like Martin to want to say something. Martin?
This is Martin Haven, by the way. I thought he was about to take over from you.
No.
He's only just sat down.
Oh, no, I'm just going to let you guys die a death. I'm doing the Jim Roller. I'm not picking this one up yet. However, I was just out on the balcony. I was wandering down to go to the press room to go and chat to the Porsche press guys to figure out what was going to happen. And I bumped into Earl Bamber coming out of the hospitality suite 4 doors down. I said, what's the deal with the car? And he said, oh, mate, it's not good. And, he hadn't seen so I told him what had happened with Nick Tandy, how he crashed and so on. He said, oh, jeez. And I said, well, how badly damaged is it? And he said, I don't really know. At that moment, up pops Nick Tandy, and he said, oh, mate, it's all over, I'm really sorry. I said, you haven't seen any pictures of anything. You haven't talked to anybody about anything, have you? You have no idea what's going on. And so Bambi was saying to me, OK, so how bad is it? He said, well, it's broken a drive shaft, so I couldn't get back to the pits, but it's got 4 wheels on it, and so Earl's off down the stairs like a rabbit going, mate, we've got 90 minutes of free spanner work before they even think about starting this. We could build an entire car from a car. And so he's off to get the team to rebuild 911 to try and get it back out there. So Nick Tandy came in like with his tail between his legs and properly slumped, going, oh, I can't believe I've done this. And Earl was the same, going, oh, mate, we're out, it's all over, see you in Le Mans, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly, oh, hang on a minute, how bad is it? OK, no, it sounds like it should be fixable. So now Bambi's off to light a fire under the team to try and get the car back into the race. He said, we're only a lap down.
Yeah.
And that probably, however, that's probably not the last of the bad weather for the weekend. So, OK, they may not win it, but on the other hand, you're not going to win it if you just go, yeah, let's leave it.
Absolutely right. I don't know if they were listening to us, and that was kind of where it came from. But I did say to you a few minutes ago, Johnny, that there was an opportunity here for the 911 car to get themselves back into the race and not lose too much time. So Martin has merely confirmed a conversation that he's had with the, I won't call them horses' mouths because they're Le Mans winners, but with members of the team that are recognising the same opportunity. And of course, Manthey are past masters at being able to rescue things, and we'll say it's not all over for that 911 Porsche by any means. If they can get it fixed, they will be allowed to restart.
Do we have any idea how many laps it's dropped?
It's done 1 lap. The rest of them done 5, so it is 4 laps behind, which is why I held up 4 fingers. And Martin was a little bit optimistic to say they were only a lap behind. But
so it is going to. Well, I would imagine if the 4 wheels were on the car as we saw and as Nick Tandy's reported, so that doesn't sound like a massive job, and the car is already back because I would imagine Nick came back with the car on the recovery truck, so that's doable. So that car's going to restart this race when everyone else does.
Is that what you're saying, Joe?
We appear
Your money's on the fact that it will start again.
I think so. Unless it's had some major structural damage. I mean, even if the drive shaft's poked a hole in the gearbox, or it's damaged the diff or something, we can change a diff and a gearbox on that car. We are now seeing the cars being shuffled out of the Adenauer Forest and are making their way very slowly around the circuit, very slowly indeed, and just getting them back to the pit area is obviously the objective. The snow has melted, the hail has melted, and we've just got a very wet circuit now, but the sight, I can't convey the sight of that white track.
The Michael Crum, Lucas Ordonez, Kazuki Hishino and Alex Buncombe Nissan is now heading up the hill, by the way, and it is being guided with the other cars in front of it back to the pit lane. So clock continues to tick, as we've said. We've had nearly an hour and a half of the race, much glancing up of screens down in busy garages in the start-finish straight, and the cars, presumably, when we come to the restart, will be formed up in a grid according to the order at 5 laps, with the number 9 car on pole position and the number 18 alongside. So we'll have exactly the same front row, or will they wind it back a lap, do you think, Paul?
As far as I know, they'll go from 5 laps, but it's not written in stone in the regulations. It's basically a decision of the race director and the stewards to decide how they're going to restart it. What we saw here, I'm trying to think how long ago it was when we had the race stopped for rain. It was in 2013. What happened then was that they effectively restarted the race behind the safety car, and it was as if we just had a period of 9 hours or so running behind the safety car. So my guess would be they will do something similar and start the cars behind the safety car. We'll have a new rolling start, and what we'll have to wait and see is whether they decide to split the field into groups again, or whether we get all 100 and however many cars, 150 something cars, all starting together, or whether we'll split them into groups. But as I say, when the decisions are made and we get informed of what's happening, we'll let you know.
I'll tell you what we didn't do, chaps, at the start of this race. We didn't go through our team and get everyone's prediction for the overall race winner. So that gives us, we've got plenty of time to work through that one now.
That's true.
I'm going to start things off. I've been saying all week that I really fancy a BMW for the win. Don't know why.
Not for your road car?
No. I drive a Mercedes, but I'm going to step outside the family.
Wow.
And say I'd like to see a BMW M6 take the overall win. I'm not going to go for the obvious one, which is currently in second place, because that would be too obvious. I'm going to go for the number 100, which is the Edwards, Klingman, Lohr and Tomczyk entry. So, Johnny,
well,
where's your prediction going to go?
I mentioned this on Midweek Motorsports on Wednesday night, where we broadcasted live from the Aston Martin lounge. I think if you continue to go with the same car over and over and over again in a prediction, eventually you're going to get it right. So, having predicted that this car would win at the Dubai 24 hours, I'm going to go with the number 28 Audi, the Monteplast Lant Motorsports Audi, just because I like its colour scheme, effectively, and also I think its driver lineup. I've been a big fan of Conor De Filippi when he came through Formula Fords. I think he won the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone and then continued success in America. Mark Basseng has often been considered a true expert around the Nordschleife. Mark Rockefeller and Timo Scheider have been Audi drivers at works level in all sorts of different things at Le Mans and in DTM as well. So it's a quartet that stood out to me as being a pretty good lineup, although they didn't qualify well, and I think the 28 car is one yet to return to the pit, so I'm not even sure whether it will take the restart. You never know.
Yeah, so you're going for 28. I'm going for 100. Yeah, well, that's what it's all about. It's a 24-hour race. Anything can happen. Paul, your prediction. Now, you do predictions, don't you, Paul?
Normally at the start of the race.
Yes.
You could predict it's going to hail during the race.
to be honest, it will spoil it if I do. I mean...
What, you mean you've seen enough now to know which way this is going to be tomorrow afternoon?
No. Completely the opposite.
All right.
What I mean is it will spoil the race for me if I'm thinking at the back of my mind, I said the BMW would win, or I said the Audi would win, or I said the Mercedes.
You don't win anything, Paul.
It's not a matter of winning anything. It's just there's a thought in the back of my mind, and because I've been thinking about who's going to win since the end of the top 30 qualifying, and it is so open. I mean, there's any one of 4 Mercedes, there's any one of 4 Audis, and there's any one of maybe 4 BMWs, and then there's 2 Porsches. Now, obviously, the 911 Porsche is the least likely of that group to win, purely because it's got a 4-lap deficit. But they are all so strong. Jim's been telling us throughout that he just fancies an underdog, and I'm saying, well, there aren't any underdogs really, because they're all equally unlikely to win. So I'm thinking to myself, well, as long as we have a good race, and at the moment we're failing in that score, but as long as we have a good race and we have a close race where the driver input is crucial to it, so it's not as if one car is obviously clearly better than all the others and anybody could have driven it round and won the race. And the very nature of GT3 racing is that it's not decided by which is the fastest car. It's decided by how the drivers drive it and whether they stay out of trouble and whether they keep the car mechanically sound and all that kind of thing. And I think that's what's going to happen. I can't see us having a runaway winner. I'm biting my tongue because I have to say the Mercedes look the strongest.
Yeah,
and I think it is certainly, although the Audis have a strong package, I just think that the Mercedes package is a very strong one. But I honestly, I don't know. I mean, as Jim said at the top of the show, there's the plucky Brits, there's the Aston Martins and the Bentleys, both of which have some very strong cars and strong driver lineups. They may not quite have the ultimate pace that the Mercedes, Audis, Porsches and BMWs have, but they're going to be there, and if they can keep out of trouble and keep the bonnet down and keep refueling it, then there's no reason why either an Aston Martin or a Bentley shouldn't win this race either.
I agree with you, Paul. It is a very open race. I mean, my prediction's currently down in 15th and unaccounted for, so my prediction might not even be in this race anymore, and we are failing miserably in actually having a race, as we are not, quite frankly. I think we're seeing some live pictures on our TV screens of the field being brought or being allowed to progress back towards the pits. According to my app, we've got a lot of the cars now in the Brunchen area of the track and making their way very slowly round toward, and they are moving, so I think the app's up to date. So we are getting the cars back, and once, of course, we have the cars that are still out on the circuit accounted for and into the pits, we'll get an idea of who we may have lost, because there was a lot of cars in gravel traps and what have you on various parts of the track. So I think we'll have a better idea of just the state of what our field is in.
We are failing to have a race right now, but I thought that the initial stages of the race was blooming good. I don't think we were failing in terms of entertainment value before the rain hit. So I think, once we do get going again, it could be still very entertaining. And yes, the Mercedes, well, a Mercedes was out front, but it wasn't dominating, with a BMW very, very close to it. The HTP Motorsport Mercedes was the one really on the move. Now, black clouds still above the paddock area, the start-finish straight in the distance to the right.
That's to the south as well, Johnny.
There's brighter skies, but there is more rain on the way, I'd suggest.
And it's coming from the south. It's coming over from the Dunlop hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit, I believe.
No, that's
or the southwest.
That's the west, because if we are peering out to northwest from the back of the stand.
So just west of Hatzenbach is where the weather looks to be coming from, and I think if it does continue to travel northeast, we are going to. We've seen some rain already here on the start-finish straight, so it is kind of skirting past the southern part of the track.
There's also quite a thick mist which is cloaking certain bits of the track, and that's down to the cold air meeting with possibly still a warm track which retains some of the heat. And yes, this is the cars now returning back to the paddock with one of the circuit vehicles out front, making sure everyone knows where to go.
Still a lot of surface water that we can see on the track, so still nowhere near any kind of track condition changing. The ice from the hill has melted. That is a positive, and no surprise, it was a bit of a freak hailstorm that we saw earlier. It's kind of like pressing Control or Delete, isn't it? This we've kind of got things underway, and we're not happy with how things have gone. So we're going to press Control or Delete and maybe have another bash at it and start again. Hopefully, yes, we like to have a bit of weather. It mixes up the form. It adds an element of tactics. We already saw tactics being employed with regards to what Paul mentioned with regards to the early pit stops, because here at the Nurburgring for the 24 hours, we haven't just got garages shared by one or two cars. Some of the garages have got 6 and 7 cars in there. And when it comes to pit stops for fueling, you're going to have a lot of compromise and cooperation from the teams and the cars and what have you, of the people sharing the garage with you. So I thought that was great thinking there of stopping early and out of sequence with everyone else in your pit garage.
I choose your words a little more carefully than have another bash at it, by the way. I'd quite like to get through the next half an hour of the race
bashing anything.
Without bashing anything, yes. The 99 BMW's come back into the paddock on the back of a flatbed, by the way. So the 99 BMW, quite obviously being one of the SP9 cars.
That's the Z4 GT3.
From Volkenhorst Motorsport. Yeah. The number 5 car driven by Stippler, Frank Stippler, that's the Phoenix car, had 2 hits, by the way, during the rain. The rear left after the start, so actually well before the rain, and hit to the front as well during the rain chaos. So repairs began a little while ago at 4 o'clock. They were just beginning, so that 5 car also needing some work before we can go racing again.
Would have been good if it had started the repairs at 4 o'clock, because the red flag only came out at 20 past, but they're thereabouts anyway. Yeah, I mean
the 5 o'clock. This
okay, because
information is coming through an hour behind
on UK time.
Registered to UK time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is makes it perfectly understandable, Johnny. Thank you. I mean, if there is anything that is a little unfair, it is exactly that cars which have been damaged can be worked on and repaired, whereas those that have come back without any damage are just sitting there with mechanics looking at them saying, well, what are we going to do? The car works, we'll just wait till we can go racing again. So there's an element of, why should you be allowed to work on your car? We've got nothing to do on ours.
Well, that's just the look of the draw, though, Paul, isn't it?
Exactly.
Let's say that's called motor racing, isn't it?
Exactly. And there's no such thing as a perfectly fair playing field, but it does mean that there are some cars, and I just say, seeing the Black Falcon cars down beneath me, or at least one of the Mercedes AMG GT3s down beneath me. They're just putting the bonnet down. It's sitting up on its jacks, no wheels on it, just really waiting for news about what's going to happen next.
I think you're very lucky if you've got a car back in the pits and you've got nothing to do other than just have it on its stands and wait, no wheels on it. You can, give it a bit of a polish, I suppose, and like you said, you're not going to chance your arm and roll the dice on anything regarding setup. You're going to see where you're at and what you've got to contend with when this race does go ahead. And at the moment, we've got a race delay till 6 p.m. That's just about 50 minutes away, so we've got a little time to fill and speculate on what will just be the case when we do get restarted. Still very, very wet track conditions out there. We can see from the onboards from the cars returning still, and there's still a lot of cars. Most of the field now on the Dottingham Hole, so we will see those question marks disappearing from our timing screens and being filled with a nice big blue P, and then we'll find out just who we still have missing in action.
Yeah, and what it doesn't tell us, of course, is of those that are accounted for and back in the pits is how much work needs to be done on them. We had 49, very nearly 50 minutes, 49 minutes and 50 seconds of the race before the red flag was shown. So we'd had 50 minutes just about of racing. We've had already, would you believe, very nearly 50 minutes of red flag. So the race is now literally a race of two halves. We've had the half that we had racing and almost as long now under stoppage as we had of the race itself before the red flag had to be shown. And as I say, no Parc Fermé restrictions in the pit lane during the red flag and no stoppage of the clock either. So time continues to tick away in the 24 hours, and also cars are able to be worked on in the garages when the cars get back.
I'm amazed that 2 of the 3 TCR cars that crashed down at Arenberg have actually made it back. The TCR race leader was the Seat that was one of the first to go into the fence, and very, very heavily, destroying the front left corner of that car, ripping the wheel, not clean off it, but certainly a large portion of the suspension was badly damaged. Car, well, just did not turn. Driver desperately trying to haul it right, but it went straight as a die into the Armco barrier, and then thankfully that was the one car that was left in the gravel. Most of the other spinning cars avoided it. It was joined very quickly though by the second place TCR car, which was the 204 numbered Golf. So the one that we can't account for at the moment is car 201, the Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids Seat Leon TCR, driven by 3 Germans and a Spaniard. Jordi Genet, in fact, down. I did see Jordi in the pits and hadn't realised, because he wasn't part of the World Touring Car Championship grid. I wondered why he was here this weekend while driving a TCR car along with Andreas Gilden, Jürgen Wolfarth and George Niederberger. That car, if it's made it back to the garage, isn't being shown as being in the pit lane quite yet. So that means that the Golf car 204 inherits the TCR lead, which is the Racing 1 GmbH Volkswagen Golf GTI. And the other TCR car is 202, which also went off at Arenberg, and that car has made it back to the pits as well, which is the other Matilda Racing Leon. So 2 of those 3 are back. I was also just scouting through the V classes, most of which are on page 4 of the screen, but V6 is led by the 158 car during this red flag, by the way. A great stream of cars though now, Joe, about to head towards the pit lane, because what was effectively a track blockage whilst they repaired certain things, and the crews probably had to grit part of the Nordschleife in order to get rid of the ice. That long line of cars, which was queued up for over half an hour, is now working its way back into the pit lane.
We are going to have a very, very busy pit lane, and these cars have been stuck out on the circuit until they've been able to got removed or made their way back to the pits under their own steam, pretty much every single one of them. So they've been held up while conditions have improved enough, and that just shows you the atrocious conditions and the level of the atrocity of the weather here, unseen by me. We've just seen pictures being tweeted of pebble-sized, like sort of marble, playing marble-sized hailstones in the hands of spectators out there on the circuit, and it's
diamonds like you would never have dreamed of wealth.
Yes, well, you would be a very wealthy person if you had a diamond just the size of one of them. But that's how difficult it was for these. That's why we saw those cars floating off, not just on water, but actually on ice.
You know that look that your dad gave you when he told you to be home at 10 o'clock and you didn't get home until after midnight, and you're bringing his car back. Where have you been with my car? That's the look that most of these team managers are giving their drivers now.
Where have you been?
Where have you been? What have you been out there doing for that long? I can see Nicky Thiem just down beneath me, having got out of the Aston Martin, and let's say that no, I think he looks kind of. Do you know what? I've never seen anything like that before. Is as I say, the body language. I'm getting that from.
And he's Scandinavian. He's Scandinavian, Paul.
Yeah, he should be used to that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly so.
Certainly earlier in the season. But George, our host yesterday, guys, when we were out in the woods up at the carousel, he did say, be prepared to see all 4 seasons.
Well, we've had December and January now.
Yes.
Let's start looking for the bluebells to start poking through.
We had July and August this morning, so I don't know what the rest of this evening's going to have in store for us. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Let's just hope it isn't as freakish as what we've seen, and it is, in fact, relatively, normal wet conditions. The odd splash of rain always mixes it up and gives us something to talk about.
Chantel.
We're getting TV shots of our the reigning 24-hour series drivers champion, Chantel Kroll, here in a BMW with the Hofer Racing team, racing with her father. And it's Chantel who's been out on the circuit trapped in her car, just gotten back now. And I'm sure you know what the relief on people's faces, team managers and mechanics' faces, when their car does appear back in the pit lane, undamaged or relatively unscathed, considering what could have happened out there. So we are seeing a very crowded pit lane now, as the rest of the field, according to my GPS app, are with us back in the safety of the pit lane. We've got very few question marks. I can only see on 3 of our screens a question mark over the 99.
That we were told was brought back on the flatbed, Joe.
Right, so the 99's back on the flatbed. And another question mark over the 201, which is a TCR entry.
Well, that's the Seat that went into the barrier at Arenberg and was leading its class at the time. So as a result of that, now leading class TCR is the VW Golf from Racing 1, car 204.
The last of our question marks is the Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's the BMW M235 has a question mark down in 72nd place. Another 2's popped up. Car 82 and car 350. I can't tell you who 350 is first because I'm on. It's the Black Falcon. It's the Black Falcon Cayman, I'm being told, and that car was in the gravel.
Jim Glickenhaus is overseeing the return of the 702 car, I'm going to say. There is a black SCG 003C here and the yellow one. Sadly, the hybrid car, it's the 701, beg your pardon, and the 702 is the bright yellow car, but the hybrid machine didn't take the start after that was badly damaged yesterday. And more cars now being reversed into position. Of course, with the cars caught at quite a low part of the circuit and all parked up where radio frequency might be at a premium, it might have been, of course, that the teams weren't able to communicate with their driver out on the circuit, and there was probably some concern as to what condition their cars were in when they came back into an area where they could get some reception. They will have been able to radio back to the team, say, it's okay, I'm on my way now in the line of cars. Although there may have been a way to communicate back with the team via phones as well, because I'm trying to remember back now 4 years ago, do most of these cars actually carry a mobile phone just in case you get stuck somewhere out on the circuit and need to communicate with the team?
The car probably not, the driver probably yes, because the drivers do.
Shoved into a pocket in the overall somewhere.
Ask Tom Coronel.
Yeah, quite.
Apparently does.
So but I normally there would be, and because the dips, and the problem I've had around here is that the mobile phone signal isn't very strong.
Full stop.
Because the mountains get in the way of the radio signal, and that's the problem with radio connectivity as well. So we'll see how they get on. But it's certainly a trying time for them.
Jim Roller has kindly given me a full list of the class leaders at this point. The aim for the rest of the RadioLeMans.com broadcast is to give you the even class numbers on the hour, and then the odd class numbers on the half hour, I believe. I think that's the way we're doing it. So, but as we haven't given you any of those yet, let's give you the list of the class leaders as we stand. SP8T, which is for turbocharged cars. That's what the T stands for. Car 48 leads that right now, the Schulze Motorsport Nissan GT-R. And SP40 is car number 96, which is the Audi TT-RS Team S Pace Racing, currently at the head of that. SP6, car 82, which is the Prospect Performance Porsche Cayman Pro 4, 61st overall, but it is out front as far as SP6 is concerned. We know the VW Golf is leading Class TCR. SP8 has at the front of it number 42, the Aston Martin Vantage GT8 from the Aston Martin Test Centre. It's in 57th overall, but leads Class SP8. SP10 only has 4 cars in it. It's all for GT4 machines, and a Porsche Cayman Pro 4 leads that in 59th position. That's car 79. Class V6, which is for the highest powered series production cars, so you need to have an engine over 3000cc to be in this class, and car 158, which is the Porsche 911 of Aesthetic Racing, leads that. Dr. Stein Tveiten, Oscar Sandberg and Yannick Fubrich are the driver lineup for Aesthetic Racing. Class V2T, which is the smaller engined turbo-powered series production cars. 4 cars in the class. We've got a VW Sirocco, a Renault Megane, an Opel Astra, and another Sirocco, in fact. And the car that leads it is a Sirocco, car 175 from Matilda Racing Team Pistonheads. SP2T is led by a Hyundai i30 with a 1.6 turbocharged engine. Car 133, therefore, is out front of SP2T. And in Class V4, which is for, again, production cars with between 2,000 and 2,500 cc's, there are 6 cars in that class, and that class is headed by a BMW E90 in 120th overall. So you're looking out for car 141, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport car leading V4. There are only 3 SPX cars here this weekend, and it's a Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 003 that leads it in 19th position, though, so it's on the first page of our screen. Car 702 rather, which leads the class, and both of the Glickenhaus cars, the remaining Glickenhaus cars, have made it back to the pit lane. SP7 is headed by car 67. That's an exclusive Porsche Cup class, 911 GT3 Cup class, and it's headed by car 67. SP3T has at the front of it number 104, the Audi TT-RS that started at the front of Group 2 from LMS Engineering in 53rd overall. Into the categories that are labelled as Cup classifications, we have Cup 1 for the Opel Astras, Cup 3 for the Porsche Caymans, and Cup 5 for the BMW M235i's. Cup 1 is headed by car 251. Cup 3 has at the front of it 355 Mulliner Motorsport Cayman, and Cup 5 has the 305 Bonk Motorsport M235i out front in 71st overall. The alternative technology class, so alternatively fueled machines, winning that at the moment, car 112, which is the Porsche Cayman from Care for Climate. SP3 has the Opel Manta leading it. Well, it took pole position in that class, did the 122 car, and has stayed out front despite the chaos around it. Class V5, which is for series production cars between 2.5 and 3 litres, led by 151, a Porsche Cayman from Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports. And Class V3, which is also for series production, but for 1750 to 2 litre engine cars, that's a Renault Clio RS Cup car, which leads that, car number 119. So that's how we stand after 5 laps completed by the race leader. We're under red flag conditions, though, nearly 2 hours into the 44th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We're driven by Aston Martin for our 10th time at this event, the 2016 version of it, and it's Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell comfortably reclining in the Aston Martin suite. Don't want to mention this to all the spectators caught up in the rain, but this box is air conditioned.
Whilst watching the rain fall outside onto the start-finish straight. They talk about local knowledge. I think this place needs local knowledge more than anywhere else, and a team that has plenty of local knowledge is the Fricadelli team, and I'm just getting some information from Right Turn Lover that car had actually been in and gone on to wets and unfortunately didn't really feel any advantage from that because of what happened next.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing happened to the HTP Motorsport Mercedes as well. Went on to wets, made the right call, but still got held up, and in effect merely lost position for the restart as and when we get the restart, assuming that it is a restart and that the 5 laps that we have on the board currently remain on the board, although it may be that they go back to the positions at 4 laps. But I'll keep. I don't know what they'll do. As I say, there's no specification in the regulation for what they'll do. It's merely what the race director decides. What I was going to say, there was something else I was going to pick up on what you were just saying there, Joe, and it's now gone from my mind, I'm afraid. As Johnny was saying, we've now been under red flag conditions for longer than we were actually racing for, and everybody really just hanging around now waiting for an idea of when we're going to get the restart underway. I wouldn't think it will be too long. I would think that it will be a case of waiting until the barrier repairs are complete, and then we'll be able to get going, I would imagine, if once those barriers are repaired, fairly quickly. I remember what I was going to say is that according to the screen here that I'm getting from the organisers, there's 147 cars in the pits out of the 157 that started, which is actually not too bad, because that means that there's only 10 that aren't, and so therefore we've in effect only lost 10 cars. And if that is, I mean, there may be some of them that are in the pits more ready to go than others, but it means that of everybody who got stuck out there, we've got all but 10 of them are now back.
Yeah, and you know what, Paul, we could have lost 100 cars there so easily, and that's what I feared when I saw that. Right Turn Lover tells us that I was asking the question, have we ever had a race here stopped for snow? It comes as no surprise. The first VLN race this year was cancelled because of snow.
Absolutely.
It's a bit different starting in bright sunshine and 20 degree plus weather and then having snow stop the race. That's a new one for me and perhaps pretty much everyone having seen that. The official line is race delayed till 6. That's just over half an hour away, and that, I would think, is the next point that the race organisers will make a decision. So hopefully the decision at 6 p.m. will be that we have repaired the barriers, the track is ready, and we can get this race back underway.
Yes, Grant Goodwin from dailysportscar.com has just passed me a note, and you are probably as well placed as any, Joe, to comment on this, and that is that certain teams are reporting that their first gear and clutch may have come under quite a lot of pressure as a result of trying to get the cars back up to speed and back onto the back into the pit lane, and that might mean that there's some extra gearbox or clutch wear which they wouldn't be expecting. And how much work do you do? And of course, some of those cars that have been out there for the best part of an hour have only just got back, haven't got as much time to work on the cars.
That's a very good point, Paul. It all depends on the car, and certainly the highly strung GT3 cars in the field. That's probably why they were unable to get any traction on the very slippery track because of the hail, is because they have very snappy clutches. And it's, race cars are not made to go slowly, so they don't like going slowly. And very, very tricky to get you've got to rev them really, really high, and the clutch just comes in. And so that's probably been one of the major reasons. But who's to say what kind of loadings you've put on the car whilst trickling back, riding the... hopefully they haven't been silly enough to be riding the clutch all the way back.
RadioLeMans.com, live from the Aston Martin Lounge. We're 2 hours into the race. We're under red flag conditions, I'm sad to say, and much work taking place on the pit lane apron. We will be back very, very shortly, though, with Joe Bradley, Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell live on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring, 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So, the 44th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of Nurburgring. This track was billed by Jackie Stewart as the Green Hell. We could call it, for the moment, the Green Hail, I suppose. Hey, that wasn't my joke, but nevertheless, it was probably worth uttering briefly. It's 2 hours into the 24-hour race, and didn't expect to see this scene with lots of cars, but they're unfortunately out on the apron being worked on by many of the teams. Those are the cars that have returned to the pit lane. We had concern about an awful lot of them stranded out towards Arenberg and just after that point of the circuit as well, where, believe it or not, it's been hailing, and that hail then froze to the track surface. So we had pretty much ice on that surface, and through the uphill sections, trying to lumber a GT3 car on full slick tyres up that hill proved an impossibility, and therefore cars were stranded out on track. Thankfully, most of those did come back in a steady stream once things had heated up a little bit, but something that I've never experienced at a racetrack before. And as we kick-start this portion of the circuit, Paul Truswell to my left, we had a question from Miami Phil not so long ago to say that does the clock still running during the red flag period affect driver time, particularly as we had drivers in cars out on the track? Was that eating into, therefore, their designated period in the car?
No. I think it would be highly unfair if, having told the drivers to wait out on the circuit and then brought them back into the pits to tell them they were disqualified. No. However, the point is well made. It is a sensible question. To the extent that pit time in this series does count towards your driving time. So if you're doing a double stint, then the time you spend in the pit is part of the stint. In other categories, most notably the WEC, the time you spend in the pits is deducted from your stint driving time. So if you drive for 2 hours but come in and make a pit stop in the middle, and that pit stop is deducted from the time. However, at the Nurburgring 24 hours, the pit time is included in your driving time. However, under red flag conditions, obviously there's nothing you can do about it, so it's not considered as being driving time.
Thank you for that.
Otherwise, I just say that the limit is a 3-hour driving stint is the most you're allowed to do, and having done any driving at all, you have to take a 2-hour break, which I think is the bit that you have to be a little bit careful of. If you do have a break, as I say, you then have to have a 2-hour break.
We did have a couple of cars, though, done for not respecting the speed limit in the pit lane, cars 104 and 146. And those messages came through at 4:30-ish local time, which was before the red flag, wasn't it? Yeah, thank you for that. So car 104, just to stay on top of who these cars are, the LMS Engineering SP3T Audi TT RS2, and car 146, which is the team with no name, the Porsche Cayman S, driven by 4 Argentinians. And by the way, I think a slip of my tongue turned the Pro Sport team into the Prospect team, but quite rightly pointed out by one of our many RadioLeMond.com listeners to correct that to Pro Sport. I think I just about got all the other information correctly done. Now, the 911 Porsche, which was crashed by Nick Damon, is only just returned.
By who? Nick Damon.
Nick Tandy, sorry. He does have a habit of crashing cars. He does have a habit of crashing cars and motorcycles, doesn't he?
It does roll off the tongue. Crash, Nick Damon in the same sentence is easy to say.
I was sort of shocked there because Martin Haven came in and discussed about how he'd had a chat with Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber about the car could still be fixed, or it might be only the drive shafts that are gone. I hadn't realised the car wasn't back yet.
I thought that Nick Tandy had come back with the recovery truck. It's not. Damon. We've now got pictures of the 911 numbered Porsche of Nick Tandy on the back of a recovery truck, still out on the circuit. That looks like the Plantsgarten, I think. Hard to see because the fog's coming in now.
Yeah.
Now, Jackie Stewart says his greatest ever Grand Prix victory was here in 1968 in the fog. The sort of fog where you wouldn't run for a week until it cleared.
With those very nice Dunlop tyres that he had that year, wasn't it?
To stop spoiling it, it's all the romance of the drive. And hey, Paul, you know what? seen footage of that race, you couldn't actually see 100 metres in front of you. Now add in 160 miles an hour, and you are driving into whiteout.
Not taking anything at all away from Jackie Stewart and that drive in 1968. It was memorable. I wasn't here for it, but I did read Jenks's report of it in Motorsport afterwards, and I've still got that magazine. However, let's go back to Nick Tandy and the 911 Porsche, because on the flatbed it didn't actually look that badly damaged. There didn't seem to be very much bodywork damage, and if it has broken a drive shaft, then provided the gearbox is okay, then I can see no reason why they shouldn't be able to get that repaired. We're still being told that the race is delayed until 6 p.m, which is a mere half an hour away, and I would imagine that we're going to get a further update on that fairly shortly, just to tell us whether that is a decision that's going to be made at 6 p.m, or whether there is going to be an actual race start at 6 p.m, because I think if they're going to do a race start at 6 p.m, restart at 6 p.m, they need to get underway pretty quickly.
Have you got your little satellite weather forecaster app open, Paul? It'd be interesting to see what the satellite is telling us with regards to any further storm cells of like what we've what's that? Here we go. Jim's just come in. All I can see is big yellow bits and big green bits. What does that mean, Jim?
That's where we are.
So we're on so that big yellow bit has passed across us, and where is that one coming? So are we seeing?
37 minutes ago. So.
Right, so 37 minutes ago, that was in the southwest of where we are, and it's travelling northeast. So there's more that big yellow. There's more rain coming, and that looked very similar to the one that's just passed over us. So, ladies and gentlemen, listeners, everyone, we have forecast a very similar weather conditions. So, Paul, we may take a decision on that. I'm sure the race control have got satellite weather forecasting equipment. Jim Roller's got it on his phone, so I'm sure that, you know, if you've got it on your phone, I'm sure they've got. Surely they've got a bit better than that. Maybe not.
Well, your app is only as good as the forecast, I suppose, and if it's all fed by a very similar amount of data, then. But weather is unpredictable. That's part of weather, I suppose.
Racing's unpredictable.
Yes.
Weather and racing.
And when you combine the two, then where on earth do you stand at the end of all that?
Did I ever tell you about making history in a monoposto race because of the weather?
I think you might have done a few times, but I don't think the RadioLeMond.com audience has necessarily heard it.
Oh, I think they have.
Lean back, get yourself a cup of tea or coffee, and listen to Joe Bradley waxing lyrical about a monoposto race. Where was it again?
Well, it was a monoposto race, right?
Started, folks.
We were at Snetterton.
Yes.
And we were in Class C, which was basically Formula Ford Z-Tex. I was running Martin Byford in the car, because with a driver like Martin Byford, 2007 Clio Cup champion, Class B, Formula 3 champion, and a very, very good driver. Mm-hmm. And I was running a team of students from Gateshead College's motorsport course. And it was all part of the learning process. And basically, Martin Byford, you put Martin Byford in a car, you know that car is going as quickly as that car can go. So, you know, it's all about the preparation, the setup, etc., etc. So we go out and we're in Class C, and we're on Class C pole by 3.5 seconds. But ahead of us, about 10 or 12 of the runners ahead of us are Class B Formula 3. Or I should say former Formula 3 cars. Yeah. So you've got big, heavily powered aero single-seaters, and we're in a Formula 4 Z-Tech on slicks, no aero, basically bog-standard Formula 4 regulated Z-Tech. And down comes there was an accident, brought out the red flag. So we're in Parc Fermé, we're not allowed to do anything with the car, and it starts to rain. So we're allowed to change the tyres. So it starts to rain, so we change the tyres onto wets. And then the rain stops, and the sun comes out, and the track dries, and everyone around us goes on to dries. So we put our car on the dries. And then we're still waiting for some barrier repairs, and it's about 30 minutes delay now. And then it starts to rain again, another little storm cell. So it starts to rain again. So we put the car back on the wets. And then the sun comes out, and everyone around us puts the car on the dry. So we put our car on the dry tyres. Then the rains came. So by now, Martin and I, who are the only people allowed in Parc Fermé, are wrecked because we've got sweat, coming off our brows. We've jacked the car up. We've changed 4 tyres. We're not allowed to have any of our crew in the parc fermé. So it's an inspired tyre choice came next. So we're now...
That wasn't me telling you to shut up, by the way. This is brilliant stuff. So
oh, really?
on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'll carry on. Pour yourself another tea. So we're on wets. It's dried up. The sun's come out. Everyone around us has gone on to dries. But there's a big black cloud that I see just about to come back across. The delay's coming to a finish. We're getting the word, right, lads, start your engines, get your drivers in. And everyone's on wets. They're now changing onto dries. But I'm thinking, look at that black cloud. So I says to Martin, mate, I says, we can go on to dries, but if that black cloud comes, we're on wets, ready for it. I said, and you know what? If it doesn't come and it stays dry, all we're going to do, you're 3.5 seconds on the pole in the class. You are going to win the class, and all we're going to do is wreck a set of wets.
Yeah.
And hopefully you'll have enough tyres and it'll not be through to the threadbare by the time you finish. However, if it rains, we could win this thing overall. Byford's eyes lit up. He had no challenge in Class C. He was 3.5 seconds quicker than anyone else. No challenge. But now we've got a challenge. He's thinking we're going to win this outright, the overall race. Not just a class win. Green flag lap. Down it comes. Absolute torrent. Lines up on the grid. I'm thinking, don't delay the start. Don't delay the start. Don't. Lights come on. We're off. It is absolutely soaking wet. He went from something like, 15th, came through on the first lap in 3rd. And out of Russell, the tight left-hander at Russell, you can see all of these single-seaters with the slicks and wings and slithering and sideways, and they just couldn't get the traction. Martin, in our little Formula 4, comes blasting past 3rd place. In the lead on lap 2, by about 7 or 8 laps, we're in the lead, it's starting to dry, and the tyres are beginning to go away from us, but he's pulled up such a lead that now we've got the Formula 3 cars that are in this monoposto race catching us, but didn't have enough time. Won the race overall. First time ever a Class C car has won a monoposto race overall. Bit of history there.
By the way, the 24-hour race has been restarted, and we've been going for about half an hour, by the way. So let's give you an update on the order. Fantastic.
Well, you did ask.
Yeah, I did. And I knew I was going to get a stonking anecdote out of you. I have heard that story before, several times. But it gets more convoluted and more extreme every time I hear it.
Never let the truth go in the way of a good tale.
Thank you to Stephen Kilby of dailysportscar.com, by the way, who's been to speak to Marco Seefried about the restart scenario, the protocol for the restart. Let me get my words correct. And he says it's Marco Seefried and Jurig, and he's been to speak to both those people and has said that the gaps between the cars will be nullified at the restart. Well, I kind of knew that. My question was whether the cars will be restarted behind the safety car. The answer is yes, but they won't be in a grid formation as such. It sounds like they're going to be in single file. They'll be in the running order as of a specific lap, and Marco Seefried believes it's lap 4, so we are going to wind it back a lap, according to Marco Seefried, that is, and they will restart the race again in the same manner.
Pretty standard red flag regulations, that, Johnny. The results stand from the previous lap. Ask Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost about the 1984 Monaco Grand Prix, when Alain Prost came across to the start-finish straight to the red flag and stopped at the feet of the flag marshal on the red flag. Ayrton Senna came through and overtook him across the actual line. Everybody, of course, thought that Ayrton Senna had won his first Grand Prix. It wasn't, because when the red flag comes out, you take the results from the previous lap. And that's what we're going to see. And it's always going to be single file restart off a red flag.
I was going to use Giancarlo Fisichella winning the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Please do, Paul. Tell us all about that.
No, there's plenty of examples. But, in effect, what we will have is a restart behind the safety car, and it will be as if the safety car has been out for this length of time and they've had one very long lap. Inevitably, there have been people who have gained and people who have lost as a result of it. But as you've been saying, Joe, that's a bit of the luck of the draw and the way things pan out in this kind of thing. However, having heard talk from various people and been reporting all kinds of hearsay, we can now hear from somebody who does know. David King has joined us, as no Nurburgring 24 hours would be complete without a report from David King. You knew the rain was coming, David, but did you know it was coming quite as badly as this?
Well, that's interesting. We were watching from the balcony. We had the best radar we could, and it looked like a storm was just going to skirt the north of the track, and that's what it did. But it dumped a hell of a lot of hail on a small part of the circuit. 2 minutes before it all kicked off, I said I think we're going to miss it. But luckily for us, we got all our cars back unscathed. And
did you get them back quickly, or did it take? Were you in that kind of 45-minute delayed group?
Well, both the GT3s, the 007 and 27, only returned to the pit lane nearly an hour after the race was stopped. So 007, you probably saw on the pictures, was completely stranded in the hailstorm and didn't have enough traction to get up the hill. So remarkable, really. But we're just happy that we got through that unscathed.
And are the cars okay? There was suggestions that perhaps in trying to get them up the hill, there might be some clutch wear or.
No, I think we're fine. I think Nicky Tim just kissed a barrier in the 007, but it's all fine. They've just checked the wheel alignment, and it's completely ready to go again. And
have you spoken to Nicky about it? I mean, okay. No. So I was going to say, what was he saying about it?
So I was listening to Darren Turner because he was in our 42 GT8 for the start.
Right. Yeah.
He knew it was raining. He said he'd go another lap on the slicks. Because so much of the circuit was dry, and then he called us just after Fuchsruhe saying it's really, really wet. It's really wet. It's going to take a long time to get this back. But I think he just missed the carnage and brought the car back safely for us.
Yeah, so he got through Arenberg before everybody started falling off, or before the rain started falling at Arenberg. So effectively, it wasn't that everybody was falling off all of a sudden at Arenberg. It was that the rain suddenly arrived, but Darren had already got through.
He got through. It was raining hard when he got through, but it was before the real bad bit.
Yeah.
And then they said he was limping back at 20-30 kilometres per hour, really struggling to keep the car on the track for a while. So.
And, I mean, as I say, you haven't spoken to Nicky, you may not be able to answer the question, but it must be, he must have been, I don't know whether he was cold or wet, or because we saw some of the drivers getting out of their cars. What do? You kick your heels for 45 minutes out on the racetrack. You sort of think, most race drivers don't spend that length of time out on a racetrack just sitting around. Do they get the picnic blanket out? I suppose the Astons do have a picnic blanket in the back, don't they?
I think we took it out to save some weight, actually. So... I'm sure the Bentleys have still got one.
Were you able to communicate to your drivers, though, that it was particularly bad down at Arenberg? I mean, how much do you pay attention to race footage and then judge your messaging to the drivers to educate them?
It's got better because we can obviously track them fairly accurately on the GPS now, so you try not to waste time giving a message that's irrelevant, but if you know they're coming into a section and you can identify the bit of the track, then yes, we do. So we relayed. Darren was... in a different part of the track to the GT3, so we relayed his message, but whether it helped or not, I'm not sure.
Because the marshals were doing a really good job in, double, if they could even help it, triple waved yellows to say, guys, you've got to slow down, because everyone is piling off the circuit, but the amount of spray meant that they just couldn't see those flags. And actually, I thought the problem was at Arenberg. It was at the left-hand kink before that, which they were understeering off into the barrier. And then when you're on the grass, you're done for.
And because that's really fast, that left-hand kink. So if you're approaching that and suddenly it's wet, you've not got a lot of scope for slowing down very much before you have to turn the tight right.
And then, of course, there's the cars that have already ended up in the gravel that you need to avoid when you're out of control as it is. It was a nightmare situation.
It was really difficult. I feel sorry for anybody that's suffered car damage because of that can't necessarily get it fixed.
Yeah, but it just proves, I suppose, just how difficult this thing is to win. And it can often be a race of attrition in the early stages. Well, this year, even more so. The Porsche, the 911 that Nick Tandy was driving at the start of the race, is trying its best to get back to the pit lane, but now it's having to deal with regular circuit traffic, which I don't think they'd necessarily accounted for. So, and there's a lot of people here, David. This is a popular event. That's going to be tricky to get it back into the paddock.
The one that crashed in qualifying as well, wasn't it? Yeah, it's not its weekend, is it?
No. And the team were up till, I think, 7 o'clock this morning repairing it. They did get some sleep because the sister cars team ran both cars in warm-up this morning just so that the 911 boys could get their head down, but more work for them to do. Okay, so we go for a restart behind a safety car, single file, and you just have to wipe this portion of the race away from your mind, I suppose, and we push on.
Indeed, I mean, but there's going to be more of this, isn't there? There's, so let's just hope. I mean, to be caught out with everybody on slicks is I guess quite unusual to get such dramatic rain. So hopefully we won't face the same situation again, even though it's going to be wet.
But you must have encountered, with lightning here as well now, you must have encountered several occasions where you have a weather system moving across the track and it affects one corner of it, first of all, so you still need to run with a slick tyre.
Yeah.
But then there must be a point where the rain becomes more dominant around the circuit, and then you think about...
Yeah, and that's about... part of it's luck about where you are on the circuit, part of it's making the right tyre call. But in this particular case, it was so localised and it was so heavy and intense. It was quite. I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but this is my 11th race here, and I've never seen it do quite that.
Still enjoying it though?
Love it. It's like my Christmas every year. I love it.
Question for you, because as memory serves, and I won't necessarily be able to remember them all as well as you have done, but isn't this the first time that you've had a driver of Darren's calibre in the GT4 class car? And can you tell us about why that's come about and how helpful or...
It's not quite, actually. You may recall that Darren did the race in a GT4 car in 3 or 4 years ago, was his debut race here.
Okay.
And he raced in one of our GT4s for the experience.
Right. Okay.
But in this case...
Was that the year that the race got stopped when it rained?
No, it wasn't. It was the year before.
Year before that, 2012. Okay.
But no, Darren is, as well as being an AMR Works driver, he's now working directly for Aston Martin Lagonda as well, helping with road car development, and he's helped a lot with the Vulcan. So he's much closer to the factory in all senses, and he's been involved in the GT8 development for the road car, and it just made sense to have him give a bit of professional experience in the car.
Because it was interesting talking to Peter Kate about it. He was... say very complimentary. He was also impressed with the way that Darren could move the car in the sense of develop it, get the setup right, and that just made it easier for everybody else to drive. It wasn't necessarily quicker, he said, but it was just a much more comfortable and easier car to drive, which is obviously a good thing from your point of view, or from your driver's points of view.
Yeah, it's worked very well. The only downside is that Darren's priority is his 007 GT3, so we can't count on many more stints from him. He got us through the difficult opening stint, but Peter Kate will take the restart, and hopefully Darren will be fully occupied getting a good result in the GT3.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy with the way the car's been going so far. I mean, it may not be the fastest thing out there, but as we've been saying throughout, this is not a race necessarily that's going to be won by the fastest car out there.
It's so difficult to judge. With only 2 cars in the race against the multiple German sports cars, it makes sense just to hang back a little bit at the start. I mean, if we were to try and get in that top 5 pace right now, it would be too high risk. I mean, we got you would have seen a small bop adjustment overnight, which I think was reasonable because we were struggling a little bit in qualifying. So I think the car will have the pace, but it's just about when we decide to push really hard and how much risk we want to take. Given it's almost certainly going to be a race of attrition.
Yeah, and I think we've been saying that throughout, is that this is not a race that you push 100% at all of the time, and indeed you probably don't push 100% any of the time. It's just a question of quite how close you get from 92 to 95 to 98%. Is that fair?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Excellent.
Good.
So what are you going to do next? Where are you off to? Presumably, this rain delayed. We've been told the race delayed until 6 o'clock, but no more about what's going to happen at 6 o'clock, presumably because it's going to take them a good half an hour to get everybody gridded up and get them in the right order and then send them off on a further lap behind the safety car.
We'll just wait until we hear some more news. I mean, it's funny because we've just gone through a perfect spreadsheet with all our stints defined for the whole race and all the lap times plugged in, and the whole thing turned to what within half an hour.
Ain't that always the way, though? I'm all for a bit of forward planning, but I can go so quickly awry in this sort of place.
I can give you a little bit of news, and I'm not quite sure. Apparently, that's come through from Audi Sport. Is that the restart is scheduled for 7:20, which I would imagine means that the safety car lap will start at 7 o'clock. Which would seem reasonable, given that is about an hour away, because I can see them taking an hour just to get the cars, because we've still got 147 of them, and to get them out onto the grid lined up. Because they won't be starting in 3 groups, from what I understand. It'll be all behind one long, so it'll be one long crocodile, which would be great to watch, but one long snake of 150 something cars will make quite a good photo for your iPod, if your iPod will record for that long. But as I say, that won't start until 7 o'clock. I would imagine the formation lap will restart.
Sounds reasonable. Okay, we won't be breaking any number of laps records this year. Then
it sounds like not. No, just gives you a bit of some availability for some dinner, perhaps, before we get restarted. You've got an hour or so.
That's a nice idea. Yeah. Why not?
We can chat later on as well about the Vulcan, because you mentioned that, and I was lucky enough to see it at Abu Dhabi in December. And in fact, we'll talk about it now. All its carbon fibre glory.
Yes.
They were running it till something like midnight local time. I think Johnny Adam was having too much fun doing some passenger rides, and I was trying to get to sleep. But it was a beautiful noise as a lullaby out on the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix track. Yeah. Where are we 5 months on from that?
With a really, really cool customer program. Cars are all sold, not all quite delivered yet. But we did a great customer track day in Yas Marina in February with 5 or 6 cars on track, all ran perfectly for 3 days. And then we've got another event in Silverstone at the end of June where we hope to have up to 10 Vulcans on track for a special track day with professional driver coaching. And it's really something really special. We've got some cool clients in the cars. They all love them. And we've been doing a few demos at some of the Blancpain races recently as well. Peter Dunbreck did some lapping at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. So delighted with the car. It's great for our image, and the customers are really enjoying it.
Remind me of the basic spec of an Aston Martin Vulcan.
So it has a 7-litre V12 engine that makes over 800 horsepower in power mode 3. It has probably more downforce than the GT3 car, weighs just over 1,300 kilos. It's a little bit faster than the GT3 car, but it's finished to a show car standard. It's a beautiful work of art as well as being a sensational machine on the track. Very tunable, very adjustable. It's very rewarding for the gentleman driver, but also for the professional.
I have to just say, actually, David, because my son and I, young Robin, who probably isn't listening at the moment because he's supposed to be somewhere else, but we went along to the Blancpain Sprint series race at Brands Hatch a couple of 3 weeks ago, and you had Peter Dunbreck driving the Vulcan there, and just for a small 15-year-old boy to see the Vulcan in the flesh, as it were, in the carbon fibre, for him was like a big treat. And of all the things he said at the end of the day, I mean, never mind the Blancpain races and all the activity that was going on the racetrack, just seeing the supercars, the ultra cars, as we have to call them now, out on, and not just seeing them out on the circuit, but also being able to get to them in the paddock and get up close and personal to them. So, no, thank you for bringing it to.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a bit of a Batmobile, isn't it? It's quite a dramatic thing just to stand next to.
I have to admit, I hate it, but that's only because it's just a bit. How can I put it? It's a bit like a girl with a skirt that's a little bit too short. You think you shouldn't really have that in public somehow.
I like it. I like both of those analogies.
I think you need a passenger ride. Maybe we'll change your perception.
Have you driven it, David?
It's the only Aston Martin we've ever made that I haven't driven yet. It would be a bit indulgent of me to do so at the moment.
But you've had a ride in it, I'm sure.
I have, yes. And I don't know if you knew that we had two doing the parade lap here earlier. So
I know they were scheduled to do it. Yes, I failed to see it.
Yeah, not at high speed, unfortunately, but it's nice. I'm sure nice for the fans to see them out on the track.
So there is an opportunity even now to see one up close. Well,
they're tucked away. They're tucked away now.
Right.
So yeah.
next public appearance, though? I mean, are you planning on maybe turning them out again in the UK at some stage in a big meeting?
We may do. It's a little bit early to say yet, but there's one or two things scheduled that we'll perhaps announce a bit later on.
Had I seen some possible footage as well for a certain Sunday night programme that starts this weekend?
Yes.
So it may well feature on that show, perhaps.
It would be a shame if it didn't, wouldn't it? So.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much. I'm sure this will be the first of a few visits you'll pay to us, and I hope we'll be racing next time you join us.
Me too.
As we said, well, there's a chance for many people to get some food down their necks, so they weren't expecting this pause in proceedings, but at 7:20 start, a restart is what we're looking at. David King, thank you very, very much indeed. RadioLeMans.com, and Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell will be joined again in a moment by Joe Bradley. And as I say, an hour and 20 minutes or so, just less than, before the race is restarted. And we will be effectively 4 laps into this year's event as we wind the timing screen back a lap before we get going again. And, well, 7:20 will be not very far away from the gloaming, I suppose. Dusk starting to descend, and we'll hit night time much earlier than some of these drivers maybe had expected. Weather radar saying heavy rain expected for the restart time. Fantastic. Okay, so we might need more Joe Bradley stories, yes. 6 o'clock local time now, but in an hour and 15 minutes or thereabout, we might get more rain, and therefore turn to Joe Bradley for a touring car story when he once ran a team in the British Touring Car Championship. Joe stepped away, now joined by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com.
I'd like another episode of Joe Honori, actually.
I don't know whether he's actually started writing these.
He should.
Publishing them.
He should. They're really good for bedtime.
Joe Bradley's
gets you right
diaries.
Off, gets you straight off to sleep.
We didn't want to be in this position, really, did we?
Has anything happened? Sorry, I've just arrived.
Was that 5 laps?
Oh, really?
5 laps, yeah.
Were they any good?
They were quite entertaining, particularly towards the end. Yeah.
It has been pretty bizarre, hasn't it? I mean, the scenes with the cars stalled out on the Nordschleife with basically a wall of ice in front of them, and I think Paul... Glacial progress at the Nurburgring. Copy that one over in their press room if your internet's working by now. But I think Paul brought you up to date with multiple teams also telling a couple of my colleagues that problems being reported with clutch and first gear because of the efforts that they were needing to make in getting the cars back to the pits. But under red flag conditions, we don't have parc fermé, so anybody that was in problems can actually continue to work on the cars that were already in the pits, or cars that have gone back to the pits. We've seen some pictures of the Montai 911 coming back on the back of a flatbed but stuck in a traffic jam. So they have some time, but not a lot of time, should that be recoverable. It's an interesting period, he said, at a point in the race which really isn't that interesting.
I think the problem is, in a sense, I mean, you're right in that the first 50 minutes of the race are kind of null and void, except for those people who've got damage, and they're obviously now having to repair the damage. But from what I can see looking down into the pit lane, there seems to be a large amount of sitting around and waiting going on, not very much frenzied activity anywhere, which is, I suppose, a good thing in a way. But in effect, because it's just going to be a restart behind the safety car, it's back to the start of the race again, and instead of having a 24-hour race, we're going to end up having a 21-hour race. But I don't see any harm in that. I mean, it's still an endurance race. They're still going to have to meet with all the challenges that long-distance racing throws at you. What made me very uncomfortable indeed was the way that David King quite nonchalantly, but everything he says is nonchalant, just said, but there's more of the same on the way.
Absolutely.
And I think the trouble is, if we get a storm of the nature of what we had again, then we're just going to get ourselves in the same boat. Hopefully it won't be. I mean,
possibly quite literally.
Yes. I was aware of where I was headed when I got there.
Row you out that one, go on.
But if I compare that downpour to the one that we had at the beginning of the 24-hour classic race yesterday, that I was astonished as well that they started, but they did start, and once they got it underway behind the safety car, they had a clean race for 3 hours, or maybe it was 2.5 by the time they actually got the safety cars off the circuit. And for my money, if it can be run, then it should be. I must admit, my first instinct when I saw the red flag was, that was a bit serious. I felt, you didn't actually need to necessarily throw a red flag. Then when I started seeing some of the pictures of what we saw going on, I thought, well, okay, fair enough. There was no alternative, and certainly no criticism at the organisers for stopping the race when they did. It had to be stopped. But I would think if we can get through a couple more rainstorms, not hailstorms, but a couple more rainstorms, then there'll be no reason why they can't continue to race through it, and then we'll see where the drivers with the talent are able to demonstrate their talents.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, in terms of what we expected, you and I had a conversation, Paul, before the race initially went green about what various weather forecasters were actually telling us. They did tell us that there would be extremely heavy weather within about a half an hour of the start. That's exactly what we saw, that would continue on and off, but would dry out before we got into darkness. Now, that may or may not be true at this stage, that we should get dry weather overnight, but we're expecting very heavy rain tomorrow, is what the weather forecast that I was kind of looking at, reading and being told about, was telling me earlier today. And let's wait and see. I mean,
tomorrow during the day, or tomorrow
during the day.
So once we get through the night time.
Correct.
I think
during the night it should be dry.
Because I think what really kind of spoiled indeed caused the race to be stopped in 2013 was the fact that it was not only heavy rain, but it was overnight. And I think if we can get through the night dry, then even if it does rain on Sunday morning, if it's daylight, it's just easier to deal with than night and rain at the same time.
Well, it's progress. It's like a baby. Once you actually get through the night dry, you're halfway home, really.
Yes, quite. So it's currently 7 minutes past 6. We're, as I say, told that the restart will be at 20 past 7. The formation lap will start at 7 p.m. And so within the next few minutes or so, I would expect cars to start lining up. Haven't actually heard this, and I don't think we've had it confirmed. I'm assuming that they'll push them out onto the start-finish line, and then they will set off behind the behind the safety car on the start-finish line.
I guess the safety cars plural. I think they're probably going to grid them up because they won't have been mixed up enough.
No, they are.
They are that mixed up, aren't they?
Well, a little bit, yeah. But it depends how they. Okay, we'll see how they grid them up anyway. But I would expect them to do that on the track rather than try and do that in the pit lane or try and sort them out going around. So within the next, I would say, 15 or 20 minutes, they are going to have to start getting the cars out onto the start-finish line in order to just get them into the right order, because as I mentioned earlier on, we've got something like 140 cars potentially to get out there on the track, and just getting them all out there on the track in the right order is not going to be the work of a moment.
It's something of a logistical challenge, isn't it? So the best of times with however many cars we've still got running, we did see a number of the cars that we saw off-track and damaged making their way back to pit lane. It was generally speaking, not exclusively, but generally speaking, some of the lower class cars, not the SP9 cars that were in major trouble. We saw the 115, the big BMW 540, the rather elderly 5 Series that's fueled by liquid petroleum gas, I think. That car had a couple of incidents. One involved in the initial melee that we saw the TCR Seat off, and then later on at the bottom of the hill, it was not the first time I've seen a BMW 5 Series struggle to get up a hill in the icy conditions, but it was sitting in the middle of the gravel trap and unable to move with clear front end damage to that car. One of the fan favourites, that bit of a big whale, that car. I mean, in the kind of the company it keeps on this grid. Certainly, we saw the 201 Seat, or was it the 204 Seat? Sorry, Johnny. Which is it? 201?
The 201 was the Seat that crashed.
And that was the one that damaged to the front left, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the Golf, which is the 204 car,
which clanged the side of the car.
Yeah, but in doing so, inherited the lead of TCR.
Well, he probably it's one of those things, isn't it? He probably thought, I'm going to get the lead here. I know, I'll give him a bit of an elbow as I come back.
In typical touring car style.
There you go.
You're telling me, right? So 201, you think is back?
I believe I was told Cyril was back in the pits.
It might be. It just hasn't obviously triggered the P
in which
on
case
the timing streak.
it's unlikely to be so. In which case
it might come back on a flatbed, and
it was certainly not going to be coming back under its own steam, was
No.
it? So a flatbed, I think, was the only option for that car.
but it may be in the garage or have made its way to the pit lane and not triggered the timing beam, and that's the reason why we still have a question mark. Tricky to tell that, but we certainly have two of the TCR cars that began in that 3-car class. Thank you to Martin Pass, by the way, of Audi Sport, who has given us information on how the Audis, the Keep Playing Audis, will restart in terms of drivers, that is. The number 1 car will have Nico Müller at the wheel. This is as it's planned at the moment. The number 2 car, Frederik Vervisch. The number 5 will be Frank Stippler again. Christopher Haase will remain at the wheel of the number 6 car. Conor De Filippi will be at the 28, the wheel of the 28 Monteplast Lant Motorsport Audi. The number 33 car will have...
the car collection car.
Car collection car will have Gin Tonic at the wheel.
That's another fabulously named and obviously accurate name there, from and in no way a nom de plume.
And what we don't have is drivers for the numbers 10, 11 and 16 Audis as we stand. And I get the sense that, in fact, even the ones I've given you are open to change, as we are still over an hour away from the start of the race. But we're still looking for starting drivers for the Audi Race Experience number 10 machine of Marchi Lee, Sean Thong, Frankie Cheng and Alex Young. The number 11 Audi Race Engine Experience car, and also the number 16 twin Busch Motorsport machine that was started by Dennis Busch. It could be either Dennis, Mark Busch, Christian Mamarov or Rene Rast to restart that car.
I think in a little wee while, we've got a bit of time. We're celebrating 10 years of Radio Le Mans being here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours. For most of those years, we've featured the same guest. Other than David King, obviously he's very young, David, but for most of those years we've featured the same guest, and it's going to be one of our friends from Down Under, who I don't think has actually been out there quite yet, but for 10 years of history that we've got here, Wayne Moore, you're here for how many years now? 22. You don't look as if that's physically possible.
I
so you
started
must be,
as a youth.
Yeah, you were
Definitely.
One of those seats in the back seats.
Absolutely. But this must be a bit of an elixir coming to this place, doesn't it? Because I don't feel as though it's been 22.
Yeah, he looks like it's a scrap of a youth still here, Wayne. So, what are the guys telling you about the conditions out there? You've not been out yet in the car. Which car are you in for starters?
We're in 51, which is a Scan Grip E92 BMW in class SP8T. My fellow Kiwi driver Michael Eden was in the car then, and actually stopped at the bottom of Fuchsroll because the top of the hill was blocked. So they were stopped by marshals. He'd been passed by a faster car at the top of Fuchsroll that bounced its way down, barrier to barrier to barrier. So he had some sort of premonition that things weren't necessarily weren't good ahead.
So the car's good?
The car is fine, yes.
And when are we expecting you to get your first opportunity to go out there and see what conditions are like?
I'm fourth driver, so
you're probably quite relieved at the moment.
If the plan had gone as we had planned, I would be in the car sort of about 10:15, but I'm not sure what our average schedule is now. So after I talk with you folks and your lovely audience around the world, I'll probably go and catch another sleep.
Well, I think the first time I can recall talking to you on air, when we were back in the old Aston Martin lounge at the other end of this pit complex, it was fairly unusual for us to see a Kiwi driver in motorsport and 24-hour racing. Things have changed. We've got Earl Bamber, we've got
Richie Stanaway,
we've got a world champion in Brendan Hartley. Yeah. What's been happening with New Zealand motorsport? It's fantastic stuff, isn't it?
But I reckon the talent's always been in New Zealand motorsport, albeit just not released. So in many cases that's probably because young guys couldn't get funding. And there's been some wonderful consortiums at home and some key motoring business people that have helped the likes of Earl Bamber and helped the likes of Richie sort of pop their heads above the parapet. And then once they've had their opportunity and they've competed against the world's best, they've just shown how blooming good they are.
Tell us, okay, I'm not asking whether you're going to make the front page of the papers this weekend, but are they getting attention with the mainstream media at home?
Yes, they very much are. And it's not just the guys in circuit racing, it's Hayden Paddon as well in rallying. So, yep, there is a growing focus and awareness on motorsport in New Zealand at the moment.
Must be a massive plus for someone who's really this passionate about the sport.
Yeah, it's really nice because, often it's not even considered a sport. It doesn't make the 6 o'clock news. And now, particularly with these young guys doing so well on a global stage, we are seeing motorsport more visibly than we've ever seen it before.
Brilliant to see you. We're going to let you go and get ready for the rigours that lie ahead. Please come back and talk to us in the wee small hours once you've actually been around in that fine automobile, and let's hear what your impressions are. You know what, motorsport, I think Wayne's absolutely right, Johnny. Motorsport often isn't regarded as a kind of athletic thing, but here sits before us a man that doesn't look a moment older than he was the first time we saw Wayne in this booth. So it really must be doing something aerobic, something in terms of the exercise he's getting, because there's a man for whom time has stood still.
Great to have Wayne here, yeah, absolutely. And do you know what? I get one of these little Kiwi clips every year, and I take it home, and it goes somewhere, and I promise you, they do get used, they don't get thrown away. And my wife asked me, actually, at some point after Christmas, she said, where did that Kiwi bulldog clip come from? And I said, do you know, when I go to the Nurburgring, there's this mad New Zealander called Wayne Moore, and he comes up and he gives us something, and it's great.
It goes on my Christmas tree. It does.
There you go. So, Wayne, you get talked about not just at the Nurburgring 24 hours, but at home, around the place from throughout the year. Great to see you here.
A fine tradition from this broadcast's history now, 10-year history now at the Nurburgring 24 hours, and great to see Wayne. And he is looking very sprightly and looking forward enormously, I know, to getting back out on track here at the Nurburgring. 22 different participations in this fantastic race.
Incredible.
It mind boggles, doesn't it?
There is something that keeps bringing him back. What could that be, Graham?
Not a clue.
Just maybe that elusive, perfect lap that nobody I've spoken to this weekend has ever done. There are always ways of getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Absolutely right, but that's almost certainly it. So there we have the 912. We can see that down in pit road, not far beneath us here, Johnny, but no sign yet back in the paddock of the sister car. And when it does get back, of course, that's when the work really starts to see whether or not the car can be recovered to the track. If the car gets back soon, if it can be recovered, of course, it's only going to be 4 laps down.
Yeah, which could be nothing come the flag tomorrow afternoon.
Well, depending on what happens with weather to come, you never do know what could happen. So they will be keen to get the car back. We've not seen TV pictures at all of the car other than in that massive traffic jam, which must be hugely frustrating. We believe that they are talking down the prospect of that car being returned to the race, but stranger things have
over the course of the race. So I knows how to do the additional extra traffic around the circuit, which was delaying the return of that Porsche.
One further message that's just appeared on the screens, Paul, is a significant one, which is that 18:25, and that is 5.5 minutes away, the pit lane green light will come on, which means the cars can begin to form up for the restart. Just to recount again, race formation start is due at 7 p.m. That'll be behind the safety car, single file, with a restart due at 7:20 p.m.
The formation lap starting at 7. That's
yes.
Right. Yeah. If they're running the same kind of schedule as a little bit of the rightful. And as I say, toing and froing as they try and get the cars in the right order.
I guess one positive side of this one is that we don't like, of course, races being kind of stopped for any length of time, not least because it's not what people are here to watch and what people are at the other end of these devices we're speaking into are here to listen to. But it has allowed the engineering crews here at the Nurburgring to go out and do the pretty obvious barrow repairs and clean-up operation that's going to have been needed all the way around the Nordschleife, because there were multiple incidents at multiple locations and certainly multiple strikes into multiple bits of Armco.
And I know they'll have been getting those out and doing a lot of repair work, I would think. So when we do go racing again, it will be on a racetrack that has been repaired. In effect, we've had very nearly 3 hours of the race now, and we've certainly had 2 hours of being under red flag, because the red flag came out pretty much exactly now 2 hours ago. We had 50 minutes of the race before the heavens opened, and then the race was stopped. Drivers have taken various amounts of time to then get back to the pit lane, but there's nobody else out there on the track with the exception of those that are on their way back. And we had 147 at the last point of counting that are back in the pits in one shape or another. And as I say, within the next 5 minutes or so, we'll start to see them trickling out of the pit lane, and we'll be able to start counting up how many cars we'll have in the restart.
Skies are still pretty dark with rain still falling, and I think it was Jim Roller that said, wasn't it just off mic, that we're expecting another storm front around the time the restart is supposed to be getting underway.
Yeah,
so there will be a plan, I'm sure. Let's wait and see how successful the plan that might be. But
it's going to be massively frustrating to have this elongated pause in proceedings, build up to 7:20, and then if we're kind of back to square one or close to it, then I know there's nothing we can do about it, but it would be a shame to, well, damage more race cars, I suppose. But have some of the drivers learnt how to approach certain bits of the circuit, where the weather tends to come from as well? If it's going to come from the west, then it'll be Arenberg and that sort of area to be hit first. And maybe the teams can communicate exactly what's going on in that corner of the circuit to try and preempt a similar situation.
Certainly, it seemed to catch an awful lot of people unawares, didn't it? Multiple cars having incidents at the same part of the circuit. Whether or not that was drivers not paying enough attention, whether or not that was, if you like, a slightly tardy response for moving that yellow flag zone back as far as it needed to be, we don't know.
Indeed, and I think it was interesting. I'm not sure how closely you were listening to what David King was saying when he was on the microphone a little while ago, but Darren Turner specifically made the decision to stay out, even though he had experienced some rain on the previous lap, because he said that there's not enough rain on the circuit for me to make it worth my while coming in. I'm going to stay out and do another lap. And he then came in on the radio and said, OK, I've hit the rain now. I do need to come in. But the question is, should it have been Darren making the call, who could, of course, only see the circuit immediately around him, or should it have been somebody on the pit wall who could see either television pictures or a satellite weather report, which would then have been able to say, actually, no, I know it's dry where you are at the moment, but we have to bring you in anyway.
Well, I think it's easy, isn't it, for us to actually selectively recall events when it's been as dramatic as it was. And certainly at the point at which the rain started to fall, what I was actually doing in the background while you guys were talking about the unfolding events was to actually look what was happening in pit lane, to keep an eye on some TV pictures that you guys perhaps weren't seeing. And it really was a very difficult call in the very early part of that storm hitting as to whether or not it really was going to be worthwhile pitting for intermediates, which seems ridiculous now we talk about it, or wets. And I was paying a great deal of attention to what the teams were doing to prepare. And for certainly a good 3, 4, 5 minutes, it really was a tricky call. If you went out on intermediates, were you going to ruin those tyres on what was about 60% of the track? It was bone dry.
It was far from an easy call to make. And indeed, part of the justification, if you will, for it having been the right call to red flag it was that even those cars that had called into the pits for wet tyres, and we know that the HTP Mercedes had gone on to wet tyres, even that car fell off on so bad weather conditions, and it really was most unusual the degree to which it got wet very, very quickly indeed. My clock says 6:25 here, and I can see a red light still very firmly on at the exit to the pit lane.
Looks like we've got a number of officials, marshals getting ready for the release of the cars, though, so maybe they're just getting there.
It's green.
It's green.
Yep,
there you go.
I was slightly confused there because you were telling me it was red, and then we on our TV screen here in the booth had a green light. I wasn't sure that was live
literally
pictures
went green at that moment,
or a replay, but
no, it is green.
Change there and then. Many officials are accumulating down at the far end of the pit lane now. These are marshals, are they, Greg?
They're being given their instructions as to what they expect the cars to do as they reform on the start-finish straight. So they're being told what is required as the cars are released to the pit lane.
It might even be grid sheets, actually, in order to
which
grid
order
the
you
cars
need to
up in. Absolutely. And I know this from club racing, when you get a red flag and you have to then grid the cars up according to the order that they were running at the time of the red flag or just prior to the red flag. This is the order that the cars...
And it is indeed. The important thing you can see there is there are 3 starting groups. There will be 3 starting groups.
Right. Probably the most reasonable thing to do, although there'll be... although, in fact, even... It's a win-win situation, isn't it? In fact, because depending on how they do that, no, it is what it is. I was just thinking the Audi TTs are the ones that were catching up with the tail end Group 1 cars. Now they will get, in effect, some free fast running before they catch up with the slower cars in front of them, but. The timing for the race, interestingly, is from when they started their first starting lap. So it'll be interesting to see quite how that one works its way out.
Well, I can tell you the first car that's going to be going out to join the revised grid, if you like, is actually Wayne Moore's car, the 51 car. So it won't be Wayne at the wheel. He's told us already that he'll be 4th driver in. But clearly, Kiwis and friends are extremely keen. Big thumbs up for the marshals from the driver. Extremely keen to get back going, as I'm sure most of the competitors are.
And we have a 912 numbered Porsche also making its way towards the pit exit, although it's being wheeled up there on the dolly jacks. That's not even being wheeled on its wheels. It's being wheeled up there on the dolly jacks, and then they'll drop it down onto the wheels as and when they get it round onto the dummy grid. So the next half hour will consist of the teams making their way out onto the track, and then, as I say, they'll get themselves into the right order and will then be away for the remainder of the 24 hours, which by the time we get underway, Johnny, it'll be about 20 and a half hours of the race remaining, because it will still finish at 3:30 on Sunday afternoon, come what may.
Yeah. Yes, true. It remains to be seen whether we get all of those hours in, though, I suppose, with more rain predicted. But some of the drivers will be wise to how bad it can get, and fingers crossed we avoid any more race stoppages. But the cars are actually being taken to the grid, some of them on dolly jacks. The 912, I noticed, wasn't being wheeled on its own wheels.
No, these are. We're watching now the Aston Martin, HTP, Mercedes-Benz and a row BMW getting towards the end of pit lane, and will be manoeuvred to where they're required for the restart.
Yeah, the 2 Bentleys, or one of the Bentleys, is behind that in the queue, and then behind that is the Audi Race Experience R8 number 10, and then behind that is the Huawei sponsored BMW number 18 from the Schubert team.
Should also say, of course, as Johnny mentioned a little earlier, with the news from Audi of some of their starting drivers, and I've got all of those, well, I'll run through those again. Of course, you can change drivers during this period of stoppage, because the cars are all back in the pits. And it will be, for the number 1 WRT car, it will be Nico Müller. The number 2 car will be Vervish. Steppler in the number 5 Phoenix car. Christopher Haase in the number 6 Phoenix car. It will be Marshy Lee in the number 10 Customer Experience car, Olsen in the 11, Dennis Bush in the 16 Twin Bush Racing car, Colin De Filippi in the 28, and Gidotonic in the 33 car collection.
Just ticked over another race hour, by the way, so the clock continues to tick during this red flag period. There are now 21 hours to go as the cars are starting to be covered as the rain starts to come down again. So this is happening whilst the grid ahead of the restart is being formed on the start-finish line. I'm going to head away, having watched 5 laps of racing in 3 hours, and I can only hope that Martin Haven, who's about to take over, can see a bit more racing than I've managed.
Just realised, Graham, it's actually going to be a piece of cake to line the cars up, because, of course, they've all got the position indicators on them, so you just line them up according to all the position indicators, from 1 to 100.
Did that work?
Well, it won't quite work, because they've decided to split them into 3 groups, and assuming that they split the groups by high class, then it won't quite work, but it won't be far off. Theoretically, it could be quite easy.
Now, you'll know about Ironman stints in 24-hour races. I think that was an Ironman stint from Johnny Palmer, filling like a good one there. And what you require, I think, at a time of crisis like this, is a man that can bring to a race like this the maximum number of words, and I can think of nobody better for that than Martin Haven.
Marathon stint. I've already done 6 laps today. He's only done 5.
Absolutely fantastic.
Marathon stint, my left backside. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24 hours of the Nurburgring, brought to you live on Radio Le Mans in association with Aston Martin. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and temporarily headsetless as he goes to a damp setting. Paul Truswell is starting to get his nighttime clothing on. We are 3 hours into the 24 hours for 2016, and just beginning our 4th hour with, as Johnny alluded to a moment or two ago, just 5 actual racing laps, only 4 of which count because they were the completed laps when the Grüne Hölle turned into the Grüne Hagen, which is the German for green hail. Storm swept through at 4 o'clock, as it did yesterday, torrential rain and hail. And anybody who already didn't have their snow tyres mounted clearly didn't learn from history. However, what happened was we had a lot of cars going off at Arenberg, the only corner with a gravel trap. It didn't stop them all. There was a lot of barrier damage, and eventually the hail solidified so much on the climb out from Adenau that cars were stuck and could not make it up the hill. And drivers were reporting back it was like being on slick tyres on snowy conditions on the road. There's now fog, mist and barbecue smoke drifting across the track to add to the trouble. And as Graham had just mentioned, the rain has started again a couple of moments ago, walking back from Aston Martin Hospitality, where I have just enjoyed my dinner. It is starting to spit with rain again, and that was forecast, and we have seen the rain moving closer. So the procedure to get the cars back onto the grid or out of the pit lane into some semblance of the correct race order has begun. And as has been pointed out, having your position indicator number on the side windows has certainly made life easier. The difficult thing, of course, is that everybody came back to pit lane to their own garage. So the car that, say, is 20th may be in position 130 back down the pit lane, and so there will be a lot of shuffling about. So lots of marshals with lots of clipboards walking up and down going, you start and let's get you moved out into the queue.
But of course, it's just like when you get into the aeroplane as well, isn't it? People aren't actually coming out of the garages in the right order, so different people are coming out at different points. But it is a process that they have already been through in order to get them started up and gridded up in the first place. So it's really just a repetition of that, but in conditions that aren't quite so warm and sunny as they were when they did it for the first time.
I was going to point exactly that. It was warm and dry and everybody was happy and ready to go and excited. Now it's cold and damp and everybody's going, uh-oh, it's raining again.
Best bit of news, I think, for the last 2 hours is that the Opel Calibra has just left pit lane and is making its way to the effectively dummy grid.
Splitter. We're all Manta fans here, and oh dear. One of the slight problems with having the number indicators in the windows is when they're not actually illuminated, the marshals are then having to very quickly refer to what is now an increasingly soggy piece of paper or 3 sheets of A4 with grid positions printed on them. Stop, 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 no, you go, no, oh, no, you wait, you get round, oh, okay. Luckily, everybody is pushing the cars, so the speed at which this is happening is human and manageable.
What I failed to say, though, you were talking about them having 3 separate grid sheets. They are 2x2 side-by-side grid sheets, thanks to a rather nosy cameraman looking over the shoulder of the marshal. And so it looks like the restart is going to be a 2x2 side-by-side gridded start, rather than the nose-to-tail safety car type of restart, which is what I was expecting. So the regulations basically leave it up to the race direction and the stewards to decide what to do and then get on and do it. So we're kind of in uncharted territories, as it were.
Well, we'll know in a little wee while, which the teams are in real strife. We know certainly amongst the cars that were damaged. We mentioned the number 115 BMW, the BMW 5 Series. We saw 2 Porsche Caymans in trouble, 350, which is the Pro Sport car, which may be in terminal trouble.
I think every Porsche Cayman in the field whistled backwards down towards Arenberg, because they were in that group, weren't they? They're all of the, even though they're in different classes, they're of a similar pace. They're all a similar
351 and 82 within moments were all in the same gravel
just
track.
Loads of them. Of course, the entire TCR podium went off, podium field, and clumps of cars of a very similar performance all ended up going off at exactly the same place. So.
But both the Bentleys have gone out, though, being pushed out by their mechanics, so that's good news for Bentley fans.
Yes, surprisingly, given how many cars we saw going off, and we sort of were into the 20s before we really gave up trying to count, I think a very large number of them made it back in almost one piece, and in the intervening 2.5 hours, because it hasn't been parc fermé, a lot of them that had bits missing or bits bent or bits banged off or whatever are coming back to the grid pretty much looking as if it's 2:30 in the afternoon rather than 8 o'clock.
Absolutely. And the teams, the drivers, I think, are pretty keen to get on with this. Nobody likes to sit idly by, although the vast majority of the people I spoke to absolutely clearly understood the reasons for bringing this under red flag conditions, and for the length of time it's continued, not least, as we said, that there are repairs required to barriers at various parts of the circuit. But we are now getting to the stage where we're getting back at now almost 20 to 7 local time here. Pit lane red light will be going on 11 minutes.
It's a bit like Silverstone and the World Endurance, Nobody really expects to have a session red flagged for a bit of rain. When it gets heavy, that's one thing. But then when it snows, or in this case hails, then that's a very, very different thing indeed. There are going to be a few tales of woe. We're going to try and catch up. I was having dinner with Joe Bradley and with Jim Roller, and they were going to try and go over to 911. I know that Mark Genet's Seat 201, which we saw with its left rear wheel ripped off, is
Geordie Genet,
sorry,
yes.
Interchangeable. Having its left rear wheel ripped off. It's currently in the stages of reconstruction, so they have the technology. Any moment now, from the ceiling, they will put down jump leads and attach them to it and wait for lightning.
Absolutely.
It is going to be a
Avenger style, you think?
Lazarus style recovery. But it is going back together, and that's positive. So Geordie is sitting waiting, because if they get to the finish, they're guaranteed a podium spot in TCR, and they were leading the class briefly from the pole-sitting Golf GTI, which bounced off them and escaped the gravel to take the lead.
You're perhaps one of the most ideal people to ask this question. I know a number of people have watched these TCR cars racing and really like the concept, they like the look of the cars, they like the pace, they certainly like the price. What do you think about the TCR concept, Martin?
You're a very evil man. It is exactly what touring cars on the planet needs, is an affordable, accessible championship. It's sort of the spiritual successor of Super 2000, where manufacturers made the cars. Now manufacturers are allowing the cars to be made, or encouraging the cars to be made, but there are literally hundreds of them already. We're only 2 years into the formula. It's what you need to have a pyramid. GT3, when GT3 first started, there was few cars, and they were predominantly run by the manufacturers, but it was tailor-made for what supports sports car racing, which is customer teams. I mean, that's what this race is. Sure, there are a few that are, Skunk Works factory cars or official factory cars, and there are factory drivers being paid to drive some of these cars, but predominantly this is a privateer team run event, and run for privateer teams, which is why you can bring your car back, fix it, get it to the end, because that's rule number one of all privateers, is you've got to get to the finish.
It's repairability and serviceability, isn't it? Apologies, that was a slightly mischievous question, but it was a fantastic answer, and actually the thought that it was occurring to me was, we've obviously had the World Touring Cars here this weekend. We've also had the ETCC here this weekend, which I have to say did look a little bit Formula pointless, and it's a shame, because because it shouldn't be like that, and that does strike me that certainly TCR, as we move forward, might actually pump a bit more life into those supporting ladder series.
Well, predominantly European Touring Car Cup is 50% TCR and the other 50% is Super 1600 cars that they really can't afford to sell and move up to TCR. But again, you know, a year or 2 years down the line, second-hand, third-hand TCR cars are going to be way more affordable than a brand new Super 1600. So it's that spreading out of second-hand machinery. You know, we can't afford to go to a dealership and buy a brand new car, but we can afford one that somebody else has put the mileage on and lost the money on. And so that's the way a lot of this racing works. You get a second-hand car or a third-hand car, and that's how you get your start. And you need that pyramid, because then you can get your foot on the ladder and you can then aspire. And without aspiration, the top withers and dies, because nobody comes up to keep it going. And some of us eventually will get too old to do any of this stuff and will have to retire or be edged out by somebody younger and smarter.
I guess Paul, because he's closer to the win than I am.
Oh, that's unfair.
How many cars are still down pit lane, Paul?
More than the eye can see nor the mind can count.
Not a chance that this is going to feasibly see a pit lane red light in under 3 minutes' time, then?
1855, it should...
It says 1845.
Yeah, so 6:45 pit lane red light. Well, in which
Okay.
case a lot of them are going to be starting from the pits a lap down.
Yeah, I think not trying to apportion any blame, but it is not the fault of the cars that they're not getting out of the pit lane, for
No.
they are in the queue. I suspect what they may do is to say, well, if you're not in the queue, you can't... it's voting, isn't it? That's the rule. If you're in the queue... oh, no, you have to be inside the building.
If your name's not down, you're not getting out, I think is what is the rule at the edge of the pit lane.
It's Premain or Pexit, isn't it, really? It's do you stay or do you go?
It's going to take time, and let's face it, time is one thing we're not short of right now.
No.
If this was 23 hours and we were trying to get a 30-minute dash for the cash,
I agree.
Then the pressure would be a little bit more on, but then the pressure would be even more on the organisers not to exclude anybody for reasons of tardiness or sloth, and neither of those are going to happen here. They want everybody on the grid. They want as few recriminations about how they got there as possible. And of course, what they have to do is line up, go out to the far end of the pit lane. Oh, hang on a minute, the grid's behind us. Oh, and then get pushed all the way back. So somebody whose garage is garage number 1, garage number 2 at pit in, but who is starting 162nd, is going to have to go the full length of the pit lane, push back the full length back past where they started.
It's almost quicker to actually push them all the way around the circuit, isn't it?
Well,
Fuel is critical. I mean, that's why.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Well, but some cars are driving.
Yeah.
And in fact, some cars are driving forwards past the grid. So there's all sorts of possible variations of what's going on here. Some of it will end up being correct. And some of it possibly may not.
Just as we're watching the rain still falling outside the windows here and watching the cars beneath us try to join this grid, a few comments in from the AMG team. And Mara Engel, who started the number 9 Black Falcon car, he had a bit of a clip with the barrier, tells us, but they've repaired that during the interruption. Uwe Altzen, who started the number 8 Haribo car, they came across the downpour with the hail, track fully white, BMW in front of me, slid into the barriers 3 times until it finally gave up at Breitscheid.
Yeah.
It really was chaotic scenes, wasn't it, at that point?
Yeah, really. And, anybody who hit that, it's all very well saying, well, you knew it was raining, you should have slowed down. They sort of had, but then when you hit the sheet ice, as any skier can tell you, all bets are off. And it was a very, very difficult situation, and made worse by the fact that it was so instantaneous. It was like turning on the sprinkler system. It was properly a deluge and made visibility really extremely hard. If you're in anybody's spray, the water hanging in the trees, seeing the flags off to one side, it really was sheer luck rather than judgment. And by that stage, you're charging on downhill straight into the jaws of.
And I guess in terms of that decision on the red flag as well, You've got obviously marshals reporting back with what other systems they've actually got, but what must race control have been thinking at that moment? We don't know what camera coverage they had. All they could probably see was cars stationary.
Well, they'll have a lot of security cameras.
But it's going to take time to realise that actually what you're dealing with is something that extraordinary.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been in race control here, but certainly if we were at somewhere like Le Mans, then, you know, for all the distance there and all the cameras, for all the corners there, they have got extensive camera coverage, you know, 64-odd security cameras that they can use, move, zoom in, pan and everything. So they've probably had a better idea of what was going on than we did just by watching the timing screens and watching the TV feed. And of course that's really important when there isn't a TV feed, and historically there hasn't been a TV feed for a lot of the time, particularly when it's how can we put this, night time. So
I think as well, I mean, every post should have a marshal on it who is entitled to call for a race stoppage, and he will have a radio through to the race director to say, because of my experience, I demand that the race be stopped, or request that the race be stopped, and that is standard marshal protocol.
Which doesn't necessarily mean the race director immediately hits the panic button and throws the red flag, but if you have a post controller who says, we need a red flag here and we need urgent medical recovery, then that guy is in his post for a very good reason, and it's a very foolhardy race director that completely ignores him. So that's the massive red light flashing, and I'm sure that whatever marshal post number it is down at Nurburgring, he was getting 3 or 4 on the radio probably at the same time going, we need this stopped and we need this stopped before now.
One question and then 2 points. Paul, have we still got a green light at the end of pit road?
We do still have a green light.
So we're now beyond 1845. 2 points and 2 messages up on the screens now that to confirm the teams are able to take the restart with any of the drivers in the team, and possibly the least useful message that we've had, and it's actually confirmed by boards down on the grid that it is a wet race apparently, which will be a massive surprise to everybody actually.
Well, that's because they don't have one that says it's a hail race or it's a snow race. So yes, confirmed wet, which means now presumably they won't stop it unless in case of real absolute extremists for weather.
So we're getting towards the end. No, we're not getting towards the end. Yes, there is. I can see an end to the queue of...
It's not the beginning of the end, Paul, but is it indeed the end of the beginning?
It's the queue. I can see the end of the queue for cars coming out of the pit lane. So, as I say, I think the thought is going to be that you're going to be able to get out. The point, just to pick up on what Graham was saying about being allowed to start with any of the drivers, goes back to Miami Phil's question of about 3 hours ago regarding whether the driving time limit would be imposed through the red flag. Well, even though pit stop time counts during the red flag, the red flag time doesn't count towards your driving time, so in effect you're starting the driving time from 0 at 7:20.
Now there is a school of thought, and a lot of people are questioning why, when cars were released from the pit lane, were they not released from the pit lane to go around the Grand Prix circuit and form up on the grid, which would then allow everybody to form up in the correct order without having to be shoved backwards through an increasingly busy grid full of cars.
They were listening to you, Martin, because that's what they're doing.
Well, but sort of they're not, because some of them were just being pushed, and I pretty much guarantee that anybody pushing a car has not done a lap of the Grand Prix
I think the answer
track.
is the second and third groups were going around the track. Correct. It was the first group that were being manhandled through.
Correct.
The rain, by the way, is still such that the poor lady marshal at the end of pit road, who is checking them out so she can check them back in again, Falkland style.
I have counted them out.
Absolutely. Her checklist has actually now been reduced to literally to pulp.
Well, it is reducing itself to its constituent
has
parts,
done so.
Isn't it? Yes. Well, you mash together wood fibres and remove the water, and you have paper. Add the water back in again.
Indeed.
Mashed potato.
And the point offered by the responsible adult, by the way, is that I think we're applying polling regulations to this. So it is that thing around on polling day, whilst polling closes at a particular point in time, if you're in the queue to actually cast your vote, your vote must be cast.
Yeah.
Yes, that was what I kind of got 3/4 of the way through saying. That's right. So people are making their way out.
Well, look, the general regulations here are all formed to try and make sure that people finish the race. And so they're certainly not going to drop some kind of temporary guillotine to make sure people can't restart the race, having gone to all the trouble of stopping it to make sure that people survive so that they can restart. So
what they are going to struggle with, though, Martin, is to get the race underway at 7:20, because it does take 20 minutes to do a lap behind the safety car.
7:20, 7:40, who cares? We're going till 3:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly.
And it's not like anybody suddenly is going to be at a deficit.
And the happy point is the grandstands are now full again, which is a great thing to actually see. Those are emptied out as they would do as the weather actually turned, with news actually spreading now around the property of their restarts. Those grandstands are near full. And
of course that means that all our vendors have had a bumper 2 hours that they weren't expecting this early in the race, so they can now go and restock, waiting for everyone to go, do you know what, it's 9:15. I think I'm hungry again. Should we go and get another bratwurst?
A massive currywurst shortage in the Nurburgring area.
Oh, no. When you've seen the car park where all the catering supply trucks are parked, there won't be a massive currywurst or anything shortage in this area for several weeks. We could be snowed in until July, and may well be, and we'll still be being fed bratwurst on an hourly basis.
I've had worse weeks.
I've had much worse weeks. Nominally, we're hoping to roll off on a green flag lap at 7 and then fire them up into who knows what at 7:20. However, if mission creep there precludes that, then so be it. There are still cars leaving the pit lane exit who will need to go round and join, presumably by now, Group 3. But Paul, you were saying earlier, for those that missed it, probably including me, that if we do a standing, not even we do a standing start, if we do a proper grid start, then it will be easier to start them in groups. But if we are rolling off behind a safety car, then basically it's just going to be one group of very, very, very many cars.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 groups, effectively. We're going to have a rerun of the original starting procedure. So in 3 groups,
3 safety cars.
2... Not even safety cars, really. There'll be pacing cars, because there'll be 2 by 2 side by side making the restart, and the clock. The lap behind the safety car will not count as a safety car lap. A couple of 4 years ago, when we had to stop the race overnight because of rain, they restarted the race nose to tail behind safety cars, and that lap behind the safety car counted as a race lap. These are stupid little things that only people like me that count laps really care about. As you say, the race will still run to the end of to 3:30, but in terms of summing the distances between when the red flag was first shown and when the red flag was withdrawn, this effectively new formation lap won't count as a racing lap. At least I assume that's the way that they're going to run it, because it looks like it's going to be a side-by-side restarted race, and we've got 2 parts of it.
Do we assume that any chance of us making any kind of record distance other than a record short distance this year? And by the way, there's one for you to look up. We're not going to break a distance record this year, are we?
No, we're not. We're going to hit, at the moment, scheduled for 140 laps, which won't be as short as, for example, 2013.
That was the 6-hour overnight red flag, right?
9-hour overnight red flag, which only hit 88 laps. In 2007, as Graham will remember, because he slept through 7 hours, we had 6 hours of red flag, and that was one with just 112 laps completed. So we're not going to be record short, we're not going to be record long.
88 is record short?
Not in terms of kilometres, but I'll have to turn to this one.
And you're now firmly predicting that we're not going to go shorter than that?
You're not going to trap me that easily,
I
Martin.
like to poke a stick into a hornet's nest. I knew you couldn't possibly commit to that, because only I would do something that stupid. Cars now predominantly have left the pit lane, so it's misty, it's grey, it's still light. Lights are on all around the track, and particularly down the pit straight and around the Grand Prix circuit, it will be fairly brightly lit even throughout the night, because they've installed a whole new load of lighting. But there are a couple of cars still on pit aprons, and we are I suppose we're in the beginning of the start of the final countdown towards our restart, not towards green, but towards restarting and going green once more. So let's just bring you up to date with the 4 completed laps so far after very nearly 3.5 hours of the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours. Leading them away at the restart will be the car that led after the first 4 laps. In fact, it led after the first 4 seconds. That is the number 9, the blue Mercedes. Car number 18, the BMW, which was started, we thought, by Wittmann. I've just seen Jörg Müller not in the car, so might well be Augusto Farfus who takes the restart. There was Hubert Haupt who started it in the number 18 car.
Graham? Wasn't it Hubert Haupt who started?
In number 9, I thought that.
I don't think it was.
I thought it was Maro Engel who started.
It was Maro
Engel. Sorry,
he was certainly who German TV was interviewing earlier. Anyway,
Yep.
So anyway, whether he does take the restart or not, again remains to be seen, because it is a total free for all. There's been no parc ferme. If you can change tyres, you can absolutely certainly change drivers. So number 9, number 18 will head the field away. The 88 BMW will be in 3rd place. The number 29 car in 4th position. And again, who drives these is anybody's guess. The number 8 will be in 5th ahead of the number 22 car. That was Marcus Paltela, we thought, had started that, and our timing screen suggests that either...
It was Graf.
It was Graf who started it,
yes.
Definitely? Okay, all right, well, in that case, that may be a legacy of them starting the race. We'll have SP9 cars all the way down to 20th place, and then the first of our class leaders in 21st will be the SPX class leader, the number 702. Any idea who started that one? That was probably a little bit beyond our remit at that stage.
The number 2 car?
Number 702.
702 was started by Andreas Simonsen.
All right, there we go. So he may or may not be starting the Glickenhaus car, and that will go off in 21st place. Paul, where was the second group of cars started? Were there 36 in the first group?
No, there were 57 in the first group. The second group consisted of the leading SP4T, SP3T, and any remaining TCR cars.
Okay, so our next class leader will be the SP Pro class leading number 36 car.
That's the Lexus.
Which is that's the Lexus. So that will start in 34th, still well up in the first group. And our SP8T leader in 47th place will be the number 48 Schulze Motorsport Nissan GT-R. Next class leader will be SP4T.
Now that should be, Paul, the SP4T leader should be the lead car in the second group.
Except he'd already worked his way past some of the SP7
but
class
it's
cars.
51st on this grid.
51st.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting that they're going to, in effect, recast the start rather than playing the positions as they are at the moment and moving anybody, because those SP4T cars actually qualified ahead of the SP7s that they started behind. In other words, that were starting in Group 1. So the leading SP4Ts, actually the Audi TTs, start from Group 2 as a matter of course, I think.
Right. So it may well be that their car number 50 in 51st place will start there at the head of the second group. Right, okay, hang on a minute. I'm reading half a note here and I don't understand.
I think it's a question we're being asked to pose to Paul, which is whether or not a result would stand should they red flag this again, without going back racing, Paul.
It's a race. It's a 24-hour race. How do you have a minimum distance for a 24-hour race? You run as 24 hours.
Yes.
If it's red flagged, it's red flagged.
Yeah.
The shortest distance ever covered, just to go back to that one before somebody tweets it in, or even after somebody has tweeted it in, 1992, 76 laps completed by the winning BMW in that year. So I don't know quite how often that race was stopped.
That must have been frogs, lice and everything else, I would have thought, because we've had rain and hail already. We are into biblical territory.
Red light is now on at the end of the pit lane.
The grid is being cleared. These cars are going to be getting underway any moment now.
Lean out of the window again, Paul. Lean over. Is there not a yellow car just directly below us? Also, while you're looking out of the window, there are safety cars parallel with us, or a leading car parallel with us. What car is immediately behind, and what group is that?
Right, that is Group 2, which is immediately, identified by the fact that it has an Audi R8 with the words on the side, leading car 2. And then there's another one up at the front of the SP9 cars which say leading car 1 on it, and then there's another one which says leading car.
But what is the car at the beginning of Group 2?
It was getting there.
The yellow car which is at the end of the pit lane which hasn't made it out is the number 320, which is a BMW 3 Series.
That's one of the M235Is, isn't it?
Yes.
But it looks as though it's on the apron and it's got lights on and it's sort of ready to go.
It's ready to go, but it's been caught by the red light.
Well, I would assume it wasn't ready to go and wasn't in the queue outside the polling station.
Exactly, so they have to go and wait for the next referendum.
So, oh dear.
I can tell you what the second car in the second group is 105 Audi TT, which is way back. That is the 105
105 or 106?
105 is a green car. It's 105. It's a green Audi TT. That is 67th.
Okay, it's
on the restart order, but we've got several cars that have still got question marks against them, Paul.
Yes.
It's actually third on the grid because there's a gap where second place on the grid ought to be. So I suspect that whoever was second in SP4T hasn't made it back, and so we've got a single car on pole position. Then there's a car behind that, and then the car that you've identified as the green TT, number 105, is actually third on the grid.
And it's in that kind of group just ahead of them with the 201 Seat we know is being refettled in the paddock.
Problem for the row BMW, which has not fired up or has not... No, that's not being held by officials, is it? That is actually, it's got team members there. So, and the headlights are flashing on and off on the car. They're currently off, but it's cycling through side light, headlight, no light, side light, headlight, no light, which is presumably the car's electronics equivalent of Control Alt Delete. And inside the driver, whatever the German for start, you wretch, start. There's a lot of that going on. So that car should have been in 11th position. And that is Alexander Sims, Philipp Eng, Maxime Martin and Dirk Werner. So that is an absolute front-running contender.
I think that was Dirk Werner that started that car, I believe. But no guarantee, of course, that that's the case now.
Door is open. Both doors are open. Crew members are in on both sides going, have you tried that? Yes, I have tried that. Have you tried it? Yes, I have tried that.
Tried the big red button that says start?
Yes.
Yes, I've tried that, funnily enough.
Have you hit it hard enough? Come on, Gertie, is what my dad would be saying. Come on, Gertie, start.
Did it ever work?
Oh, yeah. Always worked. Eventually.
Was it the car, or was that your mum?
No. That's what old cars are called. Old cars are called Gertie.
Class 2 will be heading off in less than a minute now. I say Class 2, Group 2. The starting Group 2 will be heading off in less than a minute now. The leading car 2, the pace car, effectively, will be... has already got its yellow flashing lights on the roof, and that will be heading off and leading the second group away.
And they're now being shown the 30-second board, but the number 23 BMW, now not protected by yellow flags, is still sitting absolutely astride the white line that guards the pit lane exit. It is right in the middle of the track. We've got about 15 seconds. Now a man with a yellow flag, several crew members and a rescue vehicle with flashy yellow lights have come out, and we now have a second car waiting to make a pit lane start. And perhaps actually this is what the 23 needs, is a high-speed push down the hill and a bump start. And has he got fire in the hold? No. Or is it just rolling? Well, Group 2 are rolling up behind it, but they are widely straddled from basically on one side of the track and the other, so hopefully there should be no unnecessarily and unforeseen hitches for them.
It was getting applauded, but it stopped. It stopped, but is out of immediate harm's way. It's going to be difficult to push it up the hill there.
Which is why there is a rescue vehicle with it. It's come round turn 1, the hard right into the Howell Hook, and has not made it on the hard left because there was no more speed left. So those poor crew members are puffing and panting as if they've just finished the London Marathon. And the rescue vehicle is attaching a towing eye. It'll be pulled in through the back of the paddock and back to Row Racing, who will then get the laptops out and beat it with them.
Number 188 is the other car that was waiting at the pit lane exit. That's the Lexus. And because they were both Group 2 cars, they have been allowed to join in at the back of their starting group. So the two cars that were in the pit lane are now out on the circuit. They will form up at the back of the starting group to which they belong, and so they won't lose a further lap by virtue of having missed the pit lane exit red light.
And again, you see, that is just so straightforward and sensible, and a very not up yourself way of doing things that you think, well, why can't everybody do things like that? Just give people a break and, let's look at it logically. What harm is it doing? None at all. So they may have lost their position in their group, but they join or will join at the tail of the group. And in fact, it looks as though they probably have, because now, is that the moon rising? No, it's a reflection of water on the camera lens. Oh, right, here we go. It is, however, really quite dark. Headlights are reflecting off a very wet track. It's not. Let's restate that. It's a wet track.
It's
what
not
we saw earlier. That was a very wet track.
It's not an ideal point of the day to restart a race, is it? In streaming wet conditions and failing light.
Any time is an ideal time to restart a race. We're at the Nurburgring. We're at the Nordschleife. They didn't come here for an easy life. What they did was they came here for a heck of an adventure. Have they had a heck of an adventure so far?
They're going to get one.
Yeah, they are. They really are. So, starting Group 3 now makes its way past us and splashes off down. This is the predominantly... Is it right to say touring car field? It predominantly is, isn't it? It is non-supercar manufacturers. You've got BMW 3 Series and Hyundai i30s and Renault Clios and
production-based,
yes, exactly.
Sports cars. So there are some sports cars in there. The Viper is in Class 3, for example, because it is not very modified.
Well, stretching the term sports car there a little, I think.
The Viper?
Yes.
That's a very contentious thing to say, Martin.
Well, why not? Come on, we've got a lot of hours left to fill.
I will still accuse you of being very contentious.
Indeed. Well, in there we've got a Viper, followed by a Mini Cooper, followed by a Prius. So, that gives you an indication of what the third group looks like. Is that not a Prius? It's a Toyota, something that looks like a Prius.
That's one of the Thai Corollas.
Ah, right, okay.
And I'm going to leave you to pronounce the names of the gentlemen that are actually driving those two cars, because I'm not even going to attempt it, because I think it would be insulting for me to do so.
And then, of course, not quite last, and indeed not exactly penultimate, is the Opel Calibra.
A classic in every sense.
However, had the foresight or even imagination to go for the even less worthy Calibra 4x4, they'd probably be on the front row of the grid by now.
They could be storming through the SP9s at this stage.
Yes, absolutely. They could carve their way up the hill through the ice and the showers.
Can confirm that restarting the two HTP Mercedes MG GT3s will be Hohenadel and Baumann. And I think those two gentlemen were aboard the cars for the early part of the race as well, so that will continue.
So they've had their 2 hours rest during the red flag.
Actually, was it over 2 hours?
Yes.
And that counts, doesn't it?
That does count. Plus, of course, there's no indication or no guarantee that if you give the car to somebody else, it'll ever come back. So, hang on a minute, I've only done 4 laps. I'm going to have another crack at doing 4 more.
I'm getting to the stage where I'm feeling quite privileged that I actually might get to commentate on a racing lap here.
Oh, steady on.
Shades of Fuji and Mr. Hindhoff and myself a few years back in the WEC, the race that never was.
We will, by the time they get round, we will have had very nearly 3 hours. In fact, we will have had 3 hours under red flag conditions by the time they get round and we get the green flag shown. So we had 50 minutes of racing in which we completed 5 laps, but one of those laps has now been discounted in order to set the positions which the cars are now in, and we now have a race from here to the end, whatever that end might be.
Well, that'll be 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, hopefully.
Yes, quite. Then, as I say, that will be started by the safety car pulling off at the completion of the current formation lap that they are on.
I can tell you Sabina Spitz will be aboard the number 3 car at this restart. That was not initially planned, but Sabina is in that car.
Well, she's had more experience of the track today than anybody else in the field, having already done a full 6 laps in the World Touring Car Championship races, and then obviously doing now a formation lap, which will bring her tally up to 7. Everybody else will be up to a maximum of 6 so far. So the most experienced woman in the field is also the most experienced driver in the field today in laps of the track. No news yet on the 911 Porsche, which we saw 6 o'clock-ish still on a flatbed in heavy spectator traffic. Most of those had probably left to go home in a state of high dudgeon, the race having been red flagged before they'd even seen a pit stop. And the 911 Porsche was trying to make its way back on the flatbed, or the flatbed was trying to take it back to Manthey Racing. But it does rather seem as though that car and its mechanics, at least, will be focusing on their other car, the number 912. I don't suspect we're going to see 911 again. Had the car come back on the track straight away from where it had gone off, then they would have had a clear 2 or 3 hours to repair almost any damage. And as Jordi Genet's Seat team have proven, or the Seat team that's running Jordi Genet have proven, you can pretty much rebuild a car from scrap in that time, because they've almost managed to get the 201 Seat ready to go.
Absolutely right. So, yeah, there are a handful, and it is no more than a handful, I think around about 10 cars which haven't managed to get themselves out for the restart, and considering the conditions which caused the red flag in the first place, I think we've got away, I wouldn't say very lightly, but I think we've still got every prospect for a great race. Conditions are indeed very difficult, but nevertheless, everything we said before the start of the race, when Johnny Palmer was taking us through the start of the race, and even in the countdown to green with John Hindhoff, that all still holds true. We've got a very closely matched group of cars at the front of the field. We've got uncertain weather conditions, and we've got some of the best drivers in the world driving these GT3 cars around one of the most technically challenging circuits in the world. So yes, it's been a frustrating 3 hours whilst we've not been doing anything, but all of a sudden I'm beginning to get all excited and get up on tiptoes again.
Well, in short, that's exactly what you should be doing, because we're at the Nordschleife. We've got a 24-hour race in prospect. We've got a stunning field of cars and a stunning field of drivers. All we need now is for them to hurry up and get round this formation lap, and then we can go green once more.
Give you an idea in terms of the numbers. 155 cars took the start finally, with 1 or 2 late exits from the entry. Of those, we have not yet accounted, formally at least, for 9 of them, Paul.
And number 23, the Row Racing BMW M6, which did go out, did come under starters' orders, but then conked out, has now got going again and is now waiting at the end of the pit lane where there is a red light. That obviously is correct. It can't go and chase around, because it would only end up on the back of start group number 3 anyway. So what it's going to do is it's waiting for the start group 1 to come through. When all of those cars have gone through, it will be allowed, and should be allowed, out of the pit lane, and it will be able to then join in the race, and it won't lose a further lap.
It won't lose a lap.
Well, if they're not, I don't think so,
cross
because
the start line.
Well, no, but I don't think that this lap that we're on at the moment is a lap that will count towards the number of laps completed. The timing system went a bit odd when the cars went through at the beginning of the initial lap, so don't see. When you see the screen click over, don't necessarily take that as being the completion of the 5th racing lap.
All right, bear that in mind. When I do,
I shall slap you.
No, you just allow me to go with it, and then we'll reset halfway through. Because you're absolutely right, of course, because the first starting group were already way in front of the transponder line, and so they would be a lap down to Group 2 and Group 3.
Yes, and that's
Group 3 anyway.
That's where the timing went a little bit astray, and where my system as well has got itself a bit confused, and the whole projection software is now completely up to shoot. But we'll get it all back, and we'll work out at some point how we're going to get through the race. So may end up going back to notepads, which I far prefer anyway. Notepads and stopwatches, and as I say, when the green flag is shown at the completion of this safety car lap, this timing system may show 5 laps completed, but I think it probably won't. I think that will then be the count of laps will then start again from 4.
So we're on the microwave lap now, aren't we? We're warming things back up
in
again.
the sense of that, yes.
Yes. So this is the re-warm-up lap. There's another new racing term from the Responsible Adult, or that was from Johnny Boy on the Responsible Adult's Twitter feed. Now that's going to be dangerous, isn't it? We are starting to get lists of who is restarting in their various different cars. Rainmeister Bernd Schneider is starting in his Mercedes, according to his teammate. So Bernd Schneider may be looking to try and put that Mercedes way up at the front of the field. We are getting ready to restart the 2016 Nurburgring at 24 hours live on Radio Le Mans with driven by Aston Martin, Martin Haven, Paul Truswell and Graham Goodwin, looking down over a misty and rainy Nürburgring circuit. The Nordschleife is wet, and after a near 4-hour rain delay, Graham Goodwin, effectively for everybody in the cars now, whether they started originally or not, this is a brand new race start in some fairly tricky conditions.
I think effectively it is. Just a quick off-mic conversation with Dr. Ulrich Betz, who's in the studio with us in the Aston Martin lounge with us at the moment. I wonder, Paul, whether or not that BMW in the pit lane might have to come round and pit again to cross the start line.
The only problem is if
I see exactly what you're saying, and that might be how they will penalise it for not having set off on the formation lap.
That depends where it was delivered back to. If it was delivered back to the dead car park Ferme at the top end, it would have crossed the timing beam in the pit lane as it came down to pit exit.
Well, I think we'll soon see, but as for where am I sitting at the moment on this one, excitement and foreboding, because it still does look extremely challenging out there. It is fading light. It is still very, very wet out right around the circuit, with rain still falling at one or two places around the circuit, and we believe more very heavy rain due any moment now. So a degree of foreboding. Yes, we want to get this thing running. I'd like to see some racing, please. Big man upstairs, that would be lovely.
Well, listen, again, we said this earlier, it's the Nürburgring, it's early summer, of course it's going to rain, it's a given, same as if we're doing a race at Spa. The chances are, in this region, it sticks up into the air a lot. Passing clouds tend to get ripped open at the underbelly and dump stuff, and they already have done, and the forecast for the weekend is a continuation of that weather pattern. It should be wave after wave of it coming, so we will get respite, but we will get wet and cold and miserable again. So I think nobody is under really any false pretenses here. It's going to be wet and it's going to be gritty.
Coming through the Schwalbenschwanz then at the moment, and then they'll be turning, following that mini carousel through the final right-hander, the Galgenkopf, the gallows head. That will bring them onto the Dottinger Hohe, and then it will be pretty much as it was before. Mercedes and BMW leading, sharing the front row, the number 9 Mercedes with the number 18 BMW alongside it, and then behind that, instead of the two Haribo Mercedes, what we have actually got is a Haribo Mercedes with alongside it the HTP Mercedes, so two Mercedes on the second row of the grid, and then on the third row of the reset grid is the...
Well, that's the second Haribo car, so they're actually nose to tail again, aren't they?
They're nose to tail as opposed to side by side. And then not the number 22 BMW, that car... Oh no,
it was not the number 23.
It wasn't, it was the 23, so it's the number 22 BMW. So Mercedes, BMW, and then two Mercedes, and then another Mercedes BMW on the next row back.
Best of the Audis will be the Frank Stubler-driven car in 7th place. That's the number 5 Audi.
And the best of the Aston Martins in 12th place, going well. And of course they're going to benefit still further because it's the number 23 BMW, which should be immediately ahead of them. So the number 7 Aston Martin, Nicky Team, whether he's at the wheel or not, I don't know. He, having driven it in the first part, that car will be up in 11th place. So good start in prospect for them.
So a sea of lights weaving from side to side along the length of Dottinger Hohe. This massive 4 kilometre long straight that leads us down from just outside the nearby village of Dutting, just down the hillside, through the mist and the rain, and down towards the end of this lap of the Nordschleife. The cars are about 3 minutes away from a restart, so they were hoping to go green at 7:20. It is now 7:20, and so we are going to be a couple of minutes shy of that. But given the logistics of getting everybody out of the pit lane, getting on for 160 cars into some semblance of order and starting them off and allowing them at least one lap around the Nordschleife to try and see exactly what conditions are going to be like, I think that's a remarkably close achievement to where they expected to be. 20 hours and 9 minutes and counting down on the clock. By the time we get going, we will have barely 20 hours of racing to undertake.
And we'll have had exactly 3 hours under red flag conditions. What is the good news, and I hope this is what is going to happen, is that the safety car will pull off and that we will get back into race conditions. I don't think there's any suggestion that this is a start behind the safety car and a safety car start. It will be the safety car pulling off, and it will then be a racing start. Had no message on the screen to that effect anyway.
No, absolutely.
I think that is very good news, although, quite frankly, the conditions are still pretty awful, and in some ways I would have forgiven the race director if that would have been the decision he had made.
It is, however, daylight, which it won't be later, and some news coming in from the States, Graham Goodwin.
Not at the moment,
no,
Martin.
Okay, all right. So those of you who are across things happening over in the US will be aware that we're waiting for news of an incident there. So we are getting ready for things to get back underway here. And as we said, despite the biblical proportions of the storm that interrupted the race in the first hour of the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours, lost a handful of cars.
Live from the Eiffel Mountains, this is RadioLeMans.com.
The safety car leads the field towards the finish line here at the Nordschleife. The lights remain on, and that does then make it look rather, since the safety car is only about a car length ahead of our leading contender, the number 9 Mercedes, as they come across the line, that they will go potentially for a second lap of the Nordschleife then, to really allow cars to get up to temperature and to the drivers. And in fact, we're now seeing that second formation lap has just popped up on the screen. Might have been wise to tell them that, a couple of miles ago, but okay, whatever, at least.
I suspect they probably did tell them, and it was, I'm not saying that I had anything to do with it at all, but as they were coming through, I thought, this is not... Conditions are not clear enough to make this into a race start, and so we do have the race now controlled under the safety car, and what I suspect will happen is that from now on we are now counting laps, but as I say, we'll wait till the system kind of unwinds itself, because initially the timing screen will look a little bit strange.
What we can say, though, because now, of course, we're getting these timing screens adjusted for the cars that aren't actually out there, is that not only is the 23 in some strife, but also the number 3 Fricadelli car is not out in that train, is dropping down the order.
So you said that Sabina was out. She wasn't. The number 23 was still in the pit lane, but as the chase car went past, so the light turned to green, and the number 23 BMW has now joined in. So I reckon hasn't lost a lap, but we'll see, and is on the tail of the safety car train.
So that presumably is Nurburgring Norbert, as opposed to Silverstone. So come on, Paul, come on, it's still early. Well, come with me on this.
57
altogether
cars.
Or not at all.
57 cars then in the lead group, and whilst the order at the moment, I think, is slightly awry.
Yes, all of them have gone a lap down, because as we intimated, the leading group of cars were gridded up downstream of the timing and scoring line at the start line, which is not the finish line, which is way back, further back down the pit lane. So our current, quote, leader is the number 104 SP3.
Well, there's a quiz question for you.
But it's not, because it is not in the lead. This is just a feature of the timing and the way that the timing system works, which we had at the beginning of the race as well, and which sent everybody into a frenzy.
Where's the leader gone? Oh, he's still there.
But as I say, we'll be able to cope with it reasonably well. The leading car, number 2, comes across across the start-finish line, which enables me to tell you that it's the 355 Cayman, which is now at the front of the SP2 class. So having been bested by the Audi TTs in qualifying, the Cayman has now got itself up ahead of the Audi TTs, and is the probably one of the few surviving Caymans following the incidents that were...
Cayman carnage,
I think they predominantly... the one that almost vaulted the barriers backwards and sort of ran backwards along the rim on the top rail, that one you would be surprised if there was nothing that was needing doing it, but 355... I can't believe it didn't go off, because pretty much 70% of visitors to the gravel trap down there were Caymans. It was that group. But that's the Mullner Motorsport car of Daniel Bort, Frank Schmickler, and Pierre Humbert. So that is their Cup 3 car. And they are now up to 9th on our scoring. So, in fact, only the final 8 of that first group were behind the timing beacon and went to... quote, count another lap.
Ignore the timing beacon for those purposes. What we do have, though, this is a bit of a techie timing issue, but in effect, although we are under safety car conditions, we have had a green flag indication, which means, from the point of view of counting laps, we have now started counting laps again. That lap behind the safety car was not a lap, just as the lap that was in progress when the red flag came out was not a lap.
We also have a new, our first pit caller, apparently. 78 BMW M3 is in. That's the Team Securital Sorg Rennsport car, shown as being in the pits rather than proceeding.
There is indeed a car coming down the pit lane at the moment, but it is not that one, Martin. It's number 304, which I've got coming.
That's one of the BMW Cup cars, is it not?
Down the pit lane, yes it is.
See you.
And it is now asked to stop at the end of the pit lane because it has to wait for a safety car train to come past, and then it will be able to join in. And it's the leading car, number 3, which is now coming across the start-finish line to enable its race to restart.
That 305 is one of the many Bonk Motorsport cars. That's their 235Is.
And other pit callers coming from the third group as well. At least I think a couple of cars peeling off into pit lane.
204 shown as a pit lane caller as well. 201 is still a question mark, because last we had of that, it was in the tent out the back being nailed together by Matilda Racing, and that was the car that was leading the TCR class, the Seat Leon.
I didn't see in that group, and Graham, possibly you'll be able to check the timing screen. I didn't see the Opel Manta in that group that just went through.
The Opel Manta should be in group 2, shouldn't it?
No,
I saw it being pushed onto the grid.
Okay, the Calibra was there.
No, I definitely saw the Manta from behind being pushed onto the grid.
Can you remind me the running number of the Manta?
I will do in
122.
How is it that everybody on the planet knows the running order
it's
of
a different
the
number this year.
That's
my slight problem with it. It's a different number, I think, this year.
Yes.
122.
Kissling
I'm
Motorsport
looking now. Is on my teeny
I'm seeing it as shown in the pit lane now, in 149th place.
And it's in the pit.
Entirely correct.
Yeah.
And I think it's in the pit lane still from before the red flag. So
no, it was definitely pushed onto the grid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, definitely pushed onto the grid.
I saw it with mine own eye.
Okay.
However, it may not have left the grid under its own steam, and that again, with regards to BMW number 23, that's
I can tell you it did, because I checked what was in pit lane before we got on the green, so it definitely joined the grid.
Might have been back in the garage by that stage.
No.
Okay. I'm just venturing an option.
No, and they're good options. They're just not correct ones.
However, it does say that its pit lane time is now up to nearly 4 minutes, so it hasn't been in there forever and ever, although presumably time didn't start again until things started rolling.
Unless it took the shortcuts after rolling away. It could have actually come in.
Looped round the back.
Correct.
Yes.
That's more likely, I think.
So we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars shown, 9 cars shown in the pit lane, and we have question marks over the number 99 Falkenhorst car, over the number 82 car, over 350. That's the Putnam, Espinlaub, Verdonk and Masson car. And that is the Pro Sport Performance Porsche Cayman. You mentioned them, 350. We've got a question mark over 319 and 107, 911. Those who've asked on Twitter, it does seem as though Porsche have written off any hope of 911 being anything other than a ball and chain around their neck and dragging them down. So I'm afraid for Nick Tandy, Kevin Estre, Earl Bamber and Patrick Pilet, it's been one of their shorter races.
A great shame, and pre-race favourites, one of the pre-race favourites, that car, and not least because of the quality of the drivers as well as the team.
Particularly galling, having already had that problem during the qualifying session, and the amount of hard work that was required in order to get the car race-worthy following the top 30 qualifying, it's called, isn't it? The top 30 qualifying, to then have just a one-lap wonder, in effect, for the race.
While we're on this second drying out, wetting up lap, wet up, 201, the TCR leading as it was Seat Leon that was heavily damaged, basically had the left front corner ripped off it, is now shown as in pit lane.
It is.
With a pit time of only 3 minutes.
It's waiting at the end of the pit lane.
So it is a goer.
It is a goer.
Not a goner.
It is very much a goer, and it will be joining in just as soon as the next safety car arrives at the pit lane exit, and the train of cars that's following that safety car can and it will be able to get on the way.
Will now have lost a lap, Paul.
Yes. As will the 304 BMW that I mentioned as well, which the problem is that the three safety cars are actually relatively close together, rather than having split themselves up by 3 to 5 minutes as they did for the race start proper. They're now separated, I would suggest, only by about the length of this crocodile that's following the first safety car. About the same distance behind is then the second safety car.
Yeah. So the rain continues to fall at the Nurburgring as the field threads its way around, increasingly spread out. And the job now for the leading car drivers for each of our three group of starters is presumably to be in direct control with race control, so that Group 2 doesn't end up catching the back of Group 1 and Group 3 doesn't end up catching the back of Group 2. And of course, with the way that there are such short sight lines here, the safety car driver can't do that on his own. The race control need to be advised by the marshals of how far apart these groups are.
Yes, and there are GPS positioning things on the safety cars as well as on the racing cars. But the reason why they're not spreading them further is so as not to disadvantage them too much, because they've already had their 3 minutes of a delay for the start itself. And if they would split them again, then that would be an artificial further delay, which is something that I was just trying to get my head around as how that would work, and I don't think it can. So
I think it's just happening, and that's the way it is.
Quite so. And in the grand scheme of things, it should make no difference anyway.
And because of what you're saying, where they've tried to shuffle back and not restart everybody in exactly the order they were and divide the field into three in groups of numbers, but have tried to put the classes back together, although you may have been up against or past some, quote, faster class cars, you will have lost that position and may have to take it back again against the fast class cars, but against your own class you won't be particularly disadvantaged.
No, certainly not, and in fact against the faster class cars you are advantaged, and this is the whole point, because your race time starts at the point when your race actually started. So the cars that started in Group 2 actually get a 3-minute credit, as it were, on their race time.
Sounds like a reasonable idea. And of course the guys who are at the very front of each of the starting groups have at least, I don't know, maybe a third of a lap, half a lap of reasonable visibility before it all starts to run into the tail of the spray of the car in front again, and there will be a lot of that. Whatever the safety car or whatever the leading car queues have been able to allow the drivers to see, predominantly it will be windscreen wipers flailing and spray all over the place. There are no major rivers of water that we see around the track. It's not deluge, but it is going to be very wet. Temperature now, of course, has just gone through the floor, so it's not going to steam off the track anytime soon, and what little water will evaporate from now on will just hang around in the trees in mist, and as the air temperature generally drops, that will then be held down by the temperature inversion and become a foggy, wet night. So it's not going to be pleasant.
It's going to be a challenging restart for, I think, everybody, and I don't think I want to be part of race control for a race like this.
Do you know what I mean?
Conditions.
You know, they have so much responsibility, don't they? They, you know, when you're a team manager, you're responsible for the safety of your team members in the pit lane, your driver in the car, and you do as much as you can to keep them safe. Race control, that team of individuals, as well as every single marshal out here, responsible for the safety of every single person in the car, and that is a phenomenal undertaking. At any race, you have that weight of responsibility. Here, you've got over 150 cars, you got, 400 odd drivers that you are trying to keep out of harm's way, and then hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of workers, rescue workers and marshals around the track who similarly expose themselves to danger to try and help others.
A third car joins the queue at pit lane exit, that being the 115 5 Series BMW.
Yes, it's the rather elderly BMW 540i, liquid petroleum gas fueled, and that was the car we saw have two separate impacts as part of that initial flurry of activity under the first rainstorm, Paul.
It looks as good as new to me.
It's probably come out of the car park and had a bit of livery put on it.
Yeah,
probably is as good as new.
Yeah, well, quite. It certainly had more than 3 hours to have the work done on it. I won't tell you that I saw it reversing in the pit lane, because that's one of the things that you're not supposed to do, but it was told, to be fair, by the marshal to join the queue at the back, because he'd kind of tried to take a
had he formed a separate queue?
Is he
French?
Yeah. Well, he does have a proud D on the reverse of the car.
Definitely not French.
So, but
I daren't insult the Germans while I'm in this room.
He's followed instructions and is now behind the 201 Seat Leon, which is itself behind the 304 BMW. And they're waiting for the safety car, as I say, to come through and complete its first proper lap. If that previous lap was a formation lap, this is a lap that counts.
There will be a third formation lap, Paul. There will be a third formation lap.
Excellent.
Now, I wonder whether that is to allow tyre temperatures to really go down to absolute zero, or whether it is to try and allow timing and scoring to somehow catch up, because we have had the entire field across the start-finish line once, and it will
be for safety purposes, I think, Martin, because the track is so wet that to allow them to race in these conditions would just be inviting more accidents. So I think this is purely for safety reasons.
All right, but the problem is they were perfectly safe before, parked in the pits. You've now got them to start up and drive around on a track that you knew already was wet, because we could see it was wet and we could look out the window and see it was getting wetter. So now you have raised the jeopardy level, so now you're making them go round almost blind at minimal speed with no aerodynamics, precious little heat in brake or tyre. I'm not sure how this is a safety bonus.
Multiple reports, though, from social media that the rain is getting harder at multiple points, and much harder at multiple points around the circuit, which is, I have to say, we did say we thought this was going to happen.
And again, I'll play devil's advocate here, and on behalf of race control, your first priority is safety, your second priority is to try and get the race going and become a race, and so they have, they've done all the repairs, they've got everything sorted out, everybody's back in position, all the flatbeds, all the rescue facilities are perfectly parked, ready to go. Okay, let's start a countdown to green, and then you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Somebody will let's face it, somebody will criticise you. That's our job, whether you do it right or whichever way you slice it. If you're lucky and the weather doesn't come, great, you're a hero. If you're unlucky and the weather does come, of course you're a fool for even doing it. But it is raining really quite a lot heavier now, and unfortunately, I'm sort of thinking, Paul, that by the time we get to the end of this lap, we might be looking at a red flag and stop the cars on the grid and wait for it to be less wet. And of course, immediately you'd make that decision and announce it and tell everybody it's going to happen. Within 4 minutes, it'll be stop raining completely, and everyone will go, well, why did you stop that? It finished, you know.
Yes. I mean, I think because we don't have as good weather prediction software and satellite images of what the weather is doing in the surrounding area, we don't have the local knowledge that the race direction has. So I won't even predict what is going to happen next. But I think it is important to get the cars out on the track just because that's part of the race. Having cars sitting in the pit lane may be all very good and safe, but it's not giving them the opportunity to go racing.
A couple of things I'd say. One of the clues that actually things are not all that bad in storm terms is that we've got the helicopter still up. Now, if their weather radar was telling them a storm's inbound, we wouldn't have the TV helicopter up at this stage, not with a storm front coming in. For listeners to radiolemans.com for this race, you will know with a shadow of a doubt when we are concerned about a long delay, because you'll hear the voice of Joe Bradley starting up the tale about the British touring car team. At that point, you should start to get pretty worried about things. But until that point, we're just still in this almost a holding pattern, aren't we? Skies above us at the moment. There might be rain coming through, but skies are reasonably bright at the moment over start-finish straight. It doesn't look that when we get in the longer camera shots of the Dottinger with all the spray hanging in the air. But at the moment, it's brighter than it has been in the last 20 or 30 minutes.
Well, and again, an indication is that we've got longer camera shots from the helicopters, and we can actually see things, which possibly does mean that it is raining a little less in certain parts of the track. But again, that's with a track that covers 3 or 4 small towns and half a dozen villages. Yeah, we get this at Silverstone. It'll be raining on you down in the box at Stowe, and it'll be bone dry in the pit lane, Paul. And that's historically always been the way. And with this, it's. You're not even phoning the other side of town. You're phoning halfway across the county to see where the weather is, because it was dry in the pit lane when people were going off on the ice halfway around the track.
Yeah, David King was saying he knew the weather on the previous rainstorm was going to the north of the pit lane. Yeah. What he didn't know was how far to the north of the pit lane it was going, and whether it was going to skirt the track or pass harmlessly even further north. Yeah. And there's a similar kind of problem here.
Yes, exactly right. And again, race control clearly believe that they have enough information that it is going to reduce in severity the rain, that they will be able to release the cars sooner rather than later. They are currently filing their way once more out of the final little pair of chicanes, almost, the last couple of corners, and onto the Grand Prix track start-finish line. And there is a board being held up saying extra formation lap. Whether anybody other than the safety car drivers can see that or not, I'm afraid, remains entirely a moot point. But they will be told on their radios as they come past by the team, or as they got probably onto Dottinger, where they might be expecting to be cinching up the belts and getting ready for a full-bore wet weather restart, that in fact that was not going to happen this lap at least.
I'll tell you what it has done though, because we've moved from being a pace car to being a safety car. We've moved, if you could see my hands there, from being side-by-side starting. I didn't realise that didn't work for weather as I was saying it. We've moved from being side-by-side starting to being nose-to-tail starting, which means that as and when we are ready for the green flag to be waved across start-finish line and the safety cars to come in, then we will get a nose-to-tail start rather than a formation side-by-side type of start, which in itself is going to be a safer way of getting things underway.
But they've said this is a formation lap, so they should be side-by-side as on a formation lap, because it's not a safety car lap where they can follow nose-to-tail.
I take your point, but Am
I being semantic and pedantic?
No, you are. What you say may well happen, but I think that needs to be vouchsafed towards all drivers and teams, either move into 2x2 grid formation or stay as you are. The fact is that at the moment they are showing no signs of being in 2x2 grid formation. They have gone nose to tail.
They have gone nose to tail, and maybe that will help with visibility and the ability to get the field a little bit more up to speed as well. You can hear carbon brakes squealing in the background on the sound effects, because they're trying to get some heat into them as they come past the cameras down into the first couple of corners without locking up and going off, or catching the guy behind unawares. And this is, when it's bone dry and you're on a formation lap and everybody's accelerating and slowing down, accelerating, slowing down, trying to build the heat, that's one thing. When visibility is at a premium, as it is now, you have to be really, really careful. Grandstands are full, tracks are packed to the rafters with fans who have frankly got bored of eating barbecued meat and drinking beer, it would seem, and have come back to see some racing cars making a noise. So it was a pleasant little mid-afternoon interlude for everybody. Should perhaps have gone back to the hotel and got some sleep during that 3 hours, but didn't know how long it was going to go on.
Curiously, although Nurburgring Norbert has gone through at the tail of the safety car train, the red lights haven't switched to green. Now, the man who's operating the switch has waved at the man who's down there on the pit lane, as if to say you should be going out. But as I say, currently the red light is on at the end of the pit lane, and those three cars are losing
now lost
further
a lap.
time. Well, they already had lost a lap, but they're losing further time because there's now another safety car coming through. So as that safety car, I wonder if
but they're not in the right group, so that you wouldn't want to release them onto the back of Group 1 because you've got your TCR Seat in there and whatever. So presumably they go onto the back of Group 3. And then Devil Take behind him most.
Well, we'll see at the moment. I think a degree of confusion is now reigning down there, so we'll leave that one to sort itself out in the fullness of time.
Indeed.
Got a couple of quick requests, and we've got plenty of time to do it, for just a bit of a rejig through the class leaders, gentlemen. We want to have a quick run through that?
If you do that,
dear Lord.
Dear Jim.
Oh, well, I could do that. So number 9 car is the car at the front of the first group, behind what I think we're now calling a safety car. And that is, of course, the Bilstein liveried Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz AMG. That car leads the race and leads Group SP9.
All right, let's do that one. There is no E1 XP car anymore. Nope. Leading SPX is, according to timing and scoring, in 40th place, the number 702 Glickenhaus machine. 40th place?
No, it's not. It's because of that.
It's not, because the first 18 cars. Right, so subtract 18 mentally from these to save me having to try and do it live on air.
It's 22nd position.
Yeah, but when we get down into 173rd,
I'll keep doing those hard songs.
I'm not doing that.
That's right.
Cup 3 class, this is in no particular order, being led by 355, the Bosch, Schmickler and Humbert Porsche Cayman 981 GT4. That is in 9th, add 18 to that.
27th.
Thank you. SP6 is being led. This is the second, the third quickest of our SP classes, led by car number 83. That's the Ackermann, Welcher, Wiskirchen and Walter Porsche GT3 Cup car. And that's just changed position, so I'm not even going to try that. SP2 Turbo, car number 133, Schrick, Schumann, Naumann and Hamill in the Hyundai i30. Cup 5 class is led by 305. That's the Schrei, Mies, Akata and Dries M235i BMW, ahead of a field of M235i BMWs. Cup Class 1 led by 251, Bruggenkamp, Schroeder, Wanger and Triebelhorn Astra OPC Cup car. And again, that is the class entirely consisting of Astra Cup cars. The 3 class TCR field currently being led by 202. That's the Patz, Nieswitz, Friedhoff and Friedhoff Seat Leon. The 201 car is now shown as on an outlap. That is the car that was the leader when it crashed and has been hastily rebuilt. And the car that was on pole, which is the 204 Golf GTI, which bounced off 201, scrabbled out of the gravel trap to then take the lead, is now on pit lane, having surrendered its lead. SP3T, the Tiger, Gorian, Andre and Leeson, number 104 Audi TT-RS, ahead of the Subaru in its class. V2T, is car number 175. Pats, Kluger, Koshin and Kimela in their Volkswagen Scirocco. That's led all the way from the start. V3T, the single car in that class, is a BMW M235i, and that's the Von Garrel, Erlinger and Cox car number 171. V3 is being led by 126, quote, Brody, Brezza, Mutjans and Barbaro. That's the Toyota GT86 ahead of the other Toyota GT86s, one of which is a Subaru BRZ, of course. That's car number 168. In the V4 class, cars currently the lead group just out of the carousel, so I'll get a bit of a shake on because we might go green this time round. Leading V4, 141, Rink, Brink, Tink, Piana and Steinhaus in the BMW E90. There is no Tink in that car, of course. I was just being onomatopoeic. V6 class, led by car number 158, Tveten, Sandberg and Fubrick, Porsche 991. V5 class, being led by car number 151, Bullersbach, Shetler, Briodi and Arimon, their Porsche Cayman. In the SP3 class, the number 117 car is the leader. That is the Renault Clio of Peter, Groningen and Renazemel. And in the SP8 class, don't you dare reset when I'm nearly at the bottom of the page. In the SP8 class is a number 42 Aston Martin Vantage GT8 of Kate Camelga, Turner and Gueldon. Apologies to everybody in the booth related for mangling those names. In the AT class, the leader is the 112 Porsche Cayman GT4 of Schmudo, dropping the beats obviously with Van Loos de Menard, Scheelhaas and Duffler. And I believe they were on the Peel show back in 1978. The SP4T, it's that time already, the SP4T class being led by the 96 Audi TT RS of Lerner, Varsel, Schmitz and Jaeger. SP5, we're only 5 from the end now, hurrying through them. The 93 car leads, it's the only car in the class, the BMW 1M Coupe GTR. Graham, how long have I got?
You're fine at the moment.
Okay, SP10 led by 76, that's the Weber, Burma's Preacher and the Henrici Aston Martin Vantage V8. And was Mark Webber on the grid earlier?
I believe he was around the environs.
Wearing a smile that said, I'm very happy to be here and really happy not to be driving. Mind you, most of his teammates aren't driving anymore either. The number 59 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car is leading SP7. That's Steve Smith, Renger, Reimer and Prochik. 2 to go. SP8 Turbo is being led by the Nissan GT-R, the number 48 car. Schulze, Tresson and Schulzitsky. That's the graduates' car, isn't it? And finally, and by no means lastly, because they are in 51st plus or minus 18. No, that'll be genuinely 51st, won't it? The Kataoka, Tsuchiya, Oshima and Iguchi. Lexus RCF is leading the SP Pro class, which brings us back to the top of the field, the SP9 class, which is being led, as we said, by the number 9 Mercedes, which has led the field from the start.
You're not supposed to have favourites, are you, in the media? We do have favourites. We're going to give a big shout out, hoping it's not their first year, and this is the first time that the guests of Travel Destinations down at Camping am Nurburgring who'll be having a soggy, but I've no doubt incredibly happy time here. It's not always like this. It is. No, it's not. It will get better.
It is.
But enjoy your weekend. There are lots of people sitting opposite us in the grandstands looking maybe a little less thrilled to be here than they were 20 minutes ago, but that will change if and when we get back to green flag racing, I'm sure.
Graham
Otherwise,
Goodwin.
The Bratwurst stands are going to take another hammering.
Graham Goodwin has just done the equivalent of sitting in on an inflatable animal, in a paddling pool, outside a tent, walled in by bottles of beer, saying, Le Mans not always like this, you know.
Never has been for me.
You need to get out more, sunshine. Paul Truswell, please, some sense.
Oh, I'll do my best. So the only issue I can see here with running behind the safety car for a prolonged period of time is that we then have to start getting into... I mean, we're not yet, because we're only on the third lap. But if it goes on for 4 or 5 laps, then some of the smaller engine cars are going to start getting lower on fuel, and we're then going to have to start making refueling pit stops under safety car conditions. Now, so that's not a huge issue just yet, but we have now been running for half an hour under the safety car, and that was only 3 laps. We haven't even finished the 3rd lap yet. These cars will easily do an hour, especially at this speed, on a tank full of fuel. That's always assuming that they've all filled them up. There may have been somebody out there saying, when we don't quite fill it up all the way because we're going to come in after 3 or 4 laps. Well, that's going to massively backfire on you. Yes. The cars which were in the pit lane have all now gone out and have been replaced instead by one of the Opels number 254, which is now waiting for the safety car train to come through, and then that will be able to rejoin. But of course these cars are effectively losing a lap every time they come into the pits for any sort of pit stop.
Well, that's a Team WS Opel Cup car, and they were quite a long way down the order anyway. They
141st,
well,
it says on the little red light on the side of the car.
Well, 126 on our timing screen, so you do that. Graham, is that 18? Not my math. They are 5th in the Cup class, and the next car in that Cup class is a long way behind, but there are other cars in the pits. Also shown as in the pits is 204, which is Racing One's Volkswagen Golf GT-R. That is the pole-sitting TCR car. That is still in 3rd in class.
That's the one with rubber doors.
If it makes it to the line, we'll end up on the podium. But of course, it's got to make it to the checkered flag. Having just left the pit lane, we talked about the 115 BMW. That left 5 or 6 minutes ago. But of course, it's probably 20 minutes from coming back past us again at this speed. And the Manta's in the pit lane, I'm afraid. It is with heavy heart that I must relate that 122 is still in there. And it's not very often I say this, but I rather wish we had Nick Damon here now. I know. Don't. No.
Are we ready for a song?
No, just to make him run down to the Manta and find out what's wrong with it, and B, to fix it. Because of course now he's a classic car owner as well. He must know how to fix all broken cars. It's a checkbook.
Come on, you've had old car.
Here all week, folks.
The universal tool.
Yep. It's been said many times to me with the Morris Minor, there's only one thing that's going to fix it. Oh, excellent. Have you got one? No, but you have. It's a credit card. Get it out. Okay, there we go. So, the Manta, I'm afraid, I can't believe this is the end of the road for the Manta and the Foxtail. In fact, even the Foxtail has stopped tweeting. That's how serious things may be getting down there. So we will beetle off. In fact, I might even send Hind off now. Should we, show of hands, no, he's saying no.
It's showing the lack of enthusiasm that I think is absolutely staggering.
I think perhaps if we work on a responsible adult, a runner will be dispatched to Foxtail Heaven.
I can see one being beaten into shape right now.
To see whether it is indeed Foxtail Heaven or Foxtail Hell. But a Nurburgring 24 hours, in my experience, without a Manta in it, is not a Nurburgring 24 hours. It's just a race at the Nurburgring. So here we go. We are still under safety car conditions now. We are under safety car conditions, having had 2 formation laps after a near 4-hour red flag. Paul, exactly how long was the... Oh, Paul's halfway through a yogurt. That was a really poor time to ask him. That's why he's buttoned off.
That's all right, we're there. The red flag was for exactly 3 hours.
Okay. Not nearly 4 then.
So, no, it was exactly 3. We then have gone green in inverted commas. I say it in inverted commas because, as I say, these laps, so far as I know, are counting, even though the timing system hasn't quite caught up. But we are under race conditions now, even though we are neutralised behind the safety car. And thus, but what I haven't done is, because we've now gone through the 4.5, or we will shortly be going through the 4.5 hour mark, is to reset that element of the computer, and I'll do that when I've gone back to my sausage, if you don't mind, Martin.
Go ahead. You do your worst. Here all week, folks. There is a man in the track Fortunately, he's neither wearing a kilt nor a priest's outfit. He is in full wet weather gear of visibility rating high, but he is halfway down Dottinger Her. She is halfway down Dottinger Her, peering back towards the direction of travel. Now, in the forests around the Schloss Nurburg, in which threads this most prestigious and wonderful of racetracks, there are many, many little pockets of mist, and those will turn very shortly into pockets of fog. As the temperature drops, the cold air will descend upon us. There won't be much heat from the ground to force the fog up, and so it will be quite a foggy evening. However, the queue of cars continues to circulate here, and are we hearing...
Not yet.
Our information screen from the organiser still says a third formation lap on which we are on, but... Well, now, normally, if it was any other race, I'd say, right, as we get to the end of timing sector 2, the lights will go off on the safety car, and if they don't, we won't go green. Now, would that be the case at the end of timing sector 4, which is just as we get to the beginning of Dottinger Her? Lights are on the safety car, everybody's still weaving, they're still doing 80 Ks. I'm saying we're not going green this time neither.
Well, it did say third formation lap a lot earlier than this last time around.
We did.
I'm not making any assumptions at this stage, though. But there is a question here, gentlemen, which is, with rain still falling heavily here, what's the case for going green at this stage? If it's too wet last time around, it's not getting any drier, has it?
Well, Jim Roller's very sophisticated vintage 2001 weather app on his phone he's just showing me a moving picture.
It's a shell on a string, isn't it?
You know when you get slimed by slime and there's this day-glow slime all over the place that gradually sinks down you if you're Dr. Venkman? It's doing that, and we're sort of middle to top of that, and it's sinking away from us. So I think what he's trying to show us is that the weather front is moving away to the south, and it's going to get not worse rather than worse.
Right. Okay.
I'm refraining from using the word better, only because I'm sat in the commentary box and not on a car in the Nordschleife, in the rain, in limited grip, and in diminishing visibility, because I'm not sure that it's going to be better there for a while, but it should not get worse, which might give race control the courage to release the field. But at the moment, as they are heading up towards Antonius Booker, the fast, flat-out left-hander at the end of the straight, the lights are still on, and the safety car shows no intention of beetling off into the distance to allow the leader a run down through the final few corners.
I will give one option here. We might be going green. There's still our safety car lights on. We were discussing earlier whether or not this is a formation lap or a safety car lap. Could we be entering a period where it's a safety car lap?
We are going dozy-do, or 2x2.
By grid?
Yes, we are. So we are forming up into 2x2 formation. The paddling pools, the barbecues, the inflatable accessories are being waved on fences all the way around the track. But most cogently of all, as we head into the last four corners of the Nordschleife, although the lights remain on the safety car and he is studiously keeping the pace of our leading group under control, they are in 2x2 formation. We are not seeing the safety car racing away yet.
There is no board for an extra formation lap in the position we've seen on the previous two.
A lot of arm flapping going on from marshals who are clearly already chilled to the bone.
After this formation lap,
after this formation lap, here we go. We are getting ready to go green once more. Safety car pulls off. 19 hours, 27 minutes remain as the field is released. We go green flag racing once more. The number 9 Mercedes has the lead and into the wall of spray. 4 wide come the Mercedes and the BMWs behind it. Down on the run into the first corner. Our lead car will have a good view and the chance not to aquaplane off, but sweeping around the outside has gone the BMW, and taking the lead into the second corner and out onto the Grand Prix track. The number 22 BMW has swept around the number 9 Mercedes, who has been justifiably cautious, Graham Goodwin, on the entry into that downhill first turner when it drops away underneath the man on the inside line, and the BMW took huge advantage.
Sorry, it's the 18 BMW. Apologies, it's the Schubert car that went through, got much the better run down into the first couple of turns, Paul.
That is one of the most astonishing things I've ever seen. I mean, going out on the Nurburgring yesterday and watching them on the out on the carousel was astonishing, but watching that start, again, for those of you listening and to try and explain it to you, 57 odd cars going through, pouring rain, the spray that was kicked up made visibility absolutely impossible. There were people putting the brakes on as they went on across start finish line purely because they were about to hit the car in front, and then had to slow down. Astonishing skill from those drivers that they all managed to get through without incident, because that really was magnificent driving.
Change for second place and as well, and for third place the number 9 Mercedes is now down to 4th. The second of the BMWs has moved up into third place. We thought initially it was the 88 Mercedes.
It's the 29.
It was the 29 that has gone by. An Audi on the move as well has gone by that number 9 car, which now has both Haribo Mercedes behind it, and they're showing no signs of being able to overtake. The Mercedes clearly struggling for tyre temperature here in a way that the BMWs and the Audis are not, and the leader has gone off, barely makes it around the left-hand hook onto the Nordschleife proper, got really deep in under braking, just squirreled away, and that's the danger with being the leader. They spent 3 laps going around at 60 kilometres an hour. He's the one that finds out that there isn't enough grip at racing speed.
The lead group of 4 with the number 9 bottling up the pair of Haribo cars in 6th and 7th, and looking like it's going to get beaten up by both of them. But the 4 cars in the lead of this race now close right together because of that run wide. As the cars went out into the Nordschleife by the number 18 car, managed to retain the place, but it's the 18 from the 29, then it's the Row Racing car.
And now, having had 75 nutters head down into the first corner in a wall of spray where only one of them has even the faintest clue where the corner is, the second starting group races across the line. They are released into the wettest of conditions, 3 wide down into the first corner, and it's going to be the man on the outside here. On the outside, you've got the advantage. You've got runoff area. The track doesn't drop away, and then you can make a block pass onto the left-hander on the inside. You have the inside line. We saw it in the touring car races earlier. We saw it in the Audi TT support races yesterday and today, and we're seeing it here again. Outside line is the best line, and the wider on the outside, the more outrageous your attempt, the better it works.
And it's much the same as Paul Truswell described about the Group 1 start. A wall of spray, 6 wide as they cross the start-finish line for...
Well, we get 5 or 6 cars in visibility, and then there is just a white out behind. Battle for third, the Audi trying to go through on the inside, and there is contact with the number 8 car, and the 8 car has lost a couple of places. In fact, it looks as though it had moved up, but it's now dropped back down in front of its sister car, the 88. So the Audi is now up to, what did we make that, 4th position?
It's Audi's up to 3rd position. It's not the 88 car's a little further back. The 88 car, it was the HTP car that was hit by the Audi there as it made up position.
And that's the number 2 Audi, right?
Correct. And there was contact side to side between the 2 cars.
That was at Nurburgring. So he got deep in, down the hill, under braking.
The 29 car and the 2 car getting together, both surviving that and getting away from both the Haribo cars, which are both now, by the way, cleared the 9 car as well. Yeah. That 9 car is struggling.
It really is, and I wonder whether that is just purely a tyre temperature issue or whether there is something else going on there. So the leader has been caught. We have a very close BMW 1-2, and we have our third and final group of, I was going to say restarters, pacing themselves to the line. The Renault Clio with the inside line, holding the pace. BMW alongside it is holding back a little, and then they're given the green light, and the BMW has lost a row, and from behind the Hyundai's braking formation very early. A couple of cars have come straight down pit road, in fact, so Paul worrying about people that may have short-filled seems to have been a sufficient worry. Either that or the footwells are so full of water that he can't trust his feet on the pedals. Not sure which, but the car that had the advantage of visibility at the beginning leads them down into the first corner, and again there'll be 70-odd cars all trying to make it round a very narrow right-left switchback. So far we've had about 120-odd cars, and didn't seem to be any contact. The first car gets turned around, 133 that looked like. That, I think, is the very first incident we've seen down at that second corner chicane.
That's the Schrick, Schumann, Naumann SP2 leading car that got turned around there at turn 2, Martin, but you're right, it's been neat and tidy until that point.
Now that was dark blue, and I'm not sure an all dark blue car is that Hyundai Deutschland entry, so we got a glimpse of the number sideways. I'm not sure that's exactly which that car was. However, our leader is who do we think that was? Augusto Farfus who made that?
Yes, I think it possibly was. But it's the 18 car from the 22.
And right from the moment the lights changed, that number 9 Mercedes was in trouble. He had visibility, but as they found out 4 wide behind him, then so did the next 4 or 5 cars, because, of course, they had nobody in front of them apart from the number 9 car, so very little spray to deal with. And sweeping around the outside, whoever was in that number 18 BMW just had a phenomenal move to snatch the lead, caught the number 9 Mercedes unawares. Number 9 car has not regained its composure and has dropped a good 7 or 8 places down the order as well.
As they when they get to start-finish, assuming that they do, that will be our first change of leader. Not one of those little things that I count, because the number 9 Mercedes had led up until that point, so 4 hours and 40 minutes of the session having elapsed when that change took place. But as I say, they still have to make their way around the remainder of this lap, and who's to say that might not change a few times before we get back to the start-finish line.
Absolutely right. That's a very good call. The very first change of lead, as we said, the Mercedes led from the first inch of the race and right the way down until possibly Augusto Farfus muscled his way around the outside. That was a really, really ballsy move. I mean, that was a classic touring car driver's move, actually. He may well have watched a bit of the World Touring Cars earlier, having been an alumnus of it, and gone, oh, right, okay, well, if that works for the Citroens, I'm having a bit of a run at that. And for everybody else, outside the top 5 in each of the starting groups, forget it. I'm not surprised people were braking past us long before the end of the pit lane. I would have been as well. The leaders now are in dense fog. It's no longer mist, is it? That's not water hanging in the trees. This is now fog in the trees. And have they gone through the carousel? I think this is the Vipperman section. Whatever. The visibility, which is always at a premium here, because the corner-to-corner range is very short, is very much reduced now. It's not just spray off the car in front. There is actually very little visibility in the air at all.
Yeah,
that's Brunchen.
Yeah, absolutely right, Martin. That is coming down into Brunchen. Yeah. It's low cloud, isn't it? It's low cloud hanging in the mountains, as we saw first thing this morning, except that we were above it, and now we're in the middle of it.
The running order at the moment, though, it's the 18 BMW from the 22. Then it's the number 2 Audi trying to make up ground on the 2 leaders. 29 Mercedes-Benz made a great restart, but has dropped back to 4th and is now under threat from both of the Aerobo Mercedes.
Number 2 Audi was 9th at the restart, is now up to 3rd. However, we now have 5-car lead train as they drop into the mini carousel. They've got 6-car lead train because both Aerobo Mercedes have now latched back on, so they've got temperature and pressure back up into their tyres. But the number 9 car has been shot out the back of this group like a cork out of a champagne bottle. He's gone exactly in the wrong direction. Our race leader brings them on to Dottinger for the first time, and he's 5-6 car lengths in front. That's not safe. There's a 5-car slipstreaming train behind him, and they are all going to concertina up, and they've all thrown the line out, and they're going to be reeling him in. Number 2 Audi makes a move for second place out of the slipstream, and he is now going to make the double pass for the lead. The Audi is flashing the headlights of the BMW down Dottinger. They're still on the rev limiter in top gear. The BMW just has enough distance to the fast left-hander at Christopher Brooker, and the Audi can't quite get through. So up to second place has gone the Audi from 9th at the restart.
And the 29 Mercedes-Benz plus the sorry, what we've not seen is they're going to change the leader again. It's the 22 car ahead now, not the 18.
Oh, you're right, absolutely.
The BMWs have changed places out in the mist somewhere.
So that must have happened between Brunchen and the Mini Carousel, because we didn't see that. And in fact, we now have the number 22 BMW. So we have got your change of lead, Paul. It's just the different leader. 22, 2 and 29. And then across the line in fourth place is the number 18 BMW that led most of that lap, ahead of the number 8 and the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. Number 4 Mercedes with Bernd Schneider up has moved up to 7th, because number 9 is down to 9th place, and the number 2 Audi being passed by the Mercedes on the run down to the Dunlop hairpin, but he's gone too wide. Can he hold it? I'm not sure about that. I think the Audi has got a bit of a run, and the leaders are catching one of the tail enders. Is that 155 has gone off again? 115 rather has gone off in avoidance. Saw something coming in the mirrors and went off on the exit of the second element of the Schumacher S, and a change for second place.
Yes, that BMW was just out of the pit lane. He'd come down the pits, and I thought, he's going a bit faster than 60 kilometres an hour as he came down the pit lane. He'd come out of the pits and was just getting ready for to get back, but then got rather monstered by all those leading GT3 cars, the SB9 class cars coming up behind him.
So in second place is the dark grey and lime green Mercedes, and the number 2 Audi shuffled back down to third position.
Second, we're getting our timing glitch, I'm afraid. It's going to be confusing for a little wee while yet.
No, because there's the BMW that leads the race. The BMW still in front, the Mercedes in second. So it is the Rowe Racing BMW. I managed to get away without saying Mercedes there, and I preceded that with Rowe Racing. Is that £1 to me? Am I earning some of it back?
No, just being correct, you don't get paid extra for, Martin.
Oh, come on, it's so seldom I have that opportunity.
But
good restart as well from the number 5 Audi.
And that's interesting, because that is the one Audi that's actually running on Dunlop tyres, and that's, must admit, I think it's one of the fancied runners. It's done very well so far in VLN competition. That 18 car that we thought might lead that lap is now being shuffled back down. It's been passed already by one of the 2 Haribo cars, and I think it's about to be passed by the other.
88 looked left, looked right, looked left, on the grass almost on the left hand side as they got to the top of the hill and up to the Vidal chicane. Oh, he did have wheels on the grass on the climb up towards the Vidal chicane on the driver's left. That was not big Australian balls, which is what Daniel Ricciardo claimed helped him to pole position, but it was certainly a fair degree of cojones there. So we still have our BMW leading the field. The Rowe Racing BMW is starting to ease away. So what happened to the number 9 Mercedes that led led the first part of the race? Why did it not have any speed at the restart? And suddenly what happened to the car that led the entire lap and then almost made it across the line as the leader, but didn't lead on to Dottinger and has now dropped down to 5th place? What's going on with these cars?
In effect, Martin, the number 9 car was some 15 seconds slower on the lap. Now, what I didn't manage to work out was exactly where on the lap, which of the 5 sector times that we have coming up here, which of those particular sectors was the biggest loser for it. But it usually with something like that is just the driver perhaps not taking as many risks, not pushing it as hard, because there is no point. I mean, whilst this is great and it's exciting and it's good to see door-handle to door-handle racing, there should be on every driver's steering wheel a big tape with no risk written on it.
Don't be stupid.
Because when you're doing that kind of going onto the grass, overtaking moves, it is just so close and you're so inches from disaster sometimes. And, you can't afford to do that. This is a 24-hour race.
Well, maybe then we should be, instead of wondering what happened to the number 9 Mercedes driver, wondering what happened to everybody else, because there have been some fairly substantial risks taken. I mean, it's the Nurburgring, it's gloomy, and it's very wet. So risk is a given, but the attempt by the number 2 Audi, for instance, to pass for the lead down into the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit saw him go, squirrely locked up on the white lines on the outside and very nearly not make it all the way round. We've seen, a couple of cars entering into the pit lane. We've seen one car go off. We've just seen spin for the number 35 Nissan, so that seemed to be fairly harmless. But we've also got what appear to be regular pit callers, or perhaps the first of our regular pit callers. And Paul, our timing screen still hasn't adjusted itself. It's still an SP3T car that is shown as the leader. So
yeah, I have noticed that, and
I know
that doesn't actually help what I'm trying to do here, because whilst the screens are showing wrong, all of my data is working on the same screens, and so I'm getting some very
confused.
I'm getting some very odd things coming to show up now, but we'll battle through it. The guys at Vega Timing will sort it out, I'm convinced, and once they sort their system out, then my systems will sort themselves out automatically.
Would say, by the way, that number 9 Mercedes-Benz, having crossed the line in the lead, of course, is now down out of the top 10 in SP9, and is being beaten up by yet another group of battling SP9s in what it has to be said are still remarkably challenging conditions. We can see now the car, the number 9 has fallen back behind the 912. What I think we have to now say is the surviving of the Manthey factory cars.
It's the only Manthey factory car. I think they wrote 911 off long before it got stuck in traffic and all of that. So, I mean, conditions are very, very tough indeed. Visibility is all but non-existent. And this is where track knowledge and knowledge of your car as well has such a phenomenal difference when you're trying to race wheel-to-wheel with somebody on a track where there is almost no wheel-to-wheel racing space. There are going to be mistakes from both drivers. You know, if you're behind somebody, it's really only a matter, and fairly short matter of time before he makes a mistake. You've just got to make sure you're not sucked into making the same mistake with him, because that's the real possibility, is that if he goes off, you brake as late as him and you go off as well. So it's knowledge of the track that will allow you not to make that mistake, while the driver in front may have less knowledge and does go off slightly.
Should say the lap times at the moment down into 10 minutes 20 seconds. We have another incident, it's at the 354 BMW M235 having a very, very slippery moment. Stays, I think, out the barriers, but just barely. 304, my apologies.
Good spot, and that is the Bonk Motorsport M235i. That's a Cup 5 class car. That was the leader in the class.
My fingers probably not anymore.
I think it had already lost the lead of the class because it had made a pit stop earlier on.
Right.
But it did make it back to the pits in the end, and so that's another pit stop for that car. So
we just got a quick shot of that car down into 93rd position, and stationary in pit lane as the team attend to it. But 10 minutes 22 is about the kind of pace for the quickest of these SP9 cars at the moment. That's broadly, Paul, the kind of pace at 10:21 we saw in the worst of the weather in the qualifying session.
In the night qualifying session, as opposed to the top 30 qualifying session. Yes, absolutely right. When it gets slow, it gets wet, and you're down into the 10-minute 20-somethings, which is round about 2 minutes slower than a good dry time would be around the Nordschleife.
And possibly kind of significantly, that pace is dropping off in the order in which the cars are coming by, and that's going to be in no small part because of the issues of spray. So we've got a couple of the two lead cars at the moment, the 22 and the number 2 Audi, lapping in the 10:22s, and from there on in, the times are dropping off pretty sharply.
Yeah, and that's because they have better visibility and less traffic to deal with, presumably.
Still plenty of daylight, I have to say. It looked as if it was going to get a lot darker, a lot quicker.
Well, it was darker. Half an hour earlier,
that would have been
was darker, and
dark clouds.
We're heading towards night time rather than heading away from dawn, and it was definitely much darker. What the problem is, although generally the visibility where there's visibility is better, where there isn't, I'm afraid that's not going to change much. The fact that the air around these sort of very low foggy, cloudy sections is brighter doesn't help you. When you're driving down the motorway and you go from good visibility into a dense bank of fog, when you're in the fog, it doesn't matter that there's good visibility on either side. You're still in it.
And mist has descended now on the first part of the Dottingerhurst, so we don't get that classic sight of the cars all the way back down. What we see is headlights coming out of the mist.
And the Gorillas are charging underneath our camera position. It's still BMW, Mercedes. Those two are pulling away, though, from what is now a Singleton car in third place.
It should be the Audi. It should be the number 2 car.
Number 2 Audi. And again, you know, a car that looked like it was going to take the lead last lap is now the better part of 6 or 7 seconds behind. A very close battle for the lead. And cars would do well to avoid the curbs, even on the Grand Prix circuit, Graham, because
the leader nearly caught out there.
Yeah,
the final curb of the lap, and very nearly lost control. Gathered it back up again.
Just about. 22 BMW is now shown as the leader on our timing screen. Squirrels under braking down into the first corner. There's even less grip there than he had allowed for. 29 Mercedes is in second. The number 8 Mercedes is now shown as in third, ahead of the number 88 car, which is some way behind it. Number 2 Audi has dropped back down to fifth. That was the car that was trying to take the lead a lap ago. The number 4 Mercedes is back down to sixth position, ahead of the number 5 Audi and the number 30 Mercedes, Paul.
The timing screen is correct.
Yes.
And it's not going to be correct for long, because what it's going to show is the SP4 cars are going to overtake it again. And the reason they're going to do that is that they have 5 minutes credit on the start, because they started 5 minutes before. 5 minutes after the race leaders did. So what's happened is, because the safety cars squashed them all up together, it effectively has given the lower class cars that started in the second starting group an artificial advantage. So what we're actually seeing is the way that the official scoring
adjusted time should be. It will eventually wrap itself out because the SP9 cars are going inevitably faster. But we will see this alternation of the times for a little while yet.
Number 304 BMW that we saw having that off and coming into the pit lane has got a separated left front shoulder blades. Number 309 also off in the gravel, and also perhaps more germane to the race, that's on the Grand Prix circuit, and so there is a code 60 there. The leader's going past very slowly up to the Vidal chicane at the end of the Grand Prix lap. More germanely, the number 18 BMW that took the lead at the start and led very nearly the entire first lap has pitted. So not sure whether that was a standard stop, whether they short-fueled, because we have been racing now, Paul, for over half an hour. Battle for second place. Number 8 Mercedes jumping away very quickly off the code 60, Graham. Very quickly, too quickly.
Well, let's say very quickly for the moment, but that was real elbows as they went out onto the Nordschleife.
It was code 60 in the braking zone for the Vidal chicane, and he fired his way out past as they turned left. So that's, imagine it being code 60 on the Cooper Straight, and then making a pass as you start the climb through Surtees out onto the Grand Prix loop at Brands Hatch. It was that guy. I'm not sure where the green flag was, but he clearly felt he saw it.
I should say last time around the quick laps were getting quicker, still over 10 minutes, but just over 10 minutes now, so 20 seconds gained by the leaders over the fast laps they were doing in the worst of the weather, so it is clearly a little more drivable for them at the moment.
We've then got about, barring intervention of safety cars, 4 more laps before our, quote, leader, which is the top SP3T car, stops being our leader, because he's doing about a minute a lap more than our actual fastest cars. So hopefully within 4 laps of now we should have the leaders coming to the top of the leaderboard and not being bounced off.
Except that they'll be coming into the pits for refuelling because they need refuelling very soon.
Very, very slow Mercedes. That is the car that has just taken the lead of the race.
No, it's not. I think what's happened there is I think they've gone into a slow zone, and he didn't react quickly enough and has retaken his position. So I think what happened there is that they've come into a slow zone.
Yes,
the number
because
120
Clio on the side
is off and still making progress and crabbing along.
I mean, you know what he's doing? He's trying to drive out of the mud, but it is so muddy, and he's on a little slope that runs away from the road, and he can't drive up the slope. It's half a car width from the tarmac, pointing towards the tarmac. He had his foot down, and it was just drifting further down the hill, tail along the barrier, just desperately trying to stay there. So we are getting close to 8:30 local time. We are nearly 5 hours into this race, and another code 60 just onto the Nordschleife as the leaders approached a very slow car crabbing along the side of the track. and they were just getting a little bit caught out in traffic because it is barely possible to see beyond the car in front of you. And I can imagine in this traffic you will end up shooting by somebody who slows marginally, because then you will suddenly see why they have slowed. And there is another rescue vehicle towing a car backwards away from a gravel trap further around, and that'll be, we're still on the run down towards Nurburgring, I think, with the lead group. And so perhaps just a little further past that, heading up towards... Again, we seem to have a massive disparity of speed among some of the cars that are out on the track. Some of the quicker cars now in slow tail end of traffic. And again, there's another level of difficulty and danger. And now we're starting to see more cars going off. In the gravel is number 33 Audi TT, and this is down at Nurburgring. The 33 car collection motorsport car loses it under braking, backs off into the gravel trap at Nurburgring. And that's an SP9 car. In fact, that was quite well up in SP9. I might have to have a very quick look. You watch the screen and see what's going on. Talk amongst yourselves. Can't find it quickly enough. Oh no, that's so he wasn't that far up in the class. In fact, he was in 37th in the class. So he is backed off into the gravel trap at Nurburgring. That'll be another code 60 zone. He doesn't stand the slightest chance of getting out of that under his own steam, so it'll need a rescue vehicle. The 115 BMW that went off earlier on in front of the leaders is now being passed by the leaders again as they get to the bridge at Adenau. And now I withdraw that. The Felbermeyer Audi has not only driven himself out, but driven himself out with some style and conviction. He backed up to get himself out of the hole and then drove it straight through and back out onto terra firma on the exit of Nurburgring. So we have 19 hours down, which means 5 hours gone in the 24 hours of the Nurburgring 2016. Live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin. And with 5 hours on the clock, we have raced for 2 and sat waiting out a rain delay for 3 of them. And the race currently being led, if I can find him on the timing screen, by the number 22... yes, number 22 BMW.
Yes.
Still in front of the number 29 HTP Mercedes, or at least he was when they crossed the line. But as they go into the fog, things are becoming increasingly difficult to keep track of, even with the use of onboard cameras. The TV director finding it very hard to actually find a car that can see where it's going.
Klaus Graf, we are told, is at the wheel of the leading BMW, number 22. And I think we said it was Nicky Katzberg who did the initial start, so that's what's happening there. The gap between first and second is
growing, I believe, as they get to the carousel. It's about 7 or 8 car lengths.
Because it's going up by 8 seconds a lap on that previous lap.
And the battle for second place, the number 29 BMW caught a slower car which was in the banked oval. He popped up on the outside and has been passed for second and for third, I think. So the number 8 Mercedes went through, the Haribo car, and the 29 Mercedes went through.
I think we have a new leader. I think the number 8 Haribo car is leading. The number 29 is in second, the 22 car has dropped to third. The 22 car is the one
car. Went the long way around the outside and got beaten up. Good call from Jim Roller, watching from the helicopter shot above, gives us a great view of what happens. Now, a lot of drivers argue that it's as quick to go around the outside on the tarmac, but it appeared not to be that time. Mind you, he got in slow because there was a slower car, and then 2 corners later, the 88 Haribo, number 8 Haribo Mercedes that got by him put right rear wheels on the concrete curb and very nearly got spat off into the forest. And had he done so, that would have taken the 29 car with him, and our BMW would have been piling into a 2-car shunt that fast became a 3-car shunt. So they got away with that one by the skin of their teeth.
And now it looks like the number 6 and the 912, the Porsche, have gotten into a battle. When they crossed the line, the 912 is 13th and the 6 was 17th. But right now, either the 912 has dropped back or the 6 has made a great move forward past the number 1, the number 42 Aston Martin, and the number 9 Mercedes that was leading this race when they go side by each, they split a slower car.
Yeah, Renault Clio in the middle had SP9 cars in both mirrors, and if it wasn't sphincter tightening enough for the drivers of the slower cars, having these guys coming either side of you on a piece of track that is only 2 cars wide, they both were fringing the grass with outside wheels. That was a heart in the mouth moment for all 3 drivers. They got away with it. But Jim, there's 19 hours of this. It's not going to get much better. It's certainly not going to get light for a very long while. This is going to be a race where those moves in traffic that seem so crucial when you've got somebody an inch off your exhaust pipe, you've really still got to be cautious, because that can end your race so easily.
Everybody is wondering, well, what's wrong with the 9? What's wrong with the 9? I don't think anything's wrong with the 9. I think they're just being cooler heads. I think they are just going to let this come to them like they did in qualifying. They didn't go out and push in the damp conditions. They let it dry off a little bit and then went for the flyer. And now out on the racetrack, the 22 and the 88 are joined in battle as they head down the Donegal.
Battle for 3rd place, number 22 BMW that led the last lap and a half, with the 88 Haribo Mercedes closing up fast behind it. But as they get into the wiggles at the end of the lap, they drop down, and the Mercedes couldn't make up the ground. Further back, though, the number 6 Phoenix Audi, the car that was qualified into the top 30 by rights, is right behind the remaining Manthey Racing Porsche 9112, upholding Porsche honours here, really pretty much single-handedly. No pressure there then, and he looks like he just held off the Phoenix Audi as the lead pair swoop around the outside of another much slower touring car into corner 1 and 2, and the 3rd place battle follows them. Very short shift as well going through there. Looks like doesn't say a T-shirt. I know it's an Opel OPC Cup car they're going by. It has turquoise on it. I'm not sure that Franz Conrad is running any cars in that class, but somebody clearly likes his choice of colour scheme anyway, and why wouldn't you? So, 3-hour wait, Jim, it's pretty much as if the first 4 laps never really happened. All it did was shuffle up the grid order a little bit, but top 30 qualifying did that anyway. We lost a couple of cars, unfortunately, for Porsche. We lost the 911, which is, a very good shout for at least a top 10 finish and to cause everybody a bit of trouble. But, that was the real major top flight casualty out of all of that, because the leaders had sort of passed before the real deluge arrived in what you call the midfield, the sort of 100-odd cars that are the rest of the pack, most of whom got stuck in the mud or the gravel or the grass or somewhere.
Talking to Darren Turner during the break, I asked him, "Were you out in that mess?" And he said, "We went through it just before it got really bad." So it depended on where you were on the racetrack as to whether you were lucky enough to get through before it got bad. And then 88 car dives underneath the number 22 as they go through the Vidal chicane.
Barely held it. Looked like he'd got in too deep, even into the wide motorcycle racing variant of the chicane, but he just had enough curb to keep it under control. And so as they sweep left out onto the Nordschleife, once more onto the Hatzenbach, he is up to 3rd position. Well, the Mercedes looked like they didn't have tyre temperature or tyre pressure, or some confidence in the car was lacking on the opening couple of laps of this restarted race, but now they've got everything under them working well. This revised Mercedes GT car is a real step forward, and that's trouble. Number 29 facing the wrong way. Our race leader is backed off, and how far has he got round? He's only got half a dozen corners in. Is that
second place? He was second place.
He was second place. He just lost the lead.
He's lost the right. No. Good
backing
heavens.
Across the track, and that is just going on to Schradenkreuz.
Going down. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Just going down towards the. out of Quiddelbacher Höhe, I think, down towards the Flugplatz.
Well, and again, Quiddelbacher Höhe, with the modifications they've made this year, Sabine Schmitz was telling us yesterday, that is now flat in almost any conditions, and he just tips a curb on the inside. It throws him round into a looping spin. Luckily, it's on the much slower right-left. Oh, Code 60 board being waved immediately at the marshal's post that is right above him. Hugely quick reaction. They got the Code 60 board out before there was even a yellow flag there, so they reacted very quickly to that. It is a blind corner. He was in the middle of the road, and when he reversed back, cars were going left and right to try and avoid him, and several cars nearly going off, actually trying to brake at the last minute.
He wasn't actually in the lead at the time, though, was he?
He had been passed for second place, I think.
He was already in second place. So certainly when they crossed the line at the start-finish, it was still the BMW in the lead. But that was the second-place car, the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. So we are now with a BMW 1-2, I believe, Martin, with the number 8 BMW leading the way, and the
8's are Mercedes.
Now with all the sophistication,
the 8 is the
Haribo
Mercedes. Yep, sorry.
With all the sophistication of the circuit and 5 different timing loops and everything else, we get split times. Why don't we get the field updated every fifth of a lap? It's 5 miles between updates. That's more than a lap of a Grand Prix circuit. Anyway. And that's just my little quibble. Let's get to that in another time.
Because it doesn't happen until it crosses the start-finish line, Martin.
Yeah, I know, but it should.
It doesn't.
It should.
It doesn't.
Well, out on the racetrack, we've got the 100, the 912, the 6, and the 1, all nose to tail in their own great battle. We were wondering earlier whether the 912 had come back to the 6 or vice versa, but in fact, the 6 has caught the 912 as they are going through an intervention
code 60
vehicle.
Must be a code 60 there, surely, because there was a slow-moving vehicle, but they were not. None of those guys were doing 60 kilometres an hour. It might have been a double-waved yellow 120.
Yeah, because it was a car being towed by an intervention vehicle, so that was probably just a double-waved yellow. But those 4 now, the 6 car is still right on the tailpipe of the 912, and they were closing on the 100 with Klingman behind the wheel of that car.
At least that's what we guessed. Yes, there's very few on our timing. This is one of those instances where you think, we're really spoilt at Le Mans, where it is absolutely mandatory that the timing system shows you exactly who's in the car, and then we can fairly apportion the blame. So there's the 100 Schubert Motorsport BMW that is leading that little group, and the 912 Porsche with the number 6 Phoenix Audi right behind it. Really up his gearbox.
And then comes the 29.
29 cars recovered to that position, so 29 dropped down to the tail of the top 10. And the number 6 Phoenix Audi is just eating the spray of the Porsche now on Dottinger Höhe. Closing in. He's about 3 car lengths behind. No, we're not around to Dottinger Höhe at all yet, are we? Nowhere close. So... still closing in behind and closes up a lot under braking, but the Porsche then gets the power down a little more efficiently on the exit, opens up that gap once more. The 29 Mercedes has got another Audi behind it, and is that the number 2 car? No, I'm not sure.
No, the 29.
That might be the number 1 Audi behind him then.
Yes, that would be the number 1, because he has split the 6 and the 1. He's back. He's down in 13th position right now, or 12th. He's probably 12th right now.
So 88 Haribo Mercedes drops into the carousel, and that car should be in 3rd position now, with the number 8 sister car leading, and the number 22 BMW in 2nd position. And double wave yellows in front of our lead group of cars. The 88 car has caught one of the...
code 60, actually.
Double wave yellows, 120, and then they come down into the code 60. That's the Dodge Viper off on the side of the track, with a rescue vehicle doing what rescue vehicles do, rescuing it. And again, this is the Vipperman section. and then they will be released by an immediate green flag at the end of either a double wave yellow 120 km/h speed zone or a code 60 speed zone. They will be released immediately by a green flag just to keep things clear. The leader has got away from all that, and as he sweeps around through Brunchen and off towards Flansgarten, making his way past slower traffic. And the Mercedes now with a little bit of clear air, but Jim, there's no clear air in front of him. Visibility there is, to say it marginal would be an improvement on what they've got at the moment.
And the TV camera actually provides us more light than is actually out there. The electronics of the TV camera will actually boost the amount of light that you see, so it's even worse to the naked eye. And I was just going to ask you, Martin, at what point does this fog, which keeps getting thicker as we get closer to nighttime, become an impediment where we have to slow this thing down again?
Well, again, we go back to where we were when we were talking about the red flag for the rain and the hail. You know, the race control is over pit lane. It's clear here. The skies are quite bright, actually. Light reflected off the cloud. It's not raining heavily. There's no fog here. Patently, he can see it's foggy everywhere else, but he is relying on marshal's posts, the controller at each of the marshal's posts, to say, you know, okay, still safe. I can still see the, you know, and there's the thing. If you can still see backwards or forwards to the next post, then it's just about drivable. Questionable, but just about. But when you lose track of those posts, then you hit the panic button, then you're on the radio to race control going, I can't see another marshal's post, and that means flag signals don't travel. And if flag signals don't travel, if you can't see a flag signal and you're standing still, somebody travelling 160 miles an hour is never going to see the flag signal, and then it's untenable safety wise. So number 8 Mercedes leads, number 22 BMW is second, 88 is third, and then we've got a bit of a logjam coming up behind. The battle for sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th is all very close indeed. And the leader is in a lot of traffic towards the end of the lap, finding his way past all sorts of cars, and you know, and it's so difficult because you're passing cars that are doing 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 k's less than you, but are on the ragged edge and have no more grip and can't get out of the way, and you almost fall over them trying to avoid them, and you know, therein lies the real danger. Well, across the line it is now a Haribo Mercedes 1-2-8 from 88, and waiting for the third car to come across the line. Where has the number 22 Porsche BMW gone?
Third now.
The answer is it has just crossed the line, 20 seconds behind the leader, Neraz. So he has lost a lot of ground.
And then very close indeed, just behind there, with the other HTP Mercedes coming through, with right alongside it, in fact, as they went through, was the number 2 WRT Audi.
Was it? Well, shown on the screen, the order was the number 4 car with the wet weather expert Bernd Schneider bolted in for these conditions. He was shown as 4th. The number 30 car was shown as 5th, with the number 2 Audi as 6th position.
Yeah, the 30 HTP Mercedes and the number 2 Audi were the two that were very close together as they went through.
Yeah. So that number 22, and you know, we saw the Mercedes struggle to get speed on the first lap away from 3 behind the safety car, and now we're seeing them in their ascendancy, whereas the BMWs seem to have peaked a little bit early and are now starting to slip back down the order, losing pace relative to the Mercedes.
And it was Bernd Schneider who was the driver that the number 29 car almost backed in front of. Schneider had to take to the grass to avoid contact, as now the 29 car is right on the tailpipe of the number 5 Phoenix Audi as they go through the hairpin on the Grand Prix Strecke.
Yeah, the number 5 Phoenix Audi is in 8th place. Number 6 Phoenix Audi was shown in 10th. But 29 has got in front of him, Paul.
The other thing that's happening is that, I hesitate to say this because I've not been looking at the TV pictures as you have. I've been trying to do it from times and looking out of the window, but conditions are improving. Times are now sub 10 minutes. Whilst Joe was sitting in Jim's chair, or was it Jim that when Joe was sitting there anyway. The times were out at 10 minutes 20, so we've made 20 seconds of an advantage, of an improvement in times, and that represents a significant improvement in weather conditions, Jim.
The rain may be lessening, but the fog isn't, and I think there's going to be a transition point. And while we were having that discussion, the number 29 car made short work of the number 5, and so now he has, as they head out onto the Nordschleife, and here comes the number 9 back into the fray, going by the number 1 car as if he was tied to a post.
Okay, so the weather is getting better, the track is getting less wet, and for some reason, what is working for all of the Mercedes is working for all of the Mercedes. The number 9 car now hives its way straight by number 1. 29 has already gone past number 6. The number 9 car is right on the tail of the number 5 car, so it's going to jump that Phoenix Audi as well. 9112 is way out the back of this somewhere, I think, isn't he? He came across the line in front of them, so either he's driven away from the Phoenix Audis, or the Audis are now struggling the same way the BMWs are, and the Mercedes and the Singleton Porsche appear to be having a better deal in these conditions.
I think the Porsche is out in front of this group, but we'll just have to wait and see, as that's...
Weather condition, visibility, light, ambient light now, let's say it that way. Ambient light is better now than it was an hour and a half ago. It's 2.5 hours of daylight better than it was an hour and a half ago. An hour and a half ago, in fact 30 minutes ago, I was thinking, right, it's almost night time. Now it looks like mid-afternoon. Now it looks like 6:45 on a late May bank holiday weekend, Sunday or Saturday evening. You know, it looks like barbecue. It's not barbecue weather, but suddenly it's stopped being a winter's night and has gone into being a quasi-summer evening, at least in the Eiffel Mountains. The number 9 Mercedes still struggling to get by the Phoenix Audi number 5 car, but hasn't really had a position where he's been able to use that speed advantage, and the Phoenix car is managing to cling on. When he'd been passed by number 29 on the Grand Prix circuit, the Phoenix Audi looked like he was able to come back almost immediately, but as soon as they really get up into the high speed numbers, and maybe that's where the Mercedes is now starting to be able to eke out some advantage. Is it in high speed numbers? Because let's face it, the number 9 car wasn't exactly hanging around in qualifying, was it?
No, not at all. And we have visual confirmation also, Martin, that the 912 is in fact ahead of this battle that we're watching. He is right up the tailpipe of the number 100 in 8th position. The 5 car is the one who has dropped back.
I'm not trying to preempt anything, but
you are.
We can.
But you're gonna.
That's your job.
But we are coming towards the end of this stint. Now, what I don't know is how much fuel they'll be using in these wet weather conditions. And although they did have some wet weather running, of course, during the practice session, so they do have some data to go on. You never know quite how much fuel you're using, and sometimes when it's really wet you end up using more fuel because you spend so much time spinning the wheels.
Yes.
So, although with traction control on these cars that maybe isn't so much of a problem, you may be able to save fuel a little bit better when it's going more slowly. However, be that as it may, we may see some of, I won't say the leading 3 or 4, but maybe the top 10, top 15 coming in towards the pits at the end of this lap, but they're only about halfway around it, so there's a little way to go yet.
Well, bearing in mind how jumbled up our order now is compared to how our order was when we finished racing in the first 1 hour race, you know, you may have got guys who are now up towards the front in the top 3 or 4 who short fuel by a lap or two to go, right, let's avoid the crush.
Exactly.
And so we might even see maybe even our race leader and second place guys both coming in early because they've made that decision, or some of the front runners.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to, but I don't think it'll be the leading groups. I think the leading group will say to the other people who are sharing their garage,
get out.
Look, if you want to fuel in 2 laps, could you come in now? Yeah. Because then we can come in where we want to in 2 laps, because normally the priority is given to the cars that are further ahead in the race. So that's why I said the bottom half of the top 15 will be the ones making the pit stops rather than the top half.
Great 3-way battle out on the racetrack. The number 100 in 7th, chased by the number 912 in 8th, and then they are both chased by the number 6 and the number 29. So this has now become a 4-way battle as they make the right-hand turn and head up the very steep hill to the Caracciola Carousel. Meanwhile, our leader, oh boy, when you hear me talk like that, that means he's just had a narrow miss in traffic with one of the BMWs. I think it was the 135, but I'm not 100% certain.
'Twas ever thus, though. The leader is always going to be making narrow moves in traffic, and this is just, serving to get our head into endurance racing mode as we get ready for the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 17 days' time, isn't it? Because it's going to be the same deal. It is always the same deal. It's the one who loses least time in the pit lane and loses least time in traffic that ends up spending least time going slowly, and therefore that every single time you pull on the opposite door handle on the passenger side of the car just to make your car that millimetre narrower to get through the gap.
Oh, somebody's lost the carcass.
Yeah, somebody has had a big blowout. There is a tyre carcass rolling along the barriers, and we don't yet see a car that will be responsible for it. Now, as a cameraman, I would now be panning around to face the other direction, and I would be expecting Jim Roller from the truck to be yelling in my ear to do just that. It's a very interesting shot of a carcass of a tyre rolling down a barrier for a full minute now.
Yeah. And now here's a replay. It's a Porsche. It's a Porsche.
It's a Cayman, I think.
Yeah,
and
it looks like
spat a tyre off on the right rear. And that is, was that a 991?
That's a 991, I think.
Our resident Porsche owning expert, member of the Porsche Club Great Britain, can you confirm or deny? I don't know.
No, that's a
Members of
Cayman.
our audience.
That's a
Cayman.
That's a Cayman Pro 4, I think.
Could be. Whatever it is, it's a long way from home, and it's only got 3 wheels on its wagon, and one of them's a driven wheel. So.
And we do know it's a Porsche.
It's going to be slow. Well, it's not a proper Porsche, obviously, because it's water-cooled. See, I'm playing there to the audience, aren't I?
Wow, boy, aren't you?
Yeah, aren't I, though? And, okay, so he's got 3 wheels on his wagon.
It's the 112. It's the 112.
So he's got 3 wheels on his wagon, and he is just on the section from Vipperman through the roller coaster of fear.
It was a Cayman GT4.
Yeah. Huh. So this is... Of all the places I would not want to be going very slowly under my own steam on the planet, this is number 1. There is no other section of track I would fear more not being able to get out of people's way. Yeah. Apart from anything else, when they take off, they don't know you're there. So how do they avoid landing on you? I mean,
right.
I'm not being facetious here.
Yeah,
you get
exactly.
to those brows, all you can see is treetops.
Yep.
And cloud, which you're now in, as you take off in fresh air, you go into cloud, and as you come down to land, there's some fool in a Cayman with 3 wheels just where you were planning to park the machinery. Race leading duo, still the Haribo Mercedes, number 8 and 88 cars. 292 BMW hanging on in 3rd place, but the Mercedes are now shuffling their way back towards the front of the pack, aren't they? We've got Mercedes 1, 2, 4, 5, because we've got number 4 Mercedes in 4th, and the number 30 Mercedes in 5th position, ahead of number 2 Audi, and then number 100 BMW. There's a bit of a...
Who just got snookered in traffic.
Well, massive after you, Claude, going on there, and unfortunately he zigged when he should have zagged, got caught up behind the tail ender, who didn't move onto the racing line as the 100 BMW expected, and the 100 BMW then found himself doing 38 kilometres an hour into turn 1 rather than something more approaching 120. So he got completely kiboshed there, and now has the number 6 Phoenix Audi all over him. And this is the only section of track the Audi looks half competitive around the Grand Prix loop. They're tearing on down the hill towards the Dunlop chicane, and actually the Dunlop hairpin, actually we're halfway down the hill, still can't see the tower inside the Dunlop hairpin.
Good heavens.
So the Grand Prix track is now bathed in fog as well. Not our bit, Paul, out of our window. It's lovely.
Well, it's good enough, certainly, but I think that just goes to show what we were saying earlier on, that it's altitude related. This is, yes, you can call it fog, but it's really low cloud, and where the low-lying cloud changes in altitude, that's where you suddenly get this mist and this fog.
Yeah,
it's white stuff you can't see through.
Do you know the difference between fog and cloud? It's the size of the droplets.
That's true.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
In effect, you're right. Sorry, I thought it was going to be enough of your facetious remarks, Martin.
No, that not facetious. That was pedantry. Now I'm back to facetious.
Right. We've had the top 20 through, and none of them came into the pits. However, the number 75 Mercedes, the yellow man filters car, has come into the pits, and that's just undergoing a driver change, not quite beneath my feet, because it's a little bit away to my left as I turn and look down the pit lane, but I can see it. However, that does mean it's even more likely that more of the top 15 will be coming in at the end of this lap, because we're now on the 13th lap of the race. That's a dreadful thing to say, with nearly 5.5 hours of the race gone.
So
13th,
9th at speed.
Well, the 9th since the break, because we had 4 in the first portion of the race, and then so we're as I say, on the 13th,
behind the safety car.
We had 3 behind the safety car, so that's 7. We're on the 8th lap at speed, which is pretty much where everybody's going to be coming into the pit. So. Because they're going slower, I think we'll get some coming in after, I've said, a maximum of 14 laps on my little notepad down there, but certainly some will be coming in after 13 laps. So now is going to be the time, and then we're going to be into this situation where, because it's a minimum pit stop time, you're not going to be able to turn it around quickly, but you are going to be constrained by timing the pit stop and then going when the stopwatch says, rather than when the work is completed.
You had a very victorious fist pump a few moments ago. Is scoring righted itself?
Timing scoring, as I said a little while ago, is correct.
Yeah,
it was confusing us because of the way that the timing itself works, because of this 3-phase start that we have. So that is right.
But it's worked itself out.
No, it will. I mean, it will continue to change. Of slightly more concern to me is that the other things aren't quite working as well as they should do. Partly because we've had
broad brushstrokes,
a 4-hour break.
Yes.
Then all of the kind of lap times and projections and things are not working well, but we'll get there.
We will indeed.
75 car is the first of the front runners to pit, and again very leisurely leaving, because, as Paul said, they go by the stopwatch, not by when the work is done.
There is somebody actually directly below Paul's feet pitting. We saw there 133, the SP3T leading Hyundai i30 got tagged into a spin at turn 1, but has continued and didn't lose the lead of the class. And we're seeing battle for position for 4th place. Bernd Schneider being passed in the rain. The number 4 car loses 4th place to the number 30 Mercedes. Now I don't know whether that's Stefan Mucker, Maxi Bug, Thomas Jaeger. I have no idea who's at the wheel of that car. That's lick your finger and stab in the dark, but I do know from Adam Christodoulou that number 4 had Schneider on board, and the Porsche also makes the pass.
On the number 2 car.
Yeah, so he's got ahead of the 100 when that got held up in traffic, and the 100 BMW is right up behind the number 2 Audi as well, which again, once they get off the Grand Prix loop, struggling for pace.
The cars that you were referring to coming into the pits beneath my feet, Martin, both Black Falcon cars. There's the number 64 Porsche, which is one of the Porsche Cup cars, and also the Mercedes number 29, which is the green. No, not number 29. Sorry, what number's the other? Black Falcon Mercedes car, the green one is 14, isn't it? Yes, number 14, and that was Indy Dontje, I think, getting out of the car. I didn't see who got into it, but let's give a cheer and say that it was Rob Huff getting into it. So that's both cars now on their way again. So that was the number 20. Sorry, I called it 29 again. It's number 14, isn't it, the green car? The reason I had 29 in my head is that it was 29th when it came into the pits.
There you go. So Mercedes continuing to climb the order. The Audi, frankly, struggling for speed. All the Audis struggling for speed. We've only got one, and we haven't even got one in the top half dozen now, and they are slumping down predominantly outside the top 10. So in the wet conditions, even though visibility is improving, and even though we are, visibility improving in places. There's less spray, it's still a very wet track. Nobody is going to be changing onto intermediates or slicks anytime soon. It's certainly a lot better than early in the race when, just at the end of the first hour, a rainstorm swept through the far side of the track around Arnberg and Adenau and deposited not just bucket loads of rain but half a season's worth of ice on the track as well, in the form of hailstones the size of thumbnails, and that brought out a red flag at the end of the first hour of the race.
Thanks to some very eagle-eyed spotting by Johnny Palmer and a few stabs in the dark by me, I'll hazard a guess that we won't put Robert Huff into the Black Falcon Mercedes number 14 after all. We'll put the what do you call it, anonymous Gerwin into the car. So
George Gerwin, the famous composer.
Gerwin in inverted commas, yes. One of the very many drivers running under a nom de guerre.
Nom de conduite.
Nom de course.
Yeah, nom de course. That's very good.
In which you would do that? Why?
Pourquoi? Well,
insurance?
There are two reasons. The reason that Nelson Sotomayor started racing as Nelson Piquet, one of the less well-known family names, so that Mummy and Daddy wouldn't find out and then disavow him of his fortune, or not really quite sure why the other reason would be.
No, I mean,
insurance, perhaps?
It's purely just to add a bit of mystique to it. Many drivers just do it because they've got a name like Johnny Plonker or something, and they don't want to be called as their maiden name, their given name.
Stingbrace and John Winter, and yes. Some of them have stage names, don't they? Like what's his name? Our famous rap artist.
Yes. Schmooze,
or whatever his name.
Let's not worry about it. It's Gerwin at the wheel anyway of that Mercedes. The leaders, meanwhile, are on the Dottinger Höhe yet again. The time's continuing to improve, and I think we need to make this point that the weather is getting better, down to the 940s now. And on the Dottinger Höhe, I think that we will be seeing pit stops happening at the end of the lap that they're currently on. Certainly looking down here, there is an increased state of readiness being shown by many of the pit crews waiting for their cars to come into the pits. Of course, the fact that it is such a long lap means that a lot of them come in on the same lap, but there's quite big gaps between them, so they'll be coming in now, and their minimum pit stop time is going to be of the order of 2.5, no, in fact more than 3 minutes. They're going to have to spend in the pit lane, so that's time from pit in to pit out, 3 minutes.
Which gives plenty of time for Johnny Palmer, with his eagle eyes, realistic hair and beard and grippy hands, to tell us who's getting into what cars.
Well, I'm sure Johnny will, to the best of his knowledge and ability, and we'll then vouchsafe that to you. And
Haribo Mercedes on pit road. This is the 88 car. The leader has gone through. The second placed Haribo Mercedes has pitted, and that may well have been their choice anyway, or they may have just brought him in with an extra lap's worth of fuel in the tank. So
absolutely side by side as they cross the line, the cars that were in third and fourth now in second and third place, the 22 BMW and the 30 Mercedes, with whether it's Stefan Mucker or Maxi Buch, I'm not sure, but that Mercedes really trying to make up the ground that was lost by the other HTP car previously when it had its little spin.
Number 2 Audi dives to the pit lane, number 29 Mercedes dives to the pit lane, so too does the number 9 Black Falcon car. Paul, that will be pulling up like the wind beneath your wings in just a moment.
Here it is, yes, right on cue, the number 9 Mercedes then in the Bilstein colours. Doesn't quite clonk the stop board, but comes to a nice stop. Out, not yet out, has climbed a driver. They're just putting fuel into that car.
Nice leisurely pit stop still for the 88 Haribo car. Number 2 Mercedes is at Team WRT. Mercedes, Audi. Why am I saying Mercedes? I can
There's never been a
see
WRT.
It's an Audi.
And there's never been a WRT Mercedes,
no,
so you can't claim...
Indeed not. So, driver change happening there. Number 9 is in as well, the car that led the first race. Well, that's what we're calling the 4-lapper, aren't we?
Yes.
The sprint, the qualifying sprint race format, and that is...
Yes, that's the one that's beneath my feet.
That's the juniors, isn't it? That's the Sons of car.
Yes, and I don't believe there has been...
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's a different one.
The number 9 is the one that is Hubert Stark, Jelmer Berman, Maro Engel, Müller, and I haven't seen a driver change on that one. Johnny Palmer's wandered off somewhere else. So
and there doesn't need to be a driver change either, does there? Because they've only been out for an hour.
Indeed. I
don't think there was a driver change in the 88 Haribo car either. So Anon, who started the race in that one, would appear to be still in it. And even if he's not, we have no information who might be in it, so it's still Anon.
And also into the pits down beneath me is the 007 Aston Martin. And also
16 is in as well.
Yes, that's
the Bush brothers.
And the
38
yellow, 7. The yellow Bentley as well is in as well. 7, I just said.
Yes, you did. He's right below us as well. The 38 car 2, easy spot for us.
And that is another set of wets going on to the Aston, and Darren Turner getting into the car. Pedro Lamy is getting out.
Aha, that's why Pedro was hustled away when we were having our supper. Pedro was behind us, and suddenly went, oh, yep, okay, radio went off in somebody's ear, right, we're on our way. So he's just with me here in the tent, and they hustled him off to get into the car to go out onto the grid.
So he'll be back having some more the Aston hospitality in a few minutes' time, once he's strapped Darren Turner, as I say, Darren getting into that Aston Martin 007 at the moment.
There's an Audi TT on pit road as well, Audi R8, so that's the twin Bush car. That's been there for a while. 29 heads back out, 22 is still receiving service, and there's a Rowe Motorsport BMW with a right rear puncture creeping in. Is that the 22 car?
Yeah, it might explain why he's dropped all the way down to 29th.
Yeah,
I would think that's that was the 22 car.
It's kind of hard to identify from the back because that's the one.
Yeah, no number.
Almost, yeah. Well, there is. It's on the back of the rear windscreen, but it's
blocked by the wing.
Yeah, it's only the size of the number on the door of your house, and there's a wing the size of the door of your house in the way. So the view from behind wasn't that edificacious. Useful.
Edifying
indeed.
Edificacious.
Yeah. Battle for 14th, 701 ahead of 28. So the 28 Audi R8 all over the back of the SCG 003. Now, I was talking to Damien Smith of Motorsport earlier on, and he went down to the grid with Cameron Glickenhaus. He was having a bit of an interview with him, and they said, oh, we're going to the grid. So they did a walk and talk, and he said, I'm not actually sure I asked him a question. I think I just turned on the tape recorder, and then he talked and we walked and talked on the grid and chatted to everybody. He said, I think I've got about 35 minutes to transcribe. He said, he said, if there's a red flag, you need to pop down the road and get him in, because the rest of you can go off for a snooze. So that's the plan. Next time there's a red flag, we've got to go and find Cameron and get him to tell us the story of how he had the money and the intention to go racing, and instead of buying a racing team or buying a car and starting a racing team, Jim Glickenhaus decided that he was going to develop and build a supercar for the road and then race it, and then how it's grown like Topsy to become this remarkable project.
Well, the 702 car is having, the 701 rather, is having its hands full of the number 28 car, and in fact got totally sideways in front of the 28, but was able to hold on to the position. That's a battle for 14th overall.
Yeah. That car really does look like a handful in places. I think it needs the speed to really get the aero working. Well, we heard that Pedro Lamy got out, and did they put Dazzle in 007?
Yes, they did. Yes.
Did Darren Turner start the race originally?
Yes,
he did.
Yeah, but not in that car though. He started the race in the GT4 car.
Yeah, and dodged the hailstorm, and so he then is out in 007.
As we're in an even hour, you want me to give you a quick even classes update?
Do you know what? Let's do that. We've got 18 hours and 19 minutes, so you've got a chance of getting through all 25 classes.
Actually, we only do the even ones on the even hours.
Oh, okay.
Next hour, we'll do the odd ones.
Can I just set you either the task of doing it within a certain time, because we'll have the leader into the pits next time around.
Okay.
Oh, I can get that done.
John, have you got the music?
All right. SB8T, the class leader is the number 47, the TCR and Vetter Motorsport BMW E82, 71st position overall. In SP4T, it's the 110 AC 1927 Mayan ADAC entry. That's a VW Golf 108th position overall. SP6, number 83, the rent-to-drive racing Porsche GT3 Cup car, 58th position overall. TCR, there's only 3 cars in the class. All 3 of them ended up in the gravel right before the red flag. Surviving it was the 201 Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids Seat Leon TCR, 68th overall. In SB8, it's the number 42 Aston Martin Test Center Vantage GT8, 45th overall. SP10 is the number 79 Pro Sport Performance Porsche Cayman Pro 4, 40th overall. In V6, it's the number 158 Aesthetic Racing Porsche 991 in 64th position overall. V2T, the number 75 Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids Scirocco GTRS. Now that car was the one that got involved with the SP2T leading number 133 Hyundai Motorsports Deutschland Hyundai i30, who is now 82nd overall. And then finally in our even classes, these 10 classes, the V4, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport, number 141, BMW E90, 92nd overall. So there's your update during an even hour of the even classes.
Well done, leader out of Vipperman. Just to pick up on the TCR car, the 201 was leading, went off, ripped off the left front wheel at Arenbach, got hit by the 202, which then bounced off it to take the lead. That was the car that was on pole position. That then also went off on the next corner, and it was the only other car in the class that was the leader at the stoppage. 201 had a 3-hour rebuild, restarted from the pit lane, and now an hour later has retaken the lead of the class. So clearly that is the factory entry. Leader now on the run to Dottingerhöhe.
In Dottingerhöhe,
on Dottingerhöhe.
I think he's just come through Tiergarten.
Yes, he has indeed. So through Antonius Booker, and this is the final couple of corners, trying to find his way around a BMW that has got nowhere left to go, but the leader safely negotiated and eschews the pit lane. Paul Truswell, does he not listen?
Well, no, he's obviously managed to save a bit of fuel whilst he's been going more slowly around the track.
Well, if we're only going around the Grand Prix circuit, I can assume I can go with that. He saved that amount of fuel. How has he saved 25.6 kilometres of fuel? He can't have.
Purely because he's going in 10 minutes 20 in the early stages. Some of the laps were done behind the safety car, and some of the teams we noticed were behind the safety car were weaving massively right and left, and so therefore would have been using more fuel just because they were changing direction more often. But certainly he's done well behind the safety car to get that extra lap, and let's hope he has got enough to get an extra lap. But that is a long stint then for the race leader. However, second place man, the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, is in the pits, Martin.
Yeah, and the speed at which he came into the pit lane, he looked from the onboard camera as though he was going to go straight on into the wall, into the edge of the pit wall, but he did manage to get it slowed down and down to the speed limit. At least we certainly hope so, and he is now pulled up outside the pit. And a bit of visual examination going on by the team as he gets fueled. Door not open. There is a driver change on the BMW just in front of him. So again, see, this is why I want to be with the direction. Right, step back, identify the other car as well. There's nothing interesting to see here. Let's have a look at the BMW.
The number, in fact,
it's Aston Martin, isn't it?
The rest of the top 6. Only the race leader has stayed out. So of everybody in the top 15, they're either in the pits already or they had a pit stop on the previous lap, with the exception of the race leader. The number 4 Mercedes is now in. Bernd Schneider is out.
912 is
Manuel
in the pit
Metzger
lane
getting
as well.
In. Yes.
And there is a driver change on the 912 Porsche as well. Whose helmet has got the yellow on the top? That's Christensen, isn't it?
Yes.
He's got the
I'm
yellow.
sure.
Yellow and blue. That's. I have a feeling that's. I'm thinking back to GP2, and I think so. I think that's Christensen. Don't think it's Richard Leeds. It's not a
it's not
tall
Leeds.
enough for a Bergmeister, so that leaves it to 2. I think that's Christensen. So anyway, that may or may not become apparent. More examination going on the 30 Mercedes. I had a quick glimpse of the driver, but I couldn't make out the helmet, I'm afraid, from the top 2 inches of his bone dome. Nick Barrow, Dave Cox, Rick Shaw and Jamie Morrow's Saxon Motorsport BMW 135i GT-R diesel being shown on the screen at the moment. That's in the AT class. And just for sake of completion, I will find out where that is in the AT class. It is the leader, as I suspected it might be. They're leading from 113, which is an Audi A4 Quattro. How can they be leading in these conditions from an Audi A4 Quattro? Dear, come on. Smudo and his teammates are still in the pits in their Cayman. That's now 10 laps down in the class. And in fact, everybody else in the class is either in the pits or question mark. So it's a two-horse race with 18 hours to go.
Two other cars that have not pitted. I mentioned the race leader. The other two being the team Zach Speed Nissan, car number 24. The other one is number 44, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, which kind of got unlucky in that it was one of the cars that made a pit stop for wets before it started raining properly, and then broke loose out on the far side of the circuit. So those two cars as well, not yet having made their pit stop.
Nor has 702 or 18 in the front running group.
Yes, they're a bit further down that group. Yes.
Yeah, well, but they're immediately behind now.
Yes, but only because they've kind of inherited those positions as the people ahead of them have pitted. But you're absolutely right.
Take them as they come, big boy.
Indeed. Yeah. But I think the most significant one is, the race leader, and he is in a position to take some advantage here by being out a little for an extra lap.
Now, interestingly, they had pre-planned plainly to short fill the 88 so that it could stop earlier and leave the 8 car, so they didn't park their cars side by side. And I'm thinking of that because we've just seen both Phoenix Audis side by side outside the garage, only one of which can be getting fuel at the same time.
Yes, but Martin, they had two pit stops. Remind me to come back to that.
Okay.
They had 2 laps between the two Haribo cars. If you remember, the 88 came in at the end of lap 13.
Yes.
The 8 is now on its 15th lap. So
well, you can short fuel it by 2 laps as opposed to 1.
Yeah, but not for the purposes of trying to save space in the. I mean, you can, but why would you?
Why not?
Because you could have stayed out there for an extra lap.
Doesn't make any difference. You're going to have to stop for 2 minutes 40 seconds, a lap earlier or a lap later.
No, because all right. Look, don't forget that the pit stop time is given.
Yes.
Okay, and it changes depending how long the stop is, how long your stint is. So depending on how long your stint is, depends on how long your stop is, and that could lead to the number 8 car losing the lead because his stop will be longer. But ultimately, it might benefit him because he's been able to go a little bit longer on this particular stint. So it's a double-edged sword and not quite as simple as you're trying to make it, Martin.
I was just going to agree with you because the other advantage that you get is the fact that if you can multiply that out, you're going to get back timing the race.
Yeah, you can if you can save a pit stop by the end of the race, Jim. You're absolutely right. Then that's going to help you.
That's what
38 Bentley stopped
37
in the pits. 37 Bentley didn't and is now stopped on the track. At least I don't believe the 37 Bentley stopped in the pits. Now going to have to check your timing screens. No, there he is. He's a question mark, and it doesn't say P anyway. I don't think he's pitted. So 37 has dropped out of the top 30.
And he's only made 1 stop, so yes, you're right. He has not pitted.
So he's under tow, is he? Okay, so he has stopped out on the track. Now, whether that is a mechanical issue, an electrical issue, a damage issue, or a he should have stopped issue, whether he's beeled the car or not is anybody's guess, and I'm afraid that will only come out in the fullness of time.
The 912 has come out of the pits right into the clutches of the number 4 Mercedes. So they are in a nose-to-tail battle for roughly 3rd or 4th position out on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the deal now, of course, is the car is utterly different. So we saw as the race started, the Audis the Audis and the BMWs seemed to have a lot more pace than the Mercedes on full tanks and colder tyres, and then the Mercedes came through into the ascendancy as the stint progressed, as the hour continued. are we going to see a repeat of that now? Are we going to see this, that a full tank Mercedes yo-yos away from its sweet spot and then comes back towards it and is able to recoup that lost ground? And will the BMW feel better in these conditions, slimy and slippery on full tanks, than it does as it starts to lighten up? I wonder whether that is an issue as well, just the pure added weight of the car changing the balance of it.
I think you've hit the nail right on the head, but I also think that if the number 8 car does in fact complete this lap, and as Paul said, get the extra lap, I'd say early advantage to the 8 car.
I think actually, well, we'll wait and see, because the problem for the 8 car is that it's going to have a longer pit stop by virtue of having been out on a longer stint, and it's a longer pit stop to the tune of 18 seconds. Now, its lead before it came in has gone, hasn't it? I can't tell you anymore. But so the lead before it came into the pits, I think, was less than 18 seconds.
I'm pretty sure it's closer to 8 than 18.
Pit stop, as I say, is going to have to be 18. So by the time it comes out of the pits, although it will have got more fuel aboard and have a greater range, therefore, is going to be less, and in fact could even hand the lead back to the number 88 Mercedes that was in second place before.
And in fact, before the slew of pit stops, I'm not sure 18 seconds would have covered the gap back to the battle for third place either, so he might find himself more heavily laden and in traffic as opposed to light and flying away at the front of the field. Just seeing where the 37 car, the Bentley, had stopped, it's now dropped a dozen spots, and more than that, 15 places. It's somewhere in timing sector 4, which takes us from roughly the right-hander before the carousel down towards the mini carousel. In fact, that's pretty much timing sector 4, so he's somewhere in there under tow, hopefully nowhere around Brunchen and Flansgarten, because again, that's not somewhere you want to be going slowly on the end of a tow rope with people whistling by you.
Conditions, as we talked about earlier, lightening up a little bit. We've got really no more standing water anywhere on the racetrack. We're starting to see, certainly not a drying line, but we're starting to see just smoother pavement without it is damp. It looks like it's damp pavement now, not totally wet pavement, if that makes any sense.
37 no longer listed as missing. Well, that's because we know where it is, on the end of a tow rope. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Now, whether they're going to tow him to an exit to get onto a truck to come back down on the highway or not remains to be seen. Because, I don't think they're going to tow him all the way along Dottinger-Her. So they're going to tow him to an exit, stick him on a flatbed. So it'll be a good half hour before the team see that car back again, I'm afraid. So any chance of a decent finish for that car just took a step further away from them. I'm not going to write anything off, not with what the first 4 hours of the race have given us, Paul.
Leader in the pits at last, the number 8 Haribo Mercedes.
Love the way Paul breathes a sigh of relief when the leader comes in and doesn't run out of fuel on the way round.
Well, yeah, it's good to know that they know what they're doing.
Driver change?
As I say, we'll almost certainly get a driver change, and we'll see whether it's able to maintain that lead. The car 88, which is the second place car, we'll look out for that one coming into sight.
Oh, I'll look on my tracker. Let's see if I can. He is probably at Brunchen, actually.
That's a long way away, it seems to me.
Well, how long is this stop in total?
His ETA is 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, his
How'd
ETA
you know that?
is because it looks right there on scoring.
Oh, right, okay.
1 minute 45 now.
Gosh. Paul, how long is this pit stop?
This pit stop has to be 4 minutes. No, just under 4 minutes. 3 minutes and...
It's going to lose the lead by 2 minutes.
Seconds.
Wow.
This is the 2016 Nurburgring 24 Hours live on Radio 1 with Aston Martin Racing. May contain mild disturbance. That's not the may contain mild jeopardy. That's what I wanted. The jeopardy now surrounds our erstwhile race leader, our current race leader. The number 8 Haribo Mercedes came in as the race leader. Everybody else in the top 25 cars or so has pitted and left the pits. He has come in last of all. Is that an engine running? No, that's Falcon Porsche coming in for its second stop. Didn't the Falcon Porsche stop after the first couple of laps?
It did after the first couple of laps of the race, but then they'll have refueled it. We had the stoppage, remember, so it's gone on. Here comes the new race leader. And it is the number. No, he must be a lap behind. It's the number 18, isn't it? No.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
18
number
is
18
the new race
is the new
leader.
race leader. That's
so
right.
I saw the Schubert BMW, and then I thought that can't be right, but it is. It's the new race leader. Then is the number 18 Schubert BMW.
I saw Jochen Rinks, and I thought, no, where's Brabham? Hang on a minute. It is. That's the number 18. 702 has come into the pits. Otherwise, that would have been in second place.
And that car is being wheeled on dolly jacks, the 702. But I think that's just to give it a bit more space. There goes the 88 Mercedes through now, and that's going to be the new second place car, the 88 Haribo Mercedes.
And 8 is rolling, so it is behind its sister car and will also be behind what else? The 30 car next?
No, it's not going to be behind that. It's got out before the 30 car has come through, but
So he will be third.
behind the number 18
will
BMW,
become
which is
second.
So whilst all that was going on, as you were saying as well, the Falcon Tyres Porsche also making its routine pit stop. But those two then, the 8 and the 44, the only two to do a full 11 lap stint.
Falcon Porsche making its pit stop, receiving a little bit of taping up of air ducts. So clearly temperatures are now sufficiently low that they are in danger of dropping too low, or will be in danger of dropping too low. There's all sorts of little bit of maintenance, tear-offs on the lights, tear-offs on the windscreen, fueling, peering inside the side window to check the driver hasn't left. Yeah, nothing escapes these crewmen.
Wonder if that was duct taping or whether it was splitter.
No, I don't think you're going to gaffer on a splitter. Not the speed that you sustain here. That was. I think that's just partially over a radiator or a brake duct to make sure there's not too much cooling. 702, as Paul rightly said, on the trolley dollies, but that's just really to echelon it. 37 Bentley has, and that is just downstream of Brunchen, isn't it? That's where you come in from the car park and walk up the hill, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So it's being pushed back behind the barriers, or rather towed and pushed back behind the barriers, and it'll go onto a flatbed, and then it'll fight the traffic past the meter-long Bratwurst stand to get back to the paddock. If he passes the meter-long Bratwurst stand, that's always a bit of a problem when you've got a German truck driver in charge. The Falcon Porsche is ready to rejoin, and when all the stops have cycled through, and the car that is most germane and that it will have done longest on fuel pool is the number 18 BMW. So that car will have gone even further and will then drop a little bit further back from what is currently second position when it stops.
No, because the number 18 actually came in at the end of lap 9.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's done.
So it's already done its pit stop and is already 6 laps into its next stint.
Okay. Now there's a car that has only made one pit stop, and that is the number 21. So, oops.
How far down is the number 21? Because
it's 8th.
Okay.
It's shown in 8th place overall. That is the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche. So that's Georg Weiss, Oliver Kainz, Jochen Krumbach and Mike Stursberg.
That's showing very good economy indeed then, but what would you expect from a Manthey run Porsche?
Well, that brings us to 18 hours to go, 6 hours down. We have now had half the race with cars running on the track and half the race with drivers sitting on their backside waiting for the rain to blow through. We're 6 hours in and 18 hours to go in the 2016 Nurburgring 24 hours live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on radiolemans.com. The Nurburgring 24 hours on radiolemans.com.
Well, into the next 6 hour chunk with pit stops for the leading cars driven by Aston Martin, and the 27 Aston Martin in the pit lane just underneath our feet here in the Aston Lounge. It's John Hindhaugh with Jim Roller and Paul Truswell in conditions that are slowly improving. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you this. I looked out the back door, never mind all of this radar nonsense. I actually looked to see where the weather was coming from, and there's more rain arriving shortly. The heli-telly has been giving us some fantastic shots, and we've still got that temperature inversion cloud that is just sitting in the valleys with a little bit of rain on the horizon. Worst of the weather after midnight with thunderstorms for a couple of hours and 4 or 5 millimetres of rain are being forecast at least. For the moment, our timing and scoring has got itself back onto an even keel with the 5 minutes that were added to the touring cars to put them back in the roughly their right positions on the restart. Are we still getting them jumping to the top of the screens, Paul, as they come through, or has that now worked itself out?
That's worked itself out, but it's worked itself out as a result of the better pace of the GT3 cars, not because of anything that the timekeepers did. There was a point at which what the timekeepers were doing was absolutely right, even though it seemed completely bizarre, because we have this
counterintuitive.
A very counterintuitive situation where, in fact, the cars that start in the groups 2 and group 3 actually have less than 24 hours to complete, because the checkered flag goes out at the same time for everybody, but they start the race 3 minutes, or in the case of the SP2 cars, 5 minutes behind everybody else. So that was what was throwing us. The 4-hour gap that we had also threw me somewhat, because that makes projecting rather difficult. But we're kind of getting a pattern slowly sorting itself out. And what we're seeing is Mercedes being able consistently to lap more quickly than other cars in the field, particularly the Mercedes quicker than the Audis. But it's not the Black Falcon Mercedes that are lapping more quickly and effectively, it's the Haribo cars.
In from 79th position, one of the Pro 4 Caymans. It's the 79 Deutsche Post, the Monteplast, car, the Pro Sport machine, and that has been doing very nicely. Thank you very much, Jim. I've just had a
37's back underway, John.
I did see that. That was the Bentley, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I thought that was
back underway.
So that was back into the pits and back out on track very quickly. It was under tow. Saw it on a different feed just before I came into this chair, and this is genuinely hot seating. Martin Haven has particularly warm buttocks, I can tell you.
Oh my!
Oh, hang on, now we passed the watershed. Yes, I think we are here, not perhaps where you are, for which I apologise. What news of the Kisling Motorsports Manta, the 122 car? I've had a question. As you might imagine, that always attracts a lot of attention.
It hasn't come out of the pits since you said it was in the pits, John. Which
some time ago.
Yes, I suggested that it didn't get into the pits before. It came into the pits whilst the red flag was out. I think it might have come in before then, but I was assured that it went out and took the restart. Having taken the restart, it then came in before the safety car resumed. Before the safety car, what's the word, withdrew.
Current drivers. Thank you, Johnny. Johnny has pulled up some current drivers for us. The leader at the moment has Maxi Goetz at the wheel. The 88 car in 5th position has Jan Seefarth at the wheel. At the wheel of the number 30 car is Dominic Baumann. Number 4 in 11th position, Metzger, Fred Mako. Makowiecki at the 912 in 13th position. 6, where's the number 6? 15th position. It's the Haasrast Stippler, and it is Winkelhock behind the wheel. Jens Klingman behind the wheel of the 100 in 12th position, which I think is what we're hearing at the moment behind us. Oh no, that's the 35. Robin Frings behind the wheel of the number 2. Christian Hoanadel behind the wheel of the 29. Engel stayed on board the 9 in its last pit stop with his 9th. Frank Stippler is behind the wheel of the defending champion number 1, and Kazuki Hoshino behind the wheel of the car that you can hear in my ears and yours at the moment, the 35 Nissan.
The only thing is, John, that it isn't Maxi Goetz that's leading the race anymore, because that has changed as a result of the last set of pit stops. Because the Haribo Mercedes spent longer in the pits, we had the BMW which now leads the race, and that's Jesse Krohn at the wheel of the number 18, the Schubert Mercedes. As I say, we've been focusing somewhat on the row racing Mercedes, row racing BMWs.
You did it as well.
I have. But now you're back in the chair, I'll be all right. It was only when Martin was there that he was throwing me. But the row racing BMWs were the ones that were challenging, but now we've got the Schubert BMW, which is leading the way. It is doing so by 10 seconds from the number 88 Mercedes, the Haribo car, and then the 8 car, which of course is the one which has more fuel aboard, therefore it will be able to go further on this tank, is however a further 34 seconds behind. So because of the way that the regulations work, and that longer stint means you have to do a longer pit stop, the number 8 car suffering, coming into the race from the lead, having a longer pit stop, and therefore has come out only in 3rd place behind the other Mercedes and the Schubert BMW. 4th is the HTP Mercedes, number 30, which we've got Dominic Baumann at the wheel of. And I think Dominic Baumann started that car, so they've actually cycled through all 4 drivers despite having the red flag period already. And he is only 5 seconds behind the number 8 BMW, but has some 12 seconds of an advantage on the next car up, which is the first of the Black Falcon Mercedes. And there's, for my money at least, something of a surprise in that the best of the Black Falcon Mercedes is only there in 5th place. I was expecting them by this stage in the race to have kept going, have gone a little bit better than that. How do I stop this?
Trying to change your channel without swapping all the rest of the tellies.
I'm trying to stop the television from turning itself off in 12 seconds.
Oh, that's easy. Just press. I'll do that for you. You carry on. Thank you. I will make sure that never happens again throughout the course of the race, Paul.
I've got the update on the 122, the Kissling Motorsports car. 152nd overall, which puts it near tail end Charlie. Only completed 3 laps and has been in the pits for 5 hours and 20 minutes. So
now that's an interesting. You need to do the same thing to Jim's telly now, John, because his is doing the same thing as mine was.
Okay,
we're 6 hours into the race, so they all start switching themselves off. Now, what you said there, Jim, is interesting, because he's been in the pits, from what you've just said, for more than 5 hours, which means that following the red flag, he didn't come back out again.
Right.
Because the red flag restarted the race 2 hours ago. So what Graham told us was that he came out onto the grid. They must have pushed him out onto the grid and then pushed him back again, which seems bizarre. But anyway, so problems possibly of a terminal nature then for the Kissling Opel Manta, which is even more reason, John, why we should turn our attention to have the new Manta in the shape of the Opel Calibra.
Yes, which is still running, still my favourite. It's been extraordinary, the first 6 hours of this race. Of course, we haven't had 6 hours, and therefore we won't have a 24-hour race, so it's not going to be. It's going to be another one of the Nurburgrings in the time that we've covered it that hasn't gone the full distance, and there's been rather too many of those, hasn't there? But it's been extraordinary. I still cannot believe that the organisers thought it was safe to restart the race when it was teeming down with rain. That's quite the most extraordinarily interesting restart that I've ever seen, and I think they were very, very lucky.
Yeah, because the drivers acted as if they were out there on a dry surface. They went at it hammer and tong.
But
there was one group, the second group that came through was 6 wide when they went down into the right-hander at the end of the front straightaway.
In fairness, they were a lot slower because I was watching out the window than the first lot, Jim.
Yeah, but they were still 6 wide.
Oh, yeah. I understand being 6 wide. You want to not be up somebody's tailpipes. The speed that the GT3 cars came past here,
my God.
I was slack-jawed. I was literally holding my breath. And the balcony right next to us had 167 people on them. I counted it. It's only 6 foot by 2. And they were all pointing cameras into the fog, waiting for what they clearly thought was an inevitable incident. 37 Bentley has more problems turning onto the Hudson back, or at least onto the Nordschleifer. It is dead stick, and it's been recycled. Now those, I think, were live pictures.
And that was, it was, John, because having made it back to the pits, as Jim told us, it got going again, made it back to the pits, they've sent it on its way again. That was its outlap, and having it seemingly made the decision to go onto the Nordschleifer rather than coming through the back entrance of the pit lane, he's now kind of committed to doing the full lap. So that's problems which are going to cost it time, and a lot of time, for the white Mercedes, number 37 one. 38, though, not going too badly. It's in the top. No, it's not quite in the top 20. It's 21st at the moment. So going back to the front of the field, then the lead being held by the number 18 BMW, but the reason is where the regulations kind of have produced the race in the shape that it is, because the number 18 came in earlier for its pit stop. The regulations say that you spend less time in the pit, so it spent less time in the pits, but of course, although that's obviously to its advantage, the fact of the matter is that it's got less fuel on board, and so it's going to have to come in for another pit stop, probably within the next 3 or 4 laps at most.
Failing to comply with minimal pit stop time for the number 24.
24? Who's 24?
24.
Oh, that's the Zack Speed
Nissan.
Zack
Speed Nissan.
Right, that was one of the ones who stayed out for the longest. Now, it was interesting. There was another note on the screen. We have 2 columns on the minimum pit stop timetable. Right. We have the minimum pit stop time for the first pit stop after the race start, and then the second column is for all pit stops thereafter.
Right.
Now, there was a message on the screen saying quite clearly, following the restart of the race, after we had the red flag, we were using column B the second time. Now, whether Nissan, the Zack Speed Nissan team, just thought we'd had a restart to the race and therefore they could use column A, I don't know. But in any event, they have been pinged, as you observed, John. So, because that car had moved itself up into the top 10 as a result of staying out for a little bit longer. It was one of the few cars to stay out until lap 15 before making its stop.
Question from Paul Marquardt. He says, is there any reason why the track does the 180 at the carousel? There is, Paul, but actually it's not about the carousel. It's about the right-hander at the bottom of that hill. The track originally used to go straight on there, pretty much there. It was a slightly less tight right-hander, and go straight up the hill up to the highest point of the circuit, Hohe Act.
Called the Style-Strecke.
The Style-Strecke, absolutely right, Paul. However, as the cars and the racing got more and more competitive, it was felt that was rather too much of a launch pad. I can only imagine. It looked like so. It was used as a trial hill as well. That piece on its own.
Isn't that where we parked?
That's where we parked. Yeah.
It's very, very steep. Oh,
the blown engine on the Hawaii BMW. And that is
the second place car.
The second place.
No, that's the number 18. I think that was the.
No, it is the 18. It's the leader. This is the leader.
Sorry,
and this is the end of darkness has fallen, so BMW's brake. That is the rule at the Nordschleife. He's almost got it back to the pit lane. It happened on the Dottinger Hole, just beyond the left kink under the Bilstein Bridge. Lights are off, and there is nobody home in terms of pistons still being. Yeah, that's done. Done. He's pulled across. There's not even any fluid left to come out of it. Yeah. This was VMAX just under the bridge, through the left kink. A little bit of flame. That's pre-ignition from the left-hand side, and both sides at the same time. Thick white smoke. Bye-bye BMW turbo-charged engine.
They have a term for that.
What, finished?
Blammo.
Let's have a look at the dashboard. Although there's somebody behind it.
That's the following car.
That was the 88 car, which now leads. And that's another change of leader.
Yeah, that's good.
Lord, he can't see a thing.
He's off.
Wow, he's gone off the racetrack trying to avoid in the smoke.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, and it's still hanging. It hung for quite a long time through there. The BMW, I don't think, has made it to the pit lane. Whether it'll get a tow there, I'm not sure. But that was your classic white puff of smoke. And there's another car. That's a GT. That's an AMG GT. That's a different car and a different part of the circuit from what we were looking at there. Now this is a replay that of the car coming to a halt. It still hasn't got into pit lane. I think that's two different cars, Jim.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Because that looked like a Mercedes-Benz. There's fire.
Yeah, he wants to put the fire out.
Who is that in the car?
It looks like it might be Edwards.
Yeah, with the Red Bull helmet, you're right, it is. And there's fire on the right front of that car. However, a marshal has handed a small fire bottle to the driver. One of the intervention captivas has pulled up, Opels. And this is just on the final corner of the Grand Prix circuit. Tow truck has been dispatched. No safety car required.
Jesse Krohn at the wheel.
Oh, it's Jesse Krohn.
Okay.
Yes.
That Schubert BMW.
Yeah.
Sad news, the 122 has officially retired.
Oh, the Foxtail is out.
That's the first time that I've been here that car is not finished.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't fail very often. I think we had one. We had one where it stayed in the pits for an awfully long time and then came out as a last lap wonder, didn't we?
Volker Strycek has got two of his children driving with him in an OPC Astra this year as well. Volker Strycek, the man who used to be the head of OPC, man that I've worked with in my professional career before with RML, Ray Malak Limited. And if Ray's listening,
now.
Happy days.
Something else that's happening, John.
I'm trying to work out which was the Mercedes that went missing as well.
Well, I don't know if this is shedding light on it or not, because the number 8. No, this is not shedding light on it. This is a different one. The number 8 Mercedes, the Haribo car that was in the lead, is not lapping as quickly, and it's lapping well off the pace. 20 seconds or so, or 10 seconds off the pace of the number 30 car. And I'm a little bit concerned that Mercedes is failing to improve. Now, whether that's just the driver getting himself dialed in, the car obviously heavy with fuel, but it rejoined in third place and it's now dropped to fourth. And bear in mind that it's should have inherited a place as a result of the BMW blowing up. It's actually dropped 2 places since its pit stop. So the number 8 car, in addition to losing time in the pits, is also now losing time on the track job.
Well, I think that might have been because it was behind that 18 car, unless that was the car we saw.
There was 88 that was immediately behind it.
Right.
But he may have lifted as a result, just to stay out of trouble.
Absolutely. Jim Cameron, good evening, Jim. Seems to think that rear shot was of the BMW as well. I'd love to see the onboard and see what the dashboard was doing on that Beamer. The few seconds before it spontaneously combusted, and not in a good way. So our leader then is the number 88, the Haribo Racing Team AMG Mercedes AMG GT3, and at the moment just on the far side of the circuit from us, dropping down towards the bridge, and that is one of the lower parts of the track, and the low cloud there with the temperature inversion. Problem is, generally speaking, the ground is pretty cold here and has been for the last few weeks, so once we do get any precipitation, the potential of hail, as we saw earlier on, and the clouds gathering here as a higher part of the circuit, just to panic for a moment, but we're all right, is that it's most likely to fall around here. We are a magnet for clouds. It is one of those weather areas. Paul Trustwell.
Just to correct again, apparently the screen that was telling us that it was Jesse Krohn at the wheel of the BMW was wrong.
Right.
I'm hearing from members of the team that it was Jörg Müller at the wheel of that number 18 BMW when it ceased to be a BMW.
Really?
Or it was a blown.
It's an ex-BMW.
An ex-BMW. Yeah,
it has ceased to be MW.
Good old Johnny Palmer. He did go down and check with the team.
Thank you,
and
Johnny.
Confirm that the team what they said on the screen was actually wrong. So that's why we were led astray, because the screen was telling us Krohn, but the team themselves confirmed that it was Jörg Müller who started in that car, then got out during the red flag, and was then back in again at this stage of the race.
I've completely stuck my tracker now, so I'm going to have to start again and reset everything. So I turned a lot of things off when I was looking for the Bentley, and
yes.
I can't remember what I did to turn it off, so I have to turn them back on again.
So we're on 3 changes of lead for...
Excellent. The 44, when it went into the pits, didn't snatch the lead then? It didn't cross the line?
No.
Right.
Because the start-finish line is actually before the pit lane entrance, or at the pit lane entrance.
Okay, so when the previous leader went in, it had already crossed the line,
and therefore held the lead until the number 18 came through on its next lap.
Okay. I just saw it above. I saw the 44 above the previous leader, so I wondered if it had snatched the lead for just a moment.
Some circuits it would have done. It depends on the configuration of the pit lane, and that always keeps people on their toes. 4 different cars have led the race. So we've had 3 changes and 4 different cars.
Okay.
The number 88 Haribo Mercedes leading the race now for the first time.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We're live trackside. That's Muller driven. It's Muller now, isn't it? The 18 car coming into the pit lane under tow. It's just gone past the LPG tank, so it's just beside the bottom of the media tower, and it's not being driven into or towed into the live pit lane. Dolly's already out from the Schubert team, and BMW Motorsport are calling that as a retirement, a technical failure. Yeah,
very technical.
Thank you, Sherlock. There,
Sorry.
I'll turn Jim's mic off again whilst he regains his composure. The car is under the auspices now of its black suited team members, and is about to be pushed into the area. Jörg Müller is out of the car. Well, I didn't think that was the helmet that I saw, getting out of the car. I thought it was a Red Bull helmet that I saw getting out of that car.
That's what it looked like.
Well, Jörg Müller does have a Red Bull helmet.
Amazing that the Haribo car didn't go off under the thick white smoke that was emanating from both of the very far forward exhaust pipes. They are just behind the front wheels, so headers or manifolds and pretty much straight out slash cut exhaust behind the front wheels. Not a lot of sound deadening there then, as it is now pushed through the crowd in front of the beer and sausage stand where the media shuttles drop us off from parking A6, and that is going back to the Schubert awning behind the pit lane. Wasn't pulled in sensibly to the live pit lane area. Jim?
Is it a coincidence that the media shuttle drops you off at the sausage and beer stand?
No, not at all. No, I'm sure you've arranged that. So our leader then heads out onto the Grand Prix circuit for the 19th time, and the number 1 is proudly lit on the Haribo 88 Mercedes-Benz down to the hairpin at the southern end of the circuit, the Dunlop hairpin, second gear for that, right over the curbs into third, heading down the hairpin now, my apologies, and it's still a second gear. The unmistakable rumble of a Mercedes-Benz up into third. It'll be snatch into fourth, hold fourth through the Schumacher S's. Don't ride too much the curb on the exit, but you can take plenty in the middle, and the mere thought that is in fourth now tells me just how much better the conditions are up behind one of the Thailand Toyota Altuses, now diving down the hill and heading to the Nordschleife once again. 17.5 hours still to go. The gap is 38 seconds at the front of the field, and the 88 does go out onto the Nordschleife once again. Apologies for the issues with our effects mics at the moment. So there we are. I knew they'd fix themselves eventually. Through the hats and back, this is just all about rhythm. Third and fourth gear, depending on how hard you're pushing, and just beginning to see the first vestiges of a dry air line. By no means a dry line, but a dry air line out there. The 30 is still in second place. Paul?
Yeah, just you were saying going through the Hudson back there, that's one of the areas where the curbs are pretty high, and even though it's a very flowing part of the circuit, you do have to be very, very precise, and as soon as you start to kind of let it get away with you, there's no room for error at all, because curbs are very high, the barriers are very close, so there's still cause for caution in that area. I would always contend. You were saying the track conditions getting better, certainly, down to 9 minutes and 32 seconds on his last lap there for Maxi Goertz at the wheel of the race leading Mercedes number 88, so that's 50 seconds quicker than when the rain was at its worst, when we went to green flag running, when the safety car finally unleashed these cars, and you and I both, we were watching them when they did unleash it, and I have to say, in some ways it was one of the most sensational things I've seen.
Interesting use the word sensational, but entirely correct.
Yes, and I mean you were right, but I mean you were looking in the midfield where cars were having to put the brakes on.
You saw my face, didn't you?
Well, I wasn't actually, because I was watching the cars. It was after they'd gone through that we kind of made eye contact with one another.
I was standing next to you. I saw your face.
Astonishing. It really was quite astonishing. And all credit to the skills of the drivers involved, because they didn't crash.
Nope.
And they did survive turn one.
Amazing the amount of skill that's being used by Jan Seyfarth in the 88 car down through the foxhole there. Camera flashes right in his face as he's driving through there, which must affect, even just for the slightest amount of time, must affect his night vision.
This pit stop for the number 2 is after a stint of only 5 laps, the WRT Audi. Now, it looked like it was fairly routine.
Did you see tyres on that, Paul? I wonder if they are, talking to the guys, the Inters, they are on which tyre company, the number 2 car? They are Michelin's, aren't they?
Yes, I think so.
I believe they are.
They could be the slick intermediates then. Let's have a look at the sidewall. Oh, yes, they are. They're the white, the long white, and a little bit of a sideways slide through the first part of the Mercedes-Benz arena and onto the Grand Prix circuit. They do have their slick intermediates available for these medium-sized conditions, or medium conditions. It was Robin Frings at the wheel of that car, and I didn't see that change.
I don't think he did, no. And as I say, with only 5 laps, it's almost worth not changing, because part of the problem for well, not problem, but the regulations restricting you to 3 hours of driving. If you do only do 5 laps, then you might as well stay behind the wheel, because you can drive for another 2 hours quite easily without going over your driving limit.
The Hudson back curbs have become higher in the last couple of years, and I forgot to mention this earlier on, and Mitch Cameron, thank you very much for reminding me, Jim. The tarmac in between, when they resurfaced it, the tarmac dropped, so the curbs are therefore higher there, because the curbs haven't moved, and you have to be so careful there. There was not a place that you wanted to ride the curbs. There was a couple of ones that you might just about use if you're a World Touring Car driver, but not anymore.
Coming up on 17 and just past 17 and a half hours remaining in the race. Time for our odd hour classes update. We'll also update you in this update on where some of the single car class competitors are. SPX, the 701 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus. There's just 3 cars in this class. The 701 car is leading, 25th position overall. SP7, the 64 Black Falcon Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, 30th position overall. SP3T, the number 106 Subaru Technic International Subaru WRX STI, 32nd position overall. Cup 5, the 305 Bonk Motorsports BMW M235i has led the entire way in its class, 48th position overall. Same in Cup 3, where the number 355 Milner Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 CS has led the entire way in 60th position overall. The AT category, it's the 111 BMW 135D of Saxon Motorsports, 70th position overall. Cup 1 is 251, the Lubner Motorsports Opel Astra OPC Cup car, 87th position overall. That car has led the entire way. In SP3, we have a new leader, the 123 Toyota Team Thailand Toyota Corolla Altis, 81st position overall. In SP5, the 151 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman has led the entire way and is 83rd position overall. And then in V3, the number 126 AMC Scant Vith Toyota GT86 is leading in 93rd position overall. SP Pro, the only entry there is the Team Gazoo Racing Tom's Lexus. That's 35th overall. In V3T, it's the 171, Racehouse Motorsports BMW, 121st overall. And in SP5, it's the number 93 Luther House Racing and Events BMW, 106th overall. In E1 XP, the 703 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus Hybrid is in last place at 159th position and has been in the pits and will probably be withdrawn shortly.
Which of the Thailand Toyota Altises was the leader there?
The number 123.
123. Yes, that's the Smitty Church, Suttapong Smitty Church, Natavude Charan Sukarno Watana.
Easy for you to say.
Yes. Ton Manat and Hontun Akum Natapong, who's known as Man.
Wow.
I do like the fact that Natavude Charansuka Watana is called Mad Cow at home. They have given some alleged nicknames for these: Arto, Nat, Ton and Man. But I'm not sure that they're actually real. I just think it's easier to do that, if I'm honest. Super set of guys, and in fact Natavude is a massive star back in Thailand. He does a bit of drifting as well, and that is very big over there, and qualified through to the Nations Cup the Cup of Nations for the Race of Champions a couple of years ago with one of the other guys in the car. And I was trying to remember this the other day, and I should have gone and looked it up, but I think I think it was Suttapong Sminterchurch.
The number 6 Audi has been in the pits looking, they didn't have the rear bonnet up, but they were looking through the gap, in through the exhaust outlets in the back of the car. And that car is now back underway, and that sat there for quite a while, Paul.
Yes, 6.
And it's dropped down quite a long way.
Yeah, it's 13th now.
Yeah.
6 was in the pits, provided this is working, which I think we are working now. We're not working on that one yet.
Okay, don't worry. Andy T has just tweeted in at Radio Le Mans and sent me a picture that is very, very arty, and sort of a little bit of blue in the sky. There's some tail lights there. However, it shows me how foggy it is. Very arty, very lovely, Andy, and you're right, brave pills for everybody down there at the moment. Didn't see whether young Winkelhock stayed in the 6 car when it was in the pit lane, but it is out of the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, just having been at the far end of the circuit. Has to go down a gear through the S's, the Schumacher S's, with a Porsche ahead of it. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think just reflect on that number 6. Now, admittedly, I'm still struggling with the technology here, but I think that was a 7-minute pit stop for the number 6 car.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right.
A little bit longer than it should have been, and a lot longer than it need have been, because that car, as I say, is subject to a minimum pit stop time, which would have been a lot less than 7 minutes. So they obviously had problems with it. And we'll have a look at the lap time at the end, and if it's somewhere in the region of 17 minutes, then we'll know that it was a 7-minute stop.
Change for second place as the number 9, the AMG Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, has replaced the Baumann, Mucker, Buch and Jaeger, number 30. Now, was that on the pit stop cycle, or was that on the track? That was on the track.
That's on the track, and that's one Mercedes passing another Mercedes, isn't it?
One Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4.
But it's interesting because the Mercedes seem to be slow at the beginning of their stints and get faster as the stint goes on, is the way that Martin was reading it earlier on. And I kind of see that as well with the Black Falcon Mercedes. I was saying earlier on, I was surprised that the leading Black Falcon Mercedes was way down about 8th place. It's now, as you say, John, moved up to 2nd, so making progress.
Talking to some of the Audi drivers earlier on in the week, and they said if it's going to be wet, we want it to be very wet. We don't want it a bit wet, and we don't want it wet and dry. We want it to be very wet. Our car does not go well in partially wet or quote-unquote intermediate conditions. So, well, they've had a bit of that, but now it's gradually drying up. Next major rain not due for a couple of hours, according to the forecast that we've been getting. If you hear the odd bit of rock music, or what I believe the kids nowadays are calling banging house, that's coming from the campsites at the moment as we go into the evening hours.
It's the soundtrack of the Nurburgring.
It is the soundtrack
Thrash
of the
rock.
Yeah.
I thought it was just coming out of Johnny Palmer's headphones behind us here. You know how you always hear them on the tube with somebody's headphones in the background.
I do love the ingenuity of the spectators here, whether it's building their own highly complex viewing platforms, which are by no means rickety. I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to stand on one, frankly, but they look very well engineered and thought out. Or whether it's the braziers that have had, and I did say braziers there, that have had all kinds of metalwork cut into them to show through as the fire burns. Our leader then, the 88 Mercedes-Benz, by 40 seconds, just beginning to eke away now from that new second place Mercedes-Benz in second place. So top four
are all Mercedes now.
As I said, one Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4.
And then we have Porsche, BMW in 6th and 7th place, and the highest Audi doesn't come until, because in fact it's then BMW, Mercedes, the Lamborghini is 9th up. And
good for them.
Good for them indeed. The highest Audi is actually only in 10th place, John.
Yeah, and it has last year's winner behind it in 11th, the number 1 WRT car.
Still a long way to go.
Yes, absolutely. Glickenhaus 701 with one of the M6s behind it getting more and more frustrated. One of the top 30 cars. I'm afraid in the darkness I can't pick out which one that is. It is the 100 car, I think, unless we've got on board with a different car. I'll reserve that. I don't think it was now. That's a different part of the track. The number 100 in 7th position on an outlap at the moment, and just heading up to the Flugplatz. So no, that wasn't the car we were watching before, but in traffic with an Audi R8 ahead of it, picking its way past one of the smaller BMWs. Blue light flashing in the upper right hand corner of the windscreen of the number 100. And now a pretty clear run heading up the hill, and a definite dry line just beginning to appear. Big dab on the brakes going into the left-hander before the right that drops you into the foxhole. Another rhythm part of the track here, and he's got that Audi right ahead of him. Need those positioning lights on the back as well as the front, don't we, so that we've got half a chance of seeing what place they were when they cross the line. Little dab of the brakes from the Audi ahead, and the BMW not getting involved at all there, still very slippery through the foxhole, and then into that complex at the top of the hill, down a gear at each of the turning points, all the way down to second, and then a short shift to third, and it's foggy up there as well. So in the top 20 at the moment, it's all SP9. The first SPX is the 702 Glickenhaus. That's the yellow car. That's the next SPX. The second of SPX cars is in 24th position. That is the 701. But that's just gone past the 23 in overall positions. The 23 Row Racing BMW. Now I wonder if that was a battle for position then that we were having a look at there, that we saw a little bit earlier on. I would put some money on that. That was the battle for 24th. Now that I've read the timing and scoring screen in front of me, I was thinking that BM was catching him up, but actually he'd just been passed. SP7 leader is in the top 30, that being the 64 car that Jim was telling you about earlier on, the Black Falcon Porsche GT3 Cup car, and 991. That is a very good way to go motor racing, a Cup car. And that really the best place of the non-top class cars, although we've got the SP3T leader sitting in a very creditable 32nd position at the 106 car, the Van Dam, Laschrik and Yamauchi. So coming...
That's the Subaru.
Yeah, well, they've had the... you have been a Subaru owner, have you not?
Yes,
and the all-wheel drive that is on that car will have been a boon in the earlier conditions. We might just see that car start to drop back down the timing screens a wee bit.
Word from Martin Pass, the 6-car potentiometer change after shifting problems. So thank you, Martin.
That's what they were doing at the back of the car then.
And that was the 7-minute stop that we managed to pick up on in the end, once I worked out that I could trust this screen after all. I must admit, when I first saw it saying 7 minutes, I thought that seemed like a bit long to me, but okay, we're getting there. And the leader now goes through and completes, seems strange with nearly 7 hours of this race gone, saying they've just completed 20 laps. We're used to doing kind of 20 laps for a touring car race or something, but having had nearly 7 hours of this one, they've hit 20 laps at last, and the leader has gone through. And you were saying a moment ago, John, that the number 88 pulling away. However, into the pits have come the number 9
under 30
Mercedes. Now, I reckon
under 30.
That is early. This must be switching to the intermediate tyres, I think.
Got to be.
They are early.
Or slicks. You might even be going for slicks now. I wonder if that's what they're doing. They've got an extra lap or two. 9 under 30 in the pit lane.
7 laps on the stint, so it's short of what they can do, which would be 9 on the fuel, but enough to make it sensible to be able to improve the pace.
Alex Sinclair, among a number of people, and I know Jim's answered this on Twitter, but a good point well made about driving times. 3 hours is the maximum amount of time that you can spend behind the wheel of the car
in a stint,
in a single lump. Obviously, you'd have to come in for fuel in the middle of that somewhere. Now, that is a problem because most of these cars, it would be slightly more than that for 2 tanks of petrol. Oh no, they are treaded tyres that are going on to the 30. Oh, maybe they've tried slicks and they didn't like them then. Let's have a look and see what's on there at the moment. They look like Intas.
They look like cut slicks.
Yeah, they look like traditional cut Intas. And
there's a set of knackered wets.
They are completely and utterly gone, those wets. So they
That's
are
off the 29 car.
Yeah, I would say, James, they're having a look under the back of the 29. That looked
slicks
like,
on 29.
That looked like a slick that was going on, yeah. Or a slick to mediate, because they're Michelin shod tyres.
Yes,
car,
could be a slick to mediate.
But the other one looked like cut slicks, more traditional intermediates, that was going on the other car, the 9 car in there.
Could be splitting strategy.
So just to finish off, 3 hours is the maximum time that you can spend in the car in one go. Then you have to have a 2-hour gap before you get back in, not just to that car, but to any car. And the issue being, as I say, that most cars, if you're going to do 10 laps, then you are going to be probably over 3 hours, so it's not worth trying to do that, Paul.
Yeah, it's worth emphasising that it's a maximum of 3 hours and a minimum of maximum 3 hours driving and a minimum of 2 hours of resting, side by side in the pit lane as they were coming out there.
After the pit lane speed limit line, in fairness, as a dry line is very much evident on the circuit now, is the number 30 AMG Mercedes rejoined right behind the
number 9
car. They swapped over in the pits.
Absolutely, they were because they had swapped over on the track, hadn't they? The number 9 who got ahead of the number 30 on the track you mentioned on the previous lap, and now they've swapped over in the pits, John.
Problem for the 27 Aston Martin that's been going so well. It has stopped on the track. It will be recovered, and we're back to the battle shortly, Jim.
A question for Paul. Right Turn Lover asks on Twitter, with the 8 and 88 having the same driver lineup, because of the limits, will they have to pull one of those cars at one point, or do they have it very carefully choreographed in a computer as to who can drive when?
Good question.
Well, in fact, somebody asked earlier, before the race, the fact that there was the same driver lineup on both the 8 and the 88, whether they would even start both. Now, clearly, they started both, and with over a quarter of the race gone, they're, I would suggest, going to continue to run both. It won't be a problem. They won't have to pull one of them because of the driving limits. What they will have to do is just be a bit careful. As I said, it's a 3-hour maximum driving, but a 2-hour minimum resting. So the problem would be, for example, if they put one of the drivers in for, say, half an hour and took him out, and then put the next driver in for half an hour and took him out, and put the next driver in for half an hour and took him out, you wouldn't be able to get the first driver back in again because you wouldn't have had your 2 hours.
Right.
So you have to make sure that the stints that they drive are long stints, and then you make the most of the rest times.
Yes.
But if you don't use the maximum driving time, you then can't get the driving time, the rest time in, because it's the rest time which is constrained by a minimum. And the limits apply, as John said a moment ago, whether you swap cars or not. Whether you've jumped out of one car, you have to have a 2-hour rest before you get into the next.
The very, very pretty mid-grey AF Racing and R Motorsport 43 Aston in and out of the pits. I like that a lot.
Gorgeous,
It's got the narrower rear wing. It's an SP8 car, effectively a GT4 car, and that is a lovely colour. That's the Malrose, Florian Kaminger, Peter Learhouse and Andreas Bazka car back out into the fray at the moment. I just got told by Johnny, he put a piece of paper in front of me. Thank you. Nico Muller got in. Thank you. Amaro Enkel got out of the 9 car. The 9 car's back out again. That shows you how bad my memory is when he put it in front of me literally 30 seconds ago. I am in goldfish mode at the moment. It's coming up to 25 past the hour. In Central Europe, the hour is 10. And we are in full darkness now. Jim Roller.
HPT reporting via Skype that they think, for their Mercedes, that the racetrack is ready for slicks.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see a lot of teams start to do that, as we do have a drying line. In fact, we probably have a dry line at this point, but it's a very narrow dry line, and if you get off, you better be tiptoeing.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That is the problem. The issue, and you've seen this, Jim, you were out in an Aston Martin Sport Shift a couple of years ago in a Vantage V8, and there are places that dry and there are places that don't dry, particularly early in the morning under the trees. If you've had a little bit of a rainstorm over the night, or even just a heavy dew, you do get areas that are very slippery indeed, even on street tyres.
Yeah, slippery as goose poo in some places.
Is goose poo known for particularly being slippery, is it?
Yeah, it is someone who lives on a lake with a lot of Canadian geese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think
on your pier.
We'll move over from that.
TMI.
I was going to say we'll gloss over that, but
TMI.
And Mr. Roller was very impressive on his laps of the Nurburgring Nordschleife, and it really does give you, those who are asking about us who have driven around it on Touristfahren or Aston Martin have been incredibly good to us over the years.
Oh my heavens, yes.
And being able to go and have a go on some of the closed days that they're involved with here. I think the majority of my laps around here are in one Aston Martin product or another, and it really does give you a completely different view of what's going on. Now, there's a problem for the 30 car at the moment, and this is a very odd one. The light, the blue light inside the car has come adrift and is shaking around. Not the flashing blue light on the windscreen, but the blue light that illuminates the dashboard and the switches on the steering wheel, taking lead from some of the WEC teams who paint parts of the steering wheel or put stickers on the switches that are fluorescent but only in blue stroke black light. Those of you of a certain age will remember going to what were in my days called discotheques, I think you'll find, where you walked in and there were blue fluorescent tubes that lit anything up. You could see every piece of fluff on your black sweater.
There was a store in America that was in many malls called Spencer Gifts, and they had a complete section that was just black light T-shirts. Yeah. And it used to be so much fun to go back in there when I was about 12 or 13 years of age.
Well, they're using that as a very clever way of being able to illuminate the bits of the inside of the car without killing the night vision of the driver. The only small problem for the 30 car, I've forgotten who we'd put into that now, the only problem about that is it's come adrift from the roll bar mounting above the driver's head, and the driver, whilst going over the Flugplatz and up the hill there, was trying to stuff it back in and use its own cable to fasten it around.
It was Dominic Baumann that we put into the 30 car.
Well, he's very good at multitasking, Paul.
We're talking about that over breakfast as well, weren't we? The race leader is in the pits, Jim.
88. Now, I was going to ask you, is that about on schedule or is that a lap early?
No, that's a 9-lap stint.
9 laps.
So
okay.
he's made full use of the fuel, and that will mean that it's a marginally longer stop. Remember, the longer the stint, the longer the stop. So,
and it's mandated times, Paul. We've got to keep telling people this. The reason that you don't see people running around like mad fools is because there's no need to. They are filling the fuel tank effectively from a pistol grip pump. Now, there is a dry brake apparatus that goes into most of the GT3 cars, all of the GT3 cars, but basically it's still got an open top with a pistol grip going into it, and they're not supposed to, but everybody pre-fills it a little bit.
Yeah, this is the so-called tank pilot or tank pilot system, which the GT3 cars are allowed to use, the dry brake system. But of course, because they have a minimum pit stop time, doesn't matter how much you pre-fill it, because you're going to have to spend that length of time in the pits anyway.
Exactly.
And part of the reason why they mandate the minimum stop time is also to allow them to do this, and effectively they can then take the benefit of sharing one of the fueling stations, because they can have the tank pilot previously filled if somebody else wants to use the pump at the same time. It's kind of efficient and it's fair, because everybody has to spend the same amount of time refueling, however clever you are at making the refuel going quicker.
Well, already 9-10 seconds after the fuel's in and everything's done. 15 seconds, getting on for 20 seconds before the car rolls away from its stall. It will have given up the lead as through has gone the number 8 car. To the lead, yes it has. Now it hasn't been scored as the leader, that won't happen until the next time around.
Yeah, the number 8 car, remember, stayed out 2 laps longer on its previous stint. I would say, remember, if you weren't listening, it's for your information. Sorry,
everybody.
Not trying to tell you off, to remember.
Please remember, everybody.
The number 8 car on the last stint stayed out 2 laps longer than the number 88. So Martin and I got into a bit of a fracas about it.
No, I heard that. But you explained yourself very well.
I try to. So the fuel that is aboard the number 8 car will take it, obviously, another 2 laps, and in fact more than 2 laps, I reckon. So it may come in if tyres are appropriate to be changed, or it may stay out in order to make the most of its fuel. So there's a bit of tactics. I was saying earlier on there isn't, but there is tactics at this stage, and it will depend, as you were observing a moment ago, John, what the track conditions are. You need to have the right tyres for the track conditions.
Again, I'm going to say intermediates here are not the same as intermediates anywhere else. There will be more durable. Wets are even more durable here. They have to be, simply have to be, to take account of the changing conditions over such a long track. That said, you still can't afford to be on them for very long. And by that I mean more than a lap or 2.
Yeah, for too long. And if HTP's Facebook posting, which you said, suggests that the track should be going towards slicks, maybe the answer is for the number 8 car to stay out as long as possible in order to let the track dry out as much as possible, so that slicks become the most effective tool for the job. They've got a bit more flexibility to do that.
And that's another advantage of getting that extra lap of fuel, besides the fact that maybe they'll have less pit stops, but it gives them more options as to when to pick to pit their car based on tires.
Yeah.
Wow, that was
Dominic Baumann.
Harder to say than it should have been.
Dominic Baumann having to perform miracles with the floating light. Also, the Glickenhaus absolutely ripping past the number 1 Mercedes-Benz on the number 1 Audi on the Grand Prix part of the circuit, as if there was an issue with that car, but I don't think that is in fact the case. I believe that was the outlap for the number 1 Audi, and it was just the fact that the the 702, I believe it was up to speed. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com live, driven by Aston Martin. We're at the Nurburgring, and we have still 17 hours to go.
Exactly 7 hours into the race, John, yes. The other thing that happened whilst we were talking about pit stops for Haribo Mercedes was a very quick, efficient, and what else would you expect from Manthey, pit stop from the number 912 Porsche. Now, right off Manthey at your peril. Here we are talking about the dominance of Mercedes. Manthey have had one Porsche already in the wars, but the number 912 Porsche, we were saying a few moments ago, John, had managed to creep up to, what was it, 6th place. It's now crept up to 3rd place, and that's not just as a result of pit stops, that's a result of pace as well. So the number 912 Manthey will slip back down again to either 6th or 7th as a result of that stop, but it is still there in the mix, and as I say, it's close enough that if it can have a fault-free run, we don't need to worry about quite what the Manthey cars are getting up to, because in one car that's running strongly, you can't overlook it.
33 Audi, that is the very pretty two-tone blue in the pits. Also the 16, the blue and yellow car in the pits. These cars rather further down, I think, than they would like to be. Jim Roller is stepping aside, and we'll be joined in a wee moment by editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. How do the pit stops work? There seem to be a lot of cars in the pits. A number of you mentioning that. Is it just a case of having to share? Well, yes, it is. You can have, we've seen, up to 8 cars in the past in the pits. I don't think we've got quite as many this year, courtesy of the fact that we are 50 or 60 cars down on what we have seen here in the past. But I've certainly seen 4 or 5 cars.
6 is the max. In one
and
garage.
Have we still got only one petrol pump between 2 garages?
Between one garage. There's 2 petrol pumps between 2 garages.
All right, so that's new, because there used to be just a single pump between 2 boxes, didn't there?
But yes,
so potentially you could have had 16 cars sharing one petrol pump.
It's a bit like having 5 brothers and sisters and having to share your toys,
or a bathroom. Good evening to Graham Goodwin, as the number 37 Bentley is in and out after its problems earlier on. That looked like a much more routine pit stop. A little bit. Oh, and as I say, that gets very, very sideways on the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. I'd say slicks on that car.
It looks that way. It is indeed, I can see, actually, unless it's slick to mediates, but it is slick. Good evening, everybody, and nice to be sitting down in much, much, much better weather than I stood up in.
Just remarkable earlier on.
Absolutely staggering.
The lighting on the Grand Prix circuit, by the way, is phenomenal this year, and allows us to have, at least on that opening part of the lap, a far better view of the cars, courtesy of our colleagues at TV, than we've ever had before. And for those of you watching the stream, apologies for those who were just listening in audio, but if you can get onto RadioLeMans.com, click the link on the front page, the picture of the Nurburgring action, and you will get to the international stream that has this commentary on it. If you've got the bandwidth, then you can sit down and watch it, because it has been extraordinary, the images that we've been provided, and of course that's how we can see to the far side of the circuit. Well, Graham, a lot has happened since we were last here. The 2 Haribo cars, first and second, and a Porsche up in the third.
Absolutely. Just caught out the corner of my eye the rather explosive exit from the race of the BMW that was leading, and that nearly had dramatic effects, of course, on the 88 car that caught some of the oil, as well as being blinded by the smoke of an imploding BMW engine.
That was major, wasn't it?
It really was. That went in the biggest possible way.
I did say, rather unkindly, but it does seem to be true, the night falls and the BMWs fall out.
Well, I'm afraid it has often been the case, and the one thing we definitely aren't expecting this year is it ain't going to be Claudia Hurtgen this year, is it? But it often seemed to be that. We have another look at the slick-shod Bentley. Still quite warm up there, by the way, John.
Is it?
Yes.
Right, okay. Sort of what, mid-teens Celsius?
Dipping maybe, but
so that's still in the early 60s Fahrenheit. late 50s to early 60s Fahrenheit for those of you working that scale.
But it has been in weather terms, meteorologically, an extraordinary race so far, Paul.
The SP7 leader, by the way, has got into the top 30, as has the Subaru 106, now 28th position for that SP3T leader. Paul?
I'm just observing the times of the number 2 Audi, still in parentheses, kind of astonished that the leading Audi is only 10th. But Robin Primes we put in that number 2 Audi, the WRT car. 9 minutes 04 was his last lap time. That was the car that we put onto slick tyres. And also, we think on slicks is the number 4 Mercedes-Benz. I'm not sure that it's Ben Schneider at the wheel of that one anymore. But that car is also lapping very close to 9 minutes exactly. So the track is getting better, and those cars that we believe, and as I say, we're struck by what information we can glean, that those cars that we believe are on slicks are going more rapidly, so it seems like the best choice, John.
And the leader is in the pits, Paul. This is the number 8 car, the Haribo Racing Machine. Driver already out, I think, Graham, there.
Door was closed.
And fuel going in.
That was Gertz in the 8 before.
Yes, it was. I mean, they're exceptionally well drilled, and they just do what they need to do.
And 88 goes through and takes the lead, whilst the 8 is being refueled and refettled.
Lights being cleaned on the 8. Those recessed lights at the back of the AMG GT. It was scored as the leader, so that is another lead change that we had. Still waiting for the Porsche to come through. That's got about another minute or so before we see that one. The liquid petroleum gas powered BMW has come in right in front of the erstwhile leader.
The number 9 Mercedes, the Black Falcon Mercedes, should be the next one through, John, and that will
indeed
come through. There he goes now, and just behind him is the number 30 Mercedes. So 2 Mercedes chasing one another. They were chasing each other before, of course, weren't they? And there was a change when the 9 got ahead of the 30. The Black Falcon car got ahead of the HTP one. That change has been maintained. It hasn't happened again, but they came out of the pits very close together, didn't they, John?
I am going to take a stab in the gathering darkness and say that number 8 car's gone on to slicks.
I think you're right.
As it goes out of the pit lane now, it's lost another position. The 4's gone through.
There's a lot of white on the wall of the tyre, though, so it might be the slick intermediate.
The slick intermediate, yeah. The treadless intermediate. No, none of us know how it works. It just does. It's magic from Michelin.
It's a sponge. It's a black sponge. It effectively is. It just redistributes the water in a different way.
It does not like even the smallest amount of standing water. It can take damp, but it doesn't like standing water, though, as you might imagine. It hasn't got any sipes on the face of the tyre to grooves to clear it. I reckon then that 88 car's come out in 6th position, Paul?
Yep. 5th.
5th, okay.
Did the 912 get through?
No, it mustn't have. If that's the case.
I don't think so, at least.
It's close.
Yes, I don't think it got through.
It was certainly in the final sector as the car started to roll, so they are going to be, I think, pretty close on track when next they come around. That's going to be a gap worth watching.
Oh, yes. The racetrack just a little sleepier now in the Grand Prix area as the huge crowd that we've had today has thinned out a bit. By no means are the grandstands on the BMW Empire grandstands next to us on our directly opposite us, by no means have they emptied out completely. There's still some very hardy souls who've been sitting there for a long time, and a decent amount of people standing, leaning on the crash bars at the back of the grandstands there, which is actually under shelter should the rain come again. The Falcon Tyres Porsche in the pits, and there's slicks coming out for that car and full wets coming off.
And as we watch the pit stops continue, what's going on the timing and scoring sheets, John, is all of a sudden green sectors are appearing.
Good point.
Now that's for Sector 1, principally it's obviously the Grand Prix Strecker, so clearly drying there. That 44 car, by the way, into the top 10 before pitting, and okay, slightly out of sequence with some of the other cars, but that 44 car is beginning to come on strong.
They were just taping up the front of that car last pit stop, and we were trying to work out whether that was just closing off some of the air intakes or whether there was an issue. They haven't revisited that this time. The BMW 5 Series is now right behind that car and having to get it pushed backwards before it can rejoin. The LPG powered machine had its problems earlier on, but it is now back underway, and out that car goes.
Two Falcon drivers having a good old chat about what track conditions are like out there. That is a critical part of this transaction, of course, as a radio, but there's nothing beats just having a word with one of your mates and getting it from the horse's mouth before you throw yourself out there into the darkness.
Was that Martin Ragling getting?
I think it was Ragling getting out. I think.
Right, so that's Imperatori getting in then, is it? So our former leader, the 88 car, back out on the circuit now, and the extraordinary closing speeds of even very quick BMW touring cars out on the circuit with that eerie yellow glow from the front end of the 88 car. Graham?
Just trying to work out something about timing and scoring as the 44 car leaves. That had completed a first sector. I think that car's coming after doing a lap of the Grand Prix Strecker.
I think you're absolutely right.
That car, I think, did a short lap and continued and came round again.
I can tell you that it last came it left the pits at 7:10. So it has only just left the pits. It's gone out of the pits and straight back in.
Yes, but what Graham's point is, it's got a first sector time.
That's what
already.
I mean. It's come out of the pits, around the Grand Prix loop, and straight back in.
Straight back in.
It's done 2 consecutive pit stops.
Yes, but it's not done a lap. I mean, it's gone out of the pits through the Grand Prix loop and back in. So the lap that it had started, it hasn't actually finished.
Okay, right. Okay, got you. Okay. I'll buy that for $1. And indeed, that first sector has disappeared, Graham. So you're spot on. So that was an odd one then. So went out and then came straight back in again and put slicks on.
Well, let's.
Yes.
And it was full wets we saw coming off that car, wasn't it?
It certainly looked like that. Yes.
So I can only think they've suddenly made the decision. No, come in now. He's either missed the pit entrance for one reason or another, or they've decided we can't afford another lap on these tyres.
Yeah. All right.
They have been struggling on those Falcon tyres, I'm afraid. It's taken them a while to dial in with this new car.
4th place car, making still with that blue light
that
hanging
must be really distracting
down and rattling around right in front of the driver's face. How close must we had Dominic Bowen in that car, didn't we? Dominic must be so close to just getting hold of it and pulling it off completely.
Just wonder, I mean, race control will be able to see those pictures, of course, and how far away from that car getting the meatball flag. You can't have drivers distracted on a track like this.
No, true. Good morning to Scott Brownlee. Hello, Scott. Toyota back in the UK. Always
my neighbour.
Really?
Well, his office is just over my back fence.
Ah, right. Opposite the shed.
It's not a shed.
Good evening, Scott. Nice to know that you are tuned in. Fran Blaisdell as well, another one of our automotive colleagues from FCA, Jeep UK. And the Cherokee has done a fine job. Thank you very much indeed for that. We have been hybrid powered by Toyota down here in the past as well, thanks to Scott. This race really, Graham, does just capture the imagination of so many people in the automotive industry. I mean, we've talked about a couple of them there who are racing fans, but there's just something about this event that transcends other forms of racing.
You bump into all sorts of people in the paddock here. You really do. People that you probably wouldn't expect to be here at this race, that you'd expect to be somewhere else. It really is. It's like moths to a flame. It really is the Nurburgring.
And I can understand.
Absolutely.
I can understand why. Hello to Laura Plattman as well, who is listening in the Cotswolds. I presume you're at home this weekend, Laura, if you're not down here, or you may be in Monaco.
No, she's not here anymore.
No.
Sorry, I know she's not here. She's got a job going on at home.
Right.
But hello anyway.
Wasn't down at the Monaco Historics taking pictures either a couple of weeks ago. Why, says the honest Abe, are there no Ferraris or McLarens in GT3 and SP9 this year? The McLaren thing I can't answer. Ferraris have just never really been here, Graham.
Okay, well, let's talk about why that we've not got the new cars here. Well, the Garage 59 effort that enters, well, factory blessed customer efforts for McLaren is extremely busy elsewhere this year. They've got programs in International GT Open, in Blancpain Endurance, and in British GT. And in fact, the British GT team, the Curiacos side of things, with the brand new GT4 car as well as the GT3 car, are racing this weekend.
At Alton Park.
So they're busy. It's certainly still very much on their radar, I can tell you that, but they've not at the moment got a customer that wanted to enter a car here. Ferrari, well, you're right, there's never really been a GT3 market in the VLN. There have been Ferraris racing in VLN.
I nearly won here.
And we had the Farnbacher Racing, the Hankook racing car in the hands of Dominic Farnbacher, who is racing this year, and Alan Simonson, who, of course, very sadly isn't, put on a fantastic display in the year that it seemed that nobody wanted to win this race. But is there the possibility of us seeing Ferraris in the future? Maybe. I have to say they're an extremely expensive car, and this is a car that does rather, a track that does rather eat them. So it is possibly
all
less likely.
GT3s are expensive. There's no such thing as a cheap GT3, is there?
There's certainly no such thing as a cheap Ferrari 488, I can tell you that for nothing. And the other thing is, it then comes down to, John, serviceability and replacement costs.
Yep.
And that's where, perhaps, if you are a commercial team making that decision, that the Ferrari maybe falls off the edge.
Top 9 cars have now made their third pit stops. In fact, the top 10 now have made their third round of pit stops, although the 44 has got 4 stops against its name because of that bizarre sort of stop and then straight back in again. And this is how it stands. It's the number 8 Mercedes-Benz back in the lead pole, ahead of the 30, the 9, the 4, and then the Porsche, the 912 in 5th position. The top 6 made up with the 29 car, BMW number 100 in 7th position, the 8 back in the pits. Or has it just come out? Now that's confused me.
No, that's another pit stop. That's a full lap. That's not a back in the pits and it's gone through the back entrance.
No, that's a full lap and straight back in.
That's a full lap. So whatever they put on it, the number 88, they're not happy with the number 8, and so it comes in after a stint of just 1 lap. The reason why I kind of put my hand up as you were going through, when you're talking about the 44 Porsche, it has anyway done an extra pit stop. That what it just did, that's terrible English, isn't it? Of doing a Grand Prix cut through doesn't count as an extra pit stop because it never really came out of the pits, because
as far as timing was concerned,
it really stayed in the pits because it didn't do a lap. It had already done an extra pit stop because in the first part of the race, before we had the red flag, the Falcon Tyres car did an extra pit stop then. That's why it's done an extra stop.
Thank you. So it's on the same pit stop cycle as the other cars. So
now.
At least. Now it is. Now, bad news, I'm afraid, because this isn't tyre related. For the number 8 car, it's recently been leading. It's going all the way out of the garage and back to the paddock. The large blue rollover door at the back of the Grand Prix garage is being pulled up. It's high enough to get a full transporter backed into. It's a very long garage as well, which is why you can share, and that looks very serious indeed, Graham.
Or is this the point that we see the car withdrawn? I think we thought there was a possibility we might lose one of these cars, because this is the team that's got the single driver squad for both. Is this the point, with one car running very well, that they decide to sacrifice the other car?
I'll say no more. I was led to believe that they didn't need to run both. I was surprised in some ways that
it started.
I mean, they kind of got to the point where, how are they going to do it? But I think probably what they've discovered, I mean, if they were going to run both of the cars all through the 24 hours, then none of the drivers would have ever got more than, very much more than 2 hours of rest. They would have all had very short rest periods, and they would have had to go through the 24 hours and putting the drivers under not very much rest. So this may well be exactly what you've said. They've run it until, what time is it? Nearly 11 o'clock at night. Of course, the original plan possibly was only to run for a few hours, but with the red flag period, they've run longer than they thought they were going to.
Well, the car's back in the awning,
and the awning is coming down.
Now, are they going to work on it? Are they
the engine compartment is not being taken off that car.
There is no sign to me that car is going to be worked upon.
But there are a lot of people in that awning. You don't need that many people to pack a car away for the night.
Well, you had to pull the awning down. There was get the flap coming down. No, I think you've hit the nail on the head on that one, Graham. I think with the 4 drivers nominated in both cars, it would have been too stressful for them to race both cars through the night with just those 4 drivers.
Yeah.
And they've just chosen to withdraw that one car.
And indeed, Gerhard Unger of Haribo Racing has said recently to German TV that their plan always was to retire one of the cars at some stage of the race. It appears that time has come. Foggy at Callenhard again.
Excellent. But what a lovely position to be in, unlike Olaf Manthey, unlike the BMW Schubert team, where they can actually choose to take a perfectly well-running car out of the race.
Yes, would that a number of other teams could do that. So I expect to see the number 8 car dropping down. It has led the race, was scored as a leader. Oh, that's remarkable, isn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Was it not?
No.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. I think
it was for
sorry,
single
yes,
lap.
It was. Yes, single
lap.
Sorry, it didn't go across into the right column. It did lead.
How dare it? How dare it not?
I know. Lap 22. It is now in the correct column. So it is one of 5 cars that has led this race thus far.
Hello to Moni Elysium listening to us in Florida. James Ryder. I've been waiting for the Nurburgring 24 hours to be a bit dull before putting qualifying on from Monaco earlier on. Is there any opportunity I'll get to see that before the end of the race or the start of the F1 tomorrow? James, it might be difficult. It might be difficult because if I know anything about this race, and frankly having only seen this is my 10th one watching from trackside, I still feel I've got a lot to learn about this place and this race. But I do know that the moment you take your eyes off it, something is likely to happen. And we haven't even talked about the classes for a little while. We'll do our class update in a wee moment. There's plenty still to watch, and frankly, with the battle at the front of the field, let's just remind ourselves the top 9 are still within 2 minutes of each other. That's not even, well, it is barely a run round the Grand Prix circuit.
And the weather, the track conditions out there are getting better and better and better. Can I just take one moment out? I picked up an email that I've missed from 3 or 4 days ago, and I'd just like to a quick shout out to one of our friends, guys, and that's Janos Wimpfen, having a slightly difficult week. And Janos, thoughts are with you, you and the family, and wish you were here, but completely understand why you're not, old friend.
Daniel has just tweeted, according to the ticker. And we haven't been able to find the ticker. Have you found the ticker?
No, I haven't found the ticker, no.
All right. Daniel might let us know where you found the ticker. But the Versiphon, the 8 hit the barrier the lap that it came into the pits.
Well, that might explain it. Well, maybe that's just the icing on the cake. Or the sugar on the tanktastic, as it were.
Could be. 88 is our leader, coming through to the end of their 24th lap and virtually now at full speed. It is just remarkable to consider what these guys are doing in the darkness and how much the cars are moving around right up to the rev limiter now in all the gears. 4th as he comes across the line, snatching 5th now and goes across in an 8:41 1.971. It's getting faster out there.
About 20 seconds off the fastest times we were seeing much earlier in the race, of course.
That's a quarter of a second a corner.
Absolutely. Meantime, we were asked about Ferrari, weren't we?
Oh yes, sorry,
I'm not
carry on.
going to name the person involved here because these things can be sensitive, but I can tell you that someone who should know, who has been in the past in contact with Ferrari about a potential opportunity to race here at the Nordschleife with Ferrari, and the answer from the men in red was that they don't want to do it. Too harsh, too physical.
Right, okay. And McLaren, you were saying that the McLaren teams who might have done it are just a little bit too busy elsewhere, and the McLaren Works team not really wanting to do it?
I think the McLaren Works team would be interested in doing it. It's just not the year for them this year. They've got a very full programme. There are lots of McLarens doing lots of things. In fact, we're announcing this morning separately plans for a further 2 cars for what I have to say looks to be a burgeoning Asian Le Mans series, with 2 separate teams announcing their intention to enter a McLaren in the GT class there. And in fact, a brand new series made its debut yesterday, John, and a little bit of history made. It was the Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup, designed to bring new teams into ACO rules racing, and 8 of the 9 cars that started that race came from teams that haven't raced in the series before.
Thank you, all of you who have sent me the place where the ticker is. It's on the German live stream, Paul, for you. I'll drag it up and keep having a look at it from time to time. Thank you. I am running out of screens here. A.W. Haig says, why, when using the Nordschleife around the Grand Prix circuit, do they use the cut turn on the Grand Prix and not the full first 4 corners of the Grand Prix track? I'm not sure why it started, but I think it was to differentiate the fact that I believe, and please correct me, Collective, if I'm wrong, it would not be the first time. I believe that it is only this configuration on the 24-hour race. The VLN don't use this one, and other races, even other races that use the Nurburgring, don't use this one. Slow car just beside the Bilstein Bridge on the Dottinger Ho there on the right hand side look to have a right rear puncture. The other reason is more logistics. They actually use that hard standing for some of the support race paddocks as well, and this weekend that is where the World Touring cars are based, on that part of what would normally be the Grand Prix track, the Mercedes-Benz Arena. But you're right, you come down through the first right-hander and then do the cut-through immediately left and join on without going through that double apex, actually almost 2 separate left-handers that sort of dips down before you go on the right-hander on the rest of the Grand Prix track.
I don't know the answer to that question, John. I can confirm it is the 42nd time you've ever been wrong. Okay. The other 2 of the others I can tell you, by the way, is that definitely wasn't the right fork for Escargot, and Leicester City would at least once win the Premiership.
Yes, that's very true. Very true.
The number 4 Mercedes-Benz continues its charge up the field and is lapping on that last lap at least 6 seconds faster than the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. And I thought we saw the HTP car come in, and I thought we said it was going on to slicks, but it might have been an intermediate. The car which is losing out is the other Black Falcon car, so the gain of the number 4 car is the loss of the number 9 Black Falcon car. So Black Falcon were languishing down a little bit now, but partly the result of the withdrawal of the number 8 car, also of course with the BMW number 18 having its engine problems. The Black Falcon Mercedes are now occupying positions 2 and 4, but the one that's in a hurry at the moment is the number 4 car, although it is not lapping as quickly as the race-leading Haribo car, John.
More questions. This from the brilliantly monikered Pickled Axe, coming into at Specutainment. Talking about cars that aren't here, would you be allowed to enter an LMP3 car at the Nurburgring 24 hours? Let's pause and wait for that for a moment to sink in.
No,
you wouldn't, but I'm just trying to think how hairy that would be if you did.
Massively. There's, by the way, some LMP3 history today.
Which is
the just earlier mentioned Asian Le Mans Sprint Cup. For the first time ever, the overall podium featured 3 different makes of LMP3. One by Ligier with the Este second and the Ginetta third.
You can't have LMP3 here. I'm not sure their lap times would be that much different from a full house GT3 car, although they are slightly hamstrung here in terms of their what they're allowed to be tuned up to.
But the concept behind the Glickenhaus
not that far away.
Is not that far away from what an LMP3 car is.
In fact, it has an LMP2 engine.
Yeah, and you sort of...
Yes, but it's built to GT3 rules.
Yes, broadly speaking.
In terms of its
construction.
Its construction, the dimensions that it uses for the top of the wings, which is why they've got the little splitters on, the roof height, the overhangs and things like that.
The concept is basically a GT car, you're right, but with likely the most advanced aero that we've seen for any of these cars here.
11 o'clock, and well, it's been a really up and down day, hasn't it? We started in bright sunshine back at 3:30 Central European time, and the first 50 odd cars streaking down to the first corner. It looked like we were going to have an absolute classic. The weather was good, the track temperature was great. Early issues for one or two people with punctures. Always an issue here. The Swiss Bar JG SBM Porsche struggling early on, but then after just 5 racing laps, the heavens opened. Drivers were some drivers came in for racing tyres, wet tyres. It was localised to start with on the far side of the circuit, but we saw quite the most ridiculously bad driving I've ever seen at a track, with people tearing into double yellow flag zones at the top of the foxhole with no hope of getting through the corners, despite the fact the cars were off at full racing speed. And then hailstones and drivers not being able to get up even the smallest of hills and coming to a halt out on the circuit. A 3-hour delay ensued, and then remarkably we went back racing in torrential rain, a decision that seemed quite ridiculous, frankly, at the time. However, the carnage that I was expecting did not arrive, and the organisers may well have timed it better than I gave them credit for, or more likely they were just very, very lucky indeed that we didn't have a huge carambolage at the restart of the race. Since then, it's been up and down. It's been drama at the front of the field when the number 18 BMW, as darkness was falling, does what BMWs tend to do around the Nordschleife. As darkness falls, BMWs fall out, and a huge engine blow for the 18, which caught out the 88 Haribo Mercedes, taking it off the circuit at one stage. However, that car has recovered now to lead the 88 Mercedes-Benz of Haribo, ahead now by about 1 minute and 10 seconds of the number 4 Mercedes in second, 30 Mercedes in third, 9 Mercedes in fourth, so it's still 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4, and Porsche in 5th position. The 29 car rounds up the top 6, and there is just about 2 minutes between the top 7 or 8 cars at the minute. I'll see them come through this time. There's some decent battles out on the circuit with second and third and fourth separated by only a couple of seconds when they last went through. We'll see as they come through. Heavy fog in Adenauer Forest, and believe it or not, the 18 car is back now with the Schubert team, and the mechanics, after that huge engine blow, are working on it. 007 Aston Martin in the pit box as well. Paul?
If the BMW was only a turbo, and from the smoke it might just have been a turbo, then that is something which is repairable and they might be getting on with it, or they might just be packing it away. But anyway, the day is not yet done necessarily for the 18 Schubert BMW. However, what certainly is not done yet is the fate of Audi, because I was knocking them and saying they were down to 10th place. Well, they're up to 8th now. Robin Freins continuing to lap quicker than anybody else on the circuit in what we think is a slick-shod WRT Audi, and every sign that he's going to be able to pick up some more places on this lap. Closing in hand over fist on the number 100 BMW, which is up ahead of him at the moment. So this is a good stint from Robin Freins in the WRT car, but it may just be they've got him on the right tyres at the right time, and he's going very nicely, thank you.
That is, I think, what rather was last time. It's just come through again in an 8:59, but 8:39 the lap before that, the quickest I've seen for some little time, Paul, and taking a great big glob of time out of the car ahead and catching very rapidly the number 100 BMW.
Yes, glob is the technical term used by daily sports car regularly, I assume?
It's one of many. Whatever serves the purpose. But right now with the number 100 car on track, and in fact less than a second back from the 100, which at the moment we believe is in the hands of Jens Klingmann. And that is now a real battle for 7th.
Yes, that 8:39, which was the previous lap you just identified, was the fastest lap of this section of the race for any car.
In fact, we have had, for the first time since the rain stoppage, a purple sector, and that's just happened for the second place car in Sector 1, on the Grand Prix Strecker. Under a minute now, the gap between the 88 and the 4, and the number 4 car taking 5 seconds out of the leader in that first sector.
Yeah, so, I just want to go back to the Glickenhaus. People and sort of talk about the Glickenhaus and comparing it to a P3. The difference with the Glickenhaus is it was designed as a street car. And the only thing that's stopping that being a GT3 is how many have been built. In fact, it could be a GTE car, in fact, depending on how many were built.
The only problem is only 2 have been built.
Well, that's what I mean, but that's the only thing.
Absolutely.
In fairness, somebody's just said on Twitter, and I'm not wanting to start this argument, that's more than the Ford GT.
Yeah, I'll give you one part of a story I can't give the other part of, which is be patient, and I will bring that story to Radio Le Mans listeners first.
But there will be more Glickenhaus.
There is a story, and I can't tell you what that story is quite yet.
Jim Glickenhaus said in our Inside Glickenhaus 2 years ago here that he wanted to take a car with his name on it and his wife's maiden name, Cameron Glickenhaus, Cameron it being his wife's maiden name, to Le Mans.
Yeah, that's not going to happen anytime very soon.
He was hoping that he would be able to sell some street cars to fund a full prototype.
Yeah.
The problems being the changes in the prototype regulations have rather scuppered that for him.
Completely scuppered that from the only place that remains available for Jim, 2 places that remain available for Jim, if he wants a car with his name properly on it, or a P1 privateer, which basically means that you need a very expensive chassis program and an engine program, or indeed for IMSA DPI, and again that looks as if it's going to be difficult to be competitive without some kind of factory engine program. But as I say, I will be visiting Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus in the coming weeks, and there are stories multiple to come from that visit. I'm now not. I'm not. By the way, I'm not having a go at Ford with that. That was something that was tweeted in. It's true.
That it is true, and the Ford situation is courtesy of everybody agreeing that they can have that car in without building the street cars. The 007 is bleeding the brakes in the pit. So that means it's had a brake change then. Not sure about that. We'll keep an eye on that at the moment.
Told by Johnny Palmer that the pass between the number 2 and the 100 has now happened. So the number 2 car up to 7th position, now focusing its attention on the next target, which is the 29 for the 10 seconds up the road.
And the other car that's going rapidly is the number 4 car in second place, and that is, we are told, has had the driver change and is no longer Bernd Schneider and is Manuel Metzger driving that car, and it is closing now. It's within a minute of the race leader. You were saying purple sectors in sector 1, not as quick in sector 2 as the race leader, but gaining over 3 seconds in the long third sector. So progress being made there for the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. There's still plenty of life in this race. It's just trying to work out quite what we are seeing, what that means, because there's so much change going on in what we're seeing. It's hard to work out exactly what it's meaning, but we'll keep going through the night, and we'll see what patterns emerge. And of course, the important thing is just to keep going through the night and then see what lap times you're going to be able to do, whether you're going to be able to keep the car out of trouble.
How's the Toyota CHR doing? That's something that I'm going to set you guys.
What was the number?
Can't remember, sorry.
I'll find that. Okay.
We'll get that for Ricky Byans in just a moment or two. The 38 Bentley with the Deutsche Post colouring and the very nice faded paint job from yellow into the grey rear end. That's very stylish indeed, but it puts me off every time I say it, because I don't think of that as a Bentley, but it very much is, and the colour scheme suits the car very well indeed with that dip dye rear end. So
it's the 326 we're looking for that one. I will find that for you.
Thank you very much indeed.
I believe, by the way, it's a modified, the standard engine for that car, which is not yet on sale, certainly in the UK, is a 1.2 litre turbo, would you believe? So tiny little engine, but going along swimmingly well at the moment. And just looking down, timing and scoring to find out where we can see the little crossover. I'll refresh my timing screen and find that for you in a moment, John.
Right, we'll try.
You do that. The Freins Audi is not that far away from its pit stop. It'll be interesting to see because we haven't really had the full effect of dry weather fuel consumption yet. They were able to go a little bit further on their tanks of fuel earlier on, partly because we had that long period of running behind the safety car. Then it was wet. Now we're getting into proper dry stints, and the number 2 is currently on its 8th lap. I don't expect it to be able to do any more than 9, but it should be able to do 9. So either at the end of this lap or the next lap, that number 2 Audi in for another tank of fuel.
And we're on an odd hour, so we do need to do the odd updates as well. I reckon there's still 22 cars on the lead lap. The number 7 Aston Martin, the 007 Aston Martin, having just dropped off the lead lap, having had that long pit stop, actually scratched that. The 701 Glickenhaus might well be there as well. Yes, it is. So there's 23 cars, I reckon, on the lead lap.
104th position for the Toyota CHR,
right,
and 3rd in its class, SP2T. Still quick laps coming through, and very regularly now sub 9 minute laps, and getting into the 830s, 840s, 832 just goes through now. 832.7 for the number 4 car, still chasing down the leading car, and has taken 10 seconds out of the leader on that lap. So 49.9 seconds is now the lead gap between the 88 Haribo Racing AMG GT3 and the number 4 Black Falcon car, isn't it?
Thanks very much to Michael, by the way, who is working very hard on one or two little audio issues that we've been having. Our TV colleagues, as ever, helping us to bring you this coverage, and live across the world on radiolemans.com in sound and vision, driven by Aston Martin. It was Nicky Team that got into the 007 Aston Martin, Darren Turner getting out.
Are you still about to do the classes? Whilst you just set that up, I'll quickly say that the number 43 Aston, which is the one that Mal Rose and Peter Lamehouse, amongst others, are driving, has been reported in the Ardennauer Forest going slowly.
Oh dear.
So hopefully that's not a big problem.
That's the grey car, isn't it? That very pretty grey car. CHR was just on screen, Pista's 104, and the 27 was stopped at Glansgarden around about 50 minutes ago, but I think the 27 got back to the pits, guys, didn't it, the Aston Martin?
27 I thought was...
That was the car that we saw getting pulled.
No, it didn't get back to the pits yet.
Okay.
Right, okay.
It was certainly on the outside of the circuit. I'll put off doing the update for a wee moment or two.
In happier Aston Martin news, the SP8 leading 42 car, and this is yet another different sort of Aston Martin. I think we were working out with Dave King at least 10 different Aston Martin derivatives in the 10 years that we've been doing it, this race, in the 11 years that Aston Martin Lagonda and Aston Martin Racing have been doing this race, and the GT8 version of the Vantage, just the latest in those, and it leads SP8 by a country mile, 39th position overall, has completed 24 laps and has, I'm just double checking here, SP8's second place car is in 74th position. It's the 52 car and is 3 laps down on the Aston Martin at the moment.
Just caught a time from the 37 Bentley in 61st position.
That's coming back after its earlier problem, John.
Yeah,
and has just done an 8:48.
Yes, it seems to be running nicely now. The number 9 has just made a pit stop. No driver change, although having said that, I'm not quite sure who was in it in any case, but change of tyres after a 6-lap stint. So they're obviously deciding that now they've reached the point of no return where they can put the extra tyres on. It's Nico Muller at the wheel of the number 9 Mercedes. So the Black Falcon cars getting themselves onto the right tyres now. The number 4 car already is, and now the number 9 car is, and there becomes an ideal point at which to make your pit stop where you can get enough fuel in, get the tyres changed, and still get out again at the minimum pit stop time. The minimum pit stop time is designed to give you sufficient time to put fuel in, but if you can get the tyres changed as well within the minimum time, then you might as well do it. So Black Falcon, I think, achieved that very successfully and left Nico Muller behind the wheel.
I will tell you that SP7 first and second, now both in the top 30. The SP7 leader is the 64 car, which it has been for quite some time, and has a 30-second lead on the 59, sitting in 29th and 30. The SP3T 106, that's the Subaru, has dropped out now of the top 30, but it's still sitting in 32nd position.
And that, Paul, I think is the last remaining car that was in the lead group that got that kind of sort of 5-minute boost, wasn't it?
Good point.
Yeah. It was the cars that were in the Class 2, the Group 2 starting group, which were SP40s, SP3Ts, TCRs, and the Cup cars.
Yeah. So the 106 car, which features Carlo van Dam amongst the driving squad.
It still gets that boost.
Oh yeah.
So it's not like it doesn't get the boost anymore.
It's just falling down in real time.
It's just that the relative time that it is back it gets greater and greater.
Alan Pross has asked how many screens we have. We've got 9 TV screens in here, and with all of the laptops, generic tablet devices, and not counting the phones. Don't count the phones, but I reckon there's over 20 separate screens that we're using.
Does a digital clock count?
No.
No, okay. Right.
No.
19 then.
I still can't get Channel 5.
We can't get Channel 4 back at the hut, though. In the pit lane, Roll Racing BMW in a very tight part of the pit lane, and a bit of fuel spilled there on the BMW number 161 that is sharing, the Mercedes C-Class 161 that is alongside it. A bit of remedial work going on to the driving lights on the front. You could probably hear that. Oh my goodness, turn 1, and the Lamborghini Huracan down the inside.
That was just out the pits.
The number 151 Cayman, and that was a bonehead move by the Lamborghini. Absolutely nonsensical move by the Lamborghini. I don't know who got into that. The 151 is beached in the turn 1 gravel.
And was the innocent party there.
Absolutely. Brody at the wheel of the Bullisback Shetler. Jim Brody. Absolutely minding his own business. He turns in, and the Lamborghini coming out of the pit lane has muscled his way onto the inside there. Now, I know there will be people who will say the Porsche should have given him a bit of room, but he's already turning in. He's on the other side of the car, and the Lamborghini's coming out of the pit lane from behind that Porsche. That's the V5 leader now in the gravel. This is the Pixum sponsored car, and it's going to take a wee while for this car to be ungravelled. Slick tyres, by the way, on that car, so that's brave from a car in one of the minor classes, Graham.
Yeah, but it was going along nicely, wasn't it? And until that rude assault, I just wonder whether or not that Lamborghini might be back with us in the pit lane before too much longer. Because that was rather silly. There's plenty of time to actually find the right way through.
I was sitting with a number of people, and indeed, he's got broken front suspension. It's broken the right front steering arm on that car. That is going to have to be recovered to the pits. That's a disaster for those guys. Talking to a couple of the drivers earlier on, when we were watching various people having dices and diving up the inside in the wet weather conditions, saying, is it 3 o'clock tomorrow already? Why are these people doing these ridiculous do-or-die manoeuvres when we've still got so much of the race to go?
You're absolutely right. That is broken front left suspension, or some elements of the underpinnings of that car. I sincerely hope he realises that.
Well, hopefully what he might just do, and fair play to the marshal for having a look to see if there's any gravel in there as well. He can probably get round the Grand Prix circuit and back on. He just wants the JCB tractor unit, the snatch tractor, to
give him a bit
of slack on the rope, and we'll get that car back round again.
The Fricadelli car, which has not been without its troubles.
And has clutch problems, very clearly there, as it's been pushed out in what sounded to me like it was second gear. Paul.
Second place car in the pit lane, and that's the number 4 Mercedes, which I think that's Adam Christodoulou down there getting ready to get into the car. The door opens, the fuel goes in, the tyres are being changed and slicks going on. I'll tell you what comes off when it comes off. And Christodoulou already getting in. That car was empty. There was no driver. Oh, no, there's the other driver. Couldn't see the driver getting out.
No driver got out.
The driver got out so quickly that Christodoulou just seems to be getting into an empty car. And those were slicks coming off the car as well, I think.
Well, he was getting into an empty car. It's just that we didn't see who got out.
Yeah, quite, yes.
4th place car, 5th place car, 6th place car, all in the pits. Mercedes-Benz, and Audi.
Which means that the Porsche 912 Manthey car moved up to 2nd place on the road.
Are they getting better fuel consumption?
Well, yes. But so is the Haribo Mercedes. So there's a little bit of two things going on there. But certainly the Haribo Mercedes has been demonstrating remarkable fuel economy. The Porsche, we expected it to do a little bit further.
Right, the 151 with Jim Brody at the wheel is back on the circuit, but the right front steering isn't. That makes sense. He's going to have to steer just using the left-hand front wheel and somehow try and get that round the Grand Prix circuit. He will do very well to make that happen. It's kind of okay when you're pushing it around left-handers. It's when you try and pull it round right-handers, when you try and pull it round left-handers, if the front right wheel is still at a jaunty angle.
That's going to be a very cross American indeed.
And he has every right to be.
Both the HTP cars are on pit road at the moment.
Just mentioned that.
29 and 30 from 4th and 5th.
And it's German Thomas Jäger in the 30 car.
What an effort this has been this year from Mercedes-Benz. Have not had a strong record of factory-blessed efforts at this race in recent years. But have they changed that tactic this year. 9 cars were entered, 8 cars actually ran in the race.
You know how you normally have a man standing in front of the Mercedes waiting for it to go out, and he kind of will hold the car and say hold, and then wave him out. This particular mechanic just stood away to one side, was watching a big digital clock on the wall, and as soon as it ticked over he just yelled, and away went the car. So there was just no work at all going on that car for a good, I'd say, 15 seconds, whilst the minimum stop time just ticked away. But it means that Black Falcon, as we would expect, absolutely perfect in the pits. They were just waiting for the time to tick away so they could go out.
So before those pit stops happened, Paul, 4 of the top 5 cars were AMG GT3s.
Did they fix the light inside the 30 when Dominic Bowman brought it in?
I didn't see it because I was watching the Black Falcon.
Right.
Chris Draper asks, cars that aren't here, why no Callaway? The C7 GT3, nice piece of kit. Why is that not here?
There is one here. It's actually in the paddock around the back of the Bilstein stand, and that's a car that we will. It's not racing. It is a brand new machine, doing pretty well at the moment in the ADAC GT Masters, and we will see one of those cars in the VLN, selected round to the VLN later this season. But my guess would be there's a better than even chance we'll see a C7 GT3 Callaway car built here in Germany at this race next year. It is a beast.
Well, that's good to hear. They are based in this part of the world.
Proudly so.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they've got a proud history with that mark.
But you know, they most certainly have, including, of course, the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Kevin Swindley asking any of us here, if we were going to compete in the N24, which car would you do it in? We don't have much choice nowadays. You have to start in a small capacity car and do the VLN and a rookie test. So a lot of people start with a GT86 or something similar. And funny enough, just talking about that today, about moving. It used to be that you didn't have to have a specific license for the Nurburgring. The International C would do it, which I have got an International C license, but now you need a Nordschleife permit as well, and that is next on my list of things to do.
Which is, of course, one of the reasons why the numbers have dipped this year. And it's also one of the reasons why, if there are any issues in race week, it's not the work of a moment to replace a driver. It will certainly explain why proportionately more of these entries this year have actually got drivers that are actually doing double duty. Yeah. In comes Racing's BMW, which looks fairly pristine at the front, actually. This is the 23 car, is it? It is 23.
Excellent. That has come in from position 10. 11's in as well, the 999, that's the BMW, the Vulcan horse car, and the 35 right in behind it, the NISMO as well. All of those cars, 10th, 11th and 12th, into the pits at the end of their lap number 27.
It's allegedly Alexander Sims brought the car in.
Please don't think that we aren't following things when we can't always be sure which driver's in the car. With the amount of drivers and the amount of cars that there are as the turbocharged sound of the BMW disappears out of the pit lane, with the amount of drivers and cars there are here, there isn't a transponder system for each driver.
I think they're getting there.
We this year have got far more of an idea, or at least a system in place that could give us an idea. I'm just not sure the teams are using it properly, so forgive our vagueness when we're talking about drivers, because A, we don't trust what we're seeing on the screen quite a lot, and B, not every car has got a driver name next to it anyway.
Indeed. Now, that was a 23 car coming out after having completed its 27th lap, and was overtaken as it did so by the number 75 car. So I think we can accurately predict the 23 cars now dropped to 18th position, and that is still the lead lap.
The number 2 Audi, fuel and tyres a moment or two ago, and that was Frings to Leonard. So somebody make a note of that. Johnny's keeping an eye on these things. refuses to miss any of this.
Absolutely. He has strapped himself to a chair. Just one free hand to write with.
Those cars with 9 laps on the stint. We're waiting for the number 88 to come through now. And is it going to go in? No, it doesn't. Goes through and completes 28 laps. That's only 6 laps on this stint for number 88. So that fuel economy that we saw previously means that 88 can go further and further. The penalty that it gets, as we were talking about to Jim, is that it has to spend longer in the pits when it does come in, but overall it gives it a little bit of a margin, especially if it can lap more quickly, and it really is only useful if it can lap more quickly as it does so, but some of the time it does, sometimes it doesn't, but at the moment it is being able to extend itself. But the Porsche number 912 is also currently on its 7th lap of this stint, so I would expect the Porsche and the second placed Porsche, the car that is now in second place anyway, Porsche, and the leading Mercedes to come in round about the same time.
And Porsche is going very quickly indeed.
That's Graham Goodwin, Paul Truswell. Before that, I'm John Hindorf. We're live from the Aston Martin lounge as we are at 11:30 Central European time. There is still 16 hours to run. We're 8 hours into the race, and the remainder of the 2016 ADAC Zurich 24 Hours comes up next, and it's all live here, driven by Aston Martin on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 Hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Paul Truswell.
Just wanting to kind of try and get this pattern going that we've been talking about. The gap first to second with the Porsche up into second place is just over a minute. Now, the leader has been kind of over a minute now for some little time, at least for the last 10 laps or so. 10 laps ago he was at 40 seconds, and now he's taken it up to some 72 seconds first to second, but the way that the Manthey Porsche number 912 has crept up, it was in 5th place those 10 laps ago, so even though the gap first to second has remained constant, the Porsche has been moving up the field. So if we continue in this way, the Porsche will continue to get closer and closer to the leading Mercedes, and give it another couple of hours, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't have a very close battle between the Haribo Mercedes and the Manthey Porsche.
Good to see, with the single bullet left in the Manthey gun, as it were, after the very early departure from the contest this afternoon from the Sister 911 car. Nick Tandy, mistake out on the circuit, accounting for the sister car, and completed a real weekend of woe for that team, having to change to a new chassis after a substantial shunt in the start of the Superpole. In fact, the outlap for the Superpole, wasn't it, for Kevin Este?
Yeah, at least Kevin had the excuse that it was wet when Nick was out. We had what was then a sunny afternoon, so I'm not saying that it's easy to drive one of these cars in the dry and it's not in the wet, but the conditions that greeted Nick were not anything nearly as bad as those that Kevin Este had to deal with when he was doing the top 30 qualifying.
Sad news, I'm afraid, for those in this lounge and followers of the Aston Martin brand. The number 27 has been retired due to damage sustained in the earlier accident. That one, we can put the marker pen of doom through that, I'm afraid. So, a promising run for that car.
Rather a shame. One of the two SP9 entries, of course, for Aston Martin Racing, as opposed to the Aston Martin Test Centre. There is one bullet left in that gun as well. It's the number 007 car, currently in 27th position, having just taken a place from the 14 Black Falcon car.
Well, Haribo only has one bullet in their gun to labour that metaphor, but it's a bit self-inflicted. They only have one set of drivers, I suppose, is the answer, and they had 2 cars at their disposal, but only one set of drivers. So it's one against one, which is nice. In a kind of let's keep it all fair. We were talking about sharing the toys earlier on.
I guess the substantial difference is, unfortunately, for Aston Martin's part of that bargain is there were substantially more Mercedes-Benz in the contest than just the Haribo car
in the arsenal.
Indeed,
that was another BMW going out of the pits. That was the 100 car. See who got into that, Johnny? No.
It's kind of
I'm trying to keep up with too many things at the moment. All these screens with the social media, etc., on. So difficult sometimes to see what's going on down in the pit lane beneath our feet. The number 1 rejoins the Grand Prix circuit. Number 100, should I say, sitting as it was in 3rd position on its outlap now, and will have dropped to 4th. To 5th, to 6th, to 7th, actually.
So, gentlemen, what's the top non-German make at the moment?
Probably Lamborghini, isn't it?
I think it's Glickenhaus.
It was.
It's Glickenhaus in 16th position, would you believe? Because the Lamborghini has dropped behind the 702.
It has, hasn't it? Yes.
The 25 Lamborghini was lapping with it just in the top 10 before its last pit stop. Then we had that side-to-side contact with Jim Brody in the Porsche Cayman. The 702 has now moved up ahead of the Lamborghini Huracan.
And we think it was Zirkli behind the wheel of that car. I don't think he got out at the pit stop. Somebody asked this earlier on, and I hadn't really realised just how distracting the blue flashing light is to the driver of the car in which it is in.
They are shielded to a degree, aren't they?
Yeah, but you'll see it on the bonnet of the car. When it's foggy, you certainly see it right in front of the windscreen. Number 100 going out onto the Nordschleife, down to the first downhill, bank left-hander and onto the Hatton back. No cars ahead at the moment as the yellow headlights peer out to try and pierce through the darkness. A little breathe on the throttle through the first right-hander, then up into 5th gear, just holding 5th, then down 2 gears to 3rd, staying off the curbs mostly on those 2 right-handers, feathering the throttle. You can hear the gearbox protesting as the throttle goes on and off, the clunk of the gears meshing through the chicane and down over the bridge towards the Flugplatz, and now there is a car ahead. Something about the size of a Renault Clio, maybe a little bit bigger. That's all you can see in the darkness. Is already the cloud is beginning to close in as they go through the Flugplatz and through the right-hander. It was a Porsche Cayman, in fact, that the 100 went by, and climbing now towards the top of the hill before the foxhole, and the cloud has certainly closed in around that area. Ross Urquhart saying they should stick the blue light on the roof.
Get Wheeling Engineering to sponsor them. I've just been corrected.
Which is?
And it's something I should be royally ashamed of, which was, until just a moment ago, the Glickenhaus wasn't the leading non-German car. It was actually the RGN Nissan. That was just pitted. It's now dropped behind that battle, but the 35 car was ahead, and as is their wont, it's Bob Neville and co. Doing a fine job of staying in the hunt here, and the 35 on its outlap now has just dropped out of the top 20, but running pretty reliably and very quickly.
Yes, and it will be picking up places now as others pit ahead of it. Into the pits comes the race leader, car number 88, and that is...
a bit early?
Not really. It's just done 7 laps on the stint.
Having a good look under the wheel arches on the right front.
It is slightly early. Has it come off intermediates?
No, it's come off slicks and going back onto slicks.
Okay.
Could be a different compound. Those slicks look barely used that are coming off the car. The drivers clearly reported some kind of problem because they're looking under all of the wheel arches to see if there's any issue.
be rather frustrating if you had a perfectly good car in the garage and
Oh, yes.
one that now begins to have some kind of a problem, or the driver has himself made a mistake somewhere. So 7 laps on the stint is, yes, earlier than it should be, and this is going to allow the number 912 Porsche to go through and take the lead, he said, trying to lean out the window and watch it come across the line.
Any moment now.
There's a long chat going on with the driver. The only other thing I'll offer about that, and notwithstanding what you were saying to Martin earlier on, could we have a situation whereby this team thinks double stinting a driver by having him doing a 7 and a 9 or a 8 and an 8 or whatever to stay under the 3 hours works better for them because he's in the groove than keep swapping every time? That's the only thing I can think of if there's nothing wrong with that car. Because they've done it before.
Yes. Well, they brought in the 8 2 laps earlier and let the 88 go on for 2 laps. It's kind of a balancing act. Most important is to get the car going rapidly, because as we've said before, John, it's lap times which get you the position rather than necessarily saving on a pit stop. But I just wonder whether or not they had some of those slick intermediates on the car, and they felt they weren't working as well as the full slicks, because we were saying, or I was saying, that they were being caught by the Porsche. So maybe they decided to make this change now onto full slicks, and that the car was previously on a slick intermediate.
Turn 1, once again, a bit of an action area. A few moments ago, the number 75 diving down the inside, the Mercedes-Benz driving down the inside of the number 10.
Hurt itself more than the number 11, actually, John. It's the 11.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay. It was definitely an Audi, and well, that's just another. No, it was the number 10. It was definitely the number 10, and I've got to tell you, that was another completely bonehead move, where they were nowhere near getting up the inside, and you just can't allow people to get away with that.
It's another SP9 car as well, I'm afraid, and they've actually done damage to the front of the Mercedes in trying to do that.
It was the Manfilter's car, wasn't it?
It was the Manfilter's Zack-Speed car.
And it's brought the Audi back around and into the pits. So again, somebody's race has been ruined by an over-ambitious, shall we say, overtaking manoeuvre at the first corner.
No, I think I'd go for boneheaded. I'm sorry, but I think I would. I should say, by the way, it was the outlap for that car as well.
Yeah, that's another car coming out of the pits.
Is it possible that as you come out of the pits, you're not really looking over your shoulder, you've got no visibility, and...
But the car was ahead of him.
No.
Oh,
the car... In the 2 incidences that we've seen, the cars that have been hit and disadvantaged have never been behind the car coming out of the pits. The car comes out of the pits, the driver is on the left of that car, so absolutely should be able to see the car in front. The drivers in the cars that have been hit have been on the left of their cars, so can't. And, you are committed to your racing line. The other thing about the circuit here is just before the first corner, the circuit, it doesn't bend in, it sort of kinks in and narrows a tiny bit. So you do move gently towards the right hand side on the normal racing line just before you brake and turn in. And in both of the cases that we've seen recently, the Porsche Cayman that was nailed by the 75, the 25 Conrad Lamborghini, and they're the 10 Audi that was hit by the Manfilter's AMG Mercedes. They were committed to their corner. They're turning in, and it is the responsibility of the guys behind. All they had to do was lift off a moment earlier, or actually just not drive into them.
It's basically a straight line from the pit lane to the apex of the corner, and I agree with you, John. Both those instances, it was entirely avoidable.
Audi update for the 6th place car. The number 1 defending champion WRT Audi is out, has just got Laurent Vantour in, gets Pierre Caffer fuel and another set of what I presume are slick tyres going onto that car. Thanks again to Martin for that.
Had we noted the very long pit stop for the number 8 car?
Yes, we did mention that they were also in. The 8 car's been retired.
The 8 car is in the garage.
Of course, sorry, that's the.
The 8 car's in the. It's gone into the awning.
I saw the number, all of a sudden I thought Blackfire apologised. That was silly of me. It's nearly as boneheaded as coming out the pits and driving into someone else's car.
Nick Collins come up with a great idea. He says a good argument surely for the pit lane speed limit line to be extended to increase the speed differential between those exiting and those on the track. Yes, except I think part of the problem is, Nick, that people are coming off the speed limiter and keeping accelerating, and therefore they're going deeper into the braking area because they're not going as quick as they would be on a flyer. And I think that is a real problem. And Dan Conway, I'm sorry, I disagree with you at all. He should have checked his mirror, not Lamborghini's fault at all. Dan, I'm sorry, don't agree with that at all. The Porsche was on a standard racing line. The Lamborghini's coming out of the pits and joining traffic effectively with a give-way line alongside him. It is his responsibility, even if he was on the main circuit, it would be his responsibility not to drive into the car in front.
He was behind.
He was never in front.
That's absolutely right. He was behind.
However, you know, keep your...
other opinions are available.
They might not be right, but other opinions are available. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, the Nissan up into the top 50, up into the top 20. Where have they gone? Oh, they've just pitted, haven't they?
They've just come out the pits, that's right.
Yeah, so 21st position.
They've
for the Nissan.
16 seconds to make up on, in fact, and will, because the 999 car has just pitted. So we'll be back in the top 20 presently. Normal service from the GT-R will resumed, and just 2 places ahead, in fact, of the second Nissan, the Zaxpeed car, as the 101 PlayStation liveried Valkenhurst BMW GT3.
Yeah, this is an interesting departure because the man behind Gran Turismo is in a BMW, not a Nissan, I think, for the first time that I can remember, certainly. And in front of it has come the Toyota Gazoo, or Lexus Gazoo Racing 36. Now that's the... I'll get this right, that's the ISS. Was that the ISF?
Is the
36 car?
Well, the ISF is a 4-door car. 36 car, I think, is the RC.
RC, okay.
Or is that the RCF? That's the RCF.
RCF. I knew there was an F in it somewhere.
Because there's an RC, an RCF, an ISF, and
they're just doing it to confuse. They really are just doing it to confuse. The livery, though, tells you that it is a Lexus Gazoo racing car. Clamshell bonnet on the BMW M6 GT.
The Porsche that leads the race is now coming down the Dottinger Höhe, I think coming into Tiergarten, and when it comes through it will be completing its 9th lap of this stint, which means if it comes into the pits, that's kind of the maximum that we would have expected. And if it can
the 912, did you say?
Yes, the leading car. If it comes into the pits, that's kind of what we would have expected. If it can go around and do another lap, then I think Mercedes have to start quaking in their boots a little bit, because that extra lap, that 10 laps, could make all the difference if it can keep the pace as well, which it's going. So look out for the 912 this time.
It's just coming through the kink now and heading towards Tiergarten, so you will be able to see it in just a moment or two, Paul, and it will be scored the leader as it comes across the line, whether that's in the pit lane or on the circuit. So that will be another change of leader, and it comes into the pit lane. Now, right, where will it cross the line, and where is the 88 car? It has been scored as the leader in the pit lane as it completes lap number 30. Yeah, Graham, I've just noticed he's been given a lap time on Sector 1 as he came into the pits, which is because it's tripped the pit lane entry line, and you would have to do that if you came back around in. It's so that it cancels it out if you come round and do a lap through the pit lane.
So it counts as staying in the pits, in effect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah.
So 912 I would have done that as well, I think, if I'd have been Olaf Manthei. Don't do your 10 laps just yet. Do it at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when everybody's asleep. Because at the moment they can do the pace and they only need to do the same length of stint. And if, as I say, the only reason for doing the 10 laps will be if they can actually do the pace and they need a way of getting catching up on top of that. There's a pretty noise. Is that fireworks I can hear in the background?
Well, I hope it's not another BMW going poof. Ooh, it's a red one, it's a green one, it's a big white smoky one.
I've been put off my stroke now. What am I trying to say? Yes, the Bantai Porsche, remember, I said a little while ago, about 45 minutes ago, within 2 hours we'll be battling for the lead of this race, so another hour and a bit, and it'll be right up there in a proper battle with the Haribo Mercedes.
Update on that number 10 Audi that we saw being attacked by the man-filters Mercedes. Slight rear body damage has continued. Thong out, Jung in. Thanks, Martin. Say brevity, but all the information we needed.
That's the mark of a true professional.
It is indeed. 10 minutes' time, we'll be into tomorrow. Well, here anyway. It may well already be tomorrow where you are. Let us know where you're listening and watching around the world, live in sound and vision, driven by Aston Martin on radiolemans.com. And the 44th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours already providing us with a lot of talking points, despite the fact we've lost 3 hours of the race. It will be no more than a 21-hour endurance event.
And still potential real weather to come tomorrow.
Very early in the morning. Johnny Palmer is just on the theatre seating up to my right hand side, bringing himself in gently. He'll be rubbing on the warm halibut oil in a little while.
They're having to warm it up again.
Yes, absolutely, because of the ambient.
Yeah.
And it could just be that as Johnny comes back, he gets the weather again. He's only had 5 racing laps. He feels slightly cheated.
Yeah, he has got a new sponsor. New sponsor, though. Mm-hmm. He's got a new sponsor. He's B&Q, because they sell a lot of filler.
Yeah. Mr. Kipling, we're going to be calling him, because there was more filling than that. I tell you, that was remarkable. The Johnny hoping he's going to see more than 5 racing laps in his next stint on the seat.
Joe Bradley, by the way, is resting at the back here, just warming up in case that BTCC team story is needed.
Oh dear Lord, no. It'll be about rocking him, I think. Not wishing to spoil it. I could tell it now, and then that would. It did involve him giving me a ring and asking me to look out the back of my commentary box where I was subbing for Ben Edwards for a couple of races in 2008, a couple of events in 2008 on ITV1, and I had to step out and look out the back of the commentary box to see what the weather was doing, which was very high tech, which was all involved in another story. So the 88 car is down into is back into the lead, as the 912 has left.
Is it?
Yeah, gone.
No, is the 88 back in the lead?
Yes. Look where it is. And it's gone through, it's completed 30 laps. It's already into sector 3. So it's gone past.
And the advantage...
That was at the end of the last lap.
Okay.
The advantage, or otherwise, is that by both the 912 and the 88... although the 88 did a shorter stint, so the 88's pit stop was shorter, so the gap at the end of this lap, which the 912 has just begun coming out of the pits, the gap at the end of this lap I predict is going to be somewhere around 1.5 minutes, whereas it was just 1 minute and 15 seconds when they came into the pits. But as a result of taking that stop a little bit earlier, then I think the it's not Lance David Arnold in the Mercedes anymore. Is it Jan Seyfarth in the Mercedes now, number 88, looking round at Johnny Palmer here?
No, it was Lance David Arnold that got
was Lance
in
David
last
Arnold.
time. Guts got out before that, so that would be the right.
I'm thinking that's why it's Seyfarth now. So Seyfarth's
no, Seyfarth was in before that, so it must be Altson that's in.
So we'll go for Altson for the moment and give you a further update as and when we get it. But anyway, the point being is the gap will be over a minute towards a minute and a half.
Sixth position for the 912 as it comes out. Intervention vehicle on the circuit, one of the
Cherokee,
venerable Jeep Cherokees, and that was for.
That looked a little Aston Martin like.
It did look very Aston Martin like. I'm just trying to work out where the Nissan is on the circuit. Middle part of the lap, right? Okay, that was just coming out just before the second big jump, so that's right in the middle part of the track, isn't it? So that's very interesting. Oh no, that was the Hatzenbach, excuse me. It just shows you how things look very similar in the dark. Right, okay, so that's the first part of the lap, and that looked like an Aston or something similar. What also has that shape rear lights, Graham? That's the worry. Let's see who's missing where. 70th and 31, they've been struggling for a while, haven't they? And 703 definitely has. So
it's the 42, John.
It is the
It's the SP8 leader. It's the GT8 is missing. It's the 42.
Yes, you're right. It's much further round than I thought it was. Well, my track knowledge in the dark isn't working at all. Need to do a bit more work on that. It is the SP8 leader that had been going so well, and that car is parked up at driver's right in sector 4. And again, we have drama. And what has befallen that car? The answer we know not at the moment. It's a decent lap from the number 35. It's going to be somewhere below 9 minutes, considerably below 9 minutes. It comes across the line now.
8:56.
Okay, it's decent, but not as good as some around it.
Yeah, got a minute to make up on the number 38 Bentley ahead. And actually didn't lap quite as quickly last time around as the 38. So that's a bit of a chase. A couple of fan favourites. The 38, of course, is a Deutsche Post liveried car. 35, the Team Argen GT Academy Nissan. Just looking for some heroics out there at the moment. Some quick laps coming in now. 8:33 last time around with the number 100 BMW, and a purple sector being pointed out by Johnny Palmer, going to the 701 car, and 8:32 from that car, the 701 into the top 20 now for the second of the Glickenhauses. Its sister car, the 702, up into 11th position now.
The times are coming down, Graham, but they're not dropping down somehow. You kind of get in the law of diminishing returns, where they're coming down, but they're really not. It's not coming down very much more quickly, and I wonder how much more they're going to come down. I mean, obviously they can get down into the 820s because they have done, but I just wonder whether in these dark conditions it's still going to be greasy. There's still mist and fog and low-hanging cloud lying around, and I just wonder whether this is kind of the limit of where we're going to get.
Well, in terms of where we are, the ultimate lap times about 8:33. The best I can see is the number 100 car, but a number of other cars into the 8:30s. The number 4 Mercedes-Benz in 8:39 last time around, 8:38 for the number 30 Mercedes, the HTP car.
But you see, the 912 Porsche, for example, did an 8:38 nearly 10 laps ago.
Yeah.
So that's my point, is we're getting quick laps, but that we've reached the limit of how quick they can go.
Number 28, Audi, on its out lap. It was fuel and tyres, and it was Mike Rockenfeller that got out. Timur S got in. Is that Timur Scheider in that car?
Sorry, which car are we talking?
28?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So that
Thanks,
car's
DTN
already
champ, of
out.
course.
Yes, indeed. In the pits now is the number 6 Audi, and that looks like it's all done and dusted. Our graphic telling us it is.
It was Winkelhock.
Well, seeing Winkel. Audi.
Probably that will have gone back to Christopher Haase, who started the car, because I think they've gone through all 4 of their drivers now. Marcus was the 4th of the driving crew. So
Who did you say it was?
Christopher Haase.
It was Winkelhoff out, Rast in.
Okay.
Right, write that down.
Right, yep.
Intervention vehicle on the Grand Prix track as well.
Well, just off it actually.
Off
Great
it.
Drivers
Well,
left.
that's repositioning back to its holding.
Yeah, I think it is.
Point.
Hello to everybody down under. Phillip Island, round 1 of the Aussie GT Endurance Series 2016. Getting ready for that this weekend.
That's happening any time now.
Yeah.
Actually, it's overnight our time, and in fact 3 races this weekend in that 2 of the Australian GT Sprint Series Championship races.
And one of the endurances.
And the endurance season opener.
Yeah, as I said, the Phillip Island is just such a great venue for any type of racing. As we head into Sunday, welcome you all to the final day then of our broadcast. And with the news that the gap is 1 minute 25 seconds between the 88 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 of Haribo Racing, ahead of the 9 in second, 29 in third, 30 in fourth. So that's still 4 Mercedes, isn't it?
It is, and it's...
In fact, 5 Mercedes now before the Porsche in 6th position.
Well, yes, except that Mercedes is the Black Falcon car number 4, which has just hit the pit lane.
Got you.
So, yes, it is, but it won't be for much longer. That car is having a fuel-only stop, as far as I can make out. They don't seem to be changing tyres.
Okay.
They've fueled it, and they've sent it on its way.
Wow. Unless they did the tyres very, very quickly at the beginning of that stop.
No, what they've done is they've done a short stint in order... This is a complicated race to work out. Number 4 did 4 laps on that stint to do fuel only, no tyres, but to get the maximum driving time for the driver.
So that's interesting, isn't it? Because we've discussed the relative merits of that, Paul, and it's clear to me now that some of the teams we've seen, certainly the Haribo team and now another Mercedes team, feeling that the advantage of maximising the driver is better for them.
Well, bear in mind that Maranello is in 2 of those cars. That might be a particular point in
and he's got to have 2 hours between. But,
yep.
But it's interesting to me, because I was very persuaded by Paul's argument earlier on about why it's better to get the laps in the car, but clearly there's another form of thinking going on out there.
Yeah, the problem is that it's the minimum pit stop interval. Basically, for every extra lap that you stay out there, you have to do around about 18 seconds longer in the pit lane. And so if you come in, as we just saw there with the Mercedes coming in after just 4 laps, you only have to spend a minute and a half in the pit lane.
Which is probably about how much fuel you want to put in.
They didn't hold him very much longer after that.
Right.
Whereas if you're doing 9 laps like the Porsche is in, you're 3 minutes in the pits.
Yes. Which we've seen is 15 or 20 minutes of 20 seconds of dead time.
Now you can do a driver change in that time. You can change the tyres in that time.
Yeah.
So you might as well do all of that.
Correct.
But if you're doing the short stint, you just get the fuel and you then head on and keep going. So,
and there's less dead time or no dead time at all. You are wasting 20 seconds of that mandatory 3 minutes
Yeah.
because nothing's happening with the car. You're not doing any work on it, you're not changing tyres, you're not putting fuel in.
Exactly so.
I can tell you another car, I'm afraid, that is in trouble in the pits, and that's the 37 Bentley, the delayed car from earlier on. It's now been in the pits for 21 minutes after having made its way back up into the top 60. It's now dropping back down and doing so rapidly. The 37 car came in a little while ago with Christa Jons at the wheel and has not moved for getting on for half an hour now.
999 brake change and right rear suspension issues has been in the garage.
The garage?
Garage. In the working pit. I like that. Yeah.
Battle on track, and very much so, between the two HTP machines, third and fourth, and as they crossed the last timing points, were less than a second apart.
Haven't done the race control screen for a little while. The biggest ones was a 5-minute 32 penalty for the 27 car for non-respect of double yellow flags in code 60.
Naughty.
And that was about 15 minutes ago. The 57 was asked to go to the clerk of the course.
27, of course, is the now retired Aston Martin.
Yeah. 33, non-respect of pit lane speed limiter in the pit lane. And that's a 30-second penalty. Presumably that's next time around then for that. And the other one is the 24 non-respect of double yellows and code 60 time.
That's the Zack Speed Nissan.
132. The reason that some of these are different is because there is a sliding scale. Just as if you were caught at 10 miles an hour over the speed limit 20, 30, 40, there tends to be a sliding scale of points and or financial penalties. It's exactly the same here.
I think we have something out of the Nordschleife that is, there must be a caution zone somewhere, because the lap times have all gone right out.
I'm not
and I
saying
think
that on the
30 seconds.
screen.
And I think that's why we saw the number 4 Mercedes coming into the pits, because not only did it make the sense of what John was just saying, but also if there is a yellow period out on the circuit somewhere, then time spent in the pits is less expensive. So it's kind of a double whammy. If you need to do what you wanted to do and there's a double yellow or a code 60 out for a fair chunk of the circuit, then you're even better off doing it. So Black Falcon, you'll have to get up very early indeed to outwit the Black Falcon Mercedes team, and anything that number 4 does when it's a team that has Bernd Schneider at the wheel, even though it's currently Metzger driving the car, Berndt having his dinner, that car is always very good on its strategic thinking.
Just a quick one that I've been reminded not to forget. Normally aspirated Porsches in GT3
And Bentleys.
for the moment. Bentley 4-litre twin turbo.
It's not twin turbo, is it? It's normal aspirated engine, I'm sure it is.
Okay.
I may be wrong. I've been wrong before. It happened once. Ask the missus.
That engine's a twin turbo in the RS 7.
Just to continue the point about the lap times going out, not one single car has broken under 9 minutes in the last 10 minutes.
No, quite. It was the number 88 that I was using, the leading car that I was using as my talisman there, because that was the one that we were waiting for to come around. And that means that the place where it is, whatever it is, I think is fairly far around the circuit, at least, shall we say...
I wonder if it's just fog, because there's no slow zones reported on the incident screen, and they would come up on the incident screen.
No, it's in sector... where's my sector list? Sector 4, I think.
Right, which is the penultimate one.
Sorry, sector 3.
Well, okay. That's the second longest sector. 701 Glickenhaus in, down, fuelled, and ready to go.
I'll apologise. The Bentley is a twin-turbo 4-litre V8. John's got that smug face.
Well, when one has had a Bentley on one's drive.
So have I. So have I, son.
I've driven that engine quite a lot lately in S6, RS6, RS7, and the Bentley.
Carousel is where the slow zone is.
Okay,
so
very good.
I think we should send Johnny Palmer out there, because Johnny knows some people. Where's Johnny gone? He's already at the carousel, I bet.
He's run down there, sprinted down there.
He knows where there's free beer at the carousel. So that's probably what's gone wrong, John.
Update you more on the Audi situation. No further issues on the 10 car after being hit by the man filterless Mercedes. The number 5 is just pitted from 9th position overall. And that was Fjord back out, and Nicky Meyer-Meinhof has got in on its out lap at the moment. Where did you get that slow zone note from, Paul?
Stephen Kilby.
He's doing fine
He's
work.
a good lad. He's only 14, you know.
Let me see. I don't think I can zoom in on this to see who's stopped out there.
We need Bradley's. Bradley's got a machine that does that.
Yes, he's got a very good generic tablet device. Right, it's the number 4 car. It's the number 4 car that is missing in Sector 4 at...
Would that be around Carousel?
Yeah, that would be that is Carousel region, isn't it?
And that is the car that just had its fuel-only stop. Number 4, did you say?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
But now it's disappeared. So has it just gone over time?
It's gone through Sector 4. Yeah.
Okay.
It's gone through Sector 4.
I'll take that off this. Then
there is no car at the moment, John. In the top 60, with the exception of the Aston Martin that we know is in trouble, that is overdue.
302. 302 and 202. I'll give you those.
Let's have a look.
They were missing in 4.
Bear with me a second.
But that was 10 minutes ago.
My live timing is struggling, and here we go. Okay. So 42 is overdue. 202, 302 and 160 are all still overdue. And of those...
Are they not overdue just because there's a slow zone in Sector 4, though?
No, they're substantially overdue.
No, that was minutes. I've gone further back. I've stopped looking at the ones that have just happened and started looking at the ones that are 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago.
202 is missing in Sector 4. 302 is missing in Sector 4.
Yeah, we'll wait. Let's wait and see...
But we're
not getting any. I should say we're not getting any pictures of the onboards from the Nordschleife at this time of night, which is exactly as I expected it. The number 106 Subaru WRX STI, Subaru Technica International, is that still leading its class?
Oh,
which
yes.
is
SP3T,
isn't it? It's back up to 32nd again.
It is. It's making progress as others falter, as well as putting in some pretty good lap times.
Johnny Palmer is dashing around,
limbering up, I think.
Out. Yeah, he doesn't expect me to do this for him. I'm snoozing after this, I don't know. Oil on the track where it goes onto the Nordschleife being reported by some Audi drivers. So that's not going to be very nice. Just when you think you're getting yourself into the groove. Seat 202 was on fire at the Schwalbenschwanz for a while.
Which was, sorry, John?
202.
Okay.
Seat.
That's the second of the TCR cars, isn't it? We'd already seen the 201 in trouble with the rain-related issues earlier, with the skew width front suspension. That rejoined, but 202 now continues, I'm afraid, a bit of a tale of woe in TCR.
Yeah, absolutely. Glickenhaus 702 is in the pits. This is the first non-German car. 9th position when the yellow pearl came in. Andreas Simonson getting out. It looks absolutely immaculate, as if it's just rolled out of the garage. Just a fantastic piece of kit. The windscreen made out of the same glass as mobile phones, which is nice because it means you can read your texts on it while you're driving around. Yeah, it's good. I'm only joking, by the way.
Jim Glegenhaus, I mean, I
Just
know he won't mind me saying he is the best kind of bonkers. I just love...
He's a true enthusiast.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. And was actually here and did a couple of parade laps, by the way, in his Ferrari P2, I think it is.
Go back onto the archive at radiolemans.com, and it must be a couple of years now.
2 years ago.
That I spent a good half an hour in his company when their cars first turned up and were still being developed. And these now are quite extraordinary street cars that are effectively road-going race cars. Not as bonkers a concept as it was 2 years ago, apparently.
No. I love it.
When it comes down to street legal cars.
It would be nice to find more places to be able to run that car.
I think there's another race that we do that the cars will be at in 2017.
Well, we've already seen the Glegenhauses and Mugello, I think they did the 12 hours, did they not?
Yes.
And my guess is we might see more of that in the 24-hour series.
I have heard a little whisper about them going further afield.
Dubai, maybe.
And further afield.
Bathurst, maybe.
It's almost as if my thoughts were being transmitted onto the radio there. So, 15 and a quarter hours to go. Do you know, funnily, that doesn't fill me with dread as it normally does when I say that. I'm actually, you know, I feel like we're in the body of the race now, Paul. That was a bit of a stuttering start, wasn't it, when we lost those 3 hours early on?
4 hours. It was a 4-hour red flag in effect at the beginning of the race, and then a half hour. It was 3.5 hours of red flag, followed by a half hour of running behind the safety car, so 4 hours lost altogether. The number 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche, did we mention that had had another pit stop? It was a scheduled pit stop. It had done an 8-lap stint, or a 9-lap stint on the number 44. It seems to be fairly routine, but it has dropped back quite a long way, that Porsche, as a result of the messing around it did earlier on. And by messing around, I mean having a pit stop, going in through the back door of the pits, and then having obviously a longer pit stop whilst it went out, and then did a full lap, and that's put it off the lead lap now. But only just off the lead lap. They're running very close to the race leader, who continues to be the number 88 Haribo sponsored Mercedes, and he leads from 3 other Mercedes before we get the Porsche of the Manthey team still running strongly, and at the moment not running as quickly as some of the other cars out there. The fastest car at the moment is the HTP Mercedes, John. Right,
and that Seat was just before the second carousel. It's off to driver's left now. Intervention vehicle still there. It's sort of behind the barriers, but there was a fire tender in attendance, as well as an ambulance and a couple of intervention vehicles, and that would account for the time differences, Graham, that we've been seeing. And well done to our TV colleagues for giving us a look at that on the onboard of the number 6 around that side of the circuit, Graham.
Tweet from David King, who says, don't worry too much about the number 42 car. Will be running again soon. That's the car that was, and I'm just going to double check, and still is, for the moment at least, but not for very much longer, leading SP8.
It has got...
not long.
Quite long.
No. It's 1 lap.
Okay.
And in fact, it's this lap. So the SP8 lead is about to be taken by the 45 car.
Which is?
I think that's a BMW, isn't it?
Okay. I'll buy that for $1.
The number 37 Bentley, which we had problems with, Stephen Kane has been quoted as saying that he went off in the slow right-hand curve after the Fuchsröhre, went over the curbs into the grass and then hit the front right of the car against the barriers. So I'm not sure. Did we get that car coming back into the pits?
It's in the pits, yes. It's been in the pits now for, let me find it. It's dropping way down. It has been in the pits now for 37.5 minutes.
Yeah, so that's the reason that the source of that problem.
It would also confirm that it's not the correct driver identification in that car, because it's had Christa Jons in that car when it came into the pits, and if Stephen said it was him that hit the barrier. The 45 car, by the way, is the TCR and Veta Motorsports BMW M3 E92 SP8 car.
In addition to the problems you've been describing at the Schwalbenschwanz, John, there's also reports of oil at Kallenhard, which is almost diametrically opposite to that around the circuit. Kallenhard being kind of at the beginning of the run that goes down to the Adenauer Bridge at Breitscheid.
Sorry about the break-up on the sound from the Land Motorsport Audi. The only cameras that are out on the circuit are the onboards, and our TV colleagues try to make as much of them as they can, but with the helicopters not up, they are relying on the ground-based receivers to enable them to get the onboard cameras, and I think that technology is being stretched to the absolute limit this evening. If you are just joining us or you've been listening in for a while, don't forget there is video available on the international feed. Get to it a number of ways, including on Nismo TV, with a bit of extra Nismo coverage on there as well from the garage. Also on the series website, and of course if you click the N24 link on the front of radiolemans.com, perfectly synchronized in sound and vision right through to the checkered flag in a mere 15 hours and 9 minutes time. So we've settled things down again at the front of the field as we move through this stint of racing, and the lead between the 88 and the 9 now 1 3/4 minutes, 1 minute 47 seconds.
But that's going to go up very soon, because the second place car, the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, which I think the last driver we had in that was it Dirk Müller? Anyway, that car, number 9, due in for a pit stop at the end of the lap that it is, possibly on the end of the current lap or the one after. Anyway, that's the kind of next of the leading group that's going to stop, and of course the most recent of that leading group that stopped was the race leader number 88, so that's got the most fuel aboard.
I've been told, did we spot the moment at Wittmann, the car being towed?
Yeah, that was just before where we thought the slow zone was being. I wonder if that was something being recovered.
Well, no, the incident being described to me by Stephen down in the press room was the number 30 car, very close moments, almost hitting the car that was under tow and the intervention vehicle.
He's going to get pinged for that then as well, isn't he? It's the fourth place car. Right, the number 10, Alex Young, has had an accident at Hoacht. The car is damaged, the driver is not, So that is right at the very highest point of the circuit, and that number 10, having had contact with the MAN Filters Mercedes-Benz, was attacked by that car earlier on, and now coming to grief from Audi. That is directly from Audi, and official Alex Juke then stopped with rear damage to the number 10 at Hoacht. He is okay, the car most certainly isn't. Terrible news for that car in the last couple of hours, Graham.
It's not been a great hour or so, has it, for the number 10 effort? And, you know, this another example, John, of the burgeoning GT racing scene in Asia. I think all Asian crew in that number 10 car, and very much a sign of the success of the Audi LMS, the GT3 LMS Cup in the Asian marketplace, because I think all of those drivers, regulars, and indeed at least one, I think 2 champions of that series. But rather a shame.
Well, the good news is that Alex is okay.
Yes.
But I don't think we're going to see that car back anytime soon from the, albeit the tone of the tweet. The 115 spending a long time in the pits at the moment. This is the BMW, the very lovely and beautifully prepared BMW 5 Series. It's
540, this one.
So it's the V8 then.
And it's liquid petroleum gas fuel.
LPG. Right. And it doesn't want purely LPG, so no petrol at all on that.
I believe so.
Okay. Right. Where are we? Coming back onto the Grand Prix circuit with the Nissan GT Academy Team RGN Nissan GT-R GT3.
17th now for the number 35 car. Comes through now in almost precisely a 10-minute lap.
Yeah, things are slowing down out there again, aren't they, with the incidents. And that is clearly going to be...
It's more than one
it is.
issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Because we already know about the slow zone, or the double yellow zone, to cover the Seat incident. We've obviously now had the incident involving the number 10 Audi, and at least 2 places where we've had oil down as well.
Well, yes, I think one report said there was oil all around everywhere. One report said on the Grand Prix loop, another report said on the whole of the Nordschleife. So I think, as and when we get a chance to talk to a driver, then it would be interesting to get a driver's eye view of what the track conditions are like, because clearly the lap times are a lot slower than we would expect them to be.
007 Aston Martin is back.
Drama.
Well, we knew that car had issues. That car hasn't driven back. Or has it?
That car has driven back. I was about to say, John, by far and away the fastest car on the circuit last time around was the 007. It was a 907 for that car.
Right.
But pretty serious rear end damage now to the 007. It's on the pit lane, the dolly's underneath the car, but it's not yet going into the garage. Inevitably it will be doing so, either there or to the team morning, because that car is going to require some substantial attention from the Aston Martin racing team.
Yeah, they're putting fuel into it at the moment, Graham, which is why there's not much going on. Now they're attacking the rear of the car and trying to lift the well, I suppose it's the boot lid basically, but where the rear wing mounts are.
Yeah, and we can see here the main damage is to the rear right of the car, where the rear bodywork and the light cluster have been pushed forward and in. Now it's a matter of what damage has been done underneath that.
Both ends of that car's been damaged. There's damage on the front as well, so that's been bing bang bish bosh and clattered down.
Not a lot of damage to the front though, John.
No, that's
now
just a bit of bodywork damage. The right rear puncture on that as well.
That's been hit from behind. That's not been in the barrier. That has been hit from behind.
Yeah.
No, because
that was my initial thought. But if you've had a dink on the front that's broken a steering arm and then you'd spun you round.
But there's no damage on the rear wing, John. The rear wing is attached to the rear deck and there's no damage. The damage is all below the waist, if you like, level. Paul?
Meanwhile, second place car is in for a much more routine pit stop, and I think this is Jelmer Berman who's getting into the car, and I think it's Dirk Muller getting out. Did we have Dirk Muller in that Mercedes before? But it's Jelmer Berman getting into it. Fuel going into the car, tyres going on, and a full service, and that, as I say, will extend that margin of the leader, the number 88 Mercedes, to something probably getting on towards 2 minutes.
Wow.
And at the same time in the pits is the second of the two HTP Mercedes-Benz, number 30. That's the Dominic Baumann driven car, which was in fourth place before it came into the pits. Those two both having, as I say, scheduled pit stops as we reach the very nearly end of the 9th hour of this race.
Yeah, it got going, didn't it? Then it stuttered, and it was fast and furious stuff as we got into full dry running, Paul. We've had some really quick running, and now with incidents out on the track, it's settled down to a slightly more sane pace, but the times are beginning to come again.
Yes, just trying to, again, keep working on the patterns. 7 laps was the stint for the HTP Mercedes, 8 laps was the stint for the Black Falcon Mercedes. As I say, both of them in the pits at the same time, but a longer stint for the Black Falcon car than we had from the HTP car, and with some degree of regularity. The Haribo Mercedes has done, well, not regularity is the wrong word, it's done a 9 and then a 7 lap stint for that car, whereas the 912 Porsche has been able to achieve 9 lap stints a little bit more regularly. So no 10 lap stints, but certainly we've had some 9s. But I think more of the challenge has been to get the car onto the right tyres for the job, and now we're getting a pretty much dry racetrack as far as the slicks are concerned, but not a well-conditioned racetrack because of the oil and various yellow zones that we have around the place.
Indeed. And welcome back, Johnny Palmer.
John Hindhaugh, yes, stepping away for, another 4, 5, maybe 6 hours. We'll let him get his head down, and I'm back on for the next 3-hour stint, just getting myself strapped in, mirrors adjusted, water bottle changed, and 15 hours to go, gents. We are obviously in full darkness now. We're into Sunday morning as well. Local time is midnight 31, and you can hear in the background, and maybe if you're lucky enough to be watching the stream as well, you will be able to see the Nordschleife in all its nighttime glory from the number 6 car, the Audi Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8 LMS. This car currently in 20th position with Markus Winkelhock at the wheel, shared with Frank Stippler, René Rast and Christopher Haase. We did expect, because this team had reached the end of the rotation, that Haase may well get back into it, but no, do we put Rast in this car actually?
I suggested it was Haase, and I was wrong, and it's not, because it's Rast.
And also the timing screen is wrong because it says win next to the number 6 car, which has thrown me again. But yeah, René Rast at the wheel, and René Rast on double duty this weekend because he's also doing some stints in the number 16 Twin Bush Motorsport Audi as well. So having to deal with one of the BMWs there, down into a tight right-hander. We're again getting a little bit of breakup on the onboard audio as the car heads into one of the many dips of this circuit, but it will launch its way back up towards the higher ground in a moment or two. 34 laps done then by the race leader, car number 88. We have just had the number 9 blue Mercedes in for a stop. That's now headed back out again, and prior to the stop there's about a 2-minute margin between the race leader and the second place car. It's the HTP Mercedes in 3rd position, and 4th place also on an out lap is the number 30 HTP Motorsport Mercedes. Work continues on the rear of the 007. Sorry, John.
That was the 10 car, by the way, that we saw from the onboard. Eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that. That was Alex Young's incident that we were talking about earlier on.
At Horact, he went off.
At Horact, that's correct. Just aware that people are not just following us this weekend. We mentioned the Aussie GTs coming up down at Phillip Island later on today. Obviously, Monaco Grand Prix, Indianapolis 500, Rally Portugal on at the moment, and also World Challenge at Lime Rock Park. Had a very nasty incident in morning warm-up this morning that saw two cars coming together, Bentley and an Aston Martin, the Absolute Team Bentley Continental GT3 and the Aston Martin of Jorge de la Torre. Now, we've just had news from Bentley Motorsport that Andrew Palmer will remain in hospital following the incident at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut earlier today. This is official word. He has sustained a head injury and is being closely monitored after treatment by specialists. Bentley's Director of Motorsport, Brian Gush, has said everyone at Bentley Motorsport is thinking of Andrew. We all send him our best wishes. We're a close-knit community and we have team members at the hospital with him and his family. We'll continue to offer our support to them at this difficult time. Our thanks go to the trackside team at Lime Rock Park and to the medical professionals who have helped Andrew so far. Now, there's no other update expected anytime soon. We will keep you updated with what comes out of Bentley. No news at the moment about Jorge de la Torre. The police have started an investigation and the cars have been put to one side at Lime Rock Park, although the circuit was cleared to go back to racing should that be deemed appropriate for the rest of the day. That is the information as we have it on the accident today at Lime Rock Park, and our thoughts of course are with everyone in that very tightly knit paddock, and of course everyone at Team Absolute and Aston Martin and the two drivers and their families concerned. Johnny.
Thank you, John. Yeah, and any further news we get on that, obviously, we will get that to you as soon as we receive it. The 22 BMW M6 makes a stop, and that's one of the row racing BMWs, stopping from 12th position. And in fact, the Lamborghini that was circulating ahead of it in 11th also choosing to stop on that lap as well. Lambo out. BMW heading for the end of the pit lane as we speak, and the 22 car will head out as well.
And both of the HTP Mercedes have also made stops, Johnny. And if you're keeping notes of drivers, I can tell you that the HTP cars have put Max Buch into the number 30 car and Marco Zayfried into the number 29 Mercedes. Other news, the number 75 Mercedes, the yellow car, whose sponsor I always forget, but the colour I always remember. Who's the sponsor of the number 75 one, the bright yellow car?
Manfilter.
Manfilter. I knew it was a name that I would recognise, but it's one of those colours rather than names that...
Norwich City.
I think it's because I don't actually know what Manfilter does. Are they cigarette filters? I honestly don't know what the company does, so it doesn't kind of stick.
I think it's automotive filters, isn't it?
Oh, is it automotive filters?
I think so.
Right, okay. That's good. No, they probably are. Anyway, it's been assessed a penalty for one of those avoidable collisions that you were talking about earlier on, 32-second, and I think it's just actually taken that penalty because it's just come out of the pit lane. So that's the 75 having had and or been assessed and done its penalty pit stop. We've also had a penalty pit stop for the number 701 Glickenhaus for having a pit stop that was too short rather than exceeding the pit lane speed limit, but has had a pit stop that was too short. It's news from recent pit stops. Now, all of the leading 1, 2, 3 out of the top 6, we've had pit stops for 3 of them in the last couple of laps, and that means that we're once again in the situation where Mercedes leads Porsche but the 912 Porsche will then have lost over the last few laps a considerable amount of time that it was gaining on the Mercedes, but I didn't quite see why, Graham, and it seems to have been that Mercedes has managed to make up ground during these yellow phases that the Porsche has lost out to, and it may just be through bad timing, bad luck. You know, you just get there as the rescue unit's there, and it's code 60,
and all of a sudden you've lost 30 seconds.
Exactly.
But at the moment, what we're finding, certainly against the cars immediately ahead of the Porsche, that it's picking up some ground now. So I think we are going to get back to that situation you told us we probably should expect in the coming hour or two. What, an hour or two ago, Paul, that Porsche is coming into play very much more. So whilst at the moment the car just right now is running third position, which will become second with the 29 car now on the pit road, and the number 77 Aston Martin stalled out on the circuit. This is one of the privately entered cars, number 77. Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT4 spec car, and looking to see where that one is in the overall order. It is 74th position and third in SP10 at the moment.
Of a 4-car class, and as Graham says, stopped just before the Yokohama S to drivers left, so drivers heading towards that first couple of corners, the Haug hook as it's called, will need to be wary of that car just parked on the track up against the curb with the hazard lights flashing, but it'll be difficult to pick that car up out at speed as you head down past the grandstands, the well illuminated grandstands, and towards that car on the left hand side. Man filter, yes indeed, vehicles, vehicle filters they do, trucks, buses, transporters, cars. But they do supply vehicle filters rather than anything else. 35 laps done now for the number 88 car, and we've had 9 hours of the race, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, so that's an odd number, so I therefore should be able to give you the odd class leaders relatively shortly. SP9, I'll do that one because it's quite easy.
Yes.
The 88 car leads SP9, no prizes for knowing that. SP7 leader is the number 64 machine. Now SP7 is the Porsche GT3 Cup class.
Correct.
And out front in SP7 is car 64, which is the Black Falcon team TMD friction machine. Arturo Divigus, Andreas Weishaupt, Alexander Joseph Buchwald Toril, and Mario Farnbacher at the wheels of the 64 at various points. Can't tell you who's driving that right now. Nevertheless, 4 drivers going through the rotation, and actually not very far away in second position in Class SP7 is the 59 car. Less than a minute is the gap between the two SP7 leaders. SP3T headed by the 106 Audi, I want to say. Yes, no, Subaru, beg your pardon. Subaru WRX, which leads Class 3T.
That's the car that has led for, I think, the whole of the race. Yes, profits from the 5-minute gimme, if you like, but it's been lapping consistently quickly.
Next odd class will be... Now, car 305 is one of the...
It's 41st position, that's the
Cup 5 leader, am I right?
Yes, indeed. Cup 5 leader, that's the BMW M235i class.
So, the Bonk Motorsport number 305 car, which I think has been in the pits for a little while of late. Well, unless that was the sister 304 car. They are similarly liveried, but nevertheless, the 305 car we know is out on track. It's done 32 laps, and it leads... Cup class 5 from the 303 car. And by the way, the 77 GT4 machine that got stranded down at the first corner is now running again. There was an intervention vehicle there briefly, maybe giving it a jump start or similar, and it's now moving again, Graham.
Yep, it certainly had electrical power as the Aston Martin racing team go to work with the Birmingham screwdriver, otherwise known as a great big lump hammer.
Thank you. I'm not sure which class the TCR division falls into, odd or even. So,
so you mean, yes.
Well, yeah, we're supposed to be doing odd class numbers at this point of the race.
Well, it's fairly odd.
Let's just give it you anyway, eh? The 201 car leads that, which is the Seat Leon TCR of Matilda Racing Team Piston Heads.
Rather oddly, that was the car that was the first
that the one
off.
in the barrier?
It was indeed.
So that was the one that at Arenberg went more or less straight as a dart, and the front left wheel, although was left on the car, it was left precariously hanging by a thread.
Might just as well have had a big target printed on it.
Yes.
From that point on.
And was joined very quickly by the second place Golf that got out of the gravel trap far quicker than the 201, but nevertheless the Piston kids have worked incredibly hard to get that car fixed, and it leads its class down in 44th overall. Cup 3 is headed by the 355 car. Cup 3 being the division for the Porsche Cayman 981 GT4 CS, the Club Sports, and the Müller Motorsport 355 car leads Cup 3 down in 47th position. What other classes can I give you odd-wise? V5 leading that is the 156 car. V5 for the between 2.5 and 3 litre production spec cars, and V5 car 156 leading that. Let me tell you who that is. It's the BMW 330i of Schmickler Performance. Just 3 drivers allocated to that, but nevertheless it's in 71st position and leads Class A5. The AT leader, so alternatively fueled, alternative technology, the Treble 1 Saxon Motorsport BMW 135D GT-R at the head of the AT class, and Class V3, so slightly lesser powered production spec machine, leading that 126, which is the AMC Sanktvith Toyota GT86. And overall it is 84th position. In fact, that car's just stopped and now rejoins the race. That will do it as far as the class leaders are concerned, I think. What's been happening in the meantime, Paul?
Well, I think the just looking out for the next likely pit stopper in the top 10, and having had the pit stop from the number 1 WRT Audi R8, which is up into 8th place, we're going to get a pit stop from the number 1 car. Did I say the number? So we had the number 2, and we're going to have the number 1 very shortly. Robin Frines at the wheel of the has been at the wheel of the number 2 car, but that car should have been handed over by now, possibly to Edvard Sandström. But
yes,
is that what you've been told?
That's what I've been told.
Good.
Leonard out, Sandström in.
Oh right, yeah, so it's gone Frines, Leonard, Sandström in the number 2 car, and the number 1 car is due in, I would suggest, at the end of the lap that it's currently on, but it's only about halfway around that lap. Barriers are being replaced apparently at Schwalbenschwanz, which is why, even though the car has been removed, there is still a delay on the lap times. None of the lap times coming in at under 9 minutes at the moment, when they're quite capable of lapping, even in these nighttime conditions. It's dry, so it should be possible to lap in the 8.5 minutes, I would think, but with barrier repairs going on at Schwalbenschwanz, then that's not possible, so around 30 seconds being added to lap times as a result. And under those circumstances, as I say, it just seems that some of the advantage that I was suggesting the 912 Porsche had have kind of just tailed off a little bit. And that graph there has stopped working, so let me just sort that graph out.
Question coming in via Twitter to @Specutainment, and you can tweet @Radio Le Mans, of course, as well. Schiller into the number 67, which sounds like a Porsche. Let me just check the entry list to
that's one of the SP7 cars, I think, isn't it?
It is,
yes.
And it is a Porsche 991 GT3 MR.
That's the Monza Racing version.
Now, Nick Upton says Schiller into that car. Is that the same Fabian Schiller who drives for Mark VDS in the Renault Sport Trophy? Now, Graham, you and I saw a couple of races for the Renault Sport Trophy in Imola.
Schiller, if it's Fabian Schiller, that is Hardy Schiller's son, and Hardy Schiller will be known to sports car fans as part of the late and much lamented Cruise Schiller Motorsports outfit that campaigned a Lola at Le Mans. In fact, gave another late lamented personality, Alan Simonson. His 1 LMP starts at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
So, Nick, yes, we reckon so.
He's a quick young man.
Didn't we see him coming into Imola one of the mornings we were there?
We did, and a double take with Hardy. It was one of those, I know you from somewhere, and he said, yes, it's me. And now Hardy's involvement is looking after the career, and I suspect it will become very much a career for his young son.
Yeah. So good spot that, Nick. Yes, in a race very different from the Renault Sport Trophy, although of course there's sort of two halves to a Renault Sport Trophy weekend, in that the amateur driver gets a sprint race, the pro driver gets a sprint race, and they also join up together for a 70-minute race with a driver change part way through it. And Schiller's teammate in the Team Mark VDS team in the Renault Sport Trophy, a certain Marcus Paltela.
Never heard of him.
No, nor me. Of course, Paltela, former race leader in this race.
Absolutely, and Spa 24 Hours winner, of course, with Mark VDS Racing.
Yes, so the relationship as far as Team Mark VDS goes back a long way, but Paltela racing for Row Racing this weekend, isn't he, in the BMW?
He is in the Row Racing car, and also races in the United States, of course, on Turner Motorsports in the GT3 version of this car in the GTD edition of IMSA.
So Paltela's car, number 22, sharing with Nicky Katzberg, Richard Westbrook and Klaus Graf. That car in 19th position. There has been a little bit of shuffling of late for 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th. I think that's more to do with pit stops, although those cars will continue to jumble around every time we get the pit stop cycle working its way through. Race leader, by the way, in the middle of sector 4 on its 37th lap, and enjoying over a 4-minute lead now. Recently seen a stop for the number 29 HTP Motorsport Mercedes, so that's dropped to 6th position now. So it's the Haribo black Mercedes that leads from the 912 Manthey Racing Porsche 911, the brand new GT3 991 Spec R, and then in 3rd position the 100 works effectively BMW M6 rather, from Schubert Motorsport, John Edwards, Jens Klingman, Lucas Löhr and Martin Tomczyk.
Just seen a replay of an incident out on track between the leader and one of the Audi R8s. Both cars trying to make their way by the GT4 spec Ford Mustang. For whatever reason, the Audi checked up and was hit pretty hard from behind by the 88 car. There was debris. I'm not sure whether or not that came from the back of the Audi or the front of the Mercedes-Benz.
Interesting. I've just been trying to work out this pattern again, because the 912 Porsche, having been tipped by me to be getting to catch up with the 88 Haribo Mercedes, has done precisely the opposite and has now dropped to be 4 minutes behind the Mercedes-Benz. And what's happening now is that the two cars behind, which are the 100 BMW and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, they have been closing in on the Porsche. So, and in fact closing in on the race leader as well. So what we had before was the Porsche going quickly, but the Porsche, even though on the last lap it was a little bit quicker, over the course of the last 7 laps or so, so this stint in effect, the Porsche 912 has lost a lot of ground, and the ground has been made up by the BMW, the number 100 Schubert car, which has managed to get itself up into 3rd place, and the never to be ignored number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, which is also closing up. So the shape of the race in the last couple of hours has changed somewhat. It's been swung away from the Porsche and back to the Mercedes and BMWs, which I didn't expect to happen, but seemingly and possibly as a result of the repair work that's going out on the circuit, it's definitely happening. Still, though, the race being led by the 88 Haribo Mercedes, and significantly now, although it's due a pit stop fairly shortly, by 4 minutes, and if it can maintain that kind of a gap, then the Haribo Mercedes could actually make its pit stop and get out again without losing the lead of the race, which is always a significant point in the race if you can make your pit stop and then get out again without losing the lead. Anyway, Johnny, we've got a guest again.
We have.
With news from downstairs.
Well, yes, we're on RadioLeMans.com, of course, live from the Aston Martin Lounge, and David King. Now, let me get your title right, because I found a tweet from, well, actually now 3 years ago. You're labelled as the Aston Martin Head of Motorsport. Is that still you?
That's part of my role, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I can call you the Head of Motorsport then.
You can, yes.
You're back. It's not raining. Cars are going round, I'm pleased to say, but has there been a little bit of a hiccup for the number 42?
Well, I'm not quite as chirpy as I was when I spoke to you earlier today. Obviously big disappointment with the 27 and the 007 that we've just been watching, having a fairly major repair in the pit garage. 42, I made a mistake, really.
Right. Well, that's all right. It happens to us all.
We were a bit smugly planning our strategy of how we were going to edge our way into the top 20 by the end of the race, and decided that we would start running our 10-lap stint strategy that we felt confident from practice we could do, and we ran out of fuel about a mile from the end of Andy Goulden's stint on the straight, which is sickening, and I'm kicking myself for not being a little bit more cautious and running a 9-lap stint. But hindsight,
yes.
Anyway, we're running again. We've lost a fair bit, but I think we can, if we keep out of trouble, we can climb back up the class leaderboard. If not do quite as well overall as I'd been hoping.
This situation is obviously going to be a very close run thing, and it really depends on how much you're pushing on during the stint. You could have made it, I suppose, had your fuel saved a little bit more, or was it, in your eyes, just too much of a risk to take?
The fuel meter said we were okay, so we're obviously a little bit out in our calibration still. We thought we had it nailed over the last couple of days, and we didn't. So there it is. But the car's going really well, and at least it's all in one piece, which is more than could be said for some of the other cars around the track.
So the car, to get back, needed a tow, needed a flatbed?
It got towed to a safe place,
right.
And then we took some fuel out to it, put some fuel in it,
okay.
And got it back through the paddock and back into the pit lane. Not sure how much we lost, probably getting on for an hour altogether. So it'll be a long, hard slog to climb back up the leaderboard, but I think we are in P83, 5th in class now, so plenty of time to do something about that.
Tell me about the dramas for the 7 and the 27. Obviously we've been trying to cover them as much as possible, but there's an awful lot of other cars in the race as well. But there was rear end damage on the 007 that was being repaired.
Fairly major rear end damage, as you've seen from the monitor. I had contact with another car that spun him into the barrier, really big hit at the rear end, so I don't know if they'll get it back. But 27 was lost earlier to some accident damage, so very, very disappointing for the GT3s. I guess it's not our year.
Maybe not. There were also, I presume you don't have a great deal to do with the number 77 Star de Vita racing team, GT4 Aston. That was stopped for a while just before the Yokohama S, and there was an intervention vehicle sent out to it, and almost within seconds it was back up and running again. Do you know anything about that?
I haven't heard, no. I see they're still, their other car is still running first in the SP10 class, the GT4 class, so they always do a very, very good job here. They're very strong, great drivers, good local knowledge, so they're our banker for a class win at the moment.
Good. Okay, well at least you've got one. The trajectory's going pretty well for that. Yeah. So how do you get your mood up? What was the mood like down in the camp downstairs? Is it shoulders down, or are you kind of thinking, right, our only way is up now, effectively?
You've got to be professional and start climbing back up, but yes, of course it's disappointing when things start so well. But, we'll keep trying, and I don't know if they'll get 007 repaired, but they're giving it a damn good go with the hammers and mallets, as you saw.
Paul, anything to add? It's frustrating, isn't it? I know it's the story of motor racing, but we haven't even really got into the night yet. You've got to kind of get yourself back up again. Get yourself something to eat, and then you kind of go through, and the cars once you start getting into the rhythm again, then it's like the drivers, the driver makes a mistake. Once he gets back into his rhythm again, he doesn't even remember that he's made a mistake. The team, you must have to get that same spirit into the team, yeah?
Yeah, there's when we will do, of course we will. We'll
that's why you come up here,
for the fans, really. I mean, we're getting some great support on social media, and I know there's lots of people out there following us and listening, and we'll do everything we can to get as good a result as we can for them.
Well, we're not even halfway yet,
no.
So maybe all your bad luck's come in the first portion of the race, and when we hit daylight, as I say, the only way is up, and we will watch with interest to hopefully see the 42 car climb back up the order. It's a beautiful car, and you know how far to push it now.
We do, yes. 9 lap stints from now on.
Exactly. You've learnt your lesson.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much again for coming up. I know
Pleasure.
it's difficult in these times, and we hope when you come up to us next time there's some more positivity to broadcast to all the Aston fans. David King there from Aston Martin Racing, and they will continue to work hard down in the garage. Graham Goodwin's going to step back or sit back to my right hand side in a moment or two. The 100 car pits, Paul Trustwell, from 3rd position,
having done a 9-lap stint, appropriately enough, but then that's kind of as far as a GT3 car would go. We haven't had any 10-lap stints from any GT3 cars. Graham, you suddenly look as though you want to need a question.
No, it's actually a quick point and a point of positivity. It's first time I've seen this for a long time. It's a car having put in its fastest lap of the race, and it's a recovering SP9 car, the number 12 car, which was one of the first cars to hit trouble at a puncture, I think, on the first racing lap. Back now in 53rd position and 28th position SP9, but it's done the fastest racing lap of its race thus far, a 9:03.9. Not ultimately spectacularly fast, but progress of that team.
Yes, absolutely. And to put that in context, I've kind of been monitoring fast laps, ignoring the first 4 laps, and you've got to be careful there, because we did get some laps coming through for lap 5, but of course lap 5 never actually happened, because we then went back to lap 4 in order to do this second part of the race. But in general, everybody's fastest lap was done within those first 4 laps, and the fastest lap of the race still, I mentioned it at the time, we haven't even gone back to kind of revisit it on the second lap